I crave satisfaction. As night descended, Dongfang Qingsong lay prone on the couch, his face contorted with fury. His eyes burned crimson as his hands gripped the woman's slender waist with fierce intensity. Very well, I shall gratify your desire. The woman, draped in a scarlet veil, blushed with an intoxicating flush. Delicate beads of perspiration trickled, dampening the tendrils of hair at her temples. Her alabaster fingers caressed his face as she breathed through her crimson lips. Her gaze, along with her enigmatic smile, suggested that she regarded Dongfang Qingsong as little more than a plaything. Dongfang Qingsong was a reincarnated soul who had arrived in this world of cultivation, the Xiantian continent. Having spent years immersed in online novels, he was well aware of the world's unforgiving nature. For a man who had always been inclined to shirk responsibility, embracing a life of indolence seemed far more appealing. He had no interest in the violence and strife, desiring only to live out his days as a contented loafer before moving on to the next stage. Unexpectedly, he was headhunted by a major sect. He was now 36 years of age. He never imagined that such an opportunity would present itself. A group of elderly women spotted Dongfang Qingsong at the village entrance. Observing his bronze skin and resolute gaze, they surmised that he was the one they sought. This youth possesses an abundance of virile energy. Yes, a fine prospect. His eyes are sharp, his pupils are lively, and his bone structure is exceptional. One of the older women seized his wrist, examining it with meticulous care, her face aglow with undisguised excitement. The elderly women exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes conveying a silent agreement. Would you be willing to join our joyous union sect? Initially, Dongfang Qingsong was elated, as cultivation offered the potential to soar through the heavens and wield unimaginable power. However, at 36, even with exceptional bone structure, he was already far behind the talented and fiercely competitive younger generation. Cultivation demanded a solid foundation built from an early age, progressing step by step. Alas, his era had passed. Furthermore, he genuinely desired to embrace a life of leisure, relishing the tranquility of his present existence. Drawing upon the memories of his previous life, he could easily thrive in this world. In the coming month, he would participate in the election for village chief, held once every 30 years, with the added incentive of 20 acres of farmland. Moreover, Dongfang Qingsong was the village's model of diligence in farming. He could earn an extra 20 coins each month. Then he could marry several wives and live a life of luxury, a true winner in life. They had assumed that Dongfang Qingsong would not decline such an offer. For mortals, the chance to cultivate was an unparalleled opportunity. Yet, to their astonishment, this so-called opportunity was deemed less valuable than a few acres of farmland. I appreciate your kind intentions. With these words, he hoisted his basket, shouldered his hoe, and with a grin, continued, I have 3 acres of land awaiting my attention. I have no interest in cultivation. With that, he walked past them and departed. The corners of their mouths twitched imperceptibly. What shall we do? Abduct him, as soon as the words were spoken. One of the older women waved her black robe, enshrouding Dongfang Qingsong within its folds, and flew away. The abduction terrified Dongfang Qingsong. After all, he was unarmed. However, his farming tools seemed to have no effect on this advanced magical treasure. Moreover, if he were to damage the garment, he would have to pay a considerable sum in compensation. When he arrived at the Joyous Union sect, he was shocked to discover that he was to share a wedding night with the Holy Maiden, and it was to happen on the very day of his arrival. Tonight, he never imagined that at the age of 36, he would be blessed with such good fortune. He wondered what was happening, but this unexpected windfall had finally come his way. However, things were not as he had imagined. There was no banquet, no red lanterns, no silken drapes, and no one to celebrate the wedding. Dongfang Qingsong was bound like a crab and tossed onto the bed. Then, facing the woman clad in a flimsy red veil within the room, they respectfully announced, Holy Maiden, your furnace has been prepared. The Holy Maiden, her back to them, sat before a mirror, leisurely combing her long, dark hair. In the mirror, her skin appeared as white as jade, flawless and delicate. Her eyes were elongated and alluring, the slightly upturned corners exuding an innate charm. A single glance could captivate and enthrall. Her voice was bewitching. She uttered softly, Understood, you may leave. Dongfang Qingsong then understood that they were not interested in his bone structure, but rather intended to use him as a furnace for the woman before him. Even if Dongfang Qingsong lacked insight, he knew the meaning of the term furnace. I wondered why I had only encountered female disciples along the way. The holy maiden wasted no time, dismissing him with a wave of her sleeve. She approached the bed. Her composure suggested that this was not her first time. Dongfang Qingsong knew he was doomed, but he was determined to make things difficult for her. With bloodshot eyes, he unleashed his fury with each powerful thrust. In this life, he had been diligent and hardworking, never offending anyone, a true farmer. Yet, in the end, he was to be used for another's benefit. Dongfang Qingsong's mortal body was no match for the holy maiden. He soon found himself on the receiving end. As time passed, he endured excruciating pain that was almost unbearable. He could not endure it, and white foam bubbled from his lips. I am not reconciled. I am truly not reconciled. However, the holy maiden merely smirked at Dongfang Qingsong's painful cries, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. Her sinister demeanor filled him with dread. Dongfang Qingsong realized that this world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. His consciousness began to fade. His eyelids fluttered and drooped. He desperately tried to keep his eyes open, determined to remember her face, vowing to haunt her even in death. Even in death, he would glare at her, venting his anger. Although it would be of little use, he would not be defeated in spirit. Alas, his body was too weak. But as his eyes closed, he saw the holy maiden smirking, her eyes filled with disdain. What did it mean? How long had passed? His body felt stiff and immobile, as if something was pressing down on him. When he opened his eyes, he was startled, his eyes widening in shock. The thing pressing down on him was a mass of bloody flesh. It was still steaming. Even more terrifying, two enormous dragons loomed before him, glaring menacingly. He blurted out an expletive. What are those ugly things? The obsidian wings of the two dragons were so vast that they could blot out the sun. A single flap could create a hurricane that would snap trees. Their bodies were covered in black scales, with irregular patterns of faint blue lines that shimmered in the sunlight. Most striking were the dragon's golden pupils and sharp, curved golden horns. The golden irises were so mesmerizing that a single glance could overwhelm the mind. Dongfang Qingsong nearly collapsed in terror. Chapter 2. My son possesses the aura of a great emperor. Yet, one of the colossal dragons nudged the flesh before it with its head, urging him to eat. Dongfang Qingsong, trembling with fear, attempted to rise when he realized his feet were unresponsive. As he looked down, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to contain his exclamation. The two giant dragons, witnessing the sight of their offspring, roared in delight, mistaking his shock for joy. Dongfang Qingsong, still in disbelief, gradually steadied himself and began to analyze the current situation. Having lived over 30 years in this world, he had heard tales of the demon race. And a suspicion arose within him. Could it be that I have been reborn? Hastily, he scrutinized his own body, and a tempest of emotion surged within him. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the two dragons. Through the blurred reflection in the bloodied flesh, he discerned the presence of two small golden horns sprouting from his head. Gazing at the nearest dragon, he found her eyes filled with maternal affection. Could she be my mother? Upon noticing another massive dragon, even more robust than the first, he pondered, so you must be my father? As he had just been born. His frail body was incapable of speech and required immediate nourishment. Feeling weak, he grappled with the instinctual aversion to the raw meat before him. Despite the overwhelming hunger that coursed through his veins, memories of his past life, where he was used as a cauldron and met with a bitter end, ignited a flame of fury within him. Now, with a second chance at life, he resolved to seize the opportunity before him. Vengeance awaited, and thus he would eat. Positioning himself firmly on all fours, he took a decisive bite of the raw flesh. As he pulled, he braced himself for the worst, prepared to swallow it back down if necessary. After all, survival was paramount if he were to avenge the grievances of his past life. Surprisingly, upon tasting the meat, he was met not with the anticipated foul odor, but rather an exquisite flavor, velvety and succulent, akin to savoring the finest steak. With each bite, the savory juices exploded in his mouth, and he was captivated, his golden slit pupils wide with delight. Delicious. In mere minutes, he had devoured half of the generous portion provided by his mother, whose love was palpable in the sheer size of the offering indeed. It was more than twice his own size. His belly swelled with satisfaction, and after a brief respite, he consumed the remaining meat with fervor. A long, contented belch escaped him. The two colossal dragons observed their offspring's voracious appetite with astonishment. His father was taken aback by his capacity for consumption. As members of the demon race, their communication transcended mere words. His mother shot his father a knowing glance before swiftly departing to procure more fiery tigers. With a powerful flap of their wings, a gale-force wind swept through the area, bending the towering trees. Having just entered the world and consumed an excess of raw flesh, fatigue began to envelop him. His consciousness drifted into an endless expanse of azure waters. Uncertain of this new realm, he approached the blue sea and reached out to touch it. Suddenly, a wave of paralysis coursed through him. However, he quickly accessed the genetic memories inherited from his parents. Realizing that they belonged to the golden horned giant dragon clan, a superior breed of dragon, surpassing the conventional limits of their kind, and classified as a type of demon beast. This was no mere river. It was an ocean formed by thunder. The golden horned giant dragons were gifted with a unique mastery of thunder, known as the thunderous art, capable of unleashing formidable lightning power. Gazing at the vast expanse of this thunderous ocean, Dongfang Qingsong marveled at its immense scale, chuckling to himself, truly fitting of my lineage. With this newfound capability, his mastery of thunder would only deepen. A fierce determination ignited within him, and the glint in his golden eyes radiated an undeniable aura of vengeance. Beware, you wretched woman. I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. Now endowed with the body of a demon beast and infused with the attributes of thunder, Dongfang Qingsong possessed an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. It was merely a matter of time before he ascended in strength. Through the memories passed down to him, he learned that realms of power were categorized as bitter sea, life spring, divine soul, divine spirit, divine bridge, other shore, transformation, Tao palace, harmonization, supreme, holy king, great sage, and great emperor, each subdivided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, late, and peak. The bloodline of the golden horned giant dragon was exceptionally rare. Presently, in the Xiantian continent, the only known existence of the golden horned giant dragon was within the Black Horn domain, the very territory where Dongfang Qingsong resided with his family. When Dongfang Qingsong regained consciousness, he found his parents each clutching a fiery tiger, having returned to their nest. The 2 fiery tigers struggled against their captors, unwilling to submit. Yet, in the face of the mightiest creatures of the Xiantian continent, their resistance was futile, for the disparity in size left the tigers acutely aware of their disadvantage. Realizing that they could not inflict any harm upon the golden horned giant dragons, the tigers furrowed their brows. We are merely passing through, unaware that this is your territory. Please grant us mercy. His father's voice resonated like thunder, declaring that it was an honor for the tigers to nourish his offspring. Following this declaration, the golden horned giant dragon flung the 2 fiery tigers into the air, revealing its sharp, glimmering claws. With a single strike, the tigers were cleaved in 2. And with swift precision, the undesirable parts were discarded, leaving only the finest morsels. One could not help but admire the affection the 2 elder dragons held for their progeny. Dongfang Qingsong watched in astonishment as the 2 fiery tigers, formidable beings of the divine bridge intermediate realm, were effortlessly dispatched by his parents. What incredible strength did they possess? Were they at the transformation realm or Tao palace realm? As he regarded his formidable father, any fear or disdain he had previously felt dissipated, replaced by a sense of awe at their regal presence. The once mighty fiery tigers now appeared diminutive, no larger than himself. The pangs of hunger surged anew within him. Having once been deprived of flesh in his past life, the tantalizing taste lingered in his memory. The sensation of raw meat melding with his palate was irresistible. At that moment, as he gazed upon the bloodied flesh before him, he could not suppress a swallow. It was akin to wandering a parched desert for ages and suddenly encountering a crystalline oasis beckoning him forth. As he feasted on the raw delicacies, a thought crossed his mind. Why did his parents not simply slay the fiery tigers outside, but instead bring them here? After much contemplation, Dongfang Qingsong realized that his parents likely wished for him to observe the hunt. He felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, as the powerful golden horned giant dragon clan, even in infancy, the lessons of hunting were paramount. In no time, he had consumed a portion of flesh twice his size. The golden horned giant dragons exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Do you not feel that our offspring seems different? It appears he has made a breakthrough, his father exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Dongfang Qingsong had ascended to the Bittersea intermediate realm, having been born merely a day, and yet capable of entering the realm of suffering through the consumption of flesh and blood. It is a tale so extraordinary that it might elicit disbelief. Upon witnessing the astonishing innate talent for cultivation possessed by my offspring, I cradled his tiny form and raised him high above my head, my golden eyes shimmering with exhilaration. I proclaimed in a thunderous voice, my son embodies the essence of an emperor. Chapter 3. The Titan ape. The resounding roar echoed across the vast expanse, reaching thousands of miles. Most creatures within the Blackhorn domain heard the formidable cry of this powerhouse. Smaller beasts, terrified, hid within their dens, while those of meager cultivation were even frightened to death. The abyssal maw feared a slip from its father could doom its own future. Meanwhile, on the edge of the Blackhorn domain, adjacent to the Undying Mountain, dwelled an ancient creature, the Titan ape, renowned for its might. The Titan ape was celebrated alongside the golden horned dragon as one of the apex predators of the demon race. Upon hearing the old dragon's roar, a cold smirk tugged at the corners of its mouth as it murmured to itself, "I never imagined that old dragon had a son." Turning to a nearby demon disciple, the Titan ape extended its robust finger, pointing directly at the dog demon. "You, go and kill his son." The dog demon's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as it pointed to itself, incredulously exclaiming, "Me?" The dog demon felt utterly helpless, akin to wielding a toothpick against an elephant. Yet, faced with the Titan ape's unreasonable demand, despite a heart filled with reluctance, it could only muster a smile more grotesque than a frown. After all, this was the golden horned dragon, whose powers were unfathomable. Certainly, even the juvenile golden horned dragon was beyond its capability to confront. The Titan ape scolded, "Fool! This is the perfect opportunity to strike while he is still young and unrefined. Otherwise, the golden horned dragon clan will surely turn the demon race upside down. They might claim dominion over the entire demon race. Moreover, there were already 3 of them." After a brief pause, the Titan ape continued, "Once I step into the black horn domain, those 2 old dragons will immediately lock onto my presence. Only you can find a chance to approach them and slay his son." Reluctantly, the dog demon complied, grumbling internally about its unfortunate status as the weakest in the vicinity. The Titan ape and the golden horn dragon were archenemies, both titans of the demon race. Their enmity dated back over a century. When the Black Horn domain was originally the Titan ape's territory, a prime location at the heart of the Xiantian continent, abundant with treasures. Unexpectedly, 2 unknown dragons launched an aggressive takeover, seizing this land. What could be done? They fought. The battle shook the heavens and earth, shattering stars and rending the void with terrifying fissures. The conflict raged for 3 entire years. Had the Titan ape not persevered, the Blackhorn domain would have surely sunk beneath their might. This domain was no trifling patch of land. It encompassed 1/3 of the Xiantian continent. The majority of the demon race resided within it, and even the human race was stirred by these events. For many years thereafter, no human dared to trespass on demon territory or gather herbs. The golden horned dragon, a remnant of ancient lineage, possessed unparalleled physical strength, making it one of the foremost beings among the demon race. The Titan ape, also an ancient breed, was slightly inferior in raw power. Unfortunately, the golden horned dragon could soar through the skies with astonishing speed. A mere flap of its powerful wings could destabilize the Titan ape, let alone unleash its formidable thunderous techniques. In a one-on-one confrontation, the Titan ape might have had a chance, but in a 2-on-1, it was utterly outmatched. It had suffered grievous injuries, the scars from claw marks on its chest serving as a reminder of its disgrace. According to the traditions of the demon race, power commanded respect, and those incapable of standing their ground had no choice but to leave. Reflecting on that painful past, the Titan ape inhaled deeply, its fierce black eyes brimming with murderous intent. 10 days later, Dongfang Qingsong was able to venture from his lair and frolic freely. With a new body, he discovered the inherent strength of the demon race. Now, he could effortlessly lift 100,000 pounds with a single hand. His power was overwhelming, and his parents, adhering to a philosophy of wild upbringing, did not interfere with his actions. With both parents being the pinnacle of demon strength, he could roam as he pleased within the demon realm. Those aware that Dongfang Qingsong belonged to the Golden Horn Dragon clan would undoubtedly choose to steer clear of him, especially given the symbolic golden horns adorning his head. One day, Dongfang Qingsong arrived at the edge of a cliff, focusing intently on mastering his thunderous techniques. The air around him crackled with the sound of thunder. Countless tiny bolts danced along his body, resembling agile serpents. As he delved deeper into his training, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly turbulent, and his strength surged. He aimed to test his might on a distant ancient tree and unleashed a bolt of lightning without hesitation. Boom! The tree was instantly charred. The scent of burning would wafting through the air. Observing the aftermath, Dongfang Qingsong frowned slightly, muttering, "Still too weak." Despite his current power, in the face of this vast world, he felt like a mere speck of dust. Not to mention revenge. Merely surviving to escape the Black Horn domain was a question in itself. In his previous life, he had yearned for a mundane existence, and he chuckled to himself. Perhaps he had overthought it. There was no such thing as tranquility. Even the most unassuming mortals could not escape the grasp of greedy cultivators, who would plunder and kill without remorse, just like his current situation. Now, as a member of the Golden Horn Dragon clan, he possessed a unique bloodline and mindset, inherently driven by a desire for supremacy. In this life, he was a Golden Horn Dragon, the most powerful race in existence. A powerful wildness surged within him, compelling him to be combative. Perhaps that was the unique allure of his lineage. Dongfang Qingsong shook off his thoughts, gazing defiantly at the heavens as he released a roar. Roar. This cry, compared to the earth-shattering roars of his parents, seemed rather juvenile, more akin to the yelp of a puppy, yet he remained blissfully unaware, mistakenly believing he exuded dominance. Then, he unfurled the wings at his sides, gently flapping his diminutive black wings with an air of pride. Without hesitation, he leaped from the cliff, driven by envy as he watched his parents soar through the skies. Now, with wings of his own, he was eager to experience the sensation of flight. For one who bore the memories of 2 lifetimes, soaring freely in the air was an exhilarating novelty. During his inaugural flight, his movements appeared somewhat frantic, his wings flapping without rhythm. Fortunately, guided by instinct, he did not plummet directly, but instead managed to fly clumsily, swaying like a drunken creature. It could be deemed a success, nonetheless. Dongfang Qingsong soared through the sky, exclaiming with excitement, "Yo-ho!" Passion ignited within him. However, this joy was short-lived. A sudden gust of wind swept through the heights, instantly disrupting his rhythm. His body was tossed about, completely out of control, spinning chaotically through the air. Dazed, Dongfang Qingsong could hardly discern whether he was flying or falling. He was utterly bewildered. Before long, he felt himself crash to the ground. Boom. He created a massive crater upon impact. Shaking his dazed head, he struggled to climb out of the pit. Gazing at the enormous crater before him and then up at the sky, he whispered in awe, "To have survived this, I must have an exceptionally large fate." However, when he attempted to take flight once more, he was met with an excruciating pain in his wings, rendering him immobile. Oh no, surely my wings are not about to break. This marked his first venture beyond the confines of home, and the fierce winds disoriented him, leaving him utterly lost. To make matters worse, lurking beyond the grass was an unseen peril. In that fleeting moment, Dongfang Qingsong acutely sensed that something was amiss in his surroundings. He inhaled deeply and discovered that there were indeed other scents concealed nearby. Instantly, he became alert. After all, he had only been born 10 days prior, possessing merely the strength of a mid-level practitioner in the sea of suffering. Should he encounter a demon more formidable than himself, he would undoubtedly face a dire fate. Chapter 4. The pack of wolves. A rustling sound echoed around him, accompanied by the heavy thud of footsteps, reverberating from all directions. Gradually, countless wolf demons encircled him. Their fur bristled, eyes laced with a web of crimson blood vessels, emanating a ferocious, bloodthirsty glow. Mucus dripped from their jaws, pooling at his feet. Clearly, at the command of their leader, they would launch an attack on Dongfang Qingsong, tearing him to shreds in an instant. Evidently, these wolf demons had yet to awaken their intelligence. However, their strength was formidable, each at least at the Bitter Sea realm. Typically, a demon would require to reach the Life Spring realm to awaken their intelligence, unless one were like Dongfang Qingsong, of the Golden Horn Dragon lineage, possessing an innate, superior demonic bloodline that granted them intelligence from birth. This did not include the memories of his 2 lifetimes. Among the pack, one wolf stood out prominently. Its stature significantly larger than that of ordinary wolves, resembling a small hill amidst its brethren. Upon its appearance, the other wolf demons instinctively recoiled, their reverence palpable. The scars crisscrossing its body spoke volumes of its esteemed position within the wolf clan. Most strikingly, a horrifying claw mark marred its eye, trailing from its forehead down to its jaw, a clear sign of a fierce battle with a formidable foe. As a member of the Golden Horn Dragon lineage, naturally inclined toward combat, Dongfang Qingsong felt no fear in the face of the wolf demons. Instead, a primal wildness surged within him, urging him to fight, causing him to tremble with excitement. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a sound reminiscent of a tiger descending a mountain. Yet, in the presence of the Wolf King, his expression tightened, fur bristling, exuding an air of authority. Suddenly, a chilling howl erupted from the Wolf King, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, the wolf demons received their leader's command. They bared their savage fangs, mouths dripping with saliva, lunging at Dongfang Qingsong with reckless abandon. His expression hardened, golden vertical pupils fixated on the approaching demons. He leapt aside, narrowly evading their onslaught. With a powerful dragon claw, he unleashed a tempest towards one of the wolf demons. A resounding crack echoed as the creature's spine shattered beneath his strike, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining wolf demons showed no sign of retreat despite their comrade's demise. As long as the Wolf King remained silent, their assault would persist. Their mindless attacks resembled those of wild beasts, devoid of strategy. Such tactics might suffice against weaker demons, but they were futile against Dongfang Qingsong. By remaining vigilant against their ambushes, he easily evaded their strikes. With each encounter, Dongfang Qingsong grew bolder. Having already dispatched 7 wolf demons, his combat experience had never been as fierce as it was that day, largely attributed to the unique power of his bloodline. As a member of the Golden Horn Dragon clan, he was born a warrior. Even at less than a month old, his strength ranked among the elite of the younger demons. Seeing his pack being decimated by this unknown creature, the Wolf King furrowed its brow, initially believing it to be an inconsequential foe. It had never anticipated that this small being could inflict such devastation upon its kin. Fearing further losses, it howled in alarm. The wolf demons retreated, and Dongfang Qingsong murmured to himself, sensing that a formidable opponent was approaching. The Wolf King advanced toward him, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. Its single eye fixed intently on him. It was considerably larger than Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang Qingsong sensed a stark difference in the Wolf King's aura, a pressure akin to a massive boulder bearing down upon him. Suddenly, the Wolf King accelerated, swiftly closing the distance between them. It lunged, jaws agape, aiming to bite him. Its speed astonishing. Fortunately, Dongfang Qingsong reacted just in time, sidestepping the attack. The Wolf King regarded him with a strange expression, a mix of surprise and intrigue, as if it had not expected him to evade its strike. Dongfang Qingsong's expression turned serious. This Wolf King had awakened its intelligence and appeared to have reached the initial stage of the Life Spring realm. In contrast, he was only at the mid-tier of the Bitter Sea realm. For any other demon, such a disparity in realms would render them incapable of countering, let alone escaping. However, facing the Golden Horn Dragon lineage, the Wolf Demon lacked any special bloodline, having merely accumulated strength over time to reach its current state. Despite being newly born, he could easily lift a 100,000-pound boulder. Confronting a Wolf Demon weighing less than 300 pounds was trivial. The Wolf King pressed its attack. And although Dongfang Qingsong possessed immense strength, the Wolf Demon's agility allowed it to evade his strikes, maintaining its distance. It seemed to realize that it could not match his raw power and sought to wear him down over time, ultimately exhausting his energy before delivering the final blow. Unbeknownst to the Wolf King, Dongfang Qingsong was no ordinary hybrid demon. He possessed innate abilities that far surpassed others. Suddenly, he erupted with a surge of potent electricity, crackling around him like serpents of lightning, his entire being radiating an overwhelming aura, reaching towards the heavens. The Wolf King, having never witnessed such a spectacle, was momentarily stunned. It could not fathom that this young creature could command the power of thunder. All demons shared a fear of the unique force of lightning. The Wolf King, seasoned and wise, quickly recognized the shifting tides. Realizing the peril, it attempted to flee. But Dongfang Qingsong would not let this demon, intent on his demise, escape so easily. He gathered the immense lightning energy around him and unleashed it towards the Wolf King. With a resounding boom, the sky erupted with thunder, as if a multitude of storm clouds clashed simultaneously. The Wolf King was struck by the full force of Dongfang Qingsong's thunderous power, its body charred, the scent of scorched flesh filling the air. Upon witnessing the death of their leader, the remaining wolf demons scattered in terror. After releasing such formidable lightning, Dongfang Qingsong felt an emptiness in his stomach, as the exertion had drained him significantly, compounded by his youth and growth phase. He approached the fallen Wolf King's corpse and consumed it. The meat, tender and rich, revitalized his strength almost instantly. Yet, while indulging in his meal, a dark shadow suddenly loomed overhead, obscuring the sky. Puzzled, Dongfang Qingsong wondered why it had grown so dark so abruptly. He gazed upwards in bewilderment, and what he beheld left him utterly astonished. Above him, in the heavens, was a magnificent phoenix, its feathers radiating a brilliant crimson hue. In comparison to the deceased Wolf King, this phoenix instilled a far greater sense of dread within Dongfang Qingsong. He was utterly unable to ascertain the creature's level of cultivation, yet his instincts warned him that he was no match for this ethereal being. As the phoenix gracefully descended and landed upon the ground, it curiously surveyed the tumultuous scene around it. Noticing that Dongfang Qingsong appeared to be injured, it spoke with a commanding presence. "From which demon clan do you hail, daring to linger in this place?" Chapter 5. Abduction. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong felt a tremor in his heart. It was evident that this bird, resembling a phoenix, possessed intelligence and could articulate human speech, which astonished him. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, the phoenix's figure darted past him like a flash of crimson lightning, so swift that it left only a blurred afterimage. Subsequently, a pair of powerful claws swiftly reached out and firmly grasped Dongfang Qingsong. He barely had time to react before he was whisked into the sky, rapidly distancing himself from the ground below. In flight, the phoenix's voice was urgent, tinged with a hint of reproach. "You are courting death. How dare you venture into the very heart of the Black Corner domain? Did your family not warn you of the dangers here? There are 2 vicious great demons lurking. Never mind, let us first go to my clan for you to recuperate. I shall return you home afterward." Had I not sensed the terrifying thunderous aura suddenly emerging from these mountains, I would not have ventured into this perilous place. Otherwise, you would not even know how you met your end. The phoenix likely assumed that the numerous wolf demon carcasses previously found in that area were the work of those 2 ferocious demons, completely unaware that they had been slain by Dongfang Qingsong himself. Concerned for the safety of this small demon, it chose not to dwell on the matter and simply took him away. Dongfang Qingsong furrowed his brow, glancing upwards at the incessant chatter of the phoenix, whose vibrant crimson wings were hardly allowing him a moment to speak. He felt a sense of surprise. Could there be other demon clans within the Black Corner domain? "Return to your clan?" he queried, his expression one of bewilderment. Noticing his confusion, the phoenix paused for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. "I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. Allow me to present myself properly." As she spoke, a gentle glow enveloped her, and amidst the shimmering light, she transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. "We are the Feng clan, the Fire Phoenix lineage. You may call me Feng Nu, dressed in a fiery red garment." Her attire resembled flames, and her hair flowed in vibrant hues of red, dancing gracefully in the wind, captivating all who beheld her. She bore distinctive traits of the Fire Phoenix lineage, including a small crimson mark upon her forehead, with a slight lift of her chin, exuding pride. She gently brushed her red hair aside, declaring, "Our ancestors possessed the purest and noblest blood of the immortal phoenix." Dongfang Qingsong was utterly perplexed. Could demons truly transform into human forms? He scrutinized Feng Nu closely. At that moment, he realized they were of similar height. Seeing his innocent expression, she giggled, her laughter bright and melodious. Raising her hand with a tender gesture, she lightly patted his head, akin to an elder sister, and explained, "Do not dwell on it. Only those with supreme bloodlines can transform into human forms upon reaching a certain level of cultivation." She narrowed her eyes slightly, examining Dongfang Qingsong's demon form with a frown. Her gaze filled with curiosity. It was difficult for her to ascertain his species, leading her to conjecture that he might be a low-bloodline hybrid demon. For such mixed-blood demons, achieving human form could prove to be an arduous challenge. However, she reassured him, "Rest assured, you shall have your opportunity." As they journeyed, Feng Nu's words enlightened Dongfang Qingsong on the advantages of taking human form. Once a demon transforms, they can perceive the essence of cultivation more profoundly. The human race, having occupied abundant resources and wielding formidable strength, owes its prowess to their ability to better comprehend the existence of spiritual energy in the world. Furthermore, since most demon forms are rather large, possessing a human form allows for more effective management of affairs and accelerates their cultivation speed. Time passed swiftly. Dongfang Qingsong was led into the territory of the Feng clan by Feng Nu. The breathtaking scenery left him breathless, a sight so stunning it felt ethereal, akin to a celestial realm. The mountains towered into the clouds, shrouded in mist, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Within lay a hidden paradise, a stark contrast to his previous surroundings. The architecture here bore some resemblance to human structures, yet retained a distinct charm of its own, with flying eaves and intricate carvings embodying an ancient elegance. Many Fire Phoenix clan members were seen practicing within, and upon witnessing Feng Nu's return with an oddly shaped demon, they cast curious glances, eager to observe. After all, it had been many years since their clan had encountered another demon race. "What kind of demon is this? I've never seen such a peculiar appearance," one exclaimed in astonishment. Another chimed in, shaking his head in wonder. "Hey, little demon, where did you come from?" A male voice boomed playfully. Feng Nu frowned at this, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features as she swiftly stepped in front of Dongfang Qingsong. "Could you be more gentle? He is merely a child." Despite Dongfang Qingsong's imposing size, which was not much smaller than theirs, the demon race typically did not judge based on size. A mere glance could reveal one's age. And they were only jesting with him as one might with a child. "Where is my father?" Feng Nu inquired. A respectful Fire Phoenix clan member replied. The clan leader is currently in discussion with the elders and has yet to emerge. Upon hearing this, Feng Nu's expression turned contemplative. She was unaware of the matters her father had been deliberating with the elders in recent days. Choosing not to disturb him, she led Dongfang Qingsong to a cave, ensuring he had a place to rest. "You should recuperate here. Once you have healed, I will escort you back home." Dongfang Qingsong felt a warm surge of gratitude. This was the first time since arriving in this world that a demon had so actively offered him assistance. He thought to himself, there are indeed many kind-hearted demons in this world. "Thank you, Feng Nu," he expressed sincerely. However, upon hearing this, Feng Nu's brow furrowed, her expression shifting to one of dissatisfaction. Noticing her displeasure, Dongfang Qingsong's heart tightened, uncertain if he had misspoken. "What is it?" he asked, puzzled. With a playful gesture, she gently poked his forehead, her brows slightly knitted, and with a pout, she admonished, "Little brat, call me sister." Realizing he had only been born a few days prior and was addressing her by name, Dongfang Qingsong felt a hint of embarrassment. Perhaps it was due to his memories from previous lives that led him to unconsciously call her by her name. Looking at the charming girl before him, he felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. Sister, he stammered shyly. At last, she smiled in satisfaction and turned to leave. In the ensuing time, Dongfang Qingsong began to focus on healing his injuries. He gently flapped his wounded wings, feeling a sharp sting that made him wince. The pain was intense, and he inhaled sharply, realizing that recovering from a broken wing would certainly take time. He wondered if his parents would be worried about him during his absence. Resolute, he closed his eyes and commenced practicing the thunderous art, a unique technique of the golden-horned giant dragon clan, finding clarity in his thoughts as he delved into his cultivation. Within the cavern, faint flashes of lightning flickered, accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder. In the days that followed, the Phoenix Maiden delivered spirit crystals to Dongfang Qingsong each day. These spirit crystals, resplendent and translucent, radiated a blue luminescence, harboring potent spiritual energy that could continuously enhance one's demonic power. They were an indispensable resource in the pursuit of cultivation. Chapter 6. The Forbidden Land. The Great Demon 5 days later. Outside the cave, a few members of the Phoenix clan stealthily approached. "I say, brother, perhaps we should reconsider, after all. Those are esteemed guests brought by the Phoenix Maiden." "Indeed, what if we are discovered? What shall we do then?" The elder brother scolded his two siblings. "You know nothing. A demon brought here by the Phoenix Maiden is no ordinary creature. It is likely to possess superior bloodline. The second brother, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "If that is the case, we must refrain from acting recklessly. What if it has formidable backing?" The elder brother furrowed his brow and scoffed, "Are you foolish? Who would dare to wreak havoc on our Phoenix clan's territory?" As he spoke, he licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the figure of Dongfang Qingsong within the cave. "If I can eliminate him and seize his demon core, my power will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of spirit." After a moment of hesitation, the third brother, driven by the desire for power, clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes. "But how will we explain this to the Phoenix Maiden? We cannot contend with her." The elder brother chuckled coldly. "After the fact, we shall merely claim that the demon vanished from the Phoenix clan's domain. Who will know where he has gone? We must act swiftly. Otherwise, once the Phoenix Maiden arrives, our opportunity will be lost." The brothers nodded in agreement. Some powerful demons can enhance their strength by devouring others. Yet, Dongfang Qingsong, with his extraordinary perception, had long sensed the subtle movements outside the cave. In an instant, the three outside erupted with astonishing speed, charging towards the meditating Dongfang Qingsong. He was well prepared. His wounds had nearly healed over the past few days. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared upward, evading their attacks. He landed firmly on a massive rock, his eyes, filled with murderous intent, locked onto the three assailants. His gaze penetrating as if it could pierce through them. "It seems there are not many noble demons left in this world," Dongfang Qingsong remarked coldly. "I have no enmity with you. Why do you seek to kill me?" The largest among them smirked. "Isn't it commonplace for demons to slay those not of their kin?" The three demons continued their assault on Dongfang Qingsong. Their figures flickered, leaving behind afterimages as they lunged at him. The air was filled with the sounds of wind and battle cries. Relying on the spirit crystals provided by the Phoenix Maiden, Dongfang Qingsong had advanced to the late stage of the Bitter Sea realm. Yet, against the three, he was outmatched. "We three brothers are in the late stage of the Life Spring realm. You, a mere demon of the Bitter Sea realm, should submit to your fate. Spare yourself the suffering. Once I claim your demon core, you shall be well fed in my belly." He greedily licked his lips, eager to consume Dongfang Qingsong. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong's expression turned grave. The demon core was the most vital part of a demon's body, the sole reservoir of their power. If seized, all his strength would vanish, potentially leading to death. This thought ignited a fierce rage within him. He howled at the sky, his voice reverberating throughout the cave. The serene pool within the cave splashed violently from the force of his roar. His aura surged chaotically. The four demons engaged in a fierce battle, causing the entire cavern to tremble, with stones from the ceiling cascading down. Although the three brothers were in the late stage of the Life Spring realm, they were still at a significant disadvantage. They exchanged glances, astonished, their eyes filled with disbelief at the resilience of this small demon. Despite being in the Life Spring realm, they were unable to vanquish a mere demon of the Bitter Sea realm. Doubt crept into their minds regarding their own abilities. It seemed that their years of arduous training had yielded little fruit. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Maiden arrived at her father's chamber, recounting the events of recent days. Upon hearing her tale, her father frowned deeply, the wrinkles on his face tightening. "My daughter, how many times have I told you not to venture into that central region? It is known as the Forbidden Land." His expression was one of concern. The thought of his daughter returning from such perilous grounds was nothing short of miraculous. Seeing her father's worried demeanor, the Phoenix Maiden grasped his hand and shook it playfully. "Father, I did not intend to disobey you. I accidentally flew there by mistake." Her face displayed innocence, her eyes wide and blinking at him. "Clearly, you were merely playing," he sighed. Faced with his precious daughter, he felt helpless. Her whims instantly melted his anger. The Phoenix Maiden was the apple of his eye, curious about her experiences. He wondered why a small demon would be found at the heart of the Forbidden Land. "Father, had it not been for that terrifying thunderous aura, I would not have noticed him there." "What?" He trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief, struggling to control his voice. He knew well that no demon in the entire Blackhorn domain could wield thunder unless it was one of the two great demons of the Forbidden Land. He had personally witnessed their astounding power, driving the Titan giant ape out of the Blackhorn domain and seizing its territory. The Titan ape, an ancient breed, was formidable and savage, having ruled the Blackhorn domain for 500 years. But to think that two terrifying great demons could drive them away. Since then, that area had been deemed the Forbidden Land by all demonkind. Intelligent beings dared not approach it. Moreover, during this time, those two great demons had given birth. Should they encounter intruders in their territory, they would show no mercy. Upon realizing that his daughter had encountered the fearsome thunderous aura, he felt a chill of dread. That was undoubtedly the power unleashed by the great demons of the Forbidden Land. The mere thought of his daughter surviving such a place filled him with anxiety. His frail body nearly faltered, and he had to steady himself against the table nearby. "Father, what? What is the matter?" For the first time, the Phoenix Maiden saw such a reaction from him. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. "It is nothing. I am simply getting old." He forced a smile and swiftly changed the subject. "Let me see the little demon you rescued from that place." He was eager to discover what manner of creature would dare traverse such perilous grounds. The Phoenix Maiden, with a cheerful demeanor, linked her arm with his. Father, you will see for yourself. Though he is still young, he is quite well behaved. I believe you will like him very much. He chuckled. Then I shall take a good look. Within the cave, Dongfang Qingsong battled fiercely against the three demons. What had once been an excellent dwelling was now reduced to ruins. After an hour of relentless fighting, they found themselves unable to overcome Dongfang Qingsong. All three were wounded, their clothing tattered, and their appearances disheveled. Chapter 7. Inversion of Truth. The three brothers were utterly bewildered. Despite the little demon's cultivation being merely at the Bitter Sea realm, its physical strength was truly terrifying. Had they lacked formidable abilities themselves, they would have been utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon this little creature. Similarly, Dongfang Qingsong was panting heavily, for he was up against three formidable warriors at the peak of the Life Spring stage, an entire tier above him. At that moment, the Phoenix Maiden and the clan leader arrived at the scene, discovering that it had transformed into a desolate wreck. This sight puzzled the Phoenix Maiden. How could this happen? She murmured softly, her voice tinged with confusion. Suddenly, a commotion broke out nearby. The clan leader's expression turned quizzical as he pondered who would dare to engage in battle among their kin. He exchanged a glance with the Phoenix Maiden, and like two streaks of light, they swiftly sped toward the source of the noise. Upon witnessing the scene, the Phoenix Maiden found her little demon surrounded and besieged by the three brothers of the same clan, who appeared to regard her with utter disdain. Should this news spread, it would be assumed that the Fire Phoenix clan was a tribe devoid of reason. This infuriated the Phoenix Maiden. How could the demon she brought be bullied in such a manner? Stop, she commanded, her brows furrowed, her voice resonating like a thunderous bell. The three brothers, entirely absorbed in their confrontation with Dongfang Qingsong, had not even sensed the arrival of the Phoenix Maiden and the clan leader. Yet, upon hearing her furious shout, their movements abruptly halted, as if they had been frozen in place. They turned to see the clan leader and the Phoenix Maiden glaring at them with icy gazes, causing their faces to drain of color. The Phoenix Maiden stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Dongfang Qingsong, demanding angrily, "What is going on here?" Just as Dongfang Qingsong was about to speak, the eldest brother interjected, forcing a disingenuous smile. "My brothers and I merely intended to meditate in peace, when this little brat suddenly attacked us." The other two brothers nodded in agreement, casting all blame upon Dongfang Qingsong, portraying him as the instigator of the incident. The Phoenix Maiden, however, dismissed their claims entirely. How could a mere child instigate such a thing? She had spent ample time with Dongfang Qingsong and understood his character well. He would never strike without reason. Moreover, she had previously established that no demon was allowed to approach this area. It was evident that the three brothers were lying. Realizing this, the Phoenix Maiden turned to Dongfang Qingsong, speaking softly, "Do not be afraid. Tell me what truly transpired. As long as I am here, they will not dare to harm you." With her reassuring words, the anger within Dongfang Qingsong was ignited. With the Phoenix Maiden's support, he found the courage to reveal the truth. "It was they who sought to seize my demon core while I was meditating." The moment those words left his lips, the air around them seemed to freeze. What? The Phoenix Maiden's demon aura suddenly surged. "He is just a child, and you dare to steal his demon core." To take a demon core for one's own cultivation was akin to murder. The actions of the three brothers were utterly reprehensible. Faced with the revelation, the eldest brother tore off his facade of civility, stepping forward with a sinister grin. "In our Fire Phoenix clan, we do not allow demons of such lowly bloodlines to enter here. If he can provide a demon core, it is his fortune. Besides, have I not contributed enough to the clan? Why should I be reprimanded for dealing with a mere little demon?" The Phoenix Maiden trembled with rage, her exquisite features twisted in anger. Suddenly, a resounding cry of the phoenix echoed across the skies as her true form, the magnificent Fire Phoenix, emerged. Flames enveloped its body, with each feather burning like a blazing inferno, radiating intense heat. The surrounding space warped under the pressure of this heat, and explosive sounds crackled in the air. Under normal circumstances, the Phoenix Maiden would not interfere with their skirmishes. However, this was someone she had brought. "How dare you act so brazenly?" she thundered. The three brothers, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, were overtaken by a profound sense of fear. They instinctively swallowed hard, realizing they could not afford to provoke the Phoenix Maiden, whose power was far beyond their capabilities. As the tension hung in the air, the clan leader, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. He surveyed the chaotic scene, his brow furrowed in concern, and sighed inwardly. "Since no one has sustained serious injuries, let us put this matter to rest. We are all of the same clan." Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Maiden tilted her head, her brows knitting together as she regarded him with suspicion. "Father, have you lost your mind?" The clan leader frowned at her words, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. "Child, how can you speak to your father in such a manner?" In his view, it was essential to protect his own kin. A mere little demon did not warrant such a violent uproar and punishment for their clan. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong stepped forward, standing tall before them all. A fierce aura emanated from him, commanding attention. "If you do not execute those three, I, Dongfang Qingsong, will not rest until I have justice from the Fire Phoenix clan." The three brothers erupted in laughter, their derisive voices echoing in the air. A lowly mixed-blood demon dares to speak so boldly. What an absurdity. They scoffed at Dongfang Qingsong's audacity, confident that their esteemed lineage would never allow a mere child to sway the clan leader to their fate. Even the Phoenix Maiden, who had always defended him, was momentarily taken aback by Dongfang Qingsong's boldness. She had not anticipated such audacity from someone so young. Nevertheless, she was resolute in seeking justice for the wronged Dongfang Qingsong. As Dongfang Qingsong stood before the clan leader, the latter's eyes widened in shock, as if he had been struck by a revelation. It resembles them. Far too closely. His voice trembled with fear, as though he had encountered something truly dreadful. He rushed to the Phoenix Maiden's side, gripping her hand anxiously. Is this the little demon you found in that place? Seeing her father's sudden panic, the Phoenix Maiden felt a wave of anxiety herself. She instinctively nodded. Yes, why? The clan leader's gaze darted around, muttering to himself. Emerging from the Forbidden Realm, coinciding with the birth of those two great demons, he abruptly turned to Dongfang Qingsong, taking in his obsidian scales, wings, and the captivating golden vertical pupils, along with the golden horns. He must be the offspring of those two great demons. Chapter 8. Do you, the Fire Phoenix clan, wish to be annihilated? At this moment, the clan leader was engulfed in panic. The two formidable demons from the Forbidden Land were incredibly powerful. A surge of intense fear coursed through his heart, causing cold sweat to instantly bead on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, and soaking the back of his long robe. He instinctively swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, How long have you been here, young brother? Realizing the identity of Dongfang Qingsong, he immediately addressed him as young brother. The Phoenix Maiden was puzzled, wondering why her father had suddenly turned so anxious. It has been 5 days, came the reply. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. He instinctively staggered back several steps, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. 5 days. A full 5 days. His foolish daughter had actually abducted the offspring of those two demons. If Dongfang Qingsong was indeed the progeny of the two great demons, and they discovered that the Fire Phoenix clan had deliberately taken him, the consequences would be unimaginable. In light of the grave situation, the clan leader made a shocking decision. He cast a fierce glance at the three brothers and muttered to himself, Do not blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourselves for provoking that which should not be trifled with. In front of Dongfang Qingsong, he decisively executed the three brothers, their blood spilling onto the ground. In the end, the brothers died without ever understanding why they had been slain on the spot. This abrupt turn of events startled the Phoenix Maiden. She could hardly fathom how her previously composed father had suddenly gone mad and killed them without warning. Though their actions had been excessive, they were not deserving of death. Father, what are you doing? The clan leader, equally distressed, felt a twinge of blame toward his daughter for her foolishness. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to argue over matters large or small. He shouted, Quickly send him back from whence he came. The Phoenix Maiden furrowed her brow, still unaware of Dongfang Qingsong's identity. But you said that the Forbidden Land is extremely dangerous. What if he encounters peril there? This made the clan leader nearly slap his thigh in frustration. If you do not send him back, we shall be the ones in danger. The more she listened, the more confused she became. What did he mean by we shall be the ones in danger? Indeed, as one fears, so shall it come to pass. My child's aura is right here. Do you, the Fire Phoenix clan, wish to be exterminated? Suddenly, two resounding echoes, like thunder, reverberated across the territory of the Fire Phoenix clan. Two colossal figures descended from the clouds, blocking out the sun above the clan. The Golden Horned Dragon's immense body loomed like a towering mountain in the sky. The deafening sound sent shivers down the spines of all the Fire Phoenix disciples, as if their very souls were being shaken. The clan leader stood petrified, his hair on end. This monumental misunderstanding could not be resolved in a moment's time. He silently prayed for the two great demons to grant him a chance to explain. At that moment, the Phoenix Maiden found it difficult to breathe, struggling to gaze upon the gigantic figure. By chance, she caught sight of its golden eyes, and an overwhelming shock surged through her spirit. Blood trickled from her lips as she swayed, on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, her father steadied her with demonic power, averting a dire fate. You are far too weak. Do not look directly into his eyes, the clan leader cautioned. He transformed into a massive fire phoenix, ablaze with flames, soaring into the sky. Yet, even in his true form, the Fire Phoenix clan appeared no larger than an egg before the two dragons. Esteemed elders, this is merely a misunderstanding, the clan leader shouted. The Golden Horned Dragon, however, was unmoved. How could he not be enraged, having had his offspring abducted? The Golden Horned Dragon clan revered strength above all else, and they spoke only through the might of their fists. If one wished to converse, they must first prevail in battle. Your child resides within your clan. I have no desire to discern right from wrong, the dragon proclaimed furiously. With that, the Golden Horned Dragon swung a fist, imbued with tremendous power and accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at the clan leader. There was no evading it. He chose to absorb the blow with his own body. Boom. A blurred afterimage whistled past. The immense force tore through the air, producing a deafening sound. The clan leader was slammed into the ground, creating a crater 100 meters deep. The sheer power of the impact sent tremors through the entire mountain, causing the Fire Phoenix clan to lose their footing, their bodies swaying as if deprived of gravity. The earth cracked beneath them, fissures spider-webbing outward. Countless houses collapsed under the force, reduced to mere rubble. "Father!" The Phoenix Maiden cried out in despair. "Clan leader!" The other demons shouted anxiously. Suddenly, an intense heat surged from the crater, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. The ground itself melted under the extreme temperature, transforming into torrents of lava that shot skyward. The clan leader leaped from the depths of the pit, his feathers stained with blood. The crimson liquid glistened under the flames, a stark contrast against the fiery backdrop. Yet, as the temperature escalated, the blood evaporated into steam. He flapped his fiery wings, unleashing a torrent of flames and boulders toward the two golden horned dragons. In the face of such an assault, the golden horned dragons remained unyielding, their bodies impervious to harm. Their formidable flesh, as hard as black iron, withstood the attacks without sustaining any damage. This behavior starkly contrasted with the Fire Phoenix clan leader, who could not inflict any injury. The Phoenix Maiden watched in shock. Her father was a formidable demon, yet he could not withstand even a single exchange against the two dragons. The Fire Phoenix disciples stood in disbelief, utterly bewildered by the terrifying entities they had provoked. As they observed the battle between the three demon kings, they feared that the territory of the Fire Phoenix clan would soon be obliterated by the two savage dragons. With heavy breaths, the Phoenix Maiden suddenly glanced at Dongfang Qingsong beside her. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the two dragons above. Recalling her father's insistence on returning him to his origin, she was struck by the notion that he was indeed their offspring. She hurried forward, kneeling before Dongfang Qingsong, her voice trembling with emotion. "Although they have wronged you, they have been punished by my father. Please, I implore you to spare him." Though the Phoenix Maiden had committed no transgressions against Dongfang Qingsong, she knelt down, beseeching him fervently. Seeing that he had received his due punishment, Dongfang Qingsong conceded. Chapter 9. Once discovered, expel the Fire Phoenix clan. Dongfang Qingsong raised his cold gaze, piercing through the chaotic battlefield above like a sharpened blade. The Fire Phoenix patriarch was under a relentless assault, his fiery feathers scattered by the turbulent winds, his form swaying precariously, clearly at his limits. He silently lamented. "The patriarch's favoritism towards his clan's offspring could lead to my demise at their hands, and it would merely be brushed aside, without consequence. The unity among demon clans is undeniable, yet it is strictly confined to their own kind. Those outside the same lineage are often cast aside. A phenomenon not uncommon among the human race either. Having been reborn as a golden-horned giant dragon, his character had undergone a profound transformation. In the past, he would have accepted an apology and departed without a word. However, the present was vastly different. As a formidable beast of peak bloodline, he possessed a powerful backing. Being a descendant of two great demon kings, inherently infused with an aura of royalty. Dongfang Qingsong tilted his head skyward and let out a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated through the heavens like a resounding bell, causing the surrounding air to resonate. The two giant dragons, recognizing their offspring's voice, ceased their assault, sparing the patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. The three demons responsible for his near demise had already faced execution, rendering his presence here unnecessary. Out of respect for the Phoenix Maiden, he chose to spare his father's life as a minor reprimand, for had it not been for her care, his injuries might have taken much longer to heal. She had even provided him with spiritual crystals to aid his cultivation, assisting him in breaking through to the late stage of the Bitter Sea realm. Otherwise, he might have been slain before the Phoenix Maiden even arrived. Dongfang Qingsong used his demonic power to lift the tearful Phoenix Maiden, who resembled a delicate flower, from the ground. One moment she appeared as a composed elder sister, and the next, she transformed into a vulnerable young lady, tears brimming in her eyes, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings of all who beheld her. "I am deeply grateful for your assistance during these days. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, you may call my name at our last meeting place," he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "I am Dongfang Qingsong." To him, even the smallest act of kindness deserved the most profound gratitude, while even the slightest offense would be met with retribution. With that, Dongfang Qingsong soared into the air, landing on his mother's back. With a powerful flap of their enormous wings, the two great demon kings summoned a tempest and vanished into the clouds. The Phoenix Maiden's eyes, still glistening with unshed tears, stared blankly in the direction he had departed, although she knew not the nature of his lineage. Merely envisioning his adult form filled her with dread at the thought of his immeasurable power. Many demons sighed in relief as the patriarch transformed back into human form, hastily channeling his energy to restore his strength. Observing the patriarch's condition, the Phoenix Maiden rushed to his side. Seeing her father in such a state, she was filled with concern. "Father, you are gravely injured. Allow me to heal you," she exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she prepared to use her blood essence. The patriarch raised his hand to halt her. "It is merely a superficial wound. With a few days of rest, I shall recover." Clan members flocked to assess the patriarch's injuries, and one could not help but ask, who were those two great demons? How could you, patriarch, not stand against them? With a wry smile, the patriarch replied, "Those two were of the Golden Horn Giant Dragon clan." The name drew blank stares from the crowd, as it was evidently unfamiliar to them. "You have heard of the Titan Giant Ape, yes?" he continued, prompting nods of acknowledgement. Upon hearing this name, the Phoenix Maiden's expression turned grave. She was well aware of its significance, for her father had often recounted tales of the Titan Giant Ape, the sovereign of the Black Horn domain, a powerful beast of ancient lineage. A demon inquired with astonishment. "Are you suggesting that those two demon kings drove the Titan Giant Ape from the Black Horn domain?" "Indeed," the patriarch replied, taking a deep breath, his demeanor serious. "Its bloodline power surpasses that of our Fire Phoenix clan, even exceeding that of our ancestor, the Immortal Phoenix. In the realm of demons, the Golden Horn Giant Dragon possesses the most superior bloodline, a legacy from the ancient times." The revelation that the bloodline of the Golden Horn Giant Dragon was mightier than that of their Immortal Phoenix ancestor left the assembled demons in shock, drawing sharp intakes of breath. Even if the patriarch had not mentioned it, they could surmise the bloodline's power from the battle itself. The Golden Horn Giant Dragon had not even unleashed its full strength. The realization struck the Fire Phoenix clan with a profound sense of disparity. They had believed themselves to be the pinnacle of bloodline strength within the Black Horn domain, descendants of an ancient immortal phoenix, however diluted over time. The Phoenix Maiden, upon learning of Dongfang Qingsong's true identity as a Golden Horn Giant Dragon, reflected on the size of his parents, understanding that he was no ordinary demon. Such a formidable stature could only be described as beastly. Recalling their previous conversations on bloodlines, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could she dare to compare bloodlines when he had single-handedly faced 3 masters of the Fate Spring realm at such a young age? What a terrifying existence he would become if he grew to match his parents' eyes. She feared that the next time they met, she might be too ashamed to discuss bloodlines at all. They all understood the lesson that there were always greater beings beyond their own kind. One must remain humble. Had it not been for Dongfang Qingsong's amicable relationship with the Phoenix Maiden, their clan might have faced dire consequences alongside their ancestors. The patriarch shakily raised his hand, his brow furrowed and expression grave as he addressed the assembly. "From this day forth, you must steer clear of that forbidden area. Keep your eyes wide open and refrain from bringing anything into our clan." This was clearly directed at the Phoenix Maiden. "Should anyone be discovered there, they shall be expelled from the Fire Phoenix clan." The Phoenix Maiden, filled with shame, lowered her head almost to her chest, consumed by guilt. Had it not been for her actions, it was unlikely the Fire Phoenix clan would have faced such calamity, nor would her father have suffered such severe injuries. Though the patriarch's words wounded her, he knew that without such measures, his daughter might inadvertently incite further trouble. She was still young, having spent her life within the clan without exposure to the wider world. By human standards, she was barely 20, a time marked by youthful exuberance and curiosity. It would be a lie to say he felt no pain in his heart. The young members of the clan adhered stringently to the patriarch's commands, avoiding the forbidden area with great caution, wishing to remain at least 100 paces away. If they encountered unfamiliar demons within, they would turn on their heels without uttering a word. This was a hard-earned lesson for the Fire Phoenix clan. Upon Oriental Blue Vastness's return to his lair, his progenitors initiated his inaugural demonic lesson, cultivation. His sire, in a resonant voice, proclaimed the preeminence of their golden-horned kin, attributing it to their innate, unparalleled lineage. He entreated his progeny to assail him with unrestrained vigor. Oriental Blue Vastness, gazing upward at his father's mountainous form, found himself dwarfed in comparison. A moment of contemplation ensued. His dam interjected, rebuking her spouse for such pedagogy on an infant less than a month old. The father, taken aback, conceded his imprudence. In a dazzling display of golden effulgence, the mountainous dragon transformed into a man, clad in pristine white, with bold brows and radiant eyes. His countenance was both handsome and commanding. Were his identity unknown, he might be mistaken for a scion of a great sect. He avowed his intent to suppress his corporeal might, urging his son to strike without reservation. His consort, however, remained unconvinced, perceiving her husband's continued misapprehension. Though intrigued by his father's metamorphic ability, Oriental Blue Vastness's competitive spirit ignited. He resolved to prevail in this contest. With a resounding roar, he lunged forth. His father, a faint smile playing on his lips, acknowledged the commendable momentum, yet awaited a demonstration of strength. Oriental Blue Vastness, with powerful strides, advanced, each footfall indenting the earth. His father, however, effortlessly parried the assault with a single hand. The resultant impact stirred a cloud of dust. The father appraised his son's strength as adequate, yet in need of enhanced velocity. Oriental Blue Vastness, his expression hardening, prepared to unleash his trump card, the thunderous invocation, surging with formidable lightning. His form scintillated with crackling energy, akin to a miniature serpent of electricity. The heavens themselves darkened under this power. His parents, taken aback, registered their surprise at the cub's mastery of such an art. Oriental Blue Vastness, channeling his total energy, launched his attack. A deafening roar reverberated, shaking the very ground. His father was compelled to yield. Oriental Blue Vastness was taken aback. His ultimate technique had failed to inflict any harm. The father, brushing dust from his sleeve, remarked on the minor blemish. He then expressed his delight at his son's prowess, acknowledging his innate talent for mastering the thunderous invocation at such a tender age. He declared him a prodigy, unparalleled in the annals of their race. Emboldened by his father's accolades, Oriental Blue Vastness inquired about the secret of his father's transformation. A figure caught his eye. Turning, he beheld a woman of captivating beauty and ethereal complexion approaching. She gently explained that his current strength was insufficient for such a feat. When asked why, she elucidated that while their lineage prized ultimate power, the humanoid form, though conducive to perceiving spiritual energies, came with a critical flaw. It suppressed the full potential of their true form. Oriental Blue Vastness comprehended, recalling the Fire Phoenix chieftain's shift to his avian form in battle. He realized that failure to revert to their true form in perilous situations could prove fatal. Furthermore, some powerful demons eschewed transformation altogether. While it facilitated spiritual perception and reduced energy expenditure, his parents favored their natural, primal state. Yet, Oriental Blue Vastness yearned for the humanoid form. Given his dual existence as a human, his father, drawing near, urged him to diligently cultivate the thunderous invocation, foretelling his rise to the apex of demonkind. From then on, Oriental Blue Vastness dedicated himself to rigorous training. He sought guidance from his esteemed parents, drawing upon their vast experience. He was born into privilege, possessing resources and a pedigree unmatched by his peers. Mountains of spiritual crystals and precious treasures, carefully curated by his parents, fueled his advancement. Yet, his primary motivation was vengeance against the sacred maiden of the Harmonious Union sect. Each night, the memory of her disdainful countenance fueled his rage. He vowed to avenge the humiliation he had suffered at her hands. The air crackled with his murderous intent. He would never forget her arrogant dismissal, treating him as an insect to be crushed. Chapter 11. Ambush. A month later, Dongfang Qingsong felt an invigorating surge of demonic power within him, hinting at his ascension to the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm, with a breakthrough seemingly just a step away. For those of ordinary bloodlines among the demon clan, achieving such mastery within a mere month was an absurd fantasy, especially for those devoid of bloodline advantages, who faced an insurmountable challenge. While practicing the thunderous treasure technique, he found himself unable to make any further progress, despite his relentless efforts and adjustments to his training methods. It appeared as though he had encountered some form of bottleneck. Each demon's innate talents and the challenges they faced varied considerably. Pondering this conundrum, he sought counsel from his father. Upon hearing his concerns, his father merely responded with a nonchalant remark, "Just let things unfold naturally." At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong felt utterly bewildered. "I am discussing cultivation, and you tell me to let it unfold naturally? What does that even mean?" It seemed his father, too, was at a loss for how to overcome the bottleneck. Resorting to this vague excuse, it appeared he must rely solely on himself to seek a suitable opportunity for breakthrough. Lying on the grass, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The intricacies of the thunderous treasure technique were indeed formidable, making the path to mastery decidedly arduous. Could it really be as his father suggested? Just let things unfold naturally? He paused, mulling over his father's words. Let it unfold naturally. Let it unfold naturally, what could that possibly mean? While Dongfang Qingsong pondered how to transcend the bottleneck in the thunderous treasure technique, a canine demon stealthily infiltrated his vicinity. The creature moved cautiously, fearful of revealing its presence, carefully avoiding even the smallest twig, lest it create any noise that might betray it. A month prior, the Titan giant ape had commanded the canine demon to eliminate the two old dragon's offspring, though the Blackhorn domain and the Undying Mountain were adjacent. Venturing into the heart of the Blackhorn domain required considerable effort. Aware of the formidable nature of the Golden Horn giant dragon, the canine demon treaded carefully with each step. Peering cautiously at Dongfang Qingsong, who lay on the ground, the canine demon was taken aback by the sight. Astonishment gripped it as it realized the power emanating from the young dragon. Its pupils quivered in terror as it gasped. "I never imagined the bloodline of the Golden Horn giant dragon to be so potent. In just a month, it has grown so formidable." The sheer demonic energy radiating from Dongfang Qingsong left the canine demon utterly astounded, its mouth agape in disbelief. This little creature has actually attained the Bitter Sea realm. The canine demon's body trembled with both fear and anxiety. Thankfully, this cub's strength was merely at the Bitter Sea realm. Eliminating it should not pose too great a challenge. Determined to fulfill the Titan giant ape's directive, the canine demon steeled itself for the task. It had already positioned itself within 10 meters of Dongfang Qingsong. With swift action, it believed it could easily dispatch him. The canine demon's demonic energy surged into its hands as it seized the moment. In a flash, its hind legs propelled it forward with the force of two powerful springs. With a resounding crash, a flurry of dried leaves erupted into the air as the shadowy figure darted toward Dongfang Qingsong, claws gleaming ominously, aimed at his throat. A wicked smile crept across the canine demon's face, its heart racing with excitement at the prospect of claiming the young dragon's life. This act would elevate its status among its peers, a tale to boast of for a lifetime. Yet, just as victory seemed assured, Dongfang Qingsong's wing unfurled with astonishing speed. sending the canine demon flying several yards away, as if a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Fear gripped the canine demon as it stared at the golden horned giant dragon, bewildered by the turn of events. How could this be? Dongfang Qingsong slowly rose to his feet, his dark scales shimmering with brilliance under the sun. His voice resonated, deep and powerful. You wretched mutt, how dare you ambush me? Upon being discovered, the canine demon trembled instinctively, particularly under the piercing gaze of those golden eyes, which sent a chill coursing through its body. How could this be? You are merely at the Bitter Sea realm. How could you sense my presence? The canine demon's voice quivered with disbelief, its meticulously laid plan unraveling before it. It had spent the better part of a month lurking in wait, confident in its speed, believing it could eliminate even those of the Fate's Spring realm through its stealth. Yet, it had not even approached Dongfang Qingsong before being detected. Dongfang Qingsong let out a disdainful laugh, filled with contempt. With such pitiful strength, you are no match for those 3 foolish fire phoenixes. Enraged, the canine demon glared furiously, its teeth grinding. Have you concealed your true power? Dongfang Qingsong replied. Indeed, my strength lies within the Bitter Sea realm. His gaze sharpened, and an immense wave of demonic energy surged forth, overwhelming the canine demon, which stood frozen in shock. Its eyes widened as it exclaimed, even those of the Fate's Spring realm cannot emit such immense demonic energy. Is this truly the golden horned giant dragon? Dongfang Qingsong's voice resonated like a thunderous bell. I am at the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea realm. The canine demon, now struck dumb with fear, shook its head vigorously, denying the reality before it. In just a month, you have traversed 4 realms to reach the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea. How can this be possible? The canine demon had initially thought that even if the golden horned giant dragon were extraordinary, it could not ascend to such heights in merely a month. Yet, the terrifying truth was that Dongfang Qingsong had effortlessly accomplished what seemed impossible. Among the demon clan, particularly among the newly born, no other offspring could achieve such a level of prowess. It was an astonishing level of strength, perhaps cultivated from the womb itself. If he continued to mature at this pace, one could only imagine the terrifying heights he would reach in the future. Chapter 12. Inquiring about location, the dog demon was increasingly apprehensive. With a resolute gnash of its teeth, it considered that regardless of the opponent's peak Bitter Sea cultivation, its own initial life Spring realm cultivation possessed a significant, unbridgeable chasm. The Bitter Sea was, after all, just the Bitter Sea, and should not pose any significant danger. However, now that the dog demon was situated in the core of the Black Corner region, it felt compelled to eliminate this dragon first. Suddenly, its demonic aura surged to a terrifying degree, causing its fur to bristle. Then, as if seized by canine madness, it charged toward Dongfang Qingsong. Observing the dog demon's seemingly desperate intention, a faint smile flickered across Dongfang Qingsong's face. Heh! As the sound of his laughter faded, Dongfang Qingsong's colossal form shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, piercing directly through the dog demon. The dog demon collapsed to the ground instantly. Its black fur immediately stained crimson with blood. The vivid blood spread across the ground, forming a shocking pool. This is impossible! The dog demon roared, its eyes wide with disbelief. The bloodshot whites of its eyes could not comprehend such overwhelming power. The enormous dragon claw landed on the ground with a dull thud. Dongfang Qingsong scoffed. Your demonic power is inferior to even a fledgling of the Fire Phoenix clan. Instead of killing the dog demon outright, he left it with a lingering breath. He approached, standing tall and gazing down at the dog demon with regal disdain. Speak. Why did you try to kill me? Dongfang Qingsong had never encountered any demons, let alone incurred any grudges or resentment. As for the Fire Phoenix clan, that was even more unlikely. They had witnessed the might of the golden horned dragon, and not even with 1,000 times the courage would they dare to provoke it. Unless, of course, the Fire Phoenix clan wished to devolve into featherless chickens. Realizing its impending demise, the dog demon turned its head away, clenching its jaws in a display of defiance. Kill me. I will say nothing. Oh? Dongfang Qingsong raised an eyebrow. I admire your stubbornness. Dongfang Qingsong possessed ample means to make the dog demon speak. He strode to the dog demon's side and, with his sharp claws, slowly and deeply pierced its chest, causing the dog demon to tremble in agony. Half of the claw had already sunk into its flesh. The dog demon grimaced, its facial muscles contorting, and emitted pained whimpers. He proceeded to puncture several more bloody holes in its body, reaching to the bone. The dog demon watched helplessly as blood gushed from its body, like a breached dam. Impossible to staunch. The gruesome scene was too much to bear. Speak. I'll speak. Hearing the dog demon's capitulation, Dongfang Qingsong ceased his actions. It was the Titan giant ape who ordered me to kill you. Dongfang Qingsong furrowed his brow, pausing in confusion. Titan giant ape? He repeated the name in his mind, finding no familiarity. Who is he? I have never offended him. Why would he want to kill me? The dog demon groaned. Because the Black Corner region was originally the Titan giant ape's territory, but your parents drove him out. Recently, he heard that you were born, and he harbors resentment, sending me to kill you. He wanted to seize this opportunity to witness your miserable death. Dongfang Qingsong understood, realizing that it was a feud inherited from the previous generation. He chuckled. It seems that Titan Giant Ape is not so impressive if he dares not set foot in the Black Corner region. The dog demon bristled at this remark, its face contorting in anger. What is a mere whelp like you know? The Titan Giant Ape is a being from ancient times, with a powerful bloodline. If it weren't for fighting two opponents at once, who knows who would have fallen? Ignoring the dog demon's outburst, Dongfang Qingsong demanded, where is the Titan Giant Ape? Hearing the question, the dog demon frowned, suspecting that this dragon might be seeking revenge. With his current strength, the Titan Giant Ape could crush him with a mere fart. Unaware of the dog demon's thoughts, Dongfang Qingsong intended to inform his parents of the Titan Giant Ape's location, leaving the matter to them. It would be foolish to seek revenge himself. Without hesitation, the dog demon replied, Undying Mountain. This would be a convenient way to send him to his death. Then, Dongfang Qingsong inquired, have you ever been to the human territories? Since Undying Mountain was close to human territory, he wondered if he could gather information about the Joyous Union sect. At that moment, the dog demon's mouth opened slightly, but it could not utter another word. Its eyes rolled back, and its consciousness began to fade due to blood loss. Seeing the dog demon about to lose consciousness, Dongfang Qingsong did not hesitate to stomp on its leg. Ah! A pig-like shriek echoed. The sound of breaking bones was particularly clear in the silent forest. The dog demon shot up, clutching its crushed leg, its face twisted in agony. The entire demon was instantly revitalized. Without any sympathy, Dongfang Qingsong glared and roared. I asked you a question. Have you ever been to the human territories? The dog demon gritted its teeth, enduring the pain. Yes, of course I have. Do you know of the Joyous Union sect? As he uttered the name Joyous Union sect, Dongfang Qingsong exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent. Even the dog demon, writhing in pain, could feel the chilling aura and shuddered. The dog demon swallowed, unsure of his connection to the Joyous Union sect, but seeing the fury on his face. It spoke the truth. The Xian Heaven continent has countless domains, not to mention countless sects, both large and small. I truly do not know the Joyous Union sect you speak of. Seeing the dog demon's genuine ignorance, he killed it on the spot, devouring its flesh and blood. Blood trickled down his lips as Dongfang Qingsong licked them. Then, he resumed his arduous cultivation, although he did not know the location or strength of the Joyous Union sect. He was currently only in the Bittersea realm. To seek revenge, he needed absolute power. Otherwise, it would all be a pipe dream. In the Fire Phoenix clan, the houses destroyed by the Golden Horned Dragon had been rebuilt. The clan leader had recovered from his injuries and was discussing matters with the elders. The atmosphere in the council hall was somber. One elder, his face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his neck, slammed his fist on the table and roared. Are those humans going too far, daring to slaughter our Fire Phoenix clan members? In recent years, they have entered our Black Corner region to collect spiritual herbs, and we have turned a blind eye. But when our clan members went to human territory for trade, they were brutally murdered by human cultivators. This is simply outrageous. I have always said that humans are not to be trusted and that we should not establish diplomatic relations with them. Humans are greedy and insatiable. Now, so many of our clan members have died. The elders voiced their grievances, expressing their prejudice against humans. They were all emotionally charged. They had hoped to boost the Fire Phoenix clan's economy, but the humans had proven to be insincere. Even the clan leader was enraged by this incident. He stood up abruptly, clenching his fist and shouting, Issue my orders. Send 3,000 elite demons to pressure the human cities. I want to see how the human cultivators will explain this. The demon tribe is equally fierce, executing their tasks with decisiveness and resolution. Indeed, great demons possess a distinctive style in their endeavors. Chapter 13. Then let us kill Dongfang Qingsong returned to his lair and recounted the encounter with the dog demon that had attempted to assassinate him to his parents. Upon hearing this, the couple, the Golden Horned Dragons, were instantly consumed by fury. Their roars echoed through the heavens. That audacious monkey dared to harm my son. A century ago. He escaped, and to think he has been hiding on the Undying Mountain, living in cowardice. Very well. Let me show you today that I shall obliterate both you in the Undying Mountain, or I shall not be worthy of the title Golden Horned Dragon. The father thundered in wrath. The mother, typically gentle, furrowed her brows tightly, a hint of ferocity glimmering in her eyes as she rose to her feet. Though her stature was slightly smaller than that of the Golden Horned Dragon, her presence was no less formidable. She declared, That old fool, I wonder how strong he is now. Just in case, I shall accompany you. In their eyes, despite Dongfang Qingsong's extraordinary talents, he was still merely a child of just over a month old. They could not allow their precious son to suffer even the slightest grievance. The distinction between ages and demons and humans is intricate. Human infants may be born unable to utter a single word, while demons, on the contrary, begin life with an inherent advantage. However, this does not apply to those with powerful bloodlines, such as Dongfang Qingsong. From the moment of his birth, he seemed to be favored by fate. Imbued with the aura of a protagonist, he awakened his intellect, comprehended the universe, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, and expanded his cultivation. He grasped the innate abilities of his clan, mastering the thunderous arts, making his talent for cultivation exceedingly rare among both demons and humans. He shone like the brightest star in a night sky, filled with countless celestial bodies. Soon after, the golden horn dragon couple transformed into two streaks of golden light. Soaring into the clouds, they raced towards the Titan ape's lair at an astonishing speed, tearing through the surrounding air and creating ripples in their wake. The immense pressure they exerted made most beings in the Blackhorn domain tremble in fear, cowering in their dens, too terrified to make a sound. During this time, they were unperturbed by the thought of their offspring encountering any mishaps here. No one dared to act against the son of the golden horn dragon. At the heart of the Blackhorn domain, a powerful aura of the golden horn dragons enveloped the area like an invisible barrier, deterring weaker demons from approaching. They feared that upon the couple's return, if their son were to be even slightly harmed, the entire Blackhorn domain would pay dearly. Indeed, the golden horn dragon's bloodline was formidable, but they were also instinctively protective of their young, especially given the rarity of their lineage. Consequently, they indulged their child excessively. It would take them half a month at the very least to reach the Undying Mountain. Dongfang Qingsong, however, had no concerns about his parents encountering any danger. If they could fend off the Titan ape a century ago, they could surely do so again today. In the meantime, Dongfang Qingsong resolved to consolidate his demonic energy and focus entirely on breaking through to the Lifespring realm. He sat quietly in his lair, the essence within the sea of bitterness swirling around him like a miniature vortex, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, in the adjacent land inhabited by humans, known as Fengdan, which lay close to the Blackhorn domain, the unique geography bestowed upon it abundant agricultural resources, with a climate akin to spring and flowers blooming profusely, hence its name. Within the bustling streets of Fengdan, a lively tea house thrived. The aroma of tea wafted through the air as patrons came and went, creating a marketplace atmosphere. Some individuals were seated around a table, leisurely sipping tea while engaging in lively conversation. One patron, with a timid voice, remarked, "Have you heard? It seems there might be new developments in the Blackhorn domain." The presence of demons there piqued the curiosity of the human populace. The others at the table immediately perked up. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard leaned forward eagerly, his eyes wide as he asked, "What kind of developments?" The slender cultivator cautiously glanced around, ensuring no suspicious figures were present, before responding in a serious, hushed tone. "Recently, a group of demons arrived in Fengdan to conduct trade. Can you guess what happened next?" He paused for effect. Continuing, he said, "Quite by chance, a group of cultivators in Fengdan encountered them and slaughtered them on the spot, dragging their corpses back to their sect to forge magical artifacts." Some among the crowd clicked their tongues in disbelief. They were not outraged by the cultivators' brutality, but rather astonished that demons would dare to trespass on human territory. How audacious! Who could be so foolish? Indeed, we are sworn enemies with the demons. Not long ago, we heard that some minor demons had come to Fengdan and killed several people. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged as everyone chimed in. The entire Fengdan was abuzz with news of the demons' arrival, yet they felt no fear. For within the city, other sect disciples were still executing their missions and had not yet depart chapter 14. Annihilation, the words had barely left his lips when he executed a swift, one-handed gesture. An invisible force, akin to a lightning bolt, shot forth. The individual who had spoken moments before was afforded no chance to react. His head detonated in an instant. Blood splattered, drenching the faces of his fellow disciples. Their eyes glazed over, fixed in stunned disbelief. The warmth of their comrades' blood lingered on their skin, the metallic scent permeating their senses, assaulting their minds. They could scarcely believe the sheer power of this demon, to extinguish a life with such casual ease. What level of cultivation was required to achieve such a feat? The cultivators within Maplewood were merely dispatched by their sect to execute a task, the eradication of minor demons lurking in the shadows. Their strength, for the most part, barely reached the divine soul realm. Before this transcendent realm demon, they were as fragile as ants. A considerable time elapsed before the rest of the group could muster a response. One of the cultivators cried out, his voice laced with terror. "It's a great demon. We must inform the sect and summon the sect master to vanquish it." Without hesitation, he crushed a jade slip, transmitting the urgent message to the sect. A profound dread washed over everyone, a primal fear of the demon who could claim a life with a mere gesture. The hairs on the back of their necks stood on end. They had never imagined that a great demon would descend upon Maplewood. As far as they knew, such beings remained secluded in the Blackwater domain. Why now? But above all, they should never have slaughtered the offspring of the Fire Phoenix clan. Confronted with this transcendent realm demon, they were granted no time to even react before meeting their demise. He cast a disdainful gaze upon the teeming masses below in Maplewood, a look of utter revulsion. With a grand wave of his hand, his voice as frigid as a plunge into an icy abyss, he declared, devoid of any emotion, "Spare none." Instantly, the 3,000 elite demons surged toward Maplewood. In a heartbeat, the city was engulfed in a crimson tide. Piercing screams and desperate cries echoed through the air, forming a macabre and tragic symphony. In the hearts of these demons, the humans were reaping what they had sown. Since time immemorial, Maplewood and the Blackwater domain had maintained trade relations. Yet, these humans, with their avarice and corruption, coveted demons for the creation of magical artifacts. Today, their debt would be paid in blood. The Fire Phoenix chieftain's resonant, wrathful voice reverberated across Maplewood. Arrogant fiend. A booming voice, like the peal of a colossal bell, echoed across the heavens. A figure of venerable bearing, radiating an aura of immortality, descended from the sky, bathed in brilliant light, accompanied by a shimmering array of mystical radiance. Thousands of cultivators materialized before the demon. The denizens of Maplewood, witnessing the countless cultivators in the sky, experienced a surge of hope that ignited in their despairing eyes. They gaped in astonishment, then erupted in cheers. It's the Azure Cloud sect. We're saved. The Azure Cloud sect was located a considerable distance from Maplewood. They had intercepted the message transmitted by the fallen disciples, pinpointed the location, and employed a teleportation array to arrive so swiftly. The Fire Phoenix chieftain regarded the sudden arrival with curiosity. Who are you? The man, surveying the corpses of his sect's disciples strewn across the ground, replied in a somber tone, I am Qin Luotian, sect master of the Azure Cloud sect. A palpable wave of chilling intent emanated from him. Demon, you have slain my Azure Cloud sect disciples. Today, you will be vanquished. The Fire Phoenix chieftain chuckled. By you? In the eyes of the Maplewood populace, the Azure Cloud sect was among the most esteemed sects in the Eastern Domain, renowned for its profound heritage and vast array of magical treasures. Its disciples were paragons of talent. Qin Luotian's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. At his command, the cultivators descended upon Maplewood, engaging the Fire Phoenix clan in a bloody and brutal conflict. The scene was one of utter carnage. Qin Luotian and the Fire Phoenix chieftain exchanged a glance, their gazes locking in midair. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. To the naked eye, their movements were imperceptible, only the sounds of explosions, the flicker of flames, and the clash of blades filled the air. The two powerhouses unleashed terrifying auras. Transcendent realm. Qin Luotian and the Fire Phoenix chieftain both registered a note of surprise. They had not expected to encounter such strength among the human cultivators. A torrent of intense flames erupted from the Fire Phoenix chieftain's body. His eyes, burning with animosity, fixed on Qin Luotian. You have slaughtered my kin. Do the humans intend to offer an explanation? A playful glint flickered in Qin Luotian's eyes. You were the first to slay my sect's disciples. If anyone is owed an explanation, it is the demon race. The Fire Phoenix chieftain roared in fury, his face crimson. Absurd. Qin Luotian remained unfazed. It is true that my sect's disciples killed some members of your Fire Phoenix clan some time ago. The Fire Phoenix chieftain interrupted, before you humans arrived. Maplewood maintained peaceful trade relations with the Blackwater domain. But since your arrival, you have twisted the minds of the Maplewood people, painting the demon race in a false light. We sought to mend relations, which is why I dispatched my clan. Instead, we were met with your treachery. Qin Luotian displayed no remorse. On the contrary, a subtle hint of avarice flickered in his eyes. A sinister smile crept across his face. If I could slay you and forge you into an unparalleled magical artifact, its power would be considerable. He then produced a fan adorned with fire feather patterns. The fan emitted a vibrant red glow, pulsating with an alluring yet dangerous aura. The Fire Phoenix chieftain's mind reeled. His pupils dilated, his chest heaved, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was like a raging bull about to erupt. Those were the feathers of his kin, cruelly fashioned into a magical artifact by humans. The fan still retained the lingering aura of the Fire Phoenix clan. Qin Luotian, observing the Fire Phoenix chieftain's reaction, offered a flippant remark. Alas, those Fire Phoenix demons were too weak. The resulting artifact is of limited power, falling far short of my expectations. He then committed an act of utter depravity. Before the Fire Phoenix chieftain's eyes, he shattered the Fire Phoenix artifact, reducing it to dust. Witnessing this act, the Fire Phoenix chieftain exploded in rage. Vile humans, what do you take the demon race for? Chapter 15. Evacuation. As the words hung in the air, a wave of flames surged forth like a tempest, distorting the very atmosphere with its searing heat. Although this inferno was not the legendary fire of the ancient phoenix, its temperature was nonetheless terrifying. Suddenly, a beam of sword light pierced through the flames, shattering the terrifying blaze. A thunderous explosion followed, unleashing a pressure akin to a cataclysm, bearing down upon Fengdan. In that instant, the houses below crumbled as if made of paper, collapsing in a heap. Some mortals, hiding within their homes, had no time to react, becoming victims of the collapsing structures. The wails of despair filled the air. When gods clash, mortals suffer. These so-called cultivators showed no concern for the lives of ordinary people. As the echoes of the explosion gradually faded, Qin Luotian stood aloft, sword in hand, radiating a murderous aura. He cast a cold gaze upon the Fire Phoenix clan leader and disdainfully declared, "Your demon race has existed solely to serve as fodder for our human cultivators to forge treasures. It has always been so, and it remains so today." Upon hearing these words, the Fire Phoenix clan leader's face flushed crimson with rage. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers, revealing the depth of his fury. The two then engaged in battle once more, their attacks fierce and unrelenting. Each clash sent ripples of turbulence through the space around them. With his treasured artifact at his side, Qin Luotian inflicted a horrific sword mark upon the Fire Phoenix clan leader's chest in less than a tea's time. Crimson blood stained his garments. Within the same realm, both combatants were evenly matched. The demon race possessed innate divine abilities, their physical prowess enough to create a gap between themselves and human cultivators. Yet, humans excelled in crafting artifacts, alchemy, and formations. With their artifacts, their strength could often surge to extraordinary heights. Even though the Fire Phoenix clan leader had reached the pinnacle of transformation, he found it difficult to withstand Qin Luotian, who wielded a powerful artifact. Qin Luotian reveled in his advantage, a smug smile adorning his face. This artifact was forged with immense effort, crafted from the essence of a formidable demon at the peak of transformation. In this same realm, none can rival me. Should I succeed in slaying you and use your body to forge another artifact, my power will surely surpass all others. The proud Fire Phoenix clan, bearing the bloodline of the ancient, undying phoenix, found itself reduced to mere tools for human cultivators, akin to fish awaiting slaughter on a cutting board. Such a disgrace was intolerable to the traditionally haughty Fire Phoenix clan. Hearing these words, the Fire Phoenix clan leader trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Qin Luotian. At that moment, the demonkin of Fengdan were locked in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Bixia sect. Though demons possessed formidable physiques, they could not withstand the relentless bombardment of artifacts and formations. If they continued to stalemate against the Bixia sect, they would ultimately find themselves at a disadvantage. In a dire situation, the Fire Phoenix clan leader was compelled to consider retreat. Everyone, fall back. Under his command, the 3,000 elite demons of the Fire Phoenix clan had been reduced to half their number, while the human cultivators had only suffered a third of their forces. Upon hearing their leader's command, all Fire Phoenix demons promptly retreated. The formidable demon at the peak of transformation was an excellent material for crafting top-tier artifacts. He would not easily let them escape. Seeing the demon leader attempting to flee, Qin Luotian wasted no time in pursuing him, shouting furiously, "Demon, where do you think you're going?" In response, the Fire Phoenix clan leader, to shield the majority of his kin's escape, resolutely turned back and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames toward Qin Luotian. Qin Luotian's expression changed dramatically as he recognized that this fire was no ordinary flame. It was the Fire Phoenix clan's innate divine ability, the true fire of the phoenix. This fire burned with an exceptionally high temperature, melting iron and igniting water. Even a mere touch would be challenging to extinguish, capable of reducing a person to ashes. The true fire surged forth like a sea of flames, engulfing Qin Luotian. Terrified, he widened his eyes, realizing he had no time to think. He hastily raised his artifact to defend himself, narrowly averting disaster. However, a strand of the true fire inadvertently landed on his right hand, instantly engulfing him in an excruciating burning sensation. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he grimaced in agony. If he did not extinguish it quickly, he risked losing more than just his arm. His very life was at stake. Thus, he promptly channeled his internal energy, flooding his right arm with frigid energy. Under the pressure of this extreme cold, the terrifying flames gradually receded. However, this encounter left Qin Luotian considerably injured, severely limiting the mobility of his right arm, which was now far less agile than before. Seizing the opportunity, the Fire Phoenix clan leader swiftly led the remaining members of his clan to retreat from Fengdan. Qin Luotian watched in dismay as his quarry escaped. Nursing his wounds. Chapter 16. Negotiations. The Fire Phoenix clan leader led the remaining demons back to their tribe. When the Phoenix maiden caught sight of her father from a distance, her heart tightened. The Fire Phoenix clan leader was drenched in blood, his garments thoroughly soaked in crimson. The returning demons bore expressions of agony, their bodies marred with wounds, some even dragging severed limbs, leaving a terrifying trail of blood behind them. The Phoenix maiden's eyes widened in shock as she ran towards them, her hair billowing in the wind, unkempt and wild. She cried out, "Father, what has happened to you? How could you be so injured?" The Fire Phoenix clan leader's face was ashen, devoid of strength to answer her. He began to channel his energy to heal his wounds. The Phoenix maiden, anxiously pacing beside him, bit her lower lip, her gaze fixed on her father. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke in a hoarse and weak voice. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." The Phoenix maiden's anger flared. Her delicate brows furrowed, her eyes wide with fury, and her cheeks flushed red as she shouted, "We must go kill them." With a fiery temperament, she turned to leave, only to be seized by her father's grip on her wrist. "You cannot go. The human race is formidable. Once I recover, I will ensure they pay dearly." She understood that even her powerful father was no match for the humans, and if she ventured forth, it would only lead to her demise. With her eyes shut tight, her long eyelashes trembled, and her arms quaked uncontrollably. Her father's severe injuries nearly cost him his life, filling her with guilt for being too weak to assist him when he needed her most. "What shall we do next, clan leader? If the humans come, How shall we respond? One demon, dragging his weary body forward, inquired. He was a general among the 3,000 elite demons, possessing mid-stage divine soul strength. The other elders regarded their leader with concern, and all the Fire Phoenix demons looked to him for guidance. The leader took a few calming breaths and replied slowly. This is the Black Horn domain. Surely the humans dare not invade. However, we must strengthen our defenses in all areas, just in case. The Black Horn domain was the realm where the demons resided. Without sufficient means, who would dare to venture into the Black Horn domain? They would likely be frightened away before even entering. Qin Luotian arrived at a towering mountain peak, exceeding 100 zhang in height, adorned with breathtaking scenery. Mist flowed gently through the mountains, occasionally enveloping the peak, then revealing it again, resembling a beautiful maiden veiled in sheer fabric. Beside Qin Luotian stood 4 formidable figures. Their energy restrained, yet radiating an awe-inspiring pressure. Among them was a woman who captured attention, her presence alluring and enchanting. Her eyes seemed to harbor endless exotic charm. A mere glance could ensnare one's soul. Her figure was exquisite, with curves that swayed enticingly as she walked, evoking an uncontrollable response from onlookers. However, she was the most dangerous among the 5, and even Qin Luotian dared not gaze at her for long. As the saying goes, beauty is a double-edged sword. A man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, with a sword-shaped brow, furrowed his brow, and said, "Speak. What is the purpose of summoning us?" The speaker was Gu Chang'e, the esteemed leader of the Spirit Sword sect, renowned throughout the eastern region. In terms of combat prowess, he ranked first among the 5. The Spirit Sword sect was one of the most powerful sects in the eastern region, wielding a sword capable of slaying demons and invisible foes alike. He had refined his sword intent to perfection, possessing an unparalleled sword heart that could strike down enemies from miles away. Legend has it that this sword was a treasure exclusive to the emperor, having once slain a demon emperor. Whether true or not remains a mystery. Qin Luotian smiled and said, "Not long ago, I wounded a great demon, but regrettably, it escaped. I thought we might join forces to capture it." A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he continued, "Rest assured, once we succeed, you will not be deprived of your rewards." The 5 were all foxes at heart, without benefits, who would willingly engage in such endeavors. Even a powerhouse like Qin Luotian could only severely injure the demon before it fled, indicating that this was no ordinary foe. Waxiner wore a flattering smile. Her voice sweet as she said, "Qin sect leader, your words are truly delightful. You seek our help for a thankless task. Who knows how formidable that great demon may be?" She paused deliberately, her eyes glinting with shrewdness, then continued, "What rewards can you offer us?" Her beguiling tone sent shivers through listeners, compelling one to tremble involuntarily. Were it not for their profound cultivation and extraordinary composure, they might have succumbed to her voice, lost in a trance and perishing in delusion. For a crafty individual like her, there must be something of great value for Qin Luotian to seek her assistance. If even Qin Luotian could not kill that great demon, what hope did they have? Suddenly, Chao Jun, the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect, interjected teasingly. "What kind of great demon could inflict such severe injuries upon you?" Qin Luotian nearly burst into laughter at Chao Jun's tone. Their strength far surpassed his own, and such remarks were clearly meant to mock him. After all, the 5 were often embroiled in rivalry, refusing to yield to one another, akin to sworn enemies. The 10,000 Beasts sect, true to its name, relied heavily on capturing beasts, taming them to form their combat strength, while slowly nurturing their offspring to provide a continuous supply of power, making them the most adept at beast taming in the eastern region. However, the ensuing conversation left Qin Luotian stunned. What kind of great demon could inflict such severe wounds upon you? A cold voice echoed. Qin Luotian was injured? For a cultivator at the extreme transformation stage, to be wounded by a great demon spoke volumes about the latter's power. All eyes turned to Qin Luotian, noticing his right hand seemed awry. Indeed, he was gravely injured. Instantly, the 4 exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling up in barely concealed amusement, evidently mocking Qin Luotian. Qin Luotian's lips twitched, his expression darkening. After all, he was the leader of the Baixia sect. Being injured by a great demon filled him with indignation. And now being ridiculed by others ignited a fiery wrath within him. His tone grew heated as he bellowed, "Lin Lang Tian. Just because you remain silent doesn't mean you are mute." With that, he extended his left hand, gathering his spiritual energy instinctively to attack Lin Lang Tian. However, just as his strike was about to reach Lin Lang Tian, he felt a sudden shift in his surroundings. In an instant, he inexplicably found himself behind Waxiner. Qin Luotian was taken aback, gritting his teeth. Great void technique. Unyielding, he pressed on, eager to experience the unshared secrets of the Taishu immortal sect, the great void technique. Lin Lang Tian smiled faintly, his demeanor calm as he softly replied, "Please." The great void technique toyed with Qin Luotian, leaving him in a whirl. At that moment, Waxiner could no longer remain idle. "I did not come here to watch you fight. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, as I have my own cultivation to attend to." Gu Chang'e added, "Enough with the roundabout talk. We have known each other for centuries, so just speak plainly. They too were eager to discern what kind of demon possessed such formidable power that it compelled Qin Luotian to summon all 5 of them together. Qin Luotian did not shy away from the truth. He stated plainly, "It is the Fire Phoenix clan." This succinct revelation left the 4 of them momentarily speechless. Who among them was unaware of the immense strength of the Fire Phoenix clan, whose lineage traced back to the ancient immortal Phoenix? Even if their bloodline had been diluted and transformed into that of a Fire Phoenix, they remained a force to be reckoned with, one that they dared not provoke lightly. Moreover, they all resided within the Black Corner domain. By Qin Luotian's implication, could it be that he intended to launch an offensive against the Black Corner domain to annihilate the Fire Phoenix clan? Such a course of action would necessitate consideration of the most terrifying entity within the Black Corner domain, the Golden Horned Dragon. A saying is widely known among the human race: the state of chaos in the Black Corner domain is determined by the Golden Horned Dragon. Chapter 17, Drums of War. No one wished to tempt misfortune. Qin Luotian observed their collective silence. None among them dared to confront the Golden Horned Dragon, for prudence prevailed. Even united, they doubted their ability to overcome such a formidable beast. Qin Luotian perceived their apprehension, rooted in the fear of the dragon's sudden appearance. "Do not fret," he reassured, "provided we avoid venturing into the heart of the Black Horn region." Xiao Jun, his brow furrowed, fixed Qin Luotian with a skeptical gaze. "Easier said than done. Can you guarantee the Golden Horned Dragon will remain confined?" Indeed, the prospect of entering the Black Horn region filled Hua Xianer, Lin Lang Tian, Guchanga, and Xiao Jun with trepidation. Yet, Qin Luotian's summons implied a persuasive strategy. A confident smile played upon his lips as he turned his attention to Hua Xianer. "Hua Xianer, your unique cultivation renders extensive explanation unnecessary. The Fire Phoenix demons, with their potent yang energy and pure, concentrated bloodline, are ideally suited to your art, potentially unlocking new heights." Hua Xianer visibly trembled at these words. She had indeed reached an impasse in her training. Consuming the Fire Phoenix demon's essence could shatter this barrier, leading to a transformative surge in power. Qin Luotian then addressed Xiao Jun, "Do you not desire to capture a Fire Phoenix or 2? Their blood still carries traces of the undying Phoenix." Xiao Jun's interest was piqued. The Fire Phoenix True Fire, with its formidable power that had even wounded Qin Luotian, was particularly enticing. Studying these creatures could potentially lead to the rebirth of the ancient undying Phoenix, elevating the myriad beast sect to the pinnacle of the Xiantian continent. Such a prospect was irresistible. Lin Lang Tian and Guchanga also found themselves swayed. These noble-blooded demons were not only exceptional materials for crafting magical artifacts, but also possessed remarkable properties for refining elixirs. They were aware that a century had passed since the Golden Horned Dragon's battle with the Titan giant ape. During that time, the Blackhorn region had remained quiet. Perhaps Qin Luotian was right. Avoiding the core region would suffice. They resolved to take the chance. Should they encounter the Golden Horned Dragon, they could always flee. As some of the most powerful figures in the eastern region, they undoubtedly possessed contingency plans. Seeing their consensus, Qin Luotian erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. I require only the great demon. The rest is yours to divide as you see fit." Unbeknownst to the others, the great demon held immeasurable value, being a transcendent realm demon. Slaying it and harnessing its power to forge a top-tier magical artifact would elevate their strength to terrifying levels. Capturing it alive would be even more advantageous. Thus, they formed an alliance, resolving to march upon the Black Horn region with their armies in 10 days. This news electrified the various sects, though many were unaware of the Black Horn region's true terrors, merely perceiving the venture as an exciting opportunity. A coalition of 5 powerful forces, the elite disciples of the eastern region's top sects, including their holy sons and daughters, would participate in this grand campaign. 10 days later, within a nest constructed from mountains of bones, a colossal dragon slumbered. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, its golden pupils radiating an intense, piercing light that evoked primal fear. It unfurled its immense wings and soared into the sky like a bolt of black lightning. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, sending tremors through the surrounding forests. Lesser demons cowered in their dens, while the ancient trees at its feet, thick enough to require several people to encircle, bowed and trembled, shedding their leaves. Dongfang Qingsong landed heavily, sending plumes of dust billowing. "Lifespring realm, I have broken through," Dongfang Qingsong declared triumphantly, feeling the surge of power within him. Yet, he was dissatisfied that his thunderous treasure art had undergone no fundamental change, leaving him perplexed. He gazed at the empty nest and murmured, "I wonder if my parents have dealt with the Titan giant ape." He yearned to witness his father's astonishment at his breakthrough to the Lifespring realm. Meanwhile, outside the Blackhorn region, a vast army of human cultivators had assembled, numbering nearly 10,000. Drums beat with thunderous intensity, shaking the very soul. They advanced upon the Blackhorn region in magnificent airships that cleaved through the sky, radiating brilliant light. Lesser demons, catching sight of the approaching human host, could only stare in wide-eyed terror before turning and fleeing in panic. It was not mere cowardice that drove them, for the approaching force was led by 5 transcendent realm cultivators. The Fire Phoenix clan leader was the only one in the Blackhorn region who had reached the Transcendent Realm. The Fire Phoenix demons sensed the impending doom. But before they could fully grasp the situation, the human cultivators descended upon their territory. In an instant, the air crackled with animosity. A full-scale battle was imminent. Qin Luotian and his companions immediately surrounded the great demon. The Fire Phoenix clan leader, observing the situation, knew they were in dire straits. Against 5 Transcendent Realm cultivators, victory was impossible. The Fire Phoenix clan was doomed. 10,000 human cultivators swarmed through the Fire Phoenix territory, slaughtering everything in their path. Demon blood splattered, painting the land a gruesome crimson. The stench of blood permeated the battlefield, a nauseating reminder of the carnage. The holy sons and daughters of the various sects reveled in the slaughter, even wagering on who could slay the most demons. This seemingly insignificant bet would determine the fate of an entire race. The 5 powerful cultivators unleashed their combined might upon the Fire Phoenix clan leader. A relentless barrage of magical artifacts. Despite his valiant resistance, the clan leader could not withstand the onslaught. With a sickening thud, he coughed up blood and was sent spiraling through the air. Capture him alive, Qin Luotian roared. The Phoenix Maiden, witnessing her father's injury, flew into a rage. Ignoring all danger, she rushed toward him, crying out, "Father!" Seeing his daughter approach, the Fire Phoenix clan leader knew she would perish if she remained. Summoning his last vestiges of power, he propelled her away from the battlefield. Seeing one of the female demons escape, Lu Ruyan, the holy daughter of the Joyful Union sect, gave chase with 100 followers. "No demon escapes my grasp," she sneered. The Phoenix Maiden fled through the forest, her eyes bloodshot, tears mingling with sweat. She ignored the cultivators who blocked her path, engaging them in desperate combat, regardless of their strength. With each assault, she bore the resolute determination to inflict 1,000 wounds upon her adversary while sustaining 800 of her own. Her garments were marred by numerous slashes from this fierce conflict. However, beneath the tattered fabric, what was revealed was not the anticipated pristine skin, but rather the blinding stains of blood. The mingling of her own blood with that of her foes adorned her form. She would not squander the chance for survival that her father had purchased with his very life. She was determined to endure. Even if cast out from the Fire Phoenix clan, she would seek vengeance for her fallen kin. Chapter 18. A fateful encounter without a second thought. The Phoenix Maiden plunged headlong into the perilous Forbidden Zone. Simultaneously, Lu Ruyan, the Holy Maiden of the Joyous Union sect, led her entourage of female disciples in hot pursuit. Upon noticing the Phoenix Maiden darting into the mysterious area, Lu Ruyan's lithe figure abruptly halted. One of her disciples, her face etched with apprehension, approached the Holy Maiden reverently. "Holy Maiden, the sect master has strictly forbidden us from entering this forbidden territory." Lu Ruyan's displeasure was palpable. Her crimson lips pouted slightly, lamenting how close they were to capturing the she-demon. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she commanded her disciples without hesitation, "Follow me." But the sect master instructed. The disciple attempted to reason, but Lu Ruyan silenced her with a glare. "The sect master isn't here. You will all obey my commands." The disciples, intimidated by the Holy Maiden's outburst, lowered their heads in fear, refraining from further protest. Resignedly, they braced themselves and followed the Holy Maiden into the Forbidden Zone. The moment they stepped foot inside, an inexplicable, chilling dread surged from the depths of their hearts. They gazed upon the unknown territory with wide-eyed terror. In their minds, a colossal, terrifying figure materialized, its shadow capable of eclipsing the entire world. Though its features remained indiscernible, a faint golden radiance emanated from its form. In its presence, they felt as insignificant as grains of sand, utterly inconsequential. The creature's profound, golden eyes radiated an unnerving aura, instilling sheer terror. Some of the weaker disciples, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, clamped their legs together, their faces ashen, unable to take another step forward. The Holy Maiden, Lu Ruyan, cast a disdainful glance at them before dismissing them with a wave of her hand. She then proceeded to pursue the she-demon with the remaining disciples. The Phoenix Maiden sought refuge at the location where she had previously encountered Dongfang Qingsong. Her throat was parched, as if scorched by flames, from the prolonged exertion. Her injuries were grievous, yet she disregarded the pain and desperately cried out into the surroundings. "Dongfang Qingsong! Dongfang Qingsong!" The Phoenix Maiden hoped that Dongfang Qingsong represented her only chance, imploring him to save her father. "Dongfang Qingsong!" She continued to call out, her eyes darting around frantically. Her fragile frame spun in circles, overwhelmed with helplessness. Her pitiful state was enough to evoke sympathy. Her voice hoarse, and with no response forthcoming. A melodious, yet subtly seductive voice echoed behind her. "Shoo!" Startled by the sound, the Phoenix Maiden froze, a primal sense of danger washing over her. "They've caught up." She trembled as she turned around, only to find the Holy Maiden of the Joyous Union sect, Lu Ruyan, sauntering towards her with a cat-like gait. Her slender, pale fingers were raised to her lips, and a playful smile graced her face. She scrutinized the Phoenix Maiden and whispered, "Quiet now. I've heard this place is forbidden. Who is this Dongfang Qingsong you speak of? Sounds like a human name." Could it be that there are human cultivators hiding here? Upon seeing the Holy Maiden, a surge of grief and indignation erupted within the Phoenix Maiden. Her eyes bloodshot, she demanded, "What have you done with my father?" Lu Rian nonchalantly dismissed her question with a wave of her hand, a look of indifference on her face. "Who knows? I'm merely responsible for slaying demons." She moistened her lips with her tongue, her face flushed with a hint of crimson. With a look of great relish, she continued, "However, the essence of you fire phoenix demon men is indeed delicious. Look, my belly is big," and deliberately touched her slightly protruding lower abdomen. Her eyes were filled with teasing as she looked at the Phoenix Maiden. "You seek death." The Phoenix Maiden roared, her rationality consumed by rage. She recklessly charged towards Lu Rian. Before she could reach her target, two figures materialized like phantoms, pinning the Phoenix Maiden to the ground. She struggled desperately, but her efforts were futile. Exhausted from the prolonged battle and escape, she lacked the strength to resist. Lu Rian sashayed towards the Phoenix Maiden and gently lifted her chin, examining her with a scrutinizing gaze. "Not bad," she remarked. "I've never tasted the essence of a fire Phoenix Maiden." The Phoenix Maiden was aghast. She never imagined that she would be drained of her essence by a woman. Just as Lu Rian prepared to strike, a deafening roar reverberated from all directions. Roar. Lu Rian's brow furrowed, her expression shifting to alarm. She frantically scanned her surroundings, exclaiming, "What was that?" Suddenly, a gargantuan figure burst forth from the dense forest like a cannonball, crackling with lightning. The sight of the colossal entity caused the onlookers' eyes to widen in disbelief. Their jaws agape. They had never encountered such a creature. Its imposing presence exuded an aura of dominance and solitude. The Phoenix Maiden, having finally been found by Dongfang Qingsong, had thought she would never see him again. The two humans pinning the Phoenix Maiden to the ground were overwhelmed by the chilling aura emanating from Dongfang Qingsong. A mere glance sent them scrambling backwards in terror. Dongfang Qingsong's physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. With each advancement in his cultivation, his stature had increased significantly, towering over the Phoenix Maiden by a head and a half. Lu Rian's heart skipped a beat upon seeing Dongfang Qingsong. She recognized the creature for what it was. In the Joyous Union sect's ancient records, she had read about such beings. It was a rare, primeval demon beast that stood at the apex of the demon race's bloodline. They could be counted on one's fingers. She had previously wondered why the sect master and the other elders were so insistent that they avoid this area. Now she understood. A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Rian's eyes. It was said that the golden horned dragon was thousands of feet tall, with a body resembling Mount Tai. How could it be so small? Her mind raced, and she realized the truth. This was a golden horned dragon cub. If she could capture this cub, brand its soul, and force it to submit to her, she could ride it across the Xiantian continent once it matured. Ride a golden horned dragon? If its parents were to find out, who would be riding whom was uncertain. But she would be ruined for sure. The only one who had ever ridden a golden horned dragon was a human. The great emperor of old. Now, his grave was overgrown with weeds. Chapter 19. The struggle, she murmured to herself, recognizing that this young creature had just been born and could not possibly match the strength of an adult golden horned dragon. A sense of trepidation lingered in her heart. If this dragon pup was present, it implied that its parents must be nearby. The mere thought of encountering a full-grown golden horned dragon sent a chill down her spine. Weighing the pros and cons, she hesitated momentarily, her gaze flickering between Dongfang Qingsong and her surroundings, her mind racing with calculations. After a brief reflection, she resolved to avoid attracting the attention of the golden horned dragon and decided to quietly inform her sect leader first. After all, excessive greed could lead to one's downfall. However, in a sudden twist of fate, the golden horned dragon appeared to go mad. With its mouth agape and eyes wide with rage, it lunged at Lu Rian with a ferocious demeanor. Its gaze was filled with a profound hatred, one that seemed to penetrate to the very core. At that moment, Lu Rian had yet to fully comprehend the situation, her heart racing as she could not forget that penetrating stare. Bewildered, she wondered why the golden horned dragon had suddenly turned its ire upon her. Yet, Dongfang Qingsong remembered all too well. It was this woman who had caused his demise in a past life. The haunting memories of that disgraceful night flooded back to him, a humiliation he could never forget. Nonetheless, Lu Rian, being the saintess of the Hahuan sect, faced the dragon's lethal strike with remarkable agility, effortlessly evading its attack with a mere sidestep. A roar erupted from the depths of Dongfang Qingsong's being, and without a moment's pause, she fled back the way she had come. Recalling her leader's repeated warnings to stay away from the center, she was acutely aware that something terrifying lay within, something that even her leader feared. Dongfang Qingsong, consumed by rage and having lost his reason, pursued Lu Rian and her group relentlessly. His figure darted through the forest, causing trees and underbrush to sway violently in his wake. Yet, his strength was insufficient. After an hour of chasing, he could not catch up to Lu Rian. Suddenly, 5 figures descended from the sky like shooting stars, appearing above him in an instant. Their powerful auras and aggressive demeanor blocked his path. Upon seeing Dongfang Qingsong, their eyes glimmered with intense greed, reminiscent of a thief caught in the act, brandishing a knife and eager to strike. From the outset, these 5 had sensed a peculiar aura nearby, albeit faint. The sudden eruption of such commotion piqued their curiosity, prompting them to come and investigate. To their astonishment, they beheld the rare sight of a golden horned dragon, and even more remarkably, a young one. They began to scheme on how to seize Dongfang Qingsong from one another, viewing him as a highly coveted prize. Indeed, a golden horned dragon. I never imagined I would encounter one in my lifetime, let alone a cub. How extraordinary that this young dragon has ventured from its nest. As they spoke, an eerie smile spread across their faces. Previously puzzled by the absence of the golden horned dragoness roared during their assault on the Fire Phoenix tribe, they now realized that the two adult dragons were not in their lair. As their intentions turned sinister, the five exchanged glances, waiting for one among them to make the first move. They were all seasoned schemers. The moment one dared to act, the others would undoubtedly pounce in unison. Dongfang Qingsong felt a twinge of surprise as he observed these human cultivators, unable to discern their presence, possibly due to his own lack of strength. Yet, simply gazing upon them instilled a sense of fear within him. The golden horned dragon lineage had always been formidable, steeped in pride that was ingrained in their very bloodline. No one could instill fear in a golden horned dragon unless their own power surpassed all expectations. Dongfang Qingsong pondered the purpose of these powerful beings' presence. When he first laid eyes upon the Phoenix Maiden, she was drenched in blood, her crimson attire stained in a chilling hue, torn by countless blades. The hardships she endured were evident, clearly inflicted upon her by these human cultivators. With his nemesis so close, Dongfang Qingsong felt the weight of their presence like an insurmountable wall before him. Just then, a fierce wind swept past, and someone exclaimed, "You, Qin Luotian, are you not satisfied with capturing that great demon, but now dare to vie for the golden horned dragon?" No sooner had the words left their lips than the other four launched a vicious attack on Qin Luotian. Qin Luotian's expression shifted dramatically. He was no match for them. In the sky, a peculiar ripple flickered, and Linlang Tian vanished into the void, directly reaching the rear of the golden horned dragon, attempting to seize it and escape the black horn domain. The vast void allowed for swift evasion, astonishing even Dongfang Qingsong. What kind of treasure technique is this? As Linlang Tian was about to touch the golden horned dragon, a sharp blade of energy sliced through the air, striking with the force to tear through the void. Linlang Tian felt a chilling dread creep down his back, his face paling in an instant. He hastily utilized the void escape technique to evade that terrifying sword energy. Heart racing, he beheld the demon-slaying sword in Gu Chang's grasp, his voice trembling as he remarked, "Truly, it is the Emperor's exclusive weapon. It can slice through the void with a single strike." A smirk crept upon Gu Chang's lips. The demon-slaying sword radiated a compelling aura in his hands, compelling everyone to reconsider their chances against him. The sword was not only capable of slaying demons but could also take human lives. With the sword firmly in his grip, Gu Changa swept it downward with tremendous force, his gaze piercing as he addressed them. "Whoever is unafraid of death, come forth and try." Dongfang Qingsong observed the grand sword in the hands of the swordsman, feeling an overwhelming shock. This sword was no ordinary weapon, stained as it was with the blood of countless demons, instilling fear within him. The other four exchanged looks, seemingly telepathic, and all directed their attacks toward Gu Changa. Gu Changa stood alone against four adversaries. Even wielding an imperial weapon, he could not withstand their coordinated assault. As Waxiner made her move, she sent Gu Changa flying several feet away. Her form blossomed like a manjusaka, exuding an aura of danger as she danced with an enchanting grace. With a hand on her hip and her eyes narrowed playfully, she declared, "Dare to compete with me. This golden horned dragon was first seen by my disciple. It is only right that it is mine first." Faced with Waxianer's onslaught, the others looked on in dread, hastily distancing themselves from her. For she had mastered the supreme art of seduction, capable of ensnaring any male creature within 100 miles, be they human or beast. Those ensnared by her charm met only death. In the eastern region, if she claimed second place in seduction, none would dare to claim the first. Chapter 20, Crisis. Flee quickly. Upon hearing these words, the others immediately scoffed. "Humph, first come, first served?" One individual furrowed his brows, arms crossed over his chest, leaning back slightly, his tone dripping with disdain for such a notion. The golden horned dragon is a rare creature in this world. Who does not recognize it? In the future, it could rival the great emperors. How could one allow you to seize it? Naturally, only the capable deserve it. Then let us fight. The challenge was clear. Each would rely on their own abilities. As soon as the words were spoken, the five individuals sprang into action, their figures darting towards one another like lightning. At that moment, Chao Jun made his move, standing atop a massive stone, one foot stomping forward with immense force. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered. His expression was grim, a fierce intensity gleaming in his eyes. He wielded a peculiar sail, gripping it tightly. The surface of this sail was inscribed with incomprehensible runes that flickered ominously, exuding an air of the uncanny. In that instant, countless demons erupted from the sail, their claws outstretched as they unleashed a series of chilling, piercing howls that sent shivers down one's spine. These demons varied in form. Some were colossal, towering like mountains, while others were small yet incredibly swift, darting through the crowd like bolts of lightning. They indiscriminately attacked those around them, plunging the scene into chaos. This was Chao Jun's ultimate treasure, the Radiant Demon Sail. It could draw demons into its depths, stripping them of their physical forms and refining their souls directly. He could command their lives and deaths, making them subservient to his will. Once ensnared within the Radiant Demon Sail, they would be condemned to an eternal existence, forever trapped within its confines, reduced to a spirit even lower than that of a slave. At this moment, Dongfang Qingsong watched the demons pouring forth from the sail. Having been reborn as a demon, he possessed their consciousness. Witnessing the cruel transformation of his kin into instruments of slaughter ignited a blazing fury within him. His eyes widened with rage, and his heavy breaths caused his chest to heave violently. Yet, he felt powerless, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and these individuals. Even the golden-horned dragon, a beast of unparalleled lineage, would be no match for them if its strength were several realms weaker. Moreover, he was merely a juvenile at present. A surge of indignation welled up in Dongfang Qingsong. How could demons be subjected to such treatment? A warrior may be slain but must not be humiliated. To imprison his kind within that filthy treasure, unable to seek life or death, was an affront too great to bear. Meanwhile, the five continued to grapple with one another, locked in a fierce struggle, as though they were glued together, unable to separate. In their desperate bid to seize the golden-horned dragon cub, they unleashed their most formidable techniques, resorting even to despicable tactics. The fiercer they fought, the more evident it became that Dongfang Qingsong's worth exceeded that of any ally. As the battle raged with increasing intensity, the very landscape seemed to tremble, and space itself twisted under their onslaught. Emotions ran high, and ancient grievances resurfaced amid the chaos. At this moment, Dongfang Qingsong's foremost desire was to escape. He must flee quickly, otherwise he might truly be treated as a mere plaything. Furrowing his brows, he thought, "My parents have yet to return. It seems I have no choice." He suppressed his anger and temporarily withdrew from the fray. A flicker of relief washed over him as he cast a venomous glance at Lu Ruyan, who was spectating from the sidelines. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "Wretched woman. Do not celebrate too soon. As long as you remain alive, I shall have my vengeance. Just do not perish before I have the chance." Seizing upon the confusion of the battle, Dongfang Qingsong scurried away like a mouse, swiftly retreating in the opposite direction. His movements were light and rapid, barely making a sound. He dashed straight to the side of the Phoenix Maiden. Thud. His massive form landed beside her. The Phoenix Maiden was using her demonic power to heal her injuries, but the severity of her wounds rendered her efforts almost futile. Her complexion was as pale as a ghost, devoid of color, her frail body swaying as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Upon seeing Dongfang Qingsong arrive, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Struggling to speak, she said, "That woman is exceptionally strong. I initially intended to heal myself before assisting you, but now." Her words faltered as she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which arced through the air, landing on the ground in a vivid splash. The already pale Phoenix Maiden appeared even more fragile, on the verge of collapse. Despite her suffering, she smiled weakly upon seeing that he was unharmed. Dongfang Qingsong's brows knitted in concern. "You are gravely injured. Do not speak." Without hesitation, he lifted the Phoenix Maiden onto his back and took off deeper into the wilderness. Having spent recent days in rigorous training, Dongfang Qingsong was oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the Blackhorn domain. "What has transpired?" he inquired. The Phoenix Maiden's voice was weak, each word forced from her throat. "The human race has gathered thousands to assault our Fire Phoenix clan. To this day, I still have no news of my father. I am the last remaining member of the Fire Phoenix clan." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, which eventually traced down her scarred cheeks, carrying with them a painful sting. Upon learning of her plight, Dongfang Qingsong's expression darkened ominously, as if a layer of frost had settled upon his face. He seethed inwardly at the treachery of the human race. Truly, their actions were abhorrent. The human race displayed a complete lack of virtue, resorting to any means necessary to slaughter the demons for their own gain. The Phoenix Maiden paused, then asked, "Where are your parents?" She had initially intended to plead with Dongfang Qingsong to seek her father's aid, but after such a long absence, she had yet to see them. Had the two golden-horned dragons appeared in the Blackhorn domain, the humans would have had no chance to launch their attack. If they knew their offspring was being bullied in such a manner, they would undoubtedly raise hell, uprooting the very foundations of their sect and erasing them from the Xintian continent. Without a moment's hesitation, Dongfang Qingsong replied, "They have gone to slay the Titan Giant Ape." To slay the Titan Giant Ape? Upon hearing this, the Phoenix Maiden, once weak and feeble, suddenly regained her vigor. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Although Dongfang Qingsong's tone suggested a lack of concern, she understood the gravity of the situation. The Titan Giant Ape was an ancient beast, a formidable creature on par with the golden-horned dragon. While it might not surpass the golden-horned dragon, it was nonetheless an ancient beast with a bloodline not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the five combatants had reached a fever pitch in their struggle, unleashing every ounce of their power, an array of treasures and spells cascading forth. Yet, in the end, they They found themselves unable to gain the upper hand against one another. Suddenly, Chao Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Stop fighting. The Golden Horned Dragon has escaped." Chapter 21. The Great Void Technique. Upon hearing the words, everyone immediately turned their heads. They discovered that the Golden Horned Dragon, which had been standing still, had vanished without a trace. "What?" the crowd exclaimed in unison, their voices shaking the very fabric of space. A beast of such exceptional bloodline had slipped away right under their noses. This was utterly infuriating. Gu Chang's expression darkened ominously, his eyes blazing with fury. With a furious sweep of his sword, he sliced through the air, the blade carving a sharp arc. The powerful sword Qi instantaneously cleaved the entire mountain in two. "Damn it! If you prevent me from capturing the Golden Horned Dragon, my Spirit Sword sect will not let this matter rest." Others responded with equal ire. "What do you mean your Golden Horned Dragon? My Beast Control sect is renowned for taming beasts in the eastern region. This Golden Horned Dragon is best suited for us. None of you shall compete with me for it. We discovered it first." Hua Xian'er, her brows furrowed in defiance, clenched one hand tightly while the other gently brushed over her jade belt, exuding an aura of determination. Gu Chang'e, his face darkened, shot her a sharp glare and coldly reprimanded, "Hua Xian'er, are you still preoccupied with trivial matters in bed? Do you dare to absorb its essence? With your delicate frame, can you withstand it?" Embarrassed by Gu Chang'e's public remark, Hua Xian'er's face flushed crimson. Her cultivation technique was the most traditional and direct method of essence absorption. A flicker of embarrassment and panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, striving to mask any signs of vulnerability. Though her method was peculiar, she still cared about her dignity. With a cold face, she retorted, "Gu Chang'e, don't think that just because you wield an imperial weapon, you can speak recklessly before me." At that moment, Chao Jun stepped forward, gripping the Huangyao banner tightly, which flapped menacingly in the wind. With fierce resolve, he declared, "Our beast control sect has thrived on beast taming. I will have that Golden Horned Dragon. Anyone who dares to compete with me will feel the wrath of the Huangyao banner, which will flatten your sect. Enough of this bickering." Just as tempers flared, Qin Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "That rascal Lin Lang Tian has already gone to find the Golden Horned Dragon." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed abruptly as they turned to scan their surroundings. They discovered that Lin Lang Tian had indeed vanished. Only a faint ripple of spatial disturbance lingered in the air, clearly indicating that he had employed the Great Void Technique to stealthily depart. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Lin Longtian's Great Void Technique was renowned for its unparalleled ability to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Given that so much time had passed, he might have already located the Golden Horned Dragon. Without further ado, the group ceased their quarrels, each one transforming into streaks of light, scattering in all directions. The sole objective was to find the Golden Horned Dragon and depart from this place. Naturally, others shared the same intention. To facilitate their search, they no longer concealed their auras. The beasts of the Black Horn domain, sensing the presence of powerful cultivators, dared not show themselves, fearing for their lives. The five of them erupted into astonishing speed, akin to arrows released from a bow, racing towards various directions with the singular aim of locating the dragon before its parents returned. The Blackhorn domain was no trivial place. It spanned a third of the continent, making their search a daunting task. In the Blackhorn domain, Dongfang Qingsong carried the Phoenix Maiden, darting left and right. Uncertain of his destination, he could only press deeper into the unknown. Time slipped by, and he eventually arrived in an uncharted area. "Where's this place?" Dongfang Qingsong abruptly halted, a flicker of confusion in his dragon-like eyes. The scene before him sent a shiver down his spine. The Phoenix Maiden, struggling against her weakness, lifted her head to survey their surroundings. This place was steeped in an ancient, mysterious aura. Numerous human cultivator ships lay decaying in deep trenches, reduced to heaps of rotting wood. Scattered around were the remains of both beasts and humans, their bones bleached white by the ravages of time, exuding a chilling presence in the dim light. The sight of countless skeletons was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Many artifacts lay strewn about, devoid of any spiritual energy, rendered useless and transformed into mere scraps of metal. The Phoenix Maiden spoke in an almost inaudible voice. "I once heard my father mention that this was an ancient battlefield, a place where the beast tribes and human tribes once clashed." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong furrowed his brow, uncertain of the dangers that might lurk in this place. "Forget it. I'll just hide for now." He glanced back, realizing they had not yet pursued him, and decided to conceal himself further. Just as he prepared to move on, the space above him suddenly warped, and a rift materialized out of thin air. From the void emerged a figure, who fixed his gaze upon Dongfang Qingsong, a sinister smile stretching across his lips. "The Golden Horned Dragon is mine. Haha. And I even have a female beast." With that, he swiftly dove downwards. Dongfang Qingsong and the Phoenix Maiden were instantly struck with terror. Even combined, they were no match for this individual. Just as Lin Longtian's hand was about to grasp Dongfang Qingsong, a sharp sword chi sliced through the air, aiming directly for Lin Longtian's throat. Lin Longtian's pupils contracted, and he vanished into the void once more. The terrifying sword chi obliterated a distant hill. When he emerged from the void, his face was flushed with rage as he looked towards the source of the sword chi. "Gu Chang'e, You've thwarted my plans again. Just a hair's breadth away. Gu Chang's lips curled into a smirk, his cold gaze sweeping across the scene. The golden horned dragon is mine. With that, he charged at Lin Langtian, engaging him in fierce combat. The tumultuous clash immediately alerted the others, drawing them towards the ancient battlefield. Armed with an imperial weapon, Gu Chang'e pressed forward with murderous intent against Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian soared into the air, his eyes wide with rage as he bellowed. Do you truly believe my great void technique is merely for escape? He then executed a spell, unleashing a powerful force of void energy that surged towards Gu Chang'e like a tsunami, tearing apart the very fabric of space in its wake. Gu Chang'e's expression shifted instantly, astonished by the unexpected power of the great void technique. He narrowly dodged the attack, feeling cold sweat trickle down his face as he turned to observe the horrific force crashing into a mountain, which inexplicably vanished without a trace, seemingly transported into the void. The sight sent chills down Gu Chang'e's spine, making him gasp in horror. If not for the great void technique acting as a medium, entering the void would have meant instant annihilation by the void storm. At that moment, Lin Langtian appeared behind Gu Chang'e without warning. Gu Chang'e's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape as he inhaled sharply. He realized the danger he was in and desperately attempted to escape his grasp, but it was too late. Lin Langtian's lips curled into a sinister smile as he activated the great void technique once more, enveloping Gu Chang'e in a powerful force of void energy, drawing him into the void and trapping him within. Suspended in the void, Gu Chang'e found himself surrounded by an eerie silence, with no point of reference in sight. Before him lay an expanse of chaos, an endless abyss of darkness. All that his eyes could perceive were the incessantly flickering lights and the deafening roars of thunder. Alongside the terrifying tempest of the void, Gu Chang'e's face contorted with rage, veins bulging as he bellowed into the void. Scoundrel. Chapter 22. A sword shattering the void. Lin Langtian finally vanished from sight, and a profound sense of relief washed over Gu Chang'e. He exhaled deeply, feeling liberated as the bothersome adversary was no longer present. Did he truly believe that the great void technique could merely allow him to hide within the void? Entering the void without the great void technique meant certain obliteration. He then descended slowly, approaching the golden horned dragon with an insatiable greed and a sinister glint in his eyes. Gazing towards Dongfang Qingsong, excitement bubbled within him, causing his body to tremble with exhilaration. A malicious smile crept across his lips as he uttered, "You are finally mine." Dongfang Qingsong, upon meeting Lin Langtian's chilling gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine. Even the Feng Nu on his back sensed a wave of terror, her delicate form quivering in fear. Just as they prepared to seize the golden horned dragon and the fire phoenix, three voices suddenly echoed from the sky, their figures approaching with astonishing speed. "Stop right there. The golden horned dragon belongs to me. Lin Langtian, cease your actions." Before the words could fully escape, spells were unleashed upon Lin Langtian. The once stable space warped as if being manipulated by an unseen giant hand, rippling violently. The formidable power was sufficient to tear the void asunder. Three beams of light intertwined, resembling an exceedingly sharp sword, piercing directly towards Lin Langtian. His face darkened with rage, nearly cursing aloud. Not again. Damn it. They had arrived on an ancient battlefield, and another grueling confrontation was inevitable. Lin Langtian silently calculated that he would have to resort to old methods, embedding them into the void first. However, before he could complete his thoughts, a sword light that sent shivers down one's spine cleaved through the space between them. This sword, imbued with immense power, seemed to harness the very forces of heaven and earth, directly slicing through the void. As the void fractured, it resembled a shattered mirror, revealing terrifying black fissures. Through these cracks, one could faintly glimpse the chaotic tempest of the void, a sight that startled all four of them. From the cleaved void emerged a figure radiating an aura of dread. Though slightly breathless, the energy he exuded was potent enough to instill fear in everyone present. What formidable sword intent! To slice through the void with a single stroke. Lin Langtian's eyes widened in terror, his voice trembling with disbelief. "You're still alive." Gu Chang'e clenched his jaw, the muscles in his face twitching with rage. He had endured immense suffering within the void. Had it not been for the imperial weapon shielding him from the tempest, he might have perished in the endless void. Now, with bloodshot eyes and a fearsome visage, he glared at Lin Langtian, roaring, "Lin Langtian, how dare you ambush me? You nearly caused my demise." Recovering from his shock, Lin Langtian retorted mockingly, "You lack strength and blame me for the ambush? How absurd." With that, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, once more invoking the great void technique. His malevolent gaze fixed on Gu Chang'e, he thought to himself, "Let us see how much spiritual energy you have left to wield the imperial weapon." Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'e's face contorted with fury, igniting his anger to its zenith. He bellowed, "Then try your luck." In an instant, their auras surged, akin to two colliding stars, radiating brilliant light as they charged at each other. Their battle transcended the ancient battlefield, erupting into the void where vibrant flashes of light danced amidst thunderous booms. As if the very fabric of the void was on the verge of being torn apart, their conflict raged on, extending to the outskirts of the Blackhorn domain, where the earth shattered and rivers reversed. Eventually, they returned to the ancient battlefield, creating chaos in their wake. The ferocity of their battle left Dongfang Qingsong and Feng Nu in awe, their hearts shaken by the display of such immense power. This was a clash of titans. A spectacle of destruction. Hua Xin, Qin Luotian, and Xiao Jun exchanged glances, their hearts secretly elated at the sight of Gu Chang'e and Lin Langtian embroiled in a fierce struggle. With these two formidable competitors occupied, their chances of seizing the Golden Horn Dragon had significantly increased. Hua Xian was the first to act, darting towards the Golden Horn Dragon. The others quickly followed suit, determined not to let her succeed. In the air, they engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, each refusing to yield. Each time one of them seemed close to grasping the Golden Horn Dragon, the other two would intervene with various techniques, creating a stalemate that was remarkably balanced. In the meantime, Lin Langtian and Gu Chang'e were consumed by their battle, exuding heat and fury. Between exchanges, they glanced downward and saw the Golden Horn Dragon caught in a tumultuous struggle between Hua Xin, Qin Luotian, and Xiao Jun. They shared a knowing look, as if reaching a mutual understanding. Putting aside their vendetta for the moment, they surged towards the Golden Horn Dragon, prioritizing it above all else. At this moment, Dongfang Qingsong resembled a fragile leaf caught in a tempest, tossed helplessly amidst the fray. His massive form was relentlessly pulled and pushed, unable to find respite. At one moment, he felt a grip on his horns, and the next, his tail was seized, leaving him disoriented and furious. How could a proud Golden Horn Dragon be reduced to such a state, akin to a mere spinning top? Meanwhile, Feng Nu, who had clung to him, felt her strength waning. Severely injured and weakened, she could no longer endure the tumultuous ride. Blood seeped from her wounds, staining her garments crimson. Finally, after a violent jolt, she succumbed to unconsciousness, plummeting from Dongfang Qingsong's back towards the abyss below. Feng Nu, Dongfang Qingsong cried out in despair. Chapter 23. Those who slay my demon kin shall, one day, be made to repay blood with blood. Yet, the thoughts of the crowd were entirely fixated on the Golden Horn Dragon, showing little regard for the fiery Phoenix Maiden of the Fire Phoenix clan. Although they were aware that the Fire Phoenix clan bore the ancient bloodline of the immortal Phoenix, such lineage was exceedingly rare, with survival rates dismally low. The prospect of transforming into the legendary immortal Phoenix, based on such a minuscule bloodline, was nearly impossible. Moreover, no one was willing to squander centuries of effort on her. In their eyes, the Golden Horn Dragon was akin to a colossal nugget of gold. As they vied for the dragon's favor, they refrained from exerting their full strength, fearful of inadvertently harming it. Even a mere scratch would cause them immense distress. After all, this Golden Horn Dragon possessed the potential to ascend to the realm of the Emperor. Capturing it for their sect and taming it would essentially secure a formidable beast of Emperor-level caliber. Such a being would command the cycle of life and death, shake the very heavens, defy yin and yang, and traverse the rivers of time. Even if the Golden Horn Dragon ultimately could not break through to the Emperor realm, reaching the levels of Saint King or Great Saint would still place it among the pinnacle of power in the Xintian continent, enough to drive any soul to madness in pursuit of it. Conversely, the Phoenix Maiden was regarded with indifference. Her fate was of no consequence to them. If the Golden Horn Dragon was a nugget of gold, then the Phoenix was but a tiny flake that had fallen from it. As the Phoenix Maiden appeared on the verge of plummeting to the ground, Dongfang Qingsong turned with his dragon body, striking like a bolt of golden lightning across the sky to save her. Without intervention, a fall from such heights would surely result in her demise. Upon witnessing the Golden Horn Dragon breaking free from their grasp and diving downwards, the crowd initially assumed it meant to flee. But escape was not an option. Immediately, 5 powerful beings surrounded Dongfang Qingsong. No matter where he attempted to flee, they would obstruct his path. Dongfang Qingsong's dragon form trembled, his soul-stirring golden eyes glaring fiercely at them. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "Get out of my way!" Rather than inciting fear, his wrath sparked excitement among the onlookers. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The ancient beast's imposing presence was exhilarating. They gazed at the Golden Horn Dragon with admiration. However, Dongfang Qingsong furrowed his brow. Any further delay could prove catastrophic. With a sudden, ear-splitting roar, he unleashed a dragon-esque cry that echoed through the heavens. Immediately, brilliant arcs of lightning erupted around him, accompanied by the relentless sound of thunder. The entire realm was illuminated by the power emanating from Dongfang Qingsong, resembling a tempestuous storm. The 5 onlookers were momentarily speechless, their jaws agape in astonishment. The manifestation of such a powerful lightning technique was awe-inspiring. Qin Luotian and the others, witnessing the Golden Horn Dragon channeling immense, thunderous energy, were utterly astonished, gasping in disbelief. It was said that the most extraordinary beast possessed unique innate abilities. Today's revelation was indeed exceptional. What sort of divine technique was this, capable of invoking such a celestial spectacle? His innate ability was none other than the thunder of the heavens. As the crowd marveled, Dongfang Qingsong unleashed a staggering torrent of power. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, akin to an onslaught of whips wreaking havoc around him. The breathtaking scene caused the expressions of the spectators to shift dramatically. Although they could easily counter such an attack, instinctively, they recoiled from the terrifying, surging thunder. Seizing the moment, Dongfang Qingsong gathered the lightning around him, merging it into his massive dragon wings like rivers converging into the sea. Then, with a breathtaking speed akin to a falling bolt of lightning, he dove downwards. Quick, just a little more, fly. Dongfang Qingsong urged desperately. Just as the Phoenix Maiden was about to crash to the ground, Dongfang Qingsong executed a roller coaster-like maneuver, catching her securely on his back. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of golden light and swiftly escaped the perilous location. His movements were fluid and seamless. The onlookers, witnessing the Golden Horned Dragon's flight, immediately pursued. As they traversed the ancient battlefield, the remnants of antiquity became more pronounced, with mysterious, weathered stones inscribed with fragmented runes appearing around them. The surfaces of these stones bore the marks of time, stained with dark blood. It was easy to imagine the ferocity of the battles that had once raged here, a scene of rivers of blood and countless corpses. Yet, despite Dongfang Qingsong exerting his full demon power to flee at breakneck speed, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. In mere moments, the 5 pursuers closed in on the Golden Horned Dragon, hovering ominously above. Breathless, Dongfang Qingsong glanced back, his golden eyes filled with fury as they reflected the figures of his pursuers. The relentless chase had taken its toll, and no demon could swallow such humiliation. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the skies, he declared, "Those who slay my demon kin shall, one day, be made to repay blood with blood." Faced with 5 formidable opponents, he was uncertain if he could escape alive. Yet, the likelihood seemed grim. Should he be captured, the Phoenix Maiden would undoubtedly meet her end at their hands, her demon core taken. Dongfang Qingsong, at the early stage of the Lifespring realm, had resigned himself to the worst possible outcome. If he were to be caught, even self-detonating his demon core to explode his own body would not prevent these humans from desecrating his form. The 5 continued to close in on the Golden Horned Dragon without striking, wary of the dense stones surrounding them. They feared that employing their full might inadvertently harm the dragon, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. After all, should they accidentally kill the young beast, the regret would be unbearable. In that moment, Qin Luotian smirked confidently, his demeanor radiating self-assurance. With a flick of his left hand, he summoned a shimmering light, inscribing a rune in midair. He intoned command. As his voice fell, he vanished from sight, only to reappear mere inches from Dongfang Qingsong. This sudden development left the onlookers in stunned silence. At this proximity, he was perfectly positioned to capture the Golden Horned Dragon. Qin Luotian swiftly produced the binding rope meant for capturing demons. The others gasped in astonishment at the technique he had just employed. Huan Xian'er, recognizing the nature of his power, widened her fox-like eyes in shock. Her teeth gritted in anger. This Qin Luotian is indeed a formidable foe. He possesses the legendary Connecting Heaven Talisman. Chapter 24. The Celestial Talisman. This extraordinary technique, known as the Celestial Talisman, is also referred to as the Celestial Script. It embodies the most profound and powerful talismanic arts of the natural order within the cosmos. It is among the most enigmatic and challenging of treasures to comprehend. By channeling one's own spiritual energy, one can inscribe talismans in midair, which encompass numerous formidable talismanic techniques. The spell just executed is called the Divine Transit Talisman, allowing one to instantaneously appear at any desired location. However, it differs from the Great Void technique, which allows one to directly traverse into the void and wander freely within it. The Divine Transit Talisman merely requires one to lock onto a target's aura, using the talisman as a conduit to arrive in an instant. This is merely one of the myriad techniques encompassed within the Celestial Talisman. Even Guchanga, wielding an imperial weapon, felt a surge of covetousness upon witnessing the Celestial Talisman. The 4 individuals gazed incredulously at Qin Luotian, astonished that he possessed such a formidable treasure. Their envy was palpable, their teeth grinding in jealousy. How could you, Qin Luotian, have acquired the Celestial Script? When Dongfang Qingsong saw this individual suddenly appear before him, he was equally taken aback, his pupils dilating in surprise. He had not anticipated that such a treasure could manifest before his very eyes in an instant. This technique was indeed formidable. Dongfang Qingsong's expression turned grave. Despite the vast disparity in strength, he felt compelled to strip them of their skins. Observing their astonished expressions, Qin Luotian chuckled coldly. This technique was originally his trump card, intended for a critical moment. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to reveal the existence of the Celestial Script. With their proximity and the presence of numerous massive stones obstructing their path, Qin Luotian had a significant opportunity to capture the Golden Horned Dragon alive. The binding demon rope could restrain the creature's demonic power, rendering it incapable of utilizing its innate abilities. My apologies, everyone. This Golden Horned Dragon is mine. Qin Luotian laughed heartily, preparing to capture Dongfang Qingsong with the binding demon rope. Do not celebrate too soon, Qin Luotian. A weighty voice suddenly reverberated from above. Instantly, the space around him appeared to split as if struck by a blade, revealing a rift in the void near the Golden Horned Dragon. The 2 parties coincidentally converged at that moment. Linlang Tian's gaze turned fierce as he raised his hand, launching a great void technique towards Qin Luotian without hesitation. Qin Luotian's expression shifted drastically. He held no imperial weapon. If he were to be drawn into the void, he would certainly meet his demise. His celestial talisman could not escape from the boundless void. In a flurry, he attempted to evade. Realizing he had no time to inscribe a talisman, drawing with his left hand was clearly inefficient compared to his right. Moreover, the celestial talisman was esoteric and intricate. Even now, he had only mastered one or two techniques. The void technique struck the massive stone, yet it did not vanish. Suddenly, the surrounding stones began to tremble, triggering a chain reaction as they emitted a deep, resonant hum. In this ancient battlefield strewn with relics, the scene appeared particularly eerie. The crowd, taken aback by the sudden movement of the stones, furrowed their brows, holding their breath, vigilant for any lurking dangers. Since their arrival at the ancient battlefield, they had sensed something was amiss. However, engrossed in the pursuit of the golden horned dragon, they had not paid it much mind. This was an ancient battlefield, and it was possible that remnants of traps still lingered. Chao Jun, his face flushed with anger, bellowed, "Linling Tian, what trickery are you up to?" His voice echoed loudly across the desolate and eerie battlefield. Linling Tian, too, was bewildered by the situation. "It wasn't me." Chao Jun did not believe his words. "If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" Just then, under the gazes of the crowd, the mysterious massive stones scattered around suddenly stirred, visibly converging into 5 towering pillars. The runes inscribed upon the pillars began to flicker and tremble. The radiance enveloped Dongfang Qingsong. At last, the crowd discerned the 5 colossal pillars formed by the stones. Guchanga furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the runes on the pillars. Although most of the runes were fragmented, their essence could still be discerned. Gazing at the runes, he slowly declared, "This is an ancient teleportation array." An ancient teleportation array? The crowd was perplexed. After all this time, how could the runes, long since deteriorated, still activate? Guchanga's expression grew solemn as he recalled Linling Tian's great void technique. Suddenly, he pointed decisively at Linling Tian, exclaiming, "It was you. Your great void technique must have inadvertently activated the ancient teleportation array." Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces flushed with anger as they berated Linling Tian. "You traitor! You are more of a hindrance than a help. Quickly, stop the ancient teleportation array. If it activates now, the golden horned dragon will escape." Linling Tian's face darkened as he was scolded, feeling a sense of urgency. Unsure of how to halt the ancient teleportation array, having never encountered it before. How would I know? At that moment, Chao Jun, displaying a comical expression, raised his hand and suggested loudly, "Why not simply destroy the ancient teleportation array?" This suggestion resonated with everyone. Huasianair nodded slightly and echoed, "That's a good idea. Let us all unite our efforts to dismantle this ancient formation before the golden horned dragon eludes us. Otherwise, it will be a loss for us all." The crowd considered this, recognizing the merit in the proposal. The reason for their collective effort to dismantle the ancient teleportation array was that it was simply too large, over 5 times the size of an ordinary teleportation array. Furthermore, they had already expended considerable spiritual energy in their pursuit of the golden horned dragon. Without cooperation, it would be impossible to destroy the ancient teleportation array. In that moment, a voice filled with panic suddenly rang out. "Absolutely not!" Qin Luotian exclaimed in terror. Hearing this, the crowd turned their heads, puzzled by his expression. Qin Luotian, his face grave, spoke quickly. "The ancient formation was activated by the Great Void Technique. Within these stone pillars lies the essence of the Great Void Technique. If it is destroyed, the resulting explosion could cause the ancient formation to spiral out of control, potentially amplifying its power several-fold. If we are all drawn into the void, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, the crowd froze, as if struck by a paralysis spell, immediately halting their actions. Someone remarked, "Indeed." Yet Linling Tian, unfazed, dismissed their concerns, stating, "Fear not. Destroying the ancient teleportation array will not trigger a backlash from the void." Huasianair, after a moment of contemplation, furrowed her brow in anger, retorting, "You possess the great void technique, so naturally, you are unafraid. What if a backlash occurs and we are all sucked in?" The trio of Huasianair, Chao Jun, and Qin Luotian ceased their movements, fearing the prospect of being engulfed by the void. However, Guchanga adopted a different demeanor. With a smile, he proposed, "Lin, why not join forces to destroy this ancient teleportation array?" Previously adversarial, they now referred to each other as brothers in this dire situation, showcasing an extreme lack of shame. Linling Tian, recognizing the ulterior motive behind Guchanga's smile, understood his intent. Guchanga wielded an imperial weapon. Should he be drawn into the void, he could use it to safeguard himself, cleaving through the void to return. Qin Luotian and the others quickly discerned that the two were conspiring to eliminate 3 individuals, and then let strength dictate the outcome. It is a matter of either your demise or mine. Only the one who survives is worthy of possessing the golden horned dragon. Chapter 25, The Crisis of the Void. Subsequently, Linling Tian and Guchanga resolved to jointly employ their formidable arts to assault the ancient teleportation array. Witnessing this scene, Qin Luotian, Huasianair, and Chao Jun were instantly struck with terror, their faces paling and chills racing down their spines. The tumult of the void was no trifling matter. It was evident that the two were deliberately orchestrating this to bring about their demise, allowing themselves to vie for the golden horned dragon. The trio would not acquiesce to Linlang Tian and Gu Chang's intentions. In almost perfect synchrony, the three resolved to take action together. Just as Linlang Tian and Gu Chang'e united their efforts to dismantle the ancient teleportation array, Qin Luotian and his companions joined forces to thwart their assault. When Linlang Tian and Gu Chang'e realized their attack had been interrupted, their expressions darkened, as if the very depths of a cauldron had engulfed their faces. What do you three mean by this? Linlang Tian demanded. Hua Xian'er huffed disdainfully. Do not presume we are unaware of your intentions. You aim to eliminate us under the pretense of this chaos. Xiao Jun's anger was palpable, veins bulging on his neck, spreading ominously across his forehead. In the end, you two would profit while we are mired in this quagmire. One of you would seize the golden horned dragon and subsequently attempt to consume the four great sects. Qin Luotian gritted his teeth, seething with rage. You truly have a knack for scheming. Linlang Tian and Gu Chang'e exchanged glances, their lips curling into a smirk. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Once we vanquish you, we shall settle our own scores. They mused. This predicament arises solely from your numbers, causing us to waste precious time. Otherwise, we would have captured the golden horned dragon long ago. The expressions of Qin Luotian and his companions grew increasingly somber. Qin Luotian bellowed. If you wish for us to perish first, you ought to weigh your own strength. His voice reverberated through the air. Turning to Hua Xian'er and Xiao Jun, he declared, let us strike together and eliminate these two right here. Agreed. Hua Xian'er and Xiao Jun echoed in unison. Gu Chang'e wielded the imperial weapon, the demon-slaying sword, which trembled in his grasp, emitting a resonant hum. His brow furrowed, his gaze icy as frost. Men perish for wealth, and birds die for food. This has been the way since time immemorial. Let us engage. Linlang Tian clenched his fist in the void, his countenance grave, his eyes burning with resolve. I, Linlang Tian, shall accompany you to the end. They needed to resolve this swiftly, for the teleportation array was on the verge of activation. One side sought to survive and subsequently devise a plan to capture the golden horned dragon, while Gu Chang'e's faction aimed to annihilate the ancient teleportation array while simultaneously eradicating Qin Luotian and his companions. As their words fell, they surged forth like arrows released from a bow, their speed almost instantaneous as they clashed. In that fleeting moment, the dazzling lights of their various arts collided, distorting the space above them, creating tumultuous waves. The colors of the sky flickered and shifted with each blow, the very fabric of space transforming amidst their fierce battle, evoking a sense of apocalyptic dread. At that moment, in the heart of the ancient teleportation array, Dongfang Qingsong was in a state of frantic urgency. He twisted his body within the formation, his gaze darting anxiously over the array, desperate to uncover the method to activate it. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, streamed down his forehead and dripped down his cheeks. I must activate the ancient teleportation array swiftly, or we shall be in grave peril. But how could he initiate this ancient mechanism? In his desperation, he employed the thunderous art. A tremendous force of thunder, akin to the descent of a thunder god, struck the surroundings of the ancient teleportation array. With a resounding crash, the array began to tremble violently, radiating brilliant light as it illuminated each stone pillar. Symbols rose from the pillars, manifesting in midair, spinning at a frenzied pace. The ancient teleportation array buzzed like a tractor starting up, indicating a buildup of energy. The tension in his face relaxed into a sigh of relief. Although he had no knowledge of where the ancient teleportation array would transport him, the prospect of escaping danger was paramount, accompanied by a dazzling beam of light that shot skyward, piercing the clouds. This immense commotion and extraordinary phenomenon startled the 5 combatants embroiled in battle. Suddenly, they realized something, instinctively halting their attacks and turning their gazes towards the ancient teleportation array. Not good. The ancient teleportation array has been activated. Gu Chang'e exclaimed, his complexion paling. Curse it, he yelled, his face contorting with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded the imperial weapon and struck towards the ancient teleportation array with all his might. The terrifying blade distorted the very fabric of space, emanating a potent imperial aura that surged outward. But it was too late. Dongfang Qingsong and Feng Nu were enveloped in radiant light, their forms vanishing amidst the tremors of the ancient teleportation array, leaving behind only the desolate array, as if they had never existed. The myriad of demons in the Black Horn domain gazed in bewilderment at the brilliant flash erupting from the central area, utterly confounded by the unfolding events. In an instant, the ancient teleportation array, akin to a feeble elder, faltered after its inaugural use, collapsing and scattering debris across the ground. Silence fell upon the surroundings, a profound stillness enveloping the scene. Linlang Tian suddenly threw his head back and erupted into manic laughter. What a failure! What a failure indeed! His laughter echoed. A complex expression etched upon his face, a grimace that was more sorrowful than joyful, reminiscent of a profound loss. The eerie nature of his mirth sent chills down the spine. With a swift motion, he stepped into the void, vanishing from sight, leaving only the haunting echoes of his laughter lingering in the air. After enduring such arduous efforts, they had allowed the golden horned dragon to escape, and now none had claimed it. With the golden horned dragon gone and the ancient teleportation array having transported it to an unknown location, the group was left speechless, trembling with indignation, their breaths coming in rapid gasps. Clenching their fists until they cracked, they recognized that remaining in this place served no purpose. They chose to expend no further energy debating with one another. Without unnecessary actions, they soared away towards the periphery of the Black Horn domain. The commotion from the teleportation array might have alerted the two golden horned dragons, as this was indeed a forbidden realm, a hidden sanctuary for them. Within the void. Inside the teleportation tunnel, Dongfang Qingsong rode the fire phoenix, encased in radiant light, with runes interwoven within the glow. Their safety in the void was ensured by the protective runes of the teleportation array. Having escaped peril, he was now oblivious to where he was being transported. As Dongfang Qingsong surveyed his surroundings, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a rune above his right shoulder, which was shockingly incomplete. His expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The rune is incomplete. The ancient teleportation array had endured for millennia, and it was already a stroke of luck that it could still function. The incompleteness of the rune was, unfortunately, not surprising. Yet now, ensconced in the void, any encounter with danger could lead to dire consequences. The only recourse left for him was to fervently pray within his heart, hoping that the teleportation array would swiftly deliver him to a safe haven. However, there were no ominous void storms to be seen. Yet, the most alarming issue was that the teleportation tunnel had begun to exhibit extreme instability. It seems it is on the verge of collapse. Chapter 26. Did I hear that correctly? They want me to pull a minecart. If the teleportation tunnel collapses, those two will be trapped in the void, unable to escape forever. This is even more terrifying than encountering a void storm. At this moment, Dongfang Qingsong was in a state of utter panic. He had no idea how to repair the teleportation tunnel and had never heard of anyone fixing it from the inside. Just then, a massive thunderstorm loomed in the distance. The lightning surged within the storm like monstrous waves crashing in the deep sea, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Countless fierce bolts of lightning rolled and roared, creating a deafening cacophony. As he grappled with the unresolved issue of the broken tunnel, the thunderstorm approached, threatening to drive Dongfang Qingsong into despair, leaving him utterly terrified. The teleportation tunnel followed a fixed route. Changing direction was simply impossible unless the void storm decided to dissipate on its own, which was highly unlikely. Encountering a thunderstorm in the void was all too common. The only consolation was that a void storm had not yet arrived. Dongfang Qingsong's eyes widened in terror, as round as copper bells. Fixated on the storm charging towards him, gritting his teeth, he steeled himself. Whether life or death, he would fight with all he had. Lightning gathered around him. Thunder rumbled incessantly. The tremendous force of thunder erupted around him with divine majesty. In the dark depths of the void, Dongfang Qingsong shone brilliantly, the lightning exploding forth. Matching the storm's intensity, he resolved to confront the void thunderstorm with his thunderous powers. Thunderous technique, he bellowed. With a thunderous clash, the two forces of lightning collided. Boom. The immense power erupted, illuminating the previously chaotic void as brightly as day. The blinding radiance made it impossible for the demons to open their eyes. Dongfang Qingsong felt a sudden flash of white before losing consciousness. Time passed, and he felt a slight tremor of his eyelids, his brow furrowing. The rhythmic sounds of metal clashing filled his ears. Clang, clang, clang. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his body stiff from prolonged lying down, discomfort seeping through him. His large form felt constricted in the narrow space. Struggling to open his eyes, he pondered, didn't I encounter a thunderstorm in the void? Am I dead? Upon finally opening his eyes, he was greeted by a bizarre sight. An array of strange creatures wielding shovels, excavating glimmering objects of unknown origin. In the dim environment, these objects flickered with an unusual light. The earlier clanging sounds emanated from the shovels striking the ore. The scale of the operation suggested he was in a mine. The walls around him were embedded with stones radiating a faint glow, barely illuminating the dark space. While the air was thick with a blend of dust and the scent of ore, Dongfang Qingsong struggled to comprehend his surroundings. Disbelief etched across his face. What is this place? He muttered. As he racked his brain to understand how he arrived here, a sudden realization struck him. He abruptly raised his head, nearly colliding with the stone ceiling. Where is the Phoenix Maiden? In the cramped space, he spun around, searching every corner for her, but found no trace after an exhaustive search. Confusion washed over him as he murmured, "Strange? Wasn't she with me? Where has she gone?" He even lifted his foot to check beneath it, appearing quite comical. Perhaps the void thunderstorm had scrambled his brain. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, you there. If you're not dead, hurry up and move this or..." An anthropomorphic horse demon pointed angrily at a nearby minecart. He wielded a long whip, swinging it menacingly before slamming it down. The whip sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Dongfang Qingsong's expression shifted immediately. The bewilderment in his eyes was replaced with anger. A dignified golden-horned giant dragon like him, reduced to pulling her carts. This was an utter affront to his pride. As the horse demon noticed Dongfang Qingsong's lack of response, his fury intensified. "Are you even listening to me?" he shouted. swinging his whip once more in a threatening manner. Seeing the whip coming, Dongfang Qingsong's eyes flashed with disdain, his lips curling into a smirk as he softly uttered, "Ridiculous." But suddenly, his expression changed. The previously dismissive look froze as the whip struck him hard. A surge of pain radiated from the impact site. Cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead as he gasped in shock. His eyes widened in horror. How could this happen? My demon power. Where has it gone? He quickly inspected his body. The sight made his heart drop. His demon core, typically a beacon of strength, now bore a deep fissure. All his demon power had vanished. Even if he attempted to absorb the ambient spiritual energy, the cracked core acted like a broken vessel, unable to retain any energy. The moment spiritual energy entered, it leaked out through the fissure. The horse demon, noticing Dongfang Qingsong's inaction, sneered derisively. "Oh, you can take a hit." Just as the horse demon prepared to strike again, a frail little demon rushed over, wearing tattered clothes. "Sir, please don't be angry. This guy is new. Just let it go." He grasped the horse demon's whip-wielding hand. The horse demon glared at the audacity of the small demon, seething with rage. The small demon quickly retrieved a high-quality spirit crystal from his pocket, delicately placing it into the horse demon's hand. Upon seeing the crystal, the horse demon's anger dissipated instantly, his eyes gleaming with delight. He quickly pocketed the crystal, scanning the surroundings for any prying eyes. Once assured of their privacy, he returned to his fierce demeanor, urging Dongfang Qingsong and the small demon, "Get to work." With that, he swaggered away. Dongfang Qingsong turned to the one who had helped him and asked, "Who are you?" The small demon smiled innocently and replied, "My name is Gunju." "Gunju?" Dongfang Qingsong furrowed his brow at the name, unable to suppress a chuckle. "I've never met anyone whose parents would name them that. My parents died when I was born." Dongfang Qingsong was momentarily at a loss for words. Guilt flooding him as he realized he had been insensitive. He felt like slapping himself for his thoughtlessness. He truly was a fool. Chapter 27. The Sale of Monsters. Rolling Pearl, seemingly unfazed, scratched his head and continued, "I came up with this name myself. Since others often tell me to roll away, I decided to name myself Rolling Pearl." He chuckled innocently at Dongfang Qingsong, his laughter brimming with childlike innocence. At this moment, the most pressing matter for Dongfang Qingsong was to swiftly restore the demon core within him. Once a being of immense power, he now felt as fragile as a mere vase, beautiful yet utterly useless, easily shattered. For now, he had to endure and focus on survival. For there would come a time when he would seek revenge on that horse demon. He resolved to pull the card, prioritizing survival above all else. As he approached and grasped the rope, Rolling Pearl suddenly offered, "Shall I pull instead?" Dongfang Qingsong burst into laughter upon hearing this. Just look at his frail demon form. A gust of wind could easily topple him. How could he dare to suggest such a thing? To Dongfang Qingsong, it seemed utterly ridiculous. With a swagger, he declared, "What? Do you look down on me? I could pull this card all day without breaking a sweat." However, before Rolling Pearl could explain himself, he noticed Dongfang Qingsong had already tied the rope around himself. With a deep breath, he steadied himself, his gaze fierce, and stomped his feet heavily. The gravel beneath him trembled from the force of his presence, leaving Rolling Pearl dumbfounded by the sheer intensity. "Let us go," Dongfang Qingsong bellowed, exerting every ounce of strength, every muscle taut with effort. Yet, the cart remained stubbornly still, as if welded to the ground. In that moment, he was utterly bewildered. How could the seemingly ordinary cart be so immovable? Was his demon power so depleted that it had rendered him as weak as an ordinary fowl? Surely, he had not lost all strength, for even a mere human could manage to budge this cart. He silently scoffed at the absurdity of it all, taking a deep breath, his chest heaving dramatically. With a thunderous shout, he cried, "Move! Move! 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 Move!" Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His face flushed like a monkey's rear. Doubt began to creep into his mind about his life as a demon. Rolling Pearl approached and said, "The gravity in this mine is 10 times that of the outside world, so this cart must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Dongfang Qingsong's lips twitched. "Why didn't you say that sooner?" Rolling Pearl, with an innocent grin, scratched the back of his head, appearing slightly embarrassed. "I was just about to mention it when I saw you had already tied the rope." He moved to the front of the cart, skillfully securing the rope around himself. With a slight bend of his knees and a determined push, the cart that had previously resisted all movement was pulled away effortlessly by him. This scene left Dongfang Qingsong in stunned silence. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. Not only had he lost his demon power, but his physical strength had diminished to the point where he was weaker than even this frail demon. After a full day's labor, he felt utterly drained, his body weak and sore, with cramping legs. In stark contrast, the demons who had worked in the mine for years seemed vigorous as they mined the precious ore. Observing his surroundings, Dongfang Qingsong realized this mine was far from ordinary. Finding a safe spot, he inquired of Rolling Pearl, who, with his kind-hearted and innocent demeanor, did not seem malevolent. "What kind of, or are you all mining here?" Rolling Pearl immediately answered, a smile illuminating his face as he explained, "This is essence iron, a material denser than ordinary dark iron, typically used for forging top-tier magical artifacts. Due to the constant presence of essence iron, the gravity density in this mine has gradually shifted, now weighing 10 times more than outside. Oh, I see. Dongfang Qingsong nodded, pondering a question that arose in his mind. By the way, are all these demons captured? Exactly, Rolling Pearl confirmed. All of us here are captured demons forced to mine by the demon traders. Dongfang Qingsong froze. Taken aback. Demon traders? Such a thing existed among the demon race. So, he had been lured here by demon traders to toil in the mines. Rolling Pearl chuckled lightly. Just like me, I've been here for over a decade. Gazing at Rolling Pearl, Dongfang Qingsong felt a whirlwind of emotions. This was the first time he had encountered a demon in such servitude, and to see him take pride in it was utterly bewildering. Unable to contain himself, Dongfang Qingsong asked, "Have you never thought about leaving?" After just one day's work, he was utterly exhausted. Ordinary demons could hardly endure such strenuous labor. Rolling Pearl frowned slightly, tilting his head in confusion at the question. Then, with a silly smile, he replied, "Why would I want to leave? Here, we have food and shelter. And we even get spirit crystals. All the demons here are talented. I absolutely love it." Listening to Rolling Pearl's fanciful descriptions, one might think it was indeed a decent job if they hadn't witnessed the reality. However, Dongfang Qingsong, observing his surroundings, fell silent. A group of demons swung their pickaxes like perpetual motion machines, never stopping. They tirelessly extracted essence iron, their bodies weary and movement sluggish. Yet they dared not show any signs of weakness. Any delay would earn them a harsh lash from the overseer. They worked day and night, managing only 3 to 4 hours of sleep. It was a torment for the demons. Worried for Feng Yin's safety, he turned to Rolling Pearl, who seemed so familiar with the mine, and asked hopefully, "Have you seen a female demon?" Dongfang Qingsong used gestures to describe her, wearing red clothes, with red hair, standing about 1.7 meters tall, a fiery mark between her brows, and a rather exaggerated figure who had suffered severe injuries. "Have you seen her?" Rolling Pearl pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow, then shook his head. "We have many female demons in the mine, but not the one you described." "Is that so?" Dongfang Qingsong sighed softly. It seemed the demon trader had not placed him alongside Feng Yin. He continued, "Do you know how often the demon traders come?" "About once every half-month," Rolling Pearl replied. Dongfang Qingsong furrowed his brow. Half a month. The timeline was too tight. It meant he had to strive to restore his shattered demon core within that time frame. But how could he repair a demon core? Rolling Pearl, resting his chin on his hand, mused, "It could also be 2 months, or even 6 months. 6 months. Dongfang Qingsong exclaimed, horrified. If that's the case, she might not survive even a month. Her injuries were severe. Without timely treatment, she wouldn't last even half a month. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong felt like an ant on a hot pan, frantic and restless. What was he to do? His expression twisted with anxiety. He resembled a powerless creature devoid of demon power. The only constant was his massive physique. If he encountered a formidable foe, his fate would be sealed in death. Dongfang Qingsong sighed heavily, his brows furrowed in deep thought. He could only take one step at a time. The orb, sensing his gloomy demeanor, wished to offer some comfort but found itself at a loss for words. Summoning its courage, it decided to echo the sentiments expressed by a certain enchanting being upon its initial arrival here. Persevere, do your best, and one day, success will undoubtedly be yours. Dongfang Qingsong was left perplexed, a myriad of questions reflected in his expression. He truly could not comprehend the meaning behind the orb's seemingly nonsensical words. Chapter 28. The Oppression of the Demons. As the time grew late, the gluttonous orb voiced, "Let us go, dinner awaits." With that, he led Dongfang Qingsong to join the queue for their daily portion of blood food and spiritual crystals. After a prolonged wait, they received a meager piece of flesh and an exceedingly inferior spiritual crystal. Dongfang Qingsong's eyes twitched in dismay as he beheld the repulsive dark green slime coating the meat. This was, without a doubt, the most appalling meal he had ever encountered. The flesh exuded a pungent, sour odor, clearly indicating its state of decay. Sitting aside, he reminisced about better days. Once affluent, he had feasted upon the finest blood delicacies and savored exquisite elixirs, with spiritual crystals abundant enough to squander for generations. Who would have imagined that Dongfang Qingsong would find himself reduced to gnawing on spoiled meat within this dark mine? Sighing heavily, he steeled his resolve. To survive, he had to eat. With determination, he took a large bite of the meat, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of rancid, acrid flavors that assaulted his senses. He nearly retched but managed to swallow against the rising nausea. Observing the other demons savoring their meals with apparent delight, he questioned whether he had been mistakenly given inferior rations. He smacked his lips, feeling unsatisfied. This scant portion barely filled the gaps between his teeth. After a day's labor, receiving such little sustenance was utterly insufficient. Casting his gaze upon those still feasting, a nefarious thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could seize their food. Suddenly, a gruff voice boomed from behind him. "Hey, with such a small frame, do you think you can finish all that blood food?" A burly tiger demon, with rugged skin and a fearsome visage, loomed over the newly served orb, barking at him. Surrounding the tiger were a band of henchmen, their eyes glinting with malevolence as they fixated on the orb. Startled, the orb trembled, slowly raising his gaze to meet the towering figure of the tiger demon. swallowing hard as fear gripped him. "You can take it," he stammered. The tiger demon, sensing his advantage, smirked triumphantly. With a swift motion, he snatched the blood food from the orb's hands, almost toppling him to the ground in the process. That was his only sustenance for the day. In this grueling mine, without adequate nourishment, he would struggle to endure the following day, and might even lose his Chapter 29. The battle with the tiger demon. All the demons could hardly believe their ears. They were eager to see which fool would dare to bet on a newcomer. Following the sound, they discovered that the ball roller still held a solitary spirit crystal. Raised high above his head, Dongfang Qingsong turned to look at the ball roller, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, the ball roller's cheeks flushed slightly with excitement, his gaze sparkling with an unprecedented light. It was the first time in his life that a demon had actively come to his aid, leaving him deeply moved. Although he felt powerless, he was determined to contribute his meager strength. He could not afford to lose in terms of momentum. If no demon dared to open the betting, then he, the ball roller, would. The surrounding demons erupted in chatter, teasing. Who would have thought that the dimwit had a hidden stash? A corpulent pig demon snorted. "Look at all those spirit crystals. The odds are quite favorable here. If you can't pay up, we'll just have to take something from you as compensation." As he spoke, the pig demon and the others eagerly licked their blood-stained lips, countless hungry eyes fixed on the ball roller's emaciated frame, akin to wolves eyeing their prey. Clearly, they intended to devour him. They had grown weary of feasting on decayed flesh, and finally, they had encountered a fool who offered a change of flavor. Whispers of mockery permeated the air. The ball roller took a deep breath, steeling himself, and stepped forward. With all his might, he shouted, "I bet." Just as he finished speaking, he realized he did not even know the newcomer's name, momentarily stalling. Suddenly, Dongfang Qingsong's voice boomed like thunder. "Dongfang Qingsong." The ball roller, puffing out his chest, echoed, "I bet Dongfang Qingsong will win." The other demons admired the ball roller's audacity to bet on a newcomer. Everyone knew that this tiger demon had been the ruler of the iron ore mine for over 40 years. His strength was not to be underestimated. When they heard the name Dongfang Qingsong, the demons frowned in unison. Dongfang Qingsong. Why does that sound like a human name? They sensed that this individual was extraordinary. Despite lacking any human aura, he bore a name reminiscent of humanity. How peculiar. Even the tiger demon appeared puzzled. He then intentionally raised his voice mockingly. Just a human slave. Naturally, he would adopt a name similar to that of the human race. Ha! His minions laughed in agreement. So that's it. A slave. What a disgrace to our demon race. Ha! A fiery indignation ignited within Dongfang Qingsong. He had intended to stand up for the ball roller, but was astonished that they dared to provoke him. As a descendant of the golden horn giant dragon, his lineage was immensely noble, and he belonged to a naturally combative race, bearing the ancient bloodline that had persisted through the ages. He could not allow these demons to act so insolently before him. The golden horn giant dragon was not to be desecrated. His blood surged like molten lava, and his aura sharpened, ready to slay the demons. Dongfang Qingsong cast a cold glare at the tiger demon and declared, "You seek death." Upon uttering these words, he focused his energy, every muscle taut, as if preparing to unleash a formidable attack. The tiger demon felt a twinge of unease at the sight of him and took a few cautious steps back. Having navigated the demon world for decades, he had encountered many powerful demons, yet Dongfang Qingsong exuded an enigmatic aura that left him unsettled. A faint trace of demonic energy swirled around him. Had he not been well versed, he might have faltered. Perhaps I should observe a little longer. This could get tricky, the tiger demon thought, narrowing his eyes in caution. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. A small shockwave swirled around Dongfang Qingsong, stirring up dust from the ground. The demons furrowed their brows, their expressions filled with confusion. They seemed to question, is this what we waited for all this time? Just a puff of air? It would be more entertaining if he had defecated publicly. Instant murmurs of disappointment filled the air. Dongfang Qingsong's expression shifted dramatically as he realized his demonic core had shattered, causing his power to dissipate. He was unable to channel his energy for the thunderous treasure technique. He had been too eager. Gritting his teeth, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. The tiger demon, observing the situation, let out a long breath, followed by a smug grin. He taunted Dongfang Qingsong. What a show of trickery. With that, the tiger demon's eyes sharpened, his body coiling like a spring, and his claws emerged, glimmering with a menacing light. Prepare to meet your end. Today, I shall slay you and treat my underlings to a feast. His minions cheered. Our leader is mighty. The tiger demon lunged forward, his feet creating deep imprints in the ground, launching himself like a cannonball, his steel claws aimed directly at Dongfang Qingsong. If those claws latched onto him, it would be akin to slicing through a watermelon, leaving a gruesome scene behind. All the demons watched with eager, bloodshot eyes, anticipating Dongfang Qingsong's imminent demise at the claws of the tiger demon. The thought of a gruesome spectacle sent shivers of excitement through them, and they roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The ball roller, witnessing the uproar, felt as Chapter 30. A mere clown, the orb closed its eyes, too frightened to look. Yet, at this moment, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. How strange. Why has everything suddenly fallen silent? However, That sound of something being torn apart did not seem to match the silence. It sounded as if something had broken. He pondered uncertainly. Slowly, he opened his eyes and was met with a scene that left him utterly astounded. Not just him. All the creatures present were rendered speechless by this spectacle. Their eyes widened in horror, mouths agape, unable to close for what felt like an eternity. Even the sound of their breathing ceased, as if the sheer terror of the battle had rendered them breathless. Before him stood the tiger demon, its eyes nearly popping from their sockets, mouth stretched to its limits, neck craning forward in disbelief as it stared at the scattered remnants of its own claws. The sight of this corpulent creature, juxtaposed with its astonished demeanor, was undeniably comical. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qingsong stood firm like a mountain, unscathed. Not even a scratch marred his scales, which glimmered ominously in the dimly lit cavern. How could a mere tiger demon hope to vanquish a descendant of the foremost bloodline of the demon race, especially one belonging to the illustrious golden horned dragon? The tiger demon trembled uncontrollably, gazing at the shattered pride of its claws, its expression contorted with dismay. How could this be? It shrieked in despair. The other demons, jolted back to reality by the tiger demon's anguished cry, began to murmur in astonishment. What? Surely, my eyes do not deceive me. That great cat's claws have truly been severed. Hiss. What manner of creature is this? Its physical form is astonishingly powerful, capable of shattering even the tiger demon's steel claws. A smirk curled at the corners of Dongfang Qingsong's lips, a blend of disdain and mockery evident in his expression. My lineage, the golden horned dragon, boasts an unparalleled strength. You, a mere minor demon, cannot even scratch my skin. What right do you have to feel pride? The tiger demon, upon hearing these words, should have felt enraged. Yet, it fixated on two key phrases, golden horned dragon and bloodline. All the demons whispered among themselves, their voices rising in a clamor. Clearly, the golden horned dragon referred to a specific clan. In the hierarchy of demon society, each demon belonged to a clan, each with its own illustrious history. Yet, they had never heard of the golden horned dragon and knew nothing of it. The mention of bloodline from Dongfang Qingsong, however, took them by surprise. For lesser demons like themselves, the concept of bloodline was far beyond their reach, as they were deemed unworthy and only referred to as mixed blood. Just as humanity is classified into various ranks, so too is the demon race. They held bloodlines in the highest regard, with the status of one's bloodline dictating their worth. Only the mightiest of demon clans could claim noble bloodlines. Clans with both a revered name and a powerful bloodline were considered prestigious, their renown echoing throughout the demon world. They could not fathom the extent of Dongfang Qingsong's bloodline strength, but his confident mention of it indicated that he was no ordinary demon. They wondered how he had ended up in this place. The tiger demon began to regard him with a newfound wariness. Its expression shifted to one of fierce hostility, determined to maintain its status in this realm. With a shake of its body, the tiger demon raised its hand dismissively and bellowed, "What nonsense! I've never even heard of the golden horned dragon. You are merely spewing lies to intimidate us." The other demons fell silent, momentarily stunned, before echoing in agreement. Indeed, we have never heard of this golden horned dragon clan. How fortunate we are not to have been deceived. Surely, that fellow is just fabricating tales. At that moment, a dog demon, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Unlike us from the dog clan, which boasts a vast population throughout the demon realm. Who among the demons is unaware of us? How could the dog clan, known for its numbers, even be compared to the formidable, ancient golden horned dragon? The difference was akin to that between clouds and mud. There was no basis for comparison. The dog demon lacked even the right to groom the claws of a golden horned dragon. These lesser demons, oblivious to the golden horned dragon, merely highlighted their ignorance. They were unworthy of knowing such a name. The golden horned dragon is a powerful lineage that has endured since ancient times, its bloodline remaining remarkably pure to this day. Few demons are aware of their existence. Only ancient families or sects with specialized records might possess knowledge of the legendary golden horned dragon. Otherwise, who would know? This mighty lineage, the golden horned dragon, could one day rival even the emperors. Yet, here it was, caught by a demon trader and forced to toil in a mine. This revealed the trader's ignorance. Had they recognized the value, they would never have sold him for mere labor in a mine. Instead, they could have resold him to powerful human sects, reaping rewards far exceeding what they could gain here. If the demon trader had realized that Dongfang Qingsong was a treasure beyond monetary value, they would surely be regretting their actions, wishing to tear open their own bellies to cleanse their insides in despair. Though they spoke of Dongfang Qingsong's bloodline and lineage as falsehoods, they could not deny the undeniable fact that the tiger demon's claws, as hard as steel, had indeed been shattered by Dongfang Qingsong. This was beyond question. However, they racked their brains, unable to comprehend how he had accomplished such a feat. Meanwhile, the tiger demon retracted its steel claws, preparing to engage in close combat to defend its position. In a split second, the tiger demon decided to strike first. With a powerful push of its legs, it dashed towards Dongfang Qingsong like a bolt of yellow lightning, creating a fierce wind that howled in its wake. Observing the tiger demon charging at him, a slight smile crept onto Dongfang Qingsong's lips. He could not help but admire the tiger demon's audacity. Its claws were damaged, yet it still dared to challenge him? How absurd. Even without demon power, it would be effortless to slay a tiger demon of the initial stage of the Bitter Sea realm. His only concern lay in the opponent's profound cultivation. But it appeared that this tiger demon was not as formidable as it seemed. Dongfang Qingsong stood unperturbed. The two demons collided with a thunderous impact. Boom. The powerful force generated substantial tremors within the cavern. With sheer physical strength alone, Dongfang Qingsong could have sent the tiger demon flying. However, the tiger demon was no pushover. Surviving in this place until now indicated that it possessed some degree of strength. Although its physical form was inferior to Dongfang Qingsong's, it was still a Bitter Sea stage demon. Its demon power surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. The other demons held their breath in awe. Here, aside from the overseer, the tiger demon's strength was the most formidable. The orb was also tense, fingers clenched tightly in anxious anticipation. The tiger demon smirked. Let me show you my true power. I am a Bitter Sea realm cultivator, not someone like you can compare to. Dongfang Qingsong watched this tiger demon, behaving like a clown before him, boasting about its cultivation level, and found it utterly amusing. Chapter 31. Shattering the demon core. Observing the individual before him, it was evident that he had lived for at least 70 or 80 years and yet remained in the initial stage of the Bitter Sea. It was perplexing to understand what merits this tiger demon had to boast about. From the moment Dongfang Qingsong was born, he had directly opened up the Bitter Sea and comprehended the innate divine abilities of his lineage, the thunderous treasures. He had even achieved a breakthrough to the Fate Spring realm within a month. For any other demon in existence, such a rapid advancement to the Fate Spring realm would be utterly unattainable. Even the most gifted prodigies among demonkind would require at least a year to accomplish such a feat. He was confident that if he could restore the demon core, his cultivation would swiftly return to its peak. A mocking expression graced Dongfang Qingsong's face as he remarked, "You are merely a small demon in the initial stage of the Bitter Sea." The tiger demon, hearing himself referred to as a small demon, felt as if a dagger had plunged deep into his heart, igniting a furious blaze within him. His enraged countenance contorted in a grotesque manner. With a voice that thundered, he bellowed, "I will kill you, and see if you still dare to speak so arrogantly." Dongfang Qingsong's gaze turned grave, exuding an icy chill that seemed capable of freezing the very air around him. As the tiger demon charged forth, he unfurled his wings and took flight before the astonished eyes of all the demons present. A tempestuous wind surged through the cavern, causing the demons to sway helplessly, losing their balance entirely. Not a single demon was not profoundly shaken. Even the infuriated tiger demon widened his eyes in disbelief. Dongfang Qingsong's black wings, usually tucked closely against his body, blended so seamlessly with the shadows of the dim cavern that one could hardly discern their presence. Upon soaring into the air, Dongfang Qingsong propelled himself downwards with a speed akin to lightning. Before the tiger demon could react, he seized him firmly with a claw. During this maneuver, he nearly lost grip due to the gravity here being 10 times that of the outside world. After a day of hauling carts and mining, Dongfang Qingsong had begun to acclimate to this oppressive gravity. This adaptability was a hallmark of the golden-horned dragon lineage, renowned for its resilience in even the harshest environments, a testament to being at the pinnacle of demonkind. The tiger demon struggled desperately, emitting frantic howls, but all was in vain. Dongfang Qingsong's grip was as unyielding as an iron vice, rendering him immobile. The arrogance he had displayed earlier was now replaced by utter helplessness. It was evident that one should not be overly arrogant in the demon realm. Subsequently, Dongfang Qingsong aligned the tiger demon's head with the wall of the iron orc. Mined from the depths, the tiger demon's features trembled violently, his pupils dilating in sheer terror. A wave of deathly fear surged through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably as he fought desperately to break free. In a climactic moment, a resounding crash echoed as the tiger demon's head met the stone wall with a force akin to a watermelon being smashed, sending blood splattering across the ground. The sight of a newcomer, having arrived just a day prior, successfully slaying the tiger demon left all the other demons and the tiger demon's henchmen in a state of shock. The environment here was far more perilous than outside, and they had initially paid little attention to this newcomer, accustomed as they were to the influx of miners. However, the rapid adaptation of this newcomer to the gravity of the mines was nothing short of astonishing. Rolling Pearl, standing nearby, was so exhilarated that he leaped into the air, shouting, "We won!" The prospect of earning a substantial amount of spirit crystals sent him into fits of laughter, exclaiming, "I told you, this place is fantastic. We can earn such spirit crystals here." Dongfang Qingsong, however, wore a grim expression as he clawed open the tiger demon's abdomen. For demons capable of cultivation, a demon core resided within them. Gazing at the faintly glowing demon core, he curled his lip in disdain before crushing it with a single claw. To humans, a demon core was a rare alchemical material, but for demons, unless one possessed the knowledge of alchemy, the demon power within the core would not merge with their own and could easily lead to a repulsion of energies. This was exemplified by the 3 demons from the Fire Phoenix clan who attempted to kill Dongfang Qingsong to seize his demon core for their own cultivation. Afterward, Dongfang Qingsong devoured the entirety of the tiger demon's corpse, saving one leg specifically for Rolling Pearl. Seeing such a delectable feast, Rolling Pearl's eyes glistened with excitement, nearly bringing him to tears. Wiping his nose, he exclaimed, "I knew it. Mining here is truly fantastic, and we can enjoy such delicious blood food." Observing this, Dongfang Qingsong merely shook his head slightly, choosing not to comment. Following this, the remaining tiger demon henchmen, terrified, fell to their knees. Dongfang Qingsong had no intentions of sparing these demons, as they were undoubtedly closely tied to the tiger demon. They could not be left alive, but not at this moment. The commotion from the battle had already attracted the attention of the overseers. Should he eliminate them now, it would undoubtedly provoke interference from the overseers. At present, with his demon core shattered, Dongfang Qingsong could not afford to act with such recklessness, especially since the horse demon had already taken notice of him during the skirmish with the tiger demon. As Dongfang Qingsong dispatched the tiger demon, the horse demon's brow furrowed slightly, a shadow flickering in his eyes. The horse demon understood the tiger demon's strength. For him to be slain by an ordinary demon indicated that there was something extraordinary at play, whether it be an incredible technique or a formidable artifact. This piqued the horse demon's interest in Dongfang Qingsong, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The other demons were gripped by an overwhelming fear of Dongfang Qingsong, hastily producing spirit crystals. The stakes were evident, and they dared not attempt any deceit. Rolling Pearl gleefully collected the spirit crystals from the demons, his grin stretching from ear to ear. He even generously allocated the majority of the winnings to Dongfang Qingsong, keeping only a small portion for himself. Dongfang Qingsong did not refuse, knowing that once the demon core was repaired, he would require spirit crystals to replenish his demon power. That night, in the latter half of the night, the cavern fell into silence, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of demon snoring. All the demons began to rest. Dongfang Qingsong shared a sleeping space with Rolling Pearl, lying back to back a meter apart. As Dongfang Qingsong coiled up, he closed his eyes tightly. His consciousness drifted into the bitter sea, where he focused intently on the demon core suspended above. A gaping chasm, reminiscent of an abyss, unfolded before him, causing his brow to furrow deeply. His face darkened considerably. He commenced his cultivation, attempting to channel the spiritual energy into his demon form. He felt as tense as a stretched rubber band, his expression growing increasingly grim. However, the outcome was as he dreaded. The demon core could not retain the spiritual energy. The energy he painstakingly gathered flowed away like fine sand slipping through the cracks of the shattered core. This sight ignited a fury within him, causing him to open his eyes wide and roar in frustration. Damn it! Is there truly no way to restore the shattered demon core? Chapter 32, The King of Hell calls to account. This revelation incited a tempest of rage within him. If this were indeed the case, he would be condemned to a lifetime of laboring in the mines. Oriental Qingsong recalled the incident he had encountered in the void. At that time, chaos reigned, and darkness enveloped him like thick ink. Suddenly, without warning, a tempest of void lightning descended upon him. Countless bolts of thunder, fierce as ravenous dragons, surged forth with the potential to annihilate worlds. Simultaneously, the formidable power unleashed by the thunderous spells bore down upon him like a relentless tide. At the moment of their collision, his vision was engulfed in a blinding white. After that, his memory grew hazy. Upon awakening, he found himself in this mining pit. He pondered for a long while, his brows furrowing in deep thought, his expression tinged with agony. Could it be that at that moment, the tempest of void lightning collided with the thunderous spells, intertwining their immense powers and ultimately fracturing my demon core? Reflecting upon the peril he had faced during that crisis, he felt fortunate to have been sheltered within the protective runes of the teleportation tunnel. Otherwise, it would not have merely been the shattering of his demon core, but he would likely have lost his life to the void. In the end, it was the clash of these energies within the tunnel that inadvertently opened a rift, a powerful suction that drew him out, allowing him to escape by sheer luck. Oriental Qingsong mused, that must be correct. I wonder how the Phoenix Maiden is faring. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes. The Phoenix Maiden had been his first female friend, and her fiery temperament resonated well with his own. When he faced the provocations of the Fire Phoenix brothers, it was she who stepped forward, her voice ringing out defiantly as she chastised them. He remembered it vividly. It was also during that time that he encountered the wolf demon, who mistakenly believed he had trespassed into the territory of the Golden Horned Dragon. Without regard for her own safety, the Phoenix Maiden dared to soar into danger to rescue him. For this alone, Oriental Qingsong had already considered her a true friend, perhaps even a comrade through life and death. With unwavering determination, he declared, no matter where you are, I will find you. Phoenix Maiden, wait for me. I will see you alive or dead. Just as he was about to drift into sleep, the orb suddenly caught his attention, stirring something within him. He instinctively grasped the orb hanging around his neck, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. The following morning, Oriental Qingsong, as usual, contemplated how to heal his damaged demon core while meticulously memorizing the terrain surrounding him. However, during mealtimes, he would summon the former subordinates of the tiger demon, instructing them in hushed tones to bring the demons to a secluded corner of the wall. The tiger demon's underlings appeared utterly bewildered, entirely unaware of his intentions. From within, anguished screams echoed, sending chills down the spines of the demons present. Was this a descent into moral decay or a distortion of their demonic nature? It was not until Oriental Chingsong emerged from the corner that the demons nearly lost their sanity. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a satisfied smile gracing his features, before casually offering the remaining blood to the orb. The orb, upon witnessing such fresh sustenance, widened its eyes in astonishment, trembling with excitement as it clutched the blood. "Where did you procure this?" they exclaimed, having toiled in the mines for so long. The prospect of consuming fresh blood was more elusive than attaining the heavens. Only during the new year would they receive a meager allowance of slightly fresher blood. A meager act of charity from their captors. Oriental Chingsong reassured them, "Fear not, from now on, you shall have your fill of blood. I can no longer endure the stench of rotting flesh, reeking like refuse, which makes the demons retch at the mere thought. 1 demon a day, 30 in a month, such a count would go unnoticed in this mine teeming with countless demons." Thus, he resolved to make do with 1 demon a day, enduring the hardship for the sake of discretion. Each day, Oriental Chingsong played the role of the king of hell, marking each demise. They dared not speak or inquire, silently praying not to become his next meal. Days passed until the orb unexpectedly sought him out. Without uttering a word, it led him to a concealed location. From around its neck, it produced a round, orb-like object and presented it to Oriental Chingsong. Oriental Chingsong's golden eyes reflected a hint of confusion. What was this dark object? The orb's expression grew serious as it explained, "This is a cherished item that has hung around my neck since birth. It is my most treasured possession and the only connection I have to my parents. Not long ago, demons attempted to seize it, but I drove them away." With a proud gesture, it waved its right arm, displaying a simple, earnest smile. Oriental Chingsong struggled to comprehend the significance. The orb's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as it looked intently at him, saying, "I believe this object can aid in the restoration of your demon core." Embarrassed, the orb added, "I apologize for eavesdropping on your conversation that night. It was not my intention." Upon hearing this, Oriental Chingsong fell into silence. That night, just a few days prior, the orb had chosen to present him with a relic from its parents, an act it had contemplated for days, grappling with its emotions. Yet ultimately, it had chosen to give it to him. Oriental Chingsong felt a surge of astonishment as he gazed at it, softly saying, "Orb." The orb's gaze remained fixed on the dark object, revealing a trace of reluctance within. It had never known the embrace of its biological mother, with only the black orb as a companion. Its name, bearing the word orb, surely stemmed from this reason. "All right, I do not know what this black orb truly is, but I sense that you are unique. Perhaps you possess knowledge about it," the orb concluded. The unwavering determination in its eyes left Oriental Chingsong with no choice but to accept. He nodded emphatically. Yes. As he examined the dark sphere, he discovered it to be a sealed container for holding items, reinforced by runes. The contents within must be extraordinary. He speculated, could it possibly contain a medicinal pill? Driven by curiosity, Oriental Chingsong opened the shadowy box. A brilliant green light burst forth, illuminating their surroundings, as an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted within, startling Oriental Chingsong into quickly shutting the box. He feared that such a commotion would attract the attention of other demons. The sudden disturbance left both him and the orb startled. The orb watched in awe. What was that just now? Oriental Chingsong's expression turned grave. Based on the overwhelming aura he had just sensed, he felt certain. This must be a medicinal pill. The orb's eyes widened in surprise. A medicinal pill? Aren't those concocted by human cultivators? Oriental Chingsong nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, this pill contains an immense life force and is likely a healing elixir. If it can mend my demon core, I am confident my demonic power will return." He spoke with fervor. However, the ball did not pay close attention to what Dongfang Chingsong was saying alone. Suddenly, the ball's eyes widened in shock, as if it had recalled something of great significance. In an instant, it experienced an epiphany. Could it be that my parents are the human race? The ball's expression was one of astonishment, and it questioned, how could they have given birth to me, resembling a demon? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Chingsong shook his head, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Chapter 33, Seclusion for Healing. Dongfang Chingsong remarked, "Gongzhu, I am convinced that your parents must have been involved with this elixir." Before he could finish his sentence, Gongzhu interjected, "This elixir is a gift for you." Dongfang Chingsong furrowed his brow, anger radiating from him as he retorted, "This is your only clue regarding your parents?" Gongzhu shook his head, a relaxed smile adorning his face, his tone somewhat relieved. He chuckled softly, "It is of no use. If my parents were still alive, they would have come to find me long ago." From Gongzhu's words, it was evident that his parents had likely departed from the realm of demons. Dongfang Chingsong, this item was given to you by me, and now it belongs to you. Seeing Gongzhu's demeanor, Dongfang Chingsong had no choice but to accept it. That evening, Dongfang Chingsong leaned against Gongzhu. After spending over 20 years in the mines, he sought a secluded place for meditation, a task that was effortless for Gongzhu. "Gongzhu, I must trouble you these days. During my absorption of the elixir, I cannot be disturbed by anyone. Otherwise, if I am influenced by the outside world, it will disrupt my internal energies, and I shall surely perish here." Dongfang Chingsong's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed on Gongzhu as he spoke each word with deliberation. Taking a deep breath, he maintained his focus on Gongzhu and solemnly declared, "This is no trivial matter. It concerns life and death." Upon witnessing Dongfang Qingsong's serious countenance, Gongzhu understood the gravity of the situation. The trust placed in him was of monumental significance. He furrowed his brow, his expression incredibly earnest, and emphatically assured, "Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow any demon to approach the cave. With your word, I am at ease," Dongfang Qingsong said, gently patting Gongzhu's shoulder with his claw. He then entered the cave to commence the restoration of the demon core. From a round black box, he retrieved the ethereal green elixir. In an instant, the elixir emanated a dazzling light, the rich green glow materializing like liquid, engulfing the entire cave. The radiant green light burst forth above Dongfang Qingsong's head. His expression shifted abruptly, his eyes filled with astonishment. What an intense vitality! He brought the elixir closer to his eyes for a meticulous examination, his brow furrowed as he murmured, "It seems that there is something else concealed within." His gaze revealed determination, and he hesitated no longer. The restoration of the demon core was a pressing matter. There was no time to waste. He tilted his head back and swallowed the elixir. It melted instantly in his mouth, akin to a sweet spring of fresh water, sliding down his throat and into his abdomen. Dongfang Qingsong was astonished. This extraordinary sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced. His body felt incredibly warm and comfortable, and all fatigue dissipated in an instant. Subsequently, the elixir, suffused with vibrant life energy, now hovered within the sea of bitterness. The chasm-like crack on the demon core began to visibly mend at a remarkable pace. Dongfang Qingsong estimated that it would take approximately 10 days. After 10 days, he would emerge rejuvenated. In the eastern region, within the majestic dragon palace of the Ao family, a grand estate lay nestled among the mountains and rivers, resembling a picturesque landscape painting. Within the estate, pavilions and towers were thoughtfully arranged, while rockeries and pools harmoniously complemented one another. At this moment, the tranquil ambience was shattered by a sharp and jarring argument. Inside an elegantly adorned room, fragrant with the scent of flowers, several inkwash paintings adorned the walls, and a pot of blooming violets emitted a gentle fragrance by the window. A graceful woman, her face flushed with anger, clutched a white porcelain vase tightly in her hands. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes were filled with an unspeakable fury. With a sudden motion, she raised her hand and smashed the vase onto the ground. Crash! The vase shattered into countless pieces, scattering shards across the floor. "Get out. I have said it before, I will never marry you. Had it not been for my father's reputation, saving you from the Miaoan Pavilion, you would be hard-pressed to protect yourself." "Oh, the Miaoan Pavilion? Surely you were merely seeking pleasure when you fortuitously stumbled upon me, and that is why you rescued me." The woman's voice dripped with disdain, her eyes filled with contempt. Upon hearing her words, the man felt as though he had been struck at a vulnerable point, instinctively clutching his chest, his expression one of profound anguish. "How could you think such a thing, Feng Nu? I heard of the great upheaval in the Blackhorn domain, and recalling our betrothal, I was almost compelled to fly over to rescue you upon hearing of your troubles. Ao Bing, Ao Bing. Do not presume that just because my father arranged a betrothal for me, you can be with me. My marriage is my own decision." Feng Nu trembled with rage. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Ao Bing's countenance darkened immediately. In this vast world, the authority of parents reigns supreme. Your father is now unaccounted for. And since you are in my Ao family, your marriage will naturally be determined by us. You. Feng Nu's face flushed red with anger, her body trembling, her proud figure rising and falling with her rapid breaths. What shameless logic is this? Were it not for my sealed demon powers, I would have long since slapped you across the face. Feng Nu took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and closed her eyes, striving to regain her composure. She then inquired, "But have you seen the demons by my side?" "Demons?" Ao Bing frowned, an unsettling realization dawning upon him. "Were you calling out for Dongfang Qingsong while you were unconscious? Is that the little demon?" Initially, upon learning of the calamity in the Blackhorn domain and the significant losses suffered by the Fire Phoenix clan due to the attacks from numerous human warriors, he was taken aback. The Blackhorn domain was, after all, the territory of demons. How could humans dare to launch such bold assaults? He mused. It was merely a betrothal. He had no idea what the woman looked like. To Ao Bing, women were plentiful. Losing one was inconsequential. However, one day, while he was at a brothel listening to music, he encountered Feng Nu seated at a guqin. The woman was stunning, with skin as fair as jade, a captivating beauty, and her crimson attire accentuated her grace. Her ethereal beauty appeared as if she were a celestial being who had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm, exuding an air of otherworldly elegance. The only flaw in her beauty was her slightly pale complexion. A hint of blush would render her an enchanting beauty. Regrettably, Ao Bing initially thought she possessed exceptional musical talent, only to discover that her skills were utterly abysmal. The sound of her playing was akin to nails on a chalkboard, a cacophony that sent shivers down the spines of all demons present. However, Ao Bing quickly discerned that she was gravely injured, her demon energy completely depleted. Noticing her extraordinary appearance, he took the initiative to engage her in conversation and inquire about her condition. To his astonishment, he discovered that this woman was the betrothed he had known since childhood, his fiancée. Without hesitation, he brought Feng Nu back with him. During this time, he spared no expense in procuring medicinal herbs to heal her injuries. Yet, while Feng Nu lay unconscious, she repeatedly murmured the name Dongfang Qingsong. Upon hearing this name, Ao Bing's brow furrowed into a tight knot. He immediately commanded his subordinates, investigate. Find out who this human cultivator is. Who dares to harm my fiancé so brutally? By my grandmother. If I do not deal with him, I shall not bear the Ao surname. He had initially assumed Dongfang Qingsong to be a human cultivator. Only now did he realize that Dongfang Qingsong was, in fact, a demon. This revelation puzzled him. He could not fathom why a demon would choose to adopt a human name. Chapter 34. The Golden Horned Dragon returns to its lair. The Phoenix Maiden inquired of Ao Bing. Have you seen him? Ao Bing's expression darkened as he bluntly replied, no. You should remain here and recuperate. Once you have healed, we shall fulfill our marriage pact. His tone was laced with evident ire as he turned to leave. The Phoenix Maiden attempted to follow, but the grand door slammed shut in an instant. Ao Bing addressed the guard at the entrance. No creature is permitted to release her without my command, nor is any allowed to approach this place. Those who disobey shall face dire consequences. Understood. The guard complied, and Ao Bing strode away, his gaze brooding. He murmured to himself, your fiancé stands before you, yet your thoughts wander to another creature. Very well, Phoenix Maiden, I shall observe the little creature you incessantly mutter about during your slumber, Dongfang Qingsong. What prowess does he possess that captivates you so? He parted his lips slightly and whispered, Shadow. No sooner had he spoken. A wisp of black mist appeared behind Ao Bing, as if conjured from thin air. At your service, Shadow replied respectfully. Find Dongfang Qingsong for me. When you encounter him, eliminate him, and bring his remains to my abode. Shadow pondered, Dongfang Qingsong? Who is this creature? Why does he bear a human name? Ao Bing halted abruptly. Noticing his pause, Shadow promptly fell into step behind him. Suddenly, Ao Bing's expression shifted. His eyes gleamed with malice as he remarked. It would be preferable to cripple his demonic power before bringing him to me. I intend to execute him before the Phoenix Maiden. To demonstrate that no woman can defy me. Shadow bowed his head in acknowledgement. As you command. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Bing added. The Phoenix Maiden resides in the Black Horn domain, so Dongfang Qingsong must be there as well. Proceed there to investigate. Upon hearing the mention of the Black Horn domain, Shadow's expression faltered. But the master has decreed that no clan member is allowed near the Black Horn domain. Ao Bing scoffed dismissively, turning his back while casting a sidelong glance. What is there to fear? Should anything go awry, I will bear the burden. Your only task is to retrieve Dongfang Qingsong. Shadow dared not defy him and promptly declared, I shall obey. He then transformed into a swirling cloud of darkness, vanishing without a trace. 3 days later, in the Black Horn domain, the Golden Horned Dragon had returned. They searched for the Undying Mountain, but after a full day of fruitless searching, they had yet to locate the Titan Great Ape. Perhaps word had leaked, or the monkey had already foreseen their quest for vengeance. The Golden Horned Dragon's father could scarcely contain his fury. That monkey has fled. He suddenly reared his head and unleashed a deafening roar. He then soared into the skies, releasing a torrent of dragon breath imbued with cataclysmic power. In mere moments, the Undying Mountain was transformed into a lifeless wasteland. Upon returning to their lair, they found their offspring missing. The mother promptly exclaimed, Dongfang Yun, where is our son? The father had but one name, Yun, for the Golden Horned Dragon clan bore no surnames. Their lineage was their pride. However, in human form, Dongfang Qingsong had chosen to adopt a surname for his parents. Initially, they resisted, deeming it too human-like and unbefitting their formidable lineage. Yet, they reluctantly acquiesced to Dongfang Qingsong's wishes, acknowledging him as Dongfang Yun in private and as the Golden Horned Dragon Yun in public. His mother was named Dongfang Huaizhu. Upon witnessing her agitation, Dongfang Yun, bewildered, said, Huaizhu, do not fret. Perhaps he is merely playing elsewhere and has lost track of time. Let us search diligently. Taking a deep breath, Huaizhu suppressed her anxiety. At present, that was all they could do. In the aftermath, the two dragons scoured the Black Horn domain but found no trace of their child. All the creatures below, seeing the massive figures of the two dragons circling overhead, were paralyzed with fear, suppressing their auras. They had no inkling of what had provoked such wrath. Yet, Dongfang Yun, from his vantage point, sensed something amiss. His brow furrowed as he noticed signs of conflict in the area. What is this? He exclaimed in astonishment, as he had now entered the territory of the Fire Phoenix clan, only to discover it devoid of any creatures. His eyes glowed with a golden light, revealing details invisible to the naked eye. This is human presence. Dongfang Yun gasped, indignant. The audacity of the human race. They dare to invade the Black Horn domain in my absence. Suddenly, Huaizhu's voice resonated like a thunderclap throughout the Black Horn domain. Upon hearing her, Dongfang Yun's wings flared as he altered his course toward her voice. In no time, he arrived near Huaizhu, who had transformed into her human form amidst an ancient battlefield, a desolate expanse strewn with ruins and corpses. Had she remained in her demonic form, she would have been reduced to rubble in this forsaken place. Dongfang Yin found Huaizhu beside a pile of discarded boulders. With a flash of brilliance, he transformed into a middle-aged man clad in white. What have you discovered? Huaizhu's expression grew grave. I have observed that human cultivators have recently passed through this vicinity. Dongfang Yin was taken aback. Another incursion by humans. Huaizhu frowned, turning to him with concern. As I traversed the Fire Phoenix territory, I noted severe signs of conflict. I never imagined they would dare to invade our home. Fury boiled within Dongfang Yun, veins bulging on his forehead. He swung his hand, and a terrifying chasm opened in the ground. It was an abyss, unfathomably deep. Were it not for the absence of their son, he would have stormed into the human realm, unleashing his rage upon them. Huaizhu's elegant brow furrowed. Despite her anger, she retained the regal demeanor of an empress. As I suspected, there are traces left by several human cultivators. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yun approached the boulder, his expression solemn. This is an ancient teleportation array. Examine it closely, he urged. Wait, this aura is... He abruptly turned to Huaizhu, recognition dawning in his eyes. Despite the chaotic energies swirling around, he discerned the unmistakable essence of Dongfang Qingsong. Huaizhu's anger flared, her delicate hand clenched tightly as she declared, "It is likely that human cultivators cornered my son, forcing him to activate this ancient teleportation array. Yet, it is incomplete. I fear there may be unforeseen consequences during the transport." Dongfang Yun's fury erupted. He roared, releasing a wave of demonic energy that swept through the Blackhorn domain. All creatures trembled in terror, oblivious to the identity of the one who had provoked such wrath. With his thunderous roar, the ancient battlefield was reduced to dust beneath the weight of his rage. Curse those human cultivators. His voice brimmed with lethal intent. Chapter 35, startled suddenly. Dongfang Yun's keen perception was like a taut string, immediately capturing the subtle movements concealed in the shadows. His gaze was piercing, eyebrows furrowed. As he bellowed, "Who is there?" Simultaneously, his right hand thrust forward with a powerful grip, as though seizing something from the air. Bang! In an instant, the space shattered like a broken mirror, revealing a vague shadow within. The shadow's form was distorted and flickering, trembling in fear. Frowning tightly, he realized it was a little demon that had taken shape. How dare it intrude upon his territory? His mood soured. Anyone who dared to provoke him would face his wrath. The shadow, transformed into a demon, gazed up at the imposing figure before him, his heart engulfed by waves of terror. Originally, he intended to investigate Dongfang Qingsong, but unexpectedly, a terrifying aura swept through the depths of the Black Corner domain, causing the surroundings to tremble. Out of curiosity, the shadow had stealthily slipped into the dark space to uncover which senior possessed such astonishing abilities. Yet, no sooner had he entered this realm than he was apprehended by Dongfang Yun. It was well known that the dark space where he hid was mysterious and elusive, akin to an otherworldly dimension, imperceptible to any demon in the past. However, today, it was effortlessly shattered by this formidable being, as powerful as an emperor. The shadow was left in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. In this Black Corner domain, local demons would never dare approach the source of such a terrifying aura. They would prefer to keep their distance. Who would dare provoke those two predecessors? Misunderstanding. Under the immense pressure, blood unwittingly seeped from the corner of the shadow's mouth. "I'm merely here to find a demon." Find a demon? Dongfang Yun's eyes narrowed. The oppressive aura emanating from him like a tangible blade, piercing toward the shadow. The shadow trembled in fear, stammering, "Yes, I'm indeed here to find a demon." No sooner had he spoken than Dongfang Yun swung his hand down, akin to lifting a chick, and slammed the shadow into the ground. What audacity to come to my home, seeking a demon. The impact left the shadow feeling as though his very bones were fracturing, his entire form shaking violently in the air, as if he would vanish into nothingness at any moment. On the brink of losing consciousness, the powerful instinct for survival compelled him to plead, "Senior, I truly came to find a demon. I had no idea this was your territory." The shadow was so frightened that he nearly lost control of himself. Dongfang Huaizhu, already troubled by her son's disappearance, furrowed her brow at the scene before her and gently interjected, "Enough, Yun. It's just a minor demon of the spirit realm. There is no need for such theatrics." Dongfang Yun scoffed, a sound that sent a shiver down the shadow's spine. "Let me ask you, which demon are you seeking?" Upon hearing this, the shadow hesitantly raised his gaze, and in that moment, his heart melted, as if he had rediscovered the feeling of first love. He instinctively responded, "The demon fairy sister?" Humph. Dongfang Yun's eyes widened in fury at this address, a fierce killing intent flashing within. He glared at the shadow, and a beam of golden light sliced through the air like a sharp blade. The shadow, wide-eyed with terror, found his legs unresponsive, paralyzed with fear, as he faced imminent death. Just then, a gentle golden light countered Dongfang Yun's assault. As Dongfang Yun opened his mouth to speak, he was halted by Dongfang Huaizhu's outstretched hand. "Let him finish," she said. Crossing his arms, Dongfang Yun turned away, visibly displeased. Had it not been for Dongfang Huaizhu's protective demon power, he might have been shattered by that strike. The shadow, trembling with fear, thought, "This demon's power is truly terrifying. Just a glare possesses such overwhelming might." Upon hearing this address, a subtle smile crept onto Dongfang Huaizhu's previously troubled face. What girl would enjoy being praised by a demon? Even as a mother, she found it hard to resist such allure. The shadow found himself enchanted by the demon fairy sister's gentleness and beauty, contrasting sharply with other demons' volatility. Surely, if he clung to her, he might survive. With a beaming smile, he eagerly replied, in response to the demon fairy sister, I am here to find Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang Qingsong? Upon hearing this name, Dongfang Yun's body jolted, instinctively turning to the shadow with a look of confusion. Dongfang Huaiju's expression also turned grave. The two demons exchanged a glance. While the shadow remained oblivious to their unease, continuing to explain, my master wants me to bring Dongfang Qingsong back. At this, Dongfang Yun's brows furrowed in suspicion. Where does your master intend to take Dongfang Qingsong? The shadow swallowed hard, sensing the atmosphere shift, unsure whether to continue speaking. Speak. Dongfang Yun's voice thundered. The shadow, drenched in cold sweat, dared not lie, stammering, it's my master, Ao Bing. His fiancée is a demon named Dongfang Qingsong. And he wants me to bring her back, to strip him of his demon power, and return to the eastern region. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Huaiju was consumed by rage. Her previously gentle demeanor transforming into one of ferocity, wholly devoid of femininity. As a mother, learning that her son's powers were to be stripped by this demon was enough to incite her wrath to the point of wanting to rip his demon core out and feed it to dogs. Her eyes turning crimson, she acted swiftly and with precision, seizing the shadow by the throat. Do you know who Dongfang Qingsong is? She roared. A powerful golden dragon aura erupting from her. A magnificent golden-horned dragon appeared behind her, its body cloaked in dark scales shimmering with cold light. Its golden horns pierced the skies, as if to pierce the heavens themselves. The shadow found himself utterly paralyzed, his eyes wide and lifeless. Utterly stunned by the transformation of the once gentle woman into a fearsome figure. This woman is no simple demon, he thought, agony etched across his face. Demon fairy sister. I did not know. Dongfang Huaiju gritted her teeth. He is my son. What? The shadow's mind went blank. His face drained of color, transforming to a ghastly white as his eyes bulged in disbelief. In that moment, he lost all desire to struggle, already contemplating what name he would bear in his next life. Just moments ago, he had been cheerful. Now, he was utterly despondent. Dongfang Huaiju wasted no time, directly employing the soul-searching technique on the little demon. Eastern region, Dragon Palace. Dongfang Yun furrowed his brow, mentally marking the location. Once confirmed, the two demons set off toward the eastern region, eager to uncover which fool dared to threaten their son. Unbeknownst to them, Dongfang Qingsong's whereabouts remained a mystery, and they could only follow the clues provided by the shadow to this so-called Dragon Palace, hoping to find any trace of him. Meanwhile, Ao Bing sat contentedly in his chamber, surrounded by a bevy of beautiful maidens, reveling in song and dance. The room was filled with joyous laughter and tables laden with exquisite food and fine wine. Life was indeed indulgent. Little did he know, calamity was about to strike. Suddenly, Ao Bing's expression shifted dramatically. The intoxicated look vanished, his eyes darting toward the door. A suffocating sense of overwhelming pressure surged toward his dragon palace. Beads of sweat formed quietly on his forehead. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, pushing aside the beauty who lay upon him. With a forceful shove, he flung open the door and rushed out, his expression one of alarm. Chapter 36. Who calls for Ao Bing outside the dragon palace? Numerous guards stood ready, weapons in hand, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed in a certain direction, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They were bewildered by the presence that dared to intrude upon their humble abode. Ao Bing, recognizing the ominous intent of the visitor, understood that such a palpable aura of malice could only stem from deep-seated animosity. Quickly, summon my father, he shouted urgently to a small demon, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. Unsure of the visitor's intentions, he felt compelled to call for his father, whose pinnacle power at the transformation realm should suffice to address the situation. The small demon, paralyzed by the oppressive atmosphere, took a while to respond, nodding fervently and stammering. Why yes, yes. Just then, two terrifying presences pierced the heavens above the dragon palace like arrows, causing the sky to darken and roil. The previously calm atmosphere now tumultuous with their formidable energy. As Ao Bing emerged outside, he beheld the two figures in the sky, his eyes wide with astonishment. In all his years, he had never witnessed such celestial might. Clad in pristine white garments, the man exuded an ethereal grace, his countenance strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a jade tree swaying in the wind, a figure transcending the mundane. His piercing eyes sparkled as if they housed entire galaxies within them, and his chiseled features conveyed an air of unyielding authority. The aura of a battle-hardened warrior emanated from him, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Beside him stood a woman, her brows elegantly arched, her nose delicately shaped, and her eyes, clear as spring water, seemed to conceal twinkling stars. Her lips, full and crimson, curved with perfect grace, while her figure was both voluptuous and refined, her skin as smooth as jade. One could only imagine that a mere glance from her could inspire countless demons to willingly perish at her feet, a true embodiment of beauty and allure. Ao Bing was nearly entranced. As he prepared to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the booming voice of Dongfang Yun, whose imposing presence and furrowed brows commanded attention. Who calls for Aobing? The seemingly innocuous query felt like an immense weight pressing down upon the gathered demons. Upon hearing his name, Aobing's heart sank. Sweat poured from him uncontrollably as he recounted every misdeed he had ever committed. Aside from the childhood incident of peeking at his aunt bathing, he couldn't recall any significant wrongdoing. His indulgences, though numerous, were trivial affairs involving inconspicuous female demons. Yet, what could possibly warrant such a formidable figure's arrival? What did he want from him? Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this esteemed individual had come to recruit him as a disciple? Recognizing his prodigious talents? After all, within the Ao family of the Dragon Palace, Aobing was notorious as the premier debauchee, a master of vice with no rival. Yet, as he gazed upon the two figures, he sensed they were not there for such benign purposes, but rather, to exact vengeance. Swallowing hard, he stepped forward, his resolve wavering. Esteemed elder, I am Aobing. In that moment, he felt as small as could be, aware that the father of the one they sought to harm had arrived. You are Aobing, Dongfang Yun thundered, his voice echoing with rage. You possess great audacity. As he clenched his palm, the very fabric of space began to warp, and he declared, for daring to threaten my son, I shall ensure your soul is shattered. The force of his voice surged forth like a tempest, overwhelming the gathered demons. In an instant, countless demons succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, their bodies shattering like fragile porcelain. Blood spraying forth in a harrowing spectacle. Aobing, witnessing the carnage, turned pale and gasped in horror. What dreadful power was this elder wielding? With but a word, he could obliterate countless demons. Channeling all his demonic energy, Aobing felt a jade pendant, a protective talisman gifted by his father, manifest before him. With its aid, he found some respite from the oppressive force. However, in the blink of an eye, the pendant shattered into countless shards, as fragile as glass, dissipating into the air. Dongfang Yun's gaze turned cold as he intoned, No one shall save you today. Arrogance. Suddenly, a voice boomed from above. A middle-aged man clad in dark robes strode through the air, a legion of 1,000 elite demons arrayed behind him, their formidable presence resembling a dark storm cloud advancing towards them. Father, Aobing cried, tears streaming down his face. If you do not come, the Ao family will face extinction. Fear not, my son, his father assured, his voice resonating with strength. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. With a sweeping gesture, an immense force erupted, dissipating the terrifying pressure. Yet, as he concealed his trembling hand behind him, he silently cursed, This is formidable. I am Aoe. May I inquire the purpose of your visit, esteemed guest? He forced a calm demeanor, smiling at the two figures. Who dares to obstruct my affairs? Dongfang Yun's expression darkened. Aoe, though a pinnacle cultivator of the transformation realm, felt a surge of indignation at being referred to as an insect. Do you underestimate the demons? Aoe retorted, his voice steady yet tinged with ire. I address you with respect, yet you deem me an insect. Is that not unreasonable? Dongfang Yun erupted in laughter. A mere insect who has yet to attain the Dao Palace level. What right do you have to speak? His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he declared, I care not who you are. My intention is clear. I shall eradicate this child here and now. Chapter 37. Utter helplessness. Upon hearing the arrogance of the demon, Aoe furrowed his brow in deep concern. He could not comprehend how his own son had provoked such formidable beings. After all, he was his only child, his sole heir. How could he possibly allow the demons to slay him? Aoe coldly declared, If you insist on this path and do not depart, I shall ensure that you both meet your end within the Dragon Palace. Dongfang Yun found this utterly laughable, erupting into boisterous laughter. What audacity! Even Dongfang Huaizhu could not suppress a chuckle, remarking, This is nothing short of a grand joke. Aoe could no longer tolerate their arrogant demeanor and bellowed, Kill them. As his words fell, 1,000 elite demons surged like a black tide, propelled by a fierce intent to kill, charging toward Dongfang Yun and his companion. The battle cries echoed thunderously. Yet, Dongfang Yun did not even flinch. His eyes reflected nothing but disdain. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a blurred afterimage, and charged directly into the midst of the demon horde. Before the eyes of all the demons, he tore through their ranks with his bare hands and kicked aside the fallen, leaving a gruesome scene of corpses strewn across the ground. Blood flowed like rivulets, staining the earth a deep crimson. The sight was harrowingly grotesque. In mere moments, the 1,000 elite demons that Aoe had summoned lay dead at the hands of Dongfang Yun. These were formidable beings. Yet they fell as easily as chopping vegetables before him. Aoe's expression shifted dramatically, fury igniting within him as he lunged at Dongfang Yun. The latter smirked coldly and uttered, Ants. He then struck with a palm, sending Aoe staggering back several paces. Aoe quickly employed his treasured technique, the thunderclap palm, which momentarily repelled Dongfang Yun. The latter raised an eyebrow in surprise, pondering, How curious. Aoe haughtily proclaimed, This is a technique I gleaned from a revered elder. His eyes shimmered with admiration for that elder. 600 years prior, in a place of ruin, he had witnessed a massive dragon, its body aglow with golden light. battling another colossal dragon in a cataclysmic clash that shattered the heavens and reversed the rivers. This fierce confrontation obliterated an entire realm, which was forever known as the Dragon's Grave. Ultimately, the victorious dragon, bloodied and triumphant, roared into the endless night sky before coiling upon the land, surrounded by crackling lightning. The overwhelming force of that thunderous power remained etched in his memory, igniting his own path to enlightenment. Upon regaining his focus, AoE unleashed the thunder technique once more, intent on striking down both adversaries in one fell swoop. Dongfang Yun, intrigued, remarked, "I am eager to see whether your thunder technique surpasses my thunderous treasure art." Dongfang Yun swiftly executed his own technique, unleashing a formidable display that caused the skies to tremble. Countless bolts of lightning rumbled like war drums, unsettling the hearts of the demons below. In stark contrast, AoE's technique seemed diminutive by comparison, akin to a feeble trickle against a roaring river, leaving him feeling humiliated. Without hesitation, he transformed into his true form, a great azure dragon, its massive frame glimmering with cerulean light as it lunged toward Dongfang Yun. The latter stood unfazed, regarding AoE's advance with a serene expression. Suddenly, from the tumultuous thunderclouds above, a dark claw emerged, glistening ominously and radiating a palpable aura of death that sent shivers down the spines of the demons. The powerful presence of a golden-horned giant dragon erupted forth, seizing AoE with a single grasp. Dongfang Yun, a cold smile playing on his lips, taunted, "Does a mere mud eel dare to flaunt its might before me? Allow me to show you what a true dragon is." Above him manifested a golden-horned dragon, its feet suspended in midair as it unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the surrounding space. Enveloped in a golden glow, the dragon exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, its vast wings unfurling to cast a shadow over the entire dragon palace, plunging the sky into darkness. AoE could only watch in stunned silence, while AO Bing below gaped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. His father, a figure capable of instilling fear across the eastern domain, appeared as insignificant as an ant before these two. AoE, lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now. It is I who is the elder." Noticing Dongfang Yun's confused expression, he hurriedly added, 600 years ago, I witnessed your battle. I learned your thunder technique while observing you in your wounded state." Dongfang Yun furrowed his brow, struggling to recall the encounter. He remembered a devastating battle from 6 centuries prior, one that nearly led to his demise. Suddenly, the resemblance between AoE's technique and his own thunderous art became clear. AoE smiled, saying, "Since we share a connection, why not spare my grandson and me?" Dongfang Yun, however, remained resolute, replying, "I am not obliged to grant you mercy." AoE's eyes darkened with determination. To protect his son from death, he had no choice but to act. He awaited the opportune moment to break through, but now he felt driven by desperation. "Ah!" he cried out, releasing a powerful surge that shattered the dragon's grasp. Dongfang Huaizhu watched in awe, exclaiming, "He has forcibly broken through to the Dao Palace realm." Yet Dongfang Yun scoffed. "And what of it? Before me, you remain nothing but a minuscule insect." AoE laughed maniacally, "Forgive me, esteemed elder. For my actions are solely for the sake of my child." The immense lightning energy surged forth like a tempest, tearing through the fabric of space. Dongfang Yun's expression hardened, showing no intention of evasion as he charged directly into the storm of lightning. In full view of the demons, he effortlessly tore apart AoE's technique as if it were mere parchment, rendering it utterly powerless. Stunned, AoE shouted, "What?" Before he could process the situation, Dongfang Yun struck him squarely in the chest. AoE spat blood, the crimson droplets tracing a vivid arc through the air as disbelief flickered in his trembling gaze. His body plummeted earthward like a boulder cast from the heavens. "Father!" AO Bing cried out in alarm, rushing to catch him just in time. Exhausted, AoE grasped his son's arm, his voice weak as he urged, "Run." But suddenly, AO Bing felt an invisible force gripping him tightly, rendering him immobile. As Dongfang Yun and his companion landed, they stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, their faces twisted in a cruel smirk. "For attempting to slay my son, you shall pay with your life." With escalating pressure, AO Bing's eyes threatened to burst from their sockets. AoE's heart ached for his only son. "Esteemed elder, please cease." He attempted to summon his demonic power, but his injuries rendered him utterly incapacitated. AO Bing gritted his teeth in agony and spoke, "Senior, is there some misunderstanding between us?" "Misunderstanding? Are you not aware of your own actions?" "Actions?" AO Bing's expression was one of bewilderment. He had been at home, devotedly tending to his beloved wife. There was indeed a matter that pertained to this, yet upon reflection, it seemed utterly implausible that it could have any connection to this esteemed senior. Chapter 38. Why don't you summon her out? Yet he still spoke, "Senior, I merely sent a demon to eliminate a minor demon." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Huaizhu could no longer maintain her composure. Her elegant brows furrowed in fury as she exclaimed, "Is that demon named Dongfang Qingsong?" AO Bing's eyes flickered with confusion at this revelation. Noticing the woman's sudden change in demeanor, a chill surged from his feet straight to the nape of his neck. He suppressed the fear rising within him, throat tightening as he stammered, "Could it be, Senior, that you are acquainted with him?" Anxiety began to gnaw at his heart. Who exactly was this Dongfang Qingsong that could provoke such wrath? Dongfang Yun seized Ao Bing by the throat with a vice-like grip. Instantly, Ao Bing's eyes bulged like two bronze bells, mouth agape as he gasped for air, yet that hand constricted around his neck like an unyielding mountain. Breathing became a struggle, his face rapidly turning purple. Dongfang Yun's heavy voice sent a tremor through Ao Bing's heart. He is my son. What? Ao Bing's expression transformed into one of sheer terror. He had not anticipated that Dongfang Qingsong possessed such a formidable background. Dongfang Yun adjusted his grip, ensuring Ao Bing would not perish immediately. Yet he was subjected to immense suffering. His gaze was piercing, darkened with intensity as he inquired, "Where's my son?" Ao Bing flailed desperately against the hold, legs thrashing in a futile attempt to escape the grip around his neck. His struggle was instinctive, devoid of any hope for success. I do not know. He managed to sputter, frothing at the mouth. At this moment, Dongfang Huaiju's emotions escalated further, her porcelain skin flushed with agitation, rising and falling with each breath. Clenching her fists, she stepped forward and demanded, "Then why did you send a demon to kill my son in the Black Corner domain?" Upon hearing the phrase Black Corner domain, Aoe, lying on the ground, quivered violently. He had long been aware of the devastating battle that had transpired there a century ago, a conflict that engulfed countless demons, including those of the highest realms. The war raged for 3 years. He had contemplated relocating the Dragon Palace to the Black Corner domain due to its strategic position at the heart of the Xiantian continent. A crossroads for both human and demon races. It was a place of natural advantage, both offensive and defensive. Moreover, the area was rich in spiritual energy, teeming with ancient medicinal herbs, many over 100 years old, with millennia-old herbs found in abundance, provided one had the courage to enter. However, after learning of the war's brutality, his intentions were swiftly quashed, ultimately leading him to establish the Dragon Palace's influence in the Eastern Domain, cautioning future generations against entering the Black Corner domain. For once inside, he could guarantee entry, but the ability to exit remained uncertain. The demons there were not only powerful but also savage, unlike any that could be found outside. Dongfang Huaiju's expression gradually turned icy, her aura surging as her presence rivaled that of Dongfang Yun. Ao Bing felt a surge of fear. What kind of monsters were they? In his desperation for survival, he could only speak the truth. "Senior, it is, the Phoenix Maiden. I heard her call that name when she was unconscious." Dongfang Yun's brow furrowed slightly. The daughter of that old relic from the Fire Phoenix clan? Dongfang Huaiju's expression mirrored her confusion. "How could she be here? Bring her to me. I demand to confront her," Dongfang Yun ordered. Seeing his son on the brink of death, Aoe, disregarding his injuries, struggled to his feet and shouted at the remaining demons, "Quickly, summon her. No, make sure to invite her properly." Observing the reactions of the two, he surmised they were likely familiar with the Phoenix Maiden and dared not offend these two formidable beings. He knew his son was vigorous, yet he was unaware of the woman's condition. Should she be mistreated, it would spell disaster for the Ao family. The thought alone made his heart race. At that moment, the Phoenix Maiden was inside, initially meditating, attempting to break the seal Ao Bing had placed upon her. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful aura outside, one that felt disturbingly familiar, leading her to believe it was Dongfang Qingsong come to rescue her. However, as the presence drew nearer, her expression grew grave. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was not Dongfang Qingsong's aura but rather something akin to it. Just then, the door swung open with a creak, startling the Phoenix Maiden. 5 or 6 demons rushed into the room, their faces etched with panic, sweat beading on their foreheads, breathing heavily as if they had just escaped a life-or-death chase. "Miss Phoenix, you were startled. Miss Phoenix, are you unharmed? Miss Phoenix, please, step outside. Miss Phoenix, how have you been?" The Phoenix Maiden stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. She blinked in confusion, questioning, "What is happening?" It was worth noting that these were all formidable beings of the Divine Bridge and beyond realms, accustomed to commanding respect in the demon world. A mere stomp from them could send lesser demons quaking in fear. Yet now, they were groveling before her like subservient children. But their plight was dire. Outside, 2 terrifying entities demanded her presence. Should she delay, and if those 2 dragons were to lose their temper and wreak havoc, it would be catastrophic. One of the early stage beyond female demons, her face a mask of fear, continued to fuss over the Phoenix Maiden, brushing off the dust from her attire while stuttering. "Miss Phoenix, once you step outside, you must speak the truth. This concerns the survival of our clan." As she spoke, she released the seal on the Phoenix Maiden. Instantly, the Phoenix Maiden felt a surge of power coursing through her, rejuvenating her spirit. "My power has returned," she exclaimed in delight. Curiously, she inquired, "What has transpired, esteemed elder?" The female demon behind her urged her forward, a frantic expression on her face. "You will know once you arrive. Remember, speak the truth." The urgency in her eyes conveyed a silent plea for mercy from the Phoenix Maiden. Upon arriving at the scene, the Phoenix Maiden recognized the 2 dragon auras as strikingly familiar, as if she had encountered them before. They had transformed into human form, yet she had only witnessed the golden horned dragons in their true forms. As she pondered, her eyes widened in realization. These were the very 2 golden horned dragons that had assaulted her father. Their presence was unmistakable. At that moment, Ao Bing was being strangled by a remarkably handsome young man. His eyes glazing over, froth spilling from his mouth. The Phoenix Maiden nearly lost her composure, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Upon seeing the Phoenix Maiden emerge, Dongfang Huaizhu inquired, "Little demon, I ask you, do you know where Dongfang Qingsong is?" The Phoenix Maiden, sensing the gravity of the situation, respectfully lowered her head and replied, "In response to your inquiry, esteemed elder, I do not know." In an instant, the air around them grew frigid, a palpable tension enveloping the space. The Phoenix Maiden felt as if countless invisible blades were poised to strike. She understood that even a single misstep in her words could result in her immediate demise. Anxiously, she swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on her smooth, fair neck, betraying her fear. Chapter 39. If you have the skill, come and try. After 2 seconds, the Phoenix Maiden took a deep breath, her expression grave. "Senior, I was pursued by a powerful human, and it was Dongfang Qingsong who saved me. At that time, I was already exhausted and fell into a coma, completely unaware of what transpired afterward. I have no idea why I ended up here." Her answer was astute, indicating a profound connection between her and Dongfang Qingsong. This revelation would prevent them from easily taking lethal action against her. After all, amidst the relentless pursuit by numerous human warriors, Dongfang Qingsong managed to rescue her, suggesting a significant bond between the two. Furthermore, it might even ignite a conflict between these two and the humans, allowing her to avenge her kin. After all, there was not a single benevolent human among them. As anticipated, the expressions of the two golden-horned dragons darkened immediately upon hearing her words. Dongfang Yin pressed on. Which humans were involved? The Phoenix Maiden furrowed her brow, her expression troubled. She genuinely did not know. She was completely unaware of when her father had set out or the names of the 5 human warriors. Fearful of incurring the wrath of the senior, she shook her head in trepidation. Dongfang Yun closed his eyes tightly, his brow furrowing deeper, appearing exceedingly furious. They had come here hoping to find clues regarding Dongfang Qingsong. However, this crucial lead had completely severed with the Phoenix Maiden's response. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Huaizhu felt as if a heavy stone had plunged into her heart, creating ripples of despair. She staggered backward uncontrollably. Did this mean that Qingsong had already vanished without a trace? This vast expanse of Xiantian continent, where could Qingsong possibly be? How would they ever find him? With a darkened expression, Dongfang Yun's voice emerged from clenched teeth. "If that is the case, I shall turn the entire Xiantian continent upside down. I will find my son." The crowd gasped in shock, their faces drained of color. Had they heard correctly? This man was actually contemplating overturning the entire Xiantian continent. Could this be mere bravado? Just how powerful was he? Could he be a supreme being? A holy king? Perhaps even an emperor? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. As they realized, he seemed far from exaggerating. Perhaps he truly had the capability to upheave the Xiantian continent. With a grim expression, Dongfang Yun gripped Ao Bing by the neck, stating, "In that case, you hold no value to me. I have vowed to ensure your soul is shattered." Ao Yi's eyes widened in terror, pleading, "Senior, please spare my son." Dongfang Yun bellowed, "Silence." Ao Bing's skin began to crack, and his soul was being forcibly extracted from his body by Dongfang Yun, who intended to prolong his suffering before death. The agony of having one's soul forcibly separated from the body was not something any creature could easily endure. "My son." Aoe collapsed to the ground, his eyes bloodshot, fingers contorted in anguish, helplessly crying out. The disparity in power left him powerless to intervene, forced to witness his son suffer. The agony of a father watching his child face imminent death was unfathomable. "Stop!" A delicate voice suddenly rang out. Before the eyes of all the demons, Dongfang Yun's body seemed to be struck by an invisible force, hurtling backward in a graceful arc. "Who dares?" Dongfang Yun steadied himself and shouted, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Above in the space, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared before all the demons. The male demons could not help but drool at the sight. This woman was one to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. To everyone's astonishment, Aoe exclaimed, "Sister, what brings you here?" His face was filled with surprise. "Weren't you taken by that human as a furnace maiden? How could you return alive?" His tone lifted, as if her return was a miraculous event. Those chosen to serve as furnace maidens were expected to remain by their master's sides, never allowed to venture far. Should the need for cultivation arise, they were to comply immediately, without fail. The woman flushed with indignation, her cheeks turning crimson, and she angrily retorted, "Brother, what furnace maiden? That was merely a servant." Dongfang Yun frowned, a stern authority emanating from him. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" With hands on her hips, she boldly declared, "I am this lad's aunt, Ao Shuang." Her expression brightened with a smile. "I never expected such a powerful race as the Golden Horned Dragons actually exists." Dongfang Yun snorted derisively. "Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you, lest your entire family meet their end by my hand." With that, he clenched his palm, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted from him. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Lightning danced between the clouds, resembling silver serpents in a chaotic display, creating deafening roars. This overwhelming force surpassed anything they had witnessed before, leaving the demons gasping for breath. Ao Shuang smirked coldly. That won't do. Although this lad may be lacking, he is still my dear nephew. If you have the skill, come and test it. Hearing this, Dongfang Yun's expression darkened ominously. It became as grim as the depths of a cauldron. Dongfang Huaizhu sensed something amiss with Ao Shuang's aura. She frowned slightly and leaned closer to Dongfang Yun, whispering, Yun, be cautious. This woman exudes an unusual energy. Dongfang Yun scoffed dismissively, exuding an air of invincibility. What is there to fear? Let us fight. With that, he propelled himself into the air, causing the ground beneath him to erupt. Simultaneously, he unleashed a thunderous spell, gathering a dazzling orb of lightning in his hand. The lightning flickered and crackled, emitting thunderous roars as it hurtled toward Ao Shuang. With narrowed eyes, Ao Shuang resembled a cunning fox, a sly smile playing on her lips. She swiftly countered with a palm strike, landing squarely on Dongfang Yun's chest. He emitted a dull thud, his body soaring like a kite with its string cut, crashing into several mountain ranges. Each impact sent tremors through the mountains, raising clouds of dust that soared high into the sky. Seeing this, Dongfang Huaizhu cried out in alarm. Yun. Witnessing the scene, Ao Yi's brows furrowed deeply. He understood that his sister could not possibly possess such immense power. He was all too familiar with Ao Shuang's cultivation talent. While she was clever, her strength could not be this formidable. With a smirk, Ao Shuang casually remarked, the legendary golden horn dragons? Huh, so easily defeated. Aoe could not help but inquire, sister. Is that truly you? Ao Shuang turned back, smiling brightly and playfully blinking. Brother, of course it's me. But this isn't my power, just a borrowed one. He was left utterly bewildered by her words, scratching his head in confusion. What? You can borrow power? At that moment, Dongfang Yun hovered in the air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly erupted into laughter from a distance. Ha! How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Until now, you are the first female demon who dares to injure me. Chapter 40, A Young Man with a Blade. In an instant, the heavens fell to ruin. Ao Shuang, brimming with unparalleled arrogance, stepped forward and proclaimed, I advise you to depart from this place swiftly, lest the true dragons of this world vanish once more. Upon hearing her words, Dongfang Yun's expression turned to one of confusion. Would he retreat so easily? He bellowed defiantly, your words are but deceptive nonsense. You are merely a mount of the human race. With that, in the blink of an eye, Dongfang Yun manifested his dragon claws, tearing through the void with bare hands, and plunged into the rift. The next moment, he appeared before Ao Shuang like a specter. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. His speed was such that the demon could hardly react. With his right fist clenched, he unleashed a torrent of thunderous might, striking directly at Ao Shuang's abdomen. The force of his punch howled through the air, compressing it into a visible ripple. Ah! Ao Shuang screamed in agony, spewing forth azure blood, her body curling like a shrimp. With a resounding crash, the immense force penetrated the space behind her, shattering it like a cracked mirror, leaving a spiderweb of fissures before finally collapsing into the void. Nevertheless, she refused to yield, gritting her teeth against the pain in her abdomen, her eyes blazing with fury. With a swift motion, she retaliated, launching a fierce strike aimed directly at Dongfang Yun's face. During this exchange, Dongfang Yun felt astonished. After sustaining such a blow, she still had the strength to resist. At that moment, Dongfang Huaizhu furrowed his brow, unable to discern the peculiar capabilities of this woman. This woman was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Aoe, prostrate on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could she engage with that esteemed figure so evenly? He could only wonder what she had endured over the past century. Even his own son, injured and lying nearby, foaming at the mouth, was momentarily forgotten. The two demons clashed mid-air, their power overwhelming the surrounding space. Dongfang Yun grew ever more emboldened. Even when Ao Shuang's attacks landed upon him, he was oblivious to the pain. Ao Shuang, astonished, then exclaimed with delight, truly, you are a member of the supreme bloodline of the demon race, the golden-horned giant dragon. Executing a graceful maneuver in the air, she evaded Dongfang Yun's punch and regained her stance, declaring, he will surely be pleased. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yun inquired, he? Who is he? Ao Shuang's face flushed with excitement as she replied, you must have heard his name. He is the nightmare of your dragon clan, a seeker of the ultimate path throughout his life. He is the dragon slayer, Chun Daolu. When the surrounding demons heard this name, they displayed no signs of shock. For lesser demons of their ilk, how could they possibly recognize such a title? However, when Dongfang Yun and Dongfang Huaizhu heard it, their eyes trembled with fear. Dongfang Yun suddenly roared, impossible. You lie. That ancient one has long since passed, returning to the heavens thousands of years ago. Dongfang Huaizhu trembled at the mention of that name. For their dragon clan, indeed for the entire demon race, it was a name shrouded in terror. Many years prior, even in ancient times, his presence was felt. It was said that a young man wielding a blade could annihilate the heavens with a mere thought. With a swing of his sword, he could slay myriad demons, erasing space and shattering the void, rendering all things silent. The very path was cleaved by his hand. Above all, slaying dragons was his lifelong pursuit. The more dragons he vanquished, the stronger he became. It was said that the dragons he had slain could circle the entire Xuanyandi continent. The golden-horned giant dragons claimed to have fallen victim to him over 100 times. Such profound fear was etched deep within their bloodlines. Simply hearing the name of the dragon slayer, Chen Daolu, instilled an inexplicable terror within them. His might was so formidable that even the highest of beings would flee in terror at his approach. Dongfang Yun's gaze hardened. Absolutely impossible. He died 1,000 years ago. How could he still be alive? Ao Shuang feigned a mysterious smile and replied, "Are you familiar with the method of rebirth?" The method of rebirth? Dongfang Yun questioned, perplexed. The demons below felt a wave of shock and disbelief. Could it be that such a technique truly existed? He is already reincarnated. Once he awakens the memories of his past life, he will inevitably seek to annihilate your current strongest golden-horned giants. Dongfang Yun's eyes widened in fury. So what if he is reborn? While he is still weak, I shall slay him. He clenched his fists, his demonic power surging forth once more, causing the air around him to hum and tremble. Ao Shuang smirked, gazing into a distorted space, and said, "Unfortunately, you will not have the chance. He is coming." Suddenly, the space around them warped and tore open. From the void emerged a hazy figure, a frail old man. His hair was white, his face lined with wrinkles, and he stooped with a skeletal frame, as though a gust of wind could topple him. Clad in tattered, yellowed robes, the original color of his attire was unrecognizable. He appeared as a beggar on the street, indistinguishable from any ordinary person. The only notable aspect was the rust-covered long blade hanging at his waist. His hands, marked by deep wrinkles akin to dried bark, gripped the hilt. Despite his obscured visage, the aura he emanated was enough to instill dread in even the golden-horned dragons. Even in his twilight years, he exuded a chilling killing intent that sent shivers down the spines of demons. One could only imagine how many demons he had slain. His overwhelming aura had solidified into a palpable force. At that moment, simply gazing at his silhouette filled observers with a sense of impending doom. Dongfang Yun and Dongfang Huaizhu were struck dumb, momentarily frozen in place. Suddenly, Dongfang Yun bellowed at the elderly man in the sky, his expression contorted with rage, blood vessels visible in his eyes. Chen Daolu. For over half of the Golden-Horned Dragon clan had perished at the hands of the dragon slayer, Chen Daolu. Such profound enmity was intolerable for any demon. In that instant, as Dongfang Yun and Dongfang Huaizhu unleashed their full demonic power, all demons stood in stunned silence. The heavens darkened ominously. Feng Nu, witnessing this scene, felt her heart quake with astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her complexion pale, and her crimson lips parted slightly as she exclaimed, "Is this truly the extent of their clan's power? Will Dongfang Qingsong also become such an existence?" Aoi stood there, dazed, murmuring, "So powerful, truly worthy of the golden-horned dragon. Could this be the level of an ascendant?" The other demons were rendered speechless, mouths agape, overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of demonic power. They swallowed hard, easing their tension, astonished that they could witness such an imposing figure. This is the legendary golden-horned dragon of ancient times. Truly, their reputation is well-deserved. In his presence, I am but a speck of dust. Even Ao Shuang, taken aback, found herself captivated by the aura radiating from the golden-horned dragons. Heart racing, as though she had narrowly escaped calamity, she murmured, "How fortunate I am not to have provoked them completely." She then turned her gaze toward the aged figure of Chen Daolu, her voice barely a whisper. Unheard by any demon, I wonder if this fellow's body can withstand those two. The two golden-horned dragons, propelled by their overwhelming power, appeared before him in the blink of an eye, their cavernous maws agape. Two terrifying breaths, capable of annihilating the Blackhorn domain, unleashed at point-blank range. Boom. The terrifying force of these two strikes pierced through the heavens, creating a vast void in the sky. Chapter 41. The power is excessive. Dongfang Yun and Dongfang Huaizhu found no trace of him, their expressions filled with confusion, and their brows furrowed deeply, forming a prominent crevice. They understood that for a formidable being like him, such an assault would not leave even a trace of ash. Even in his twilight years, he still commanded respect, making it clear to Dongfang Yun and the two demons that they must not exhibit even the slightest negligence. He was the Dragon Slayer, a being capable of slaughtering dragons as one would butcher a dog. How could he possibly perish so easily? Yet, Chen Daolu silently teleported thousands of miles away, unnoticed by any demon. His indistinct silhouette stood atop a mountain peak, the fierce wind whipping through his flowing white hair, strands dancing wildly in the gale, creating a striking image. His aged figure pressed his left hand against the blade, while the right grasped the hilt. Even a simple draw of the sword emanated an indescribable and terrifying killing intent that struck fear into the hearts of demons, as if he could cleave the heavens and the earth. Dongfang Yun anxiously scanned every corner, yet he could not catch a glimpse of the Dragon Slayer. Dongfang Huaizhu, her dragon eyes sweeping the surroundings, felt beads of sweat forming between her brows as she searched for Chen Daolu. In that fleeting moment, she pierced through all notions of time, space, and matter. To her perception, everything around seemed to slow down nearly 100-fold. Any subtle change in the world was laid bare before her. In that instant, she discerned the distant Chen Daolu, standing confidently in his draw stance, unfazed by the raging winds. His gaze locked onto Dongfang Huaizhu. In a heartbeat, Their eyes met as if space itself had been severed, drawing them together. His eyes, filled with an ancient weariness and lifelessness, conveyed a profound shock to the demons. Dongfang Huaizhu felt a chilling aura of death, her golden pupils widening in horror. In the blink of an eye, as Qin Dalu drew his sword, the blade was unleashed, cleaving through the very fabric of space. Before she could react, he materialized before her, the lethal blade manifesting in her vision. Though the sword was battered and its edge curled, it in no way diminished its capacity to slay dragons. It surged toward her neck with deadly intent. Should she be struck, her demise would be inevitable. Dongfang Yun sensed the impending doom and instinctively unleashed his speed. A thunderous aura swirling around him like a tempest. With a resounding bang, the air erupted with a series of thunderous ripples, illuminating the sky. In less than a breath, he arrived before Dongfang Huaizhu. The cold light of the blade flashed dangerously close. He thrust his fist, imbued with demonic power, to block the deadly strike. The force of the impact sent him hurtling backward through the air, creating visible ripples in his wake, a testament to the sheer ferocity of the blow. Chun Doliu's expression remained grim and devoid of emotion as he dragged his blade toward the retreating Dongfang Yun. Is this all you can muster? He roared, shaking the very fabric of space. Unmoved, Qin Dalu continued his relentless assault, swinging his long knife at Dongfang Yun in a continuous flurry of strikes. Dongfang Yun was caught off guard, unable to mount a defense. With a flurry of slashes, the indomitable black scales of the golden horned dragon were marred with grievous gashes, blood seeping from the wounds and staining the ground beneath him. Yun! Dongfang Huaizhu cried out, shocked to see Dongfang Yun's scent flying so far. Her fury ignited as she glared at Qin Dalu and charged forward. Even the mightiest of beings, like the golden horned dragon, began to falter under the relentless barrage of strikes. How infuriating. This old fool isn't even using spiritual power. Is he relying solely on his physical strength? She thought, her eyes trembling at the realization. The thought of Qin Dalu in his prime sent shivers down her spine, pondering the terrifying extent of his power. At this moment, Dongfang Yun was battered and bleeding. His body covered in lacerations, the ground soaked in crimson. These injuries, while not fatal, were exacerbated by the malevolent aura of the blade, rendering his attempts to heal with demonic power futile. He realized that Qin Dalu was indeed a formidable opponent, fighting him with nothing but raw physical strength. How dare you underestimate me? Dongfang Yun seethed, blood rushing to his head. With his pride as a golden horned dragon on the line, he could not tolerate such disrespect. Enraged, he retaliated. A clash of dragon and man ensued, their powers colliding violently, the space around them a chaotic tempest of blades and demonic energy. Meanwhile, Dongfang Huaizhu was racing toward the fray. Qin Dalu wielded his blade with unparalleled mastery, evading every defensive maneuver Dongfang Yun attempted while delivering over 100 cuts in return. At this rate, even if he did not perish, he would bleed to death. Finally arriving at the scene, Dongfang Huaizhu was appalled to see Dongfang Yun battered and bloodied. Countless scars marred his once pristine scales. In that instant, the female dragon's fury ignited. Old fool, you seek death, she bellowed. With a flash of lightning, she launched herself like a cannonball, delivering a precise kick to Qin Daoliu's chest. But she was not finished. A powerful surge of lightning erupted from her, resonating through the air. The thunder roared deafeningly, akin to countless war drums echoing simultaneously. The entire eastern domain was shaken, citizens looking up in bewilderment. What is this? A thunderstorm? Quick, gather the laundry, a woman shouted. Elders from hidden sects, sensing the terrifying aura of thunder, could not help but open their eyes, glancing toward the source of the disturbance. They were momentarily astonished before succumbing to slumber once more. The leaders of various sects furrowed their brows, puzzled by the source of the thunderous commotion emanating from the dragon's lair. Who possessed such power to evoke such chaos? Dongfang Huaizhu unleashed her thunderous technique, striking directly at Qin Daoliu's face. At that moment, he was enveloped in electric flashes, the thunder crashing within him, rendering his hair stiff and rigid. Yet what astonished the demons was that he did not utter a single sound. Truly, a man of iron. Dongfang Huaizhu, summoning all her strength, unleashed her thunderous technique. Seeing him unresponsive, she furrowed her brows in disbelief. This old fool, why does he appear as lifeless as a corpse? Below, Ao Shuang felt a tightening in her chest, pondering how long Qin Daoliu's lifeless body could endure. If only I had known, I would have had my master extract his remaining power for my use, she lamented, clenching her fist in regret. Alas, this power is not mine to command. It can only sustain itself within me for a fleeting moment. I hope this lifeless form can hold on a little longer. Her delicate brows furrowed as her exquisite face lifted, her gaze drawn towards the theater of conflict. Chapter 42. My demonic power has returned. Suddenly, Qin Dalu moved. He wielded his blade, astonishingly resisting the suppression of the thunderous treasure technique. This scene left Dongfang Huaizhu in disbelief, causing her to deeply question her own strength. Just then, a whirlwind of black and golden light swept past, and Dongfang Yun arrived at her side, urging, "We must leave at once." Boom. The two dragons swiftly escaped the area, tearing through space and vanishing into the void. Dongfang Yun furrowed his brow, stating, "We need to get away from here." What about Qingsong? Her face was filled with anxiety. Do not worry, the Xiantian continent is vast. He cannot possibly find Qingsong, Dongfang Huaizhi replied, her voice tinged with despair, for Qin Dalu was present, having witnessed his strength. She could not help but worry for her son's safety. Dongfang Yun gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. It will not happen, I am certain of it. He continued, if we remain here, that old wretch will not rest until he has killed us. There is a real danger that Qingsong may be harmed. Just then, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Yun, are you all right? Dongfang Huaizhi exclaimed, noticing his weakened state. I am fine, he reassured her. That old man may be ancient, yet his power remains formidable. Dongfang Huaizhi inquired, where do we go now? His expression firm, he declared, to the land of origin. You mean the ancestral land of the golden-horned giant dragon? She clarified. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Huaizhi's face flushed with anger. Have you lost your mind? Why return there? They have wronged you. That place, which rightfully belongs to you, cast you out in the end. Dongfang Yun chuckled lightly, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. I return to reclaim what I have lost, what is rightfully mine. Dongfang Huaizhi shook her dragon head, perplexed. Did you not claim to have no interest in power? Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Yun's gaze turned serious. I am uninterested, however, I must act for my son. Qingsong. Dongfang Huaizhi stammered before her expression hardened. Resolve flooding her eyes. Then I shall accompany you into this madness once more. Dongfang Yun turned his gaze toward the chaotic distance. Your king shall return. 10 days later, within the veins of the mystic iron and mysterious stone mine. Speak. Where has that demon fled? The horse demon lashed the whip relentlessly against the rolling orb, leaving it bloodied and battered. I do not know. Do not know? The horse demon sneered. Tightening his grip on the whip, muscles rippling as he disregarded the orb's plight, striking with unrestrained fury. Each lash resonated with a sickening crack. The air thick with the scent of blood and flesh. If you refuse to speak, I shall beat you until you do. The orb writhed in agony, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Despite the torment, the orb remained silent, even as the horse demon paused, panting heavily, perhaps exhausted from the assault. Glaring at the nearly lifeless orb, he seized its hair. You have toiled in this mine for over 20 years. Is a mere little demon worth such desperate protection? The orb offered no reply, its breath faint. The horse demon continued, you witnessed the battle with the tiger demon. He is but a mortal demon, devoid of any demonic power, yet he easily vanquished the tiger. He must possess some formidable treasure. Greed glimmered in the horse demon's eyes as he yanked the orb closer. Snarling, you were close to him, always together. You cannot possibly not know his whereabouts. The orb managed a faint scoff, its face marred with lashes and blood. Eyes dim and weak. Its throat moved as if trying to speak. Seeing this, the horse demon chuckled coldly. Now you are speaking sense. Had you said so earlier, you would not have suffered this fate. The orb murmured. The horse demon, unable to catch the words, frowned in irritation. What? The orb's face was swollen from injuries, its voice muffled and unclear. The horse demon leaned in closer, ear almost brushing the orb's lips, straining to hear. Barely catching a few words. I said he is. The horse demon was fully attentive when suddenly, the orb lunged forward with all its might, biting off the horse demon's ear, flesh and blood mingling. Ah! The horse demon shrieked like a slaughtered pig, clutching his bleeding ear in terror and stumbling backward. With a few chews, the orb swallowed, laughing heartily. Not bad. This horse meat is quite delicious. The horse demon, enraged, hoisted the orb with one hand, glaring furiously. If I recall correctly, that fellow is named Dongfang Qingsong. To take a human name is a disgrace to our demon race. I will find him and kill him. As for how to lure him out, the horse demon licked the blood trickling to his lips, eyes fierce. That will depend on you. Gripping the orb firmly, he began searching the places the orb had frequented. With each location, the horse demon would stab it mercilessly. Dongfang Qingsong, if you do not emerge, your dear friend shall perish at my hands. With silence surrounding him, the horse demon trembled in rage. Do not let me catch you. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Splat. Another stab followed. The orb cried out in agony. Ah, Dongfang Qingsong, do not come out. When you do, you must kill this horse demon. The horse demon, infuriated, thrust the blade deeper into the orb's flesh, exposing quivering red meat from the gaping wound. The orb could no longer resist. The horse demon had severed all its tendons. The screams echoed chillingly in the air. Ah! In a hidden cavern, Dongfang Qingsong felt a tremor in his heart. The anguished cries of the orb struck him like a hammer, each blow resonating within him. Cursed wretch! He cursed inwardly. As the final moments approached, with his demonic core on the verge of restoration, he retrieved all the spiritual crystals the orb had given him. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, transforming into demonic power. The once dim demonic core, suspended above the sea of anguish, began to glow, finally restored. His heart surged with exhilaration. My demonic power has returned. Yet, it was not finished. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Qingsong, his demonic form began to undergo a transformation. The scales that once adorned him peeled away, replaced by smooth, delicate skin. His physique gradually diminished, morphing into the form of a youthful human. The skin gleamed like jade, muscles defined, with an 8-pack of abs showcased. His handsome face bore a blend of youthful innocence and mature allure. Slowly, he opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. His once draconic eyes had transformed into deep black pupils, radiating an intense depth. His form had entirely transformed into that of a human. When Dongfang Qingsong witnessed this monumental change in his body, he was utterly bewildered. He widened his eyes, gazing incredulously at his hands, and then touched his own face in disbelief. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "I merely took a nap. How did I suddenly become like this?" Chapter 43. The Birth of Humanity. He was thoroughly familiar with the human body. This was not mere transformation. It seemed as if, he murmured to himself. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to hold his breath and concentrate, plunging his consciousness into the abyss within. Beside the demon core lay the dormant form of a golden-horned dragon, peacefully slumbering. The revelation left him astounded. This was a genuine human form. Even the breath had conformed to that of a human. How could this be? Was it due to that pill? Suddenly, he froze, a thought occurring to him. I had sensed something within that pill earlier. What could it be? Is it capable of enabling me to give birth to a human form? His dark pupils darted about, enveloped in profound contemplation. What could be mixed within that pill? Then, a memory surfaced. While idly perusing an ancient tome at home, he had stumbled upon a record of a divine tree that had existed for millennia. Yes, the Bodhi tree. The text described that consuming the Bodhi fruit could significantly enhance one's cultivation, awaken the Bodhi heart, and even revive the dead. If a demon were to consume it, not only would their cultivation soar, but they could also engender a living entity. Recalling a passage from the ancient text, he muttered, "Beneath the Bodhi tree, all beings awaken. The Bodhi fruit comes forth, giving rise to enlightenment." He blinked, realization dawning upon him as he exclaimed, "Wait, does that mean I birthed myself?" Furrowing his brow, he scratched his head. Why does that sound so strange? In his previous life, he had been human, thus subconsciously, he had manifested a human form. One even more handsome than in his previous 2 lives. Meanwhile, the horse demon outside was incessantly shouting for him. At this moment, he remembered that the orb was still in his hand. He immediately dashed outside, instinctively dropping to all fours. His gait felt awkward, reminiscent of a gorilla. After all, he was still unaccustomed to his newfound human form. Furthermore, he was quite large, making his movements somewhat clumsy. "Stop!" he bellowed. The horse demon turned, its face etched with confusion. "How can there be a human here? Is that you, Dongfang Qingsong?" The horse demon's brow furrowed, unable to fathom why a human boy was in the territory of demons. Most perplexing was the audacity of this human, who was not even dressed. Has humanity become so liberal? "I am Dongfang Qingsong," he shouted. The horse demon, skeptical, frowned, hardly believing that he was indeed Dongfang Qingsong. "You? A feeble human dares to claim demonkin? Surely. You jest. Are you attempting to amuse me?" The horse demon was now deeply suspicious, convinced that this human was deliberately insulting his intelligence. At that moment, the orb heard the name Dongfang Qingsong and turned to see an undraped human. Confusion washed over him. How could there be a human? Where was Dongfang Qingsong? The orb, dazed, glanced around, recognizing that this was the very place where Dongfang Qingsong had been in seclusion for precisely 10 days. His eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over him. Could it be that he was Dongfang Qingsong? It couldn't be mistaken. There was only one entrance, and if it wasn't him, then who could it be? Why was there no demonic aura about him? He was undeniably human. Tentatively, the orb called out, "Dongfang Qingsong?" His voice was frail, having been tormented by the horse demon to the brink of losing his demonic essence. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong's expression shifted. When he beheld the orb, now resembling a mere shadow of its former self, his face contorted with rage, a burning desire to annihilate the horse demon surfacing within him. "What have you done?" he thundered, taking a swift step forward, unleashing his fist with a furious gust. Thud. A dull thump echoed as the horse demon caught his punch. "Humph, a weak human." The demon scoffed disdainfully. In his human form, Dongfang Qingsong possessed no cultivation, akin to an ordinary person devoid of power. In a fit of rage, he reverted to his true form, the massive golden-horned dragon manifesting before the horse demon. The demon stood slack-jawed, utterly bewildered. How could this be? Wasn't he just human moments ago? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Dongfang Qingsong charged, his magnificent, glimmering horns thrust upward, sending the horse demon flying against the rocky outcrop. In the instant of his descent, Dongfang Qingsong spun around, his tail, sharp as a steel whip, sliced through the air with a thunderous crack. The dark dragon tail left a streak of devastation as it lashed out at the airborne horse demon. In an instant, the demon's body exploded, its innards raining down like droplets of rain. "You dare to act tough before me in the sea of suffering," he roared. Swiftly, he rushed to the orb's side, discovering that its life was hanging by a thread. Blood flowed profusely, its face pale, not a shred of flesh unscathed, the marks of the whip evident on its body. "Orb." Dongfang Qingsong urgently summoned his demonic energy to heal the orb. The orb, upon seeing Dongfang Qingsong, managed to muster a faint smile. However, his face had become completely numb, lacking any sensation. The torment had twisted his features, leaving him unrecognizable. "Don't waste your strength. It seems your demon core has been restored, he said with a semblance of ease. I have mined here for over 20 years, never stepping outside. Dongfang Qingsong, will you promise me one thing? Speak. When I die, I hope you can bury me outside. I am weary. I can finally rest. All right, I promise you. It is my honor to call you my friend. Dongfang Qingsong remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion as he gathered the orb beside him. With heavy steps, he began to walk towards the entrance of the mine. The tumultuous sounds of battle had alerted numerous demon overseers, who now approached with fierce expressions, whips in hand, shouting threats. What are you doing? Stop at once. Do you wish to die? One yelled. I'll say this one last time. Cease your actions and return to work. Do you not hear me? One demon lunged at Dongfang Qingsong. In that moment of contact, a flash of lightning illuminated the cave walls with an eerie glow. The demon fell lifelessly to the ground, leaving the others bewildered. What just happened? They wondered, having seen only a flicker of lightning before the demon collapsed without warning. Enough. We cannot allow him to escape. Attack him. With that, countless overseers surged towards Dongfang Qingsong. Yet he strode forth as if unfazed, his expression impassive, eyes resolute. The demons, before even reaching him, were struck by the inexplicable lightning that manifested around him. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong resembled a harbinger of death, a mere touch sealing their fate. Many of the working demons could not comprehend how they had perished. Furious, the overseer shouted, "Kill him. Whoever brings him down shall be rewarded with freedom." The words stirred a flicker of hope in the hearts of the demons, weary of their endless toil in the darkness. Upon hearing of the opportunity to depart from this place, everyone's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. They swiftly turned to grasp the pickaxes they had picked up from the ground, clutching them tightly as makeshift weapons. Their gazes were fierce, and their hearts surged with exhilaration, trembling with uncontrollable anticipation. No matter how formidable the Eastern Azure might be, it was inconceivable that he could triumph over such a multitude of demons. This was the collective sentiment echoing in the hearts of all the demons. Chapter 44. Who dares to stand in my way? Within this cavern, countless demons lurked, all eager to slay him for a chance to escape this place. Confronted by an ocean of malevolent beings, he surveyed his surroundings with keen perception. At the sight of such a formidable assembly, his brow furrowed slightly. Then he spoke, his voice as frigid as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, causing shivers to ripple through the air. Each word he uttered was enveloped in a bone-chilling coldness. He uttered softly, "Those who obstruct me shall perish." Upon hearing his words, the once aggressive demons suddenly stiffened, their bodies frozen in place. They lifted their gazes to find Dongfang Qingsong, whose icy demeanor radiated an absence of warmth. The golden-hued eyes, shimmering with an eerie glow, swept across the gathering of demons, leaving them feeling as though they were encased in a layer of frost, the chill surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. In an instant, all demons dared not make any rash movements. They understood that, despite their daily toil that left them drenched in sweat, they could at least preserve their lives. However, should they confront this figure before them, their fate would undoubtedly be sealed. The overseers, witnessing the sudden defiance of the demons, were flushed with rage. Their expressions contorted into grotesque masks of fury. In the past, a mere word from them could command obedience from these creatures, and the mere crack of a whip would drain color from their faces. Yet now, faced with this embodiment of death, the overseer's shouts fell on deaf ears. One overseer nearly exploded with indignation. With wide eyes, he pointed at the assembled demons, bellowing, "Do you not wish to escape? Kill him at once." Regardless of how loudly the overseers shouted, the demons remained steadfast, rooted in place. With all eyes upon him, Dongfang Qingsong strode forward, unimpeded by any demon. The echoes of his footsteps resonated throughout the vast cavern. Suddenly, a black bear demon emerged from above, commanding, "Halt." His voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating throughout the entire cavern. The black bear demon, the master of this mine, was taken aback by Dongfang Qingsong's display of innate power, a gleam of surprise flashing in his eyes. Dongfang Qingsong cast a sidelong glance at the black bear demon. The luminous golden eyes emitted a captivating radiance in the dim cavern. The moment their gazes locked, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within the black bear demon for reasons unknown. Nevertheless, he composed himself, grinning widely to reveal his sharp fangs. And in a deceptively cheerful tone, he asked, "Who might you be, to grace my humble mind with your presence? May I inquire your name?" To the black bear demon, the ability to wield such formidable innate power suggested a being of exceptional lineage. Creatures of this caliber often had powerful factions backing them. As an ordinary demon of lesser bloodline, he dared not provoke such a presence. Yet, Dongfang Qingsong merely cast a cold glance, his gaze sharp as a blade, and coldly replied, "Leave." Upon hearing this, the black bear demon's countenance darkened. As the lord of this mountain, he possessed both strength and status. He had not anticipated such blatant disrespect. His face turned a shade darker than the fur covering his body, and with a fierce glare, he fixed his eyes on Dongfang Qingsong. Calculating in his mind, he thought, "I am on my own territory. Even if I were to kill him, no demon would be the wiser. Perhaps I could force him to reveal the secret of his powerful ability, which seemed to be lightning-based. If successful, I could hide in the mountains for 100 years, and by then, my clan would have forgotten him. My power would then reach terrifying heights." With this plan taking shape in his mind, he felt it was indeed viable. Angered, he shed his earlier politeness. Crouching slightly, he gathered his strength and leaped down from above. With a thunderous crash, he landed, sending shockwaves through the ground and raising clouds of dust several meters high. The other demons recoiled in fear at the sight of the black bear demon, fully aware of his terrifying strength. His hefty paw could easily crush a demon's bones into dust. Upon landing, the black bear demon erupted into a boisterous laugh, his massive form standing out starkly in the cavern. He bellowed as he walked, "Boy, hand over the treasure technique of your clan, or you shall not leave this place alive." Very well. What? The black bear demon was taken aback. Based on Dongfang Qingsong's earlier reaction, he had assumed the young demon was merciless and would never yield. All the threats and promises he had mentally prepared were abruptly interrupted by those simple words. For a moment, he felt as though he had choked on his own tongue, unsure of how to respond. The other demons observed this exchange, murmuring amongst themselves. It seems this young demon knows he cannot contend with the black bear demon. He must be considering submission. The sharp-eared demons chimed in. Oh, so that's how it is. The corpulent demon scoffed. He should know the strength of the black bear demon. He is at the mid-stage of the life-spring realm. Anyone would cower before him. Upon hearing about the black bear demon's prowess, the other demons gasped in awe. So powerful. To reach such a level of cultivation is truly impressive. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong erupted with an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Bolts of lightning intertwined around him, instantly engulfing the entire cavern in flashes of light and the continuous roar of thunder. His expression was steely, his gaze like a bolt of lightning fixed upon the black bear demon. If you wish for the treasure technique of my clan, watch closely. I shall demonstrate it but once. The black bear demon's eyes widened in excitement, fearing he might miss a single detail. This was the opportunity to transform his destiny. His face lit up with glee, his grin nearly reaching his ears. This is indeed lightning magic. Haha, such tremendous power of thunder. I never anticipated such fortune. The cavern reverberated with the explosive sound of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning danced like dragons, illuminating the dark expanse. Wherever the lightning struck, the air was instantaneously ionized, filling the space with an acrid scent. This overwhelming force caused the entire cavern to tremble. Suddenly, an onslaught of lightning surged toward the black bear demon. The black bear demon, lost in his excitement, was completely absorbed in the prospect of wielding this immense power. Boom. In an instant, the lightning engulfed the black bear demon. His massive form was charred black under the assault of the lightning, and the aroma of singed flesh permeated the air. As the black bear demon fell lifeless, shockwaves of astonishment rippled through the cavern, echoing the disbelief of the surrounding demons. Chapter 45. Seeking the Demon Trader, Journey to Qingxiu Mountain. What? The black bear demon has been slain by that little demon. I must be seeing things. I rubbed my eyes vigorously. A mid-stage Fate Spring Realm practitioner. Killed with a single strike. That newcomer, within just 10 days, has astonishingly elevated his cultivation to such an exaggerated degree. To have slain the black bear demon in one fell swoop is truly chilling to the core. They could hardly believe it. Who would believe that a newcomer, barely in the mines for 10 days, could directly kill a mid-stage expert in the Fate Spring Realm? And in one decisive blow. Little did they know, Dongfang Qingsong's cultivation had long surpassed the initial stage of the Fate Spring Realm. Having consumed the fruit of the ancient Bodhi tree for 10,000 years, he not only attained a human form but also experienced a meteoric rise in his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Fate Spring Realm. He had leapfrogged 3 levels, truly deserving of the title of a 10,000-year-old divine tree. Suddenly, a voice rang out among the crowd of demons. The black bear demon is dead. Does that mean we are free? This statement landed like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting a fervent uproar among the demons. Yes, he is dead. Why continue mining? The crowd of demons responded in unison, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. They hurled their picks to the ground, the sound of metal clashing against earth ringing clearly. Years of pent-up anger and grievances erupted at that moment. Damn it, sleeping only 3 hours a day. Rising before the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs. Eating worse than pigs. The spiritual crystals are of the lowest quality. It's worse than being a slave. At this moment, murmurs of discontent arose among the various demon clans. Hey, we, the chicken clan, dog clan, and pig clan, have we offended you? The demon who had vented his frustrations awkwardly coughed twice and said, ahem, apologies, I was too emotional and let my mouth run away. In an instant, all the demons charged towards the exit. That was the direction to freedom. The overseers were left at a loss, exchanging bewildered glances. After all, they were merely laborers themselves. With the black bear demon dead, they couldn't help but wonder, who would they ask for the spiritual crystals owed for the month? However, just as the demons had not run very far, they abruptly halted, as one demon was about to curse. The others suddenly remembered that the one who had slain the black bear demon was right at the entrance. The demons in front saw Dongfang Qingsong's massive figure blocking the entire cave's mouth. His overwhelming presence made all demons too afraid to even breathe. Dongfang Qingsong spoke. Have any of you seen the demon who brought me here? A demon stepped forward and said, I know him. Dongfang Qingsong's sharp gaze swept over the crowd and fixed on the demon. The demon trembled under his piercing stare and quickly added, "That demon sends demons here every 2 to 3 months." Dongfang Qingsong frowned slightly. He could not afford to wait that long. The demon, sensing his thoughts, continued, "That demon is at Qingqiu Mountain. He is said to be a top-tier trader among demon traffickers. My lord, you can search for him there." Dongfang Qingsong narrowed his eyes, suspiciously asking, "How do you know his whereabouts so well?" The demon, drenched in cold sweat from his gaze, replied, "I was tricked here 15 years ago by him. Seeing him bring you here, I immediately recognized him. Even if he turned to ash, I would still know him." His eyes burned with anger, his face twitching in rage. "If it weren't for that scoundrel, I wouldn't have to stay here for so long. Alas, I wonder how my wife is doing at home. Damn the demon traitor." The demons fell into a solemn silence, casting pitying glances at him. Clearly, they had already come to a conclusion. After all, who could wait 15 years? A demon's life is fleeting. How many 15 years are worth waiting for? It is likely that his head is already adorned with green. Seeing his cleverness, and that he was a local demon from Qingqiu Mountain, Dongfang Qingsong decided to take him along. "Come with me." The demon trembled upon hearing this. He had heard tales of Dongfang Qingsong, who often summoned demons to a corner of the wall, only for blood-curdling screams to follow. The thought of this terrified him, making his legs quiver. Seeing the demon stand frozen in place, Dongfang Qingsong frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Do you not wish to return home?" "Return home?" The demon's eyes flickered. Of course, he wanted to. "Then come with me to Qingqiu Mountain." Upon saying this, Dongfang Qingsong turned to the other demons. "You may do as you wish. Not all demons in the mine were malevolent. Most were unfortunate souls deceived by the traders. To survive, some demons were compelled to resort to desperate measures. If it were Dongfang Qingsong, he might have made the same choices." After Dongfang Qingsong departed, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the mine, suffocating the demons. Thousands of demons glared fiercely at the overseers wielding whips. Over the years, they had bled and sweated under the overseer's authority. Their accumulated resentment deep as the ocean. "Wait, what are you doing?" The overseers shouted in terror. Following this, a series of heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the mine. Dongfang Qingsong arrived atop a high mountain. The area was blanketed in dandelions. A gentle breeze blew, sending the light seeds spiraling into the air. The scenery here was exquisite, with an expansive view of rolling hills. Dongfang Qingsong surveyed his surroundings and deemed the location suitable for burying the body of the rolling ball. After completing this, he said, "Thank you, rolling ball. If it weren't for you, my demon core would not have been restored so swiftly. I might have had to remain in that mine for another 20 years. Just like you, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Rest well here." With that, Dongfang Qingsong turned and departed with the little demon. Along the way, he was still unaware of where he was. In the mines, he had been solely focused on restoring his demonic powers, too preoccupied to consider his surroundings. "I wonder where the ancient teleportation array has transported me," he muttered to himself, then turned to the little demon beside him and asked, "Do you know where this is?" "Reporting to you, my lord, this is the eastern region," the little demon replied respectfully. "The eastern region?" Dongfang Qingsong exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, this is the eastern region," the little demon affirmed. Dongfang Qingsong's brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, "I didn't expect to be transported so far." The Blackhorn region is located in the center of the Xiantian continent, adjacent to the 4 major regions. The eastern region, however, lies deep within its center. The Xiantian continent comprises 4 major regions: Eastern region, Southern region, Western region, and Northern region, each vast beyond imagination. Not to mention the undiscovered areas of the Xiantian continent. To return to the Blackhorn region would require considerable effort. Without at least 70 to 80 years, it would be difficult to exit the eastern region. The eastern region. He murmured, "I never anticipated it to be so far. I wonder if my father and the others have returned. I hope they can come back to fetch me. Never mind, I must first find the Phoenix Maiden," he concluded, continuing to follow the little demon towards Qingqiu Mountain. As they ambled along, Dongfang Qingsong grew increasingly aware of the diminutive demon's sluggish pace. At this rate, he mused, it would take an eternity to reach Qingqiu Mountain. With a resigned sigh, he unfurled his wings and addressed the small demon, "Ascend." The demon, somewhat apprehensive, demurred, "My lord, would that be appropriate? Spare me the pleasantries." Dongfang Qingsong retorted, his patience wearing thin. "Unless you would prefer that I ride you instead." The small demon gulped audibly, acutely aware of the disparity in their sizes and the potential for becoming a flattened pancake. Dongfang Qingsong harbored no desire to be mounted, especially since the fellow lacked even the rudimentary skill of flight. This marked only the second instance in which he had reluctantly allowed a demon to ride him. The first occasion, of course, had been granted to the holy maiden of the Hahuan sect. Chapter 46. Why is this demon constantly salivating at me? Dongfang Qingsong's black wings trembled, stirring up clouds of dust around him. With a swift motion, his colossal form shot upwards, defying the laws of gravity. His speed was unimpeded by his immense size. Rather, he moved with the swiftness of a shadow cloaked in darkness. The little demon, terrified, clutched desperately at the sharp black scales adorning his body. "Too fast. Slow down. I can't take it. I feel dizzy." The fierce wind sliced through the air like blades, stinging his face and rendering him unable to open his eyes. After a seemingly endless journey, they finally reached the borders of Qingqiu Mountain. At that moment, the afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, causing even a single drop of water to sizzle and evaporate instantly. As they flew, the little demon dared to think that perhaps this giant wasn't so fearsome after all. Mustering his courage, he suggested, "My lord, why not come to my humble abode for a short rest? Perhaps enjoy some blood delicacies?" His voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixed on the drool cascading from Dongfang Qingsong's mouth. Indeed, the latter felt a pang of hunger. He had not eaten his fill in the cavern and was now subjected to the scorching sun while soaring through the sky. The combination of heat and hunger intensified his discomfort, and if not for his unfamiliarity with the roads of Qingqiu Mountain, he might have considered devouring the little demon outright. As thoughts of hunger consumed him, drool flowed from his mouth like pearls spilled from a broken string. The little demon, sensing his hunger, felt a wave of trepidation, fearful that he might become the meal. With the little demon's guidance, they finally arrived at a place he excitedly proclaimed, "My lord, there it is. That is my home." As the little demon called out to his wife, an enchanting female demon emerged from a dwelling resembling a human abode. With a hand on her hip and an impatient expression, she forcefully kicked open the door. In the process, she adjusted her slightly slipping pants, tightening the hemp rope around her waist. With a voice akin to a shrew, she bellowed towards the unknown noise, "Who dares to call my name? Don't you know I'm in the midst of something important?" "Wife," the little demon shouted eagerly. Upon hearing the call, her expression shifted to one of confusion. She shielded her eyes from the glaring sunlight, squinting into the distance. In the hazy view, she spotted a dark figure advancing toward her. As it drew closer, she finally recognized the form. "Is that him?" Boom. Dongfang Qingsong landed with a thunderous impact, and the little demon hurriedly leaped off his back. He rushed to embrace the female demon, exclaiming with affection, "My dear, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly." The female demon's face was a canvas of bewilderment, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions as she asked, "Is it truly you?" The little demon, brimming with excitement, replied, "Are you not glad to see me return?" Surprised? Her emotions surged, her chest heaving with anticipation as she struggled to contain her excitement, gently caressing his face. In a voice tinged with emotion, she inquired, "Is it really you, my beloved?" The little demon, serious and earnest, was unaware of the hardships she had endured in his absence. At that moment, he held her hand tightly, affirming, "Indeed, it is I, my dear." Without further ado, he leaned in to kiss her lips. However, the female demon, moving with the force of a tempest, struck him across the face. Bang! The resounding slap knocked him to the ground, startling even the birds in the mountains. Rubbing his suddenly swollen cheek in confusion, he asked, "Why did you hit me? My dear, do you even have the audacity to return? Do you know they all said you were dead? I have been living in mourning all these years. Do you have any idea how I managed? Almost married some other demon." Indeed, her life had been challenging since his mysterious disappearance. Alone in their home, she had frequently faced harassment from unscrupulous male demons. The little demon hastily began, "My dear, you don't understand. I was upon hearing this." She finally grasped that he had been deceived. Her gaze fell upon the enormous creature behind him, and her eyes lit up with intrigue. Well, my beloved has been mining and has brought back a mount." The little demon, alarmed, quickly grabbed her arm as she excitedly moved to approach the creature, eager to test its might. "Wait, my dear." The female demon narrowed her eyes at him, and he whispered urgently in her ear. Upon hearing this, she nearly dropped her pants in fright. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" She glared at him. She had contemplated riding it to experience the sensation of flight. If she had truly mounted Dongfang Qingsong, she would have faced dire consequences. With a playful sway of her hips, she approached Dongfang Qingsong, an alluring smile gracing her lips. "Oh, esteemed sir, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive my oversight," she purred, casting a flirtatious glance at him. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong was ravenously hungry. His gaze drawn to the alluring figure before him, the intoxicating scent of femininity wafting through the air, making his mouth water uncontrollably. The female demon, noticing his reaction, felt a chill run down her spine. Goodness, I acknowledge that I possess beauty beyond compare, but surely, he cannot be so enraptured by me? Her cheeks flushed. She thought to herself, but my beloved is right here. Moreover, you are far too large for such matters. Yet, amidst her thoughts, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Why does this demon keep drooling over me? Chapter 47. Fortuitous Encounter. Indeed, a great opportunity. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the little demon hastened forward, anxiously pulling the female demon to her side and urgently imploring, "Quickly, retrieve our provisions." Recognizing the gravity of the matter, she promptly turned and made her way home, her hurried steps nearly tripping over the stones beneath her feet. In no time, the female demon laboriously brought forth several hundred pounds of sustenance, presenting it before the colossal figure. Exhausted, her delicate neck glistened with perspiration, strands of hair clinging to her flushed cheeks as she panted softly. To the unknowing observer, It would seem she had just emerged from a fierce battle. The Eastern Azure, resembling a famished beast, devoured the blood food voraciously. Crimson juices dripping from the corners of his mouth onto the ground. Observing this, the female demon bit her lip and whispered to her companion, "Master, these provisions are our sustenance for an entire month. If he consumes it all in one sitting, what shall we eat for the next month?" The little demon, with a forced smile that belied his fear, replied, "Hush, do not let him hear you. Once he is satiated, he will depart. Besides, this esteemed lord has returned me home. If we wish to avoid becoming his meal, we must allow him to feast." At the mention of the little demon's last words, the female demon shivered in fright. "Then I shall see what else we have at home," she exclaimed, quickly turning and sprinting back. Once the Eastern Azure finished the blood food, he licked his lips, still craving more. "Not quite full," he mumbled to himself. With that, his immense form gradually shrank, transforming into a youthful human guise. His complexion was as fair as jade, his physique well-proportioned and muscular, with a youthful aura of heroism emanating from his features. The little demon, upon seeing this transformation, widened his eyes in astonishment and hurried over. "Master, what is happening?" he gasped, completely unaware of the demon energy surrounding him. Noticing the little demon's surprise, the Eastern Azure inquired, "What have you discovered?" "The master has become human, and there is no trace of demon energy. He is entirely human." The Eastern Azure, brimming with vitality, smiled and remarked, "Indeed, just as I suspected. This is a true human form." As the female demon emerged, clutching the last piece of sustenance, her entire being froze in astonishment. Her eyes sparkled with delight. She had been fretting over the lack of extra provisions. "Food," she exclaimed, rushing forward to deliver a powerful punch. The Eastern Azure sensed the impending danger but was unable to react in time, taking the blow squarely on the face. Instantly, darkness enveloped his vision as searing pain surged through him. Blood gushed from his nose, glistening under the sun's rays. He was propelled backward, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. That punch nearly cost the Eastern Azure his life. However, even if his human form perished, his demon body would remain. This unexpected turn of events sent the little demon's heart racing in terror. "Master," he cried, darting over. "Are you all right?" The female demon frowned, tilting her head in confusion. "Master?" she murmured, perplexed by the situation. Lying on the ground, the Eastern Azure struggled to comprehend his surroundings, his head spinning. As he moved, excruciating pain shot through him, as if his bones were fracturing. He tasted bitterness in his mouth and, wiping his hand across his face, discovered it was blood from his nose. "My head is spinning. Did I suffer a concussion?" he muttered, clutching his head. "Master, are you all right?" The little demon quickly crouched beside him, offering support. "Please, do not stoop to her level. She is foolish and lacks sense. Calm down." The Eastern Azure barely registered the little demon's ramblings. He surveyed his surroundings. Glancing back at where he had just been, the female demon stood frozen, gazing in this direction. "Goodness, I was struck back this far." He realized that this human form possessed no demon power and could only cultivate spiritual energy. "I wonder how this human body's cultivation talent compares?" he pondered. The Bodhi fruit can nurture a life form. Thus, this life form must be directly related to my original body. It would be prudent to test it. With that, the Eastern Azure stifled his nosebleed and settled into a meditative position. Almost immediately, imperceptible spiritual energy began to flow into his dantian, inducing subtle changes within him. Minute particles intertwined and flickered across his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, unable to contain his excitement, his lips curling into a smile as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. What a fortuitous encounter. I sincerely thank you for granting me such a tremendous opportunity." To his astonishment, the cultivation talent of this human form rivaled that of his demon body. Most unexpectedly, he realized he could cultivate the thunderous treasure technique. His enthusiasm surged as he thought, "If both my demon and human forms reach their limits, I shall possess 2 lifetimes. And should I merge these 2 bodies, with the demon form as the dominant force, my strength would reach unimaginable heights." The little demon observed the Eastern Azure's peculiar behavior, bewildered by his sudden stillness, the meditation, the self-talk, and the spontaneous laughter. Could it be that the mistress has knocked some sense out of him? Abruptly, the Eastern Azure sprang to his feet, exclaiming with fervor, "Yes, this is it. The human body also requires cultivation." The little demon's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. "Master, are you all right?" The Eastern Azure, brimming with exhilaration, replied, "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine." The little demon, now clearly alarmed, protested, "But, Master, you are bleeding from your head." "Ah." The Eastern Azure touched the back of his head, only then realizing he had sustained a gash. Blood flowed freely. "Oh dear. Master! Master!" As his vision darkened, he collapsed. "Damn it, not again." The little demon was nearly frantic, rushing to staunch the bleeding. In the distance, a brazen voice suddenly rang out, "My dear, I am coming." A weasel demon, adorned with a flamboyant red flower between its ears, strutted toward them, its ostentatious attire swaying with each exaggerated step. The female demon could smell the foulness from miles away, wrinkling her nose in disgust. "What is it, dear?" The female demon replied, since you left? That bothersome creature has been pestering me incessantly." Upon hearing this, the little demon was incensed, exclaiming, "What? Dare to trouble my mistress? I can scarcely imagine the hardship she has endured these past years. Now that you have returned, no demon shall dare to bully her." The female demon cautioned, "Be careful, my master." The little demon turned back with a grin, "Do not worry, my dear. I know what I am doing." Chapter 48. This is secure. As the moment of the weasel demon's appearance approached, the intention was to frighten him away. However, upon seeing his true form, the muscles in his arms surged like serpents writhing beneath his skin. His eyes widened in fury, and his face flushed crimson with rage. Without a flicker of hesitation, he seized a stone from the ground, his feet propelling him forward as if equipped with the swiftness of the wind, baring his teeth as he hurled the stone at the weasel demon. The weasel demon, confronted by this madman wielding a piece of blue stone, barely had time to react before being knocked to the ground. With each powerful strike, the muscles in his arm tensed, accompanied by labored breaths and fierce roars. Witnessing this scene, the female demon's expression shifted dramatically, and she rushed forward to intervene. Clutching him tightly, she cried out, "Master, please do not strike to kill. This creature has a demon behind him. Do not hold me back, my dear. This scoundrel is the one who imprisoned me in the mines." His eyes were aflame, the veins on his forehead pulsating with unbridled fury. For 15 years, he had toiled ceaselessly in the mines, enduring relentless exploitation and the torment of various demons. The hardships he had faced over the years, known only to him, made this journey incredibly arduous. Were it not for this scoundrel, he would likely be enjoying sweet moments with his beloved. "What?" The female demon gasped in shock. She leapt up and delivered a swift kick to the weasel demon's face. "It is you who deceived my master." With each word, she struck him harder, her fury unleashed. The weasel demon had not even uttered a single word before their relentless assault had rendered his face unrecognizable. Once whole, it was now swollen and grotesque, blood gushing from his wounds, mingling with dirt, a sight most pitiful. The smaller demon, taken aback by his wife's fierce response, suddenly recalled something and turned to her, asking, "My dear, what did you say about a demon behind him?" The female demon, shaken, paused, realizing in her rage she had forgotten this critical detail. With trembling lips, she stammered, "It is a mountain king." "What?" The smaller demon's eyes widened in alarm. A being capable of ruling a mountain must possess formidable strength, far beyond that of mere lesser demons like themselves. This was akin to disturbing a slumbering giant. "What shall we do?" She wiped the cold sweat from her brow, fear evident on her face. Without a moment's thought, the smaller demon grimaced, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture, and suggested, "What if we finish him off while he is still incapacitated? Then find a place to bury him?" The female demon, in a panic, retorted, "No. He has frequent contact with that mountain king. If we are discovered, what will become of us? What then shall we do?" The smaller demon paced anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, "It matters not. We must eliminate him first. It is far better than allowing him to return and alert the mountain king." With no other options available, they deemed this course of action necessary, even if it meant fleeing Qingxiu Mountain for safer grounds. The female demon's expression turned grave, and she nodded. "Let us proceed." But suddenly, the weasel demon sprang up from the ground, startling both of them. Instinctively, they recoiled, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the bloodied figure of the weasel demon, swaying unsteadily as though on the brink of collapse. He pointed a trembling claw at them, his voice hoarse yet laced with menace. "You are in deep trouble. You are in grave peril." The pair looked at the bloodied weasel demon, their hearts racing with dread. The weasel demon, indeed unfortunate, had initially approached to confront the female demon only to be met with an unexpected attack from a reckless brute wielding a stone. Lying on the ground, Dongfang Qingsong could hear the commotion nearby. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see two figures before him. Wincing, he touched the back of his head, feeling a sharp pain. The scent of medicinal herbs wafted into his nostrils, and he realized the wound on the back of his head had been treated. Standing unsteadily, his body swayed from the loss of blood, he noticed a blood-soaked demon not far away, pointing accusingly at the smaller demon couple. "What transpired while I was unconscious?" Dongfang Qingsong asked, his voice weak. The smaller demon immediately knelt before him, clutching his leg and weeping, "My lord, I thought you had perished." Having witnessed Dongfang Qingsong's formidable strength, capable of slaying even mid-stage life spring demons, the smaller demon saw an opportunity to gain favor by reporting their encounter with the demon trafficker. The weasel demon furrowed his brow, incredulous at the idea that these two lesser demons had any connection to humans. The smaller demon pointed at the weasel demon, exclaiming, "My lord, he is the one who imprisoned you in the iron mine." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong's mind cleared, his eyes sharpened with renewed vigor. Anger surged within him, an aura of wrath emanating from his being. The weasel demon, sensing the shift, paled in fear. "Wait, do not unjustly accuse me. I have only captured demons, never humans." The weasel demon trembled, realizing these two had referred to the young human as "my lord." He feared the youth was kin to a powerful human. Dongfang Qingsong's brow darkened as he tightened his grip around the weasel demon's neck, blood dripping from the saturated fur, staining his hands crimson. The weasel demon quaked, sensing the ominous energy radiating from the youth. You should release me, human. Otherwise, you will regret it. I must inform you that within that iron mind resides a mid-stage life spring demon, an old friend of mine. Should I suffer any harm, mark my words. The weasel demon threatened. Dongfang Qingsong, dismissive, chuckled darkly. Are you referring to the black bear demon in the mind? The weasel demon's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and apprehension. How do you know? I cannot believe you would dare. The smaller demon, relieved at the mention of the demon behind the weasel, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, knowing they had secured their position. Chapter 49, Suzhou. Miaoing Fong, the female demon, was filled with confusion, her gaze darting between Dongfang Qingsong and the leader. She questioned, why are they not afraid? At that moment, the weasel demon's eyes, which had been filled with shock, suddenly changed dramatically. From this human youth emanated a potent aura of demonic energy. This was a fragment of the demonic power summoned from Dongfang Qingsong's own body. The overwhelming surge of demonic energy was so intense that even a mere wisp of it left him stunned. This individual, whether human or demon, truly possessed the ability to slay the black bear demon. The power he unleashed far surpassed that of the black bear demon. Dongfang Qingsong spoke with a grave tone. Therefore, I expect you to answer my questions. Yes, yes, yes. The weasel demon nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a flail. A fortnight ago, did you see the red-haired girl? She appeared weak and had suffered severe injuries. The red-haired girl? The weasel demon's face contorted in puzzlement, his brow furrowing as he strained to remember. Dongfang Qingsong's gaze turned cold, his voice icy as he warned, I advise you to think carefully, or else. The unspoken threat hung heavily, like a tangible blade poised above the weasel demon's heart, rendering him breathless with anxiety. The weasel demon trembled in fear, stammering, wait, let me think. The red-haired girl, the red-haired girl. Oh, I remember. Where is she? Dongfang Qingsong pressed, his tone urgent. The weasel demon's eyes widened with trepidation as he replied. I sold her to Miaoing Fong. Dongfang Qingsong was taken aback, exclaiming, Miaoing Fong? Why yes, that's right. I saw her in a weakened state. So I gave her a healing pill before selling her there. There was also a small demon, whom I sold to my brother for mining. The weasel demon blurted out everything in a rush. With this revelation, Dongfang Qingsong confirmed that this was indeed the wretched demon trader who had sold himself into servitude. Where is Miaoing Fong? He demanded. For the sake of his own survival, the weasel demon replied directly, in Suzhou City, just cross Qingxiu Mountain and keep going straight. And you'll see it. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfang Qingsong swiftly killed the weasel demon with a decisive motion, without a hint of hesitation. After completing this act, he heard the small demon murmur, Suzhou City. What now? Have you been there? Dongfang Qingsong turned to ask. The small demon quickly replied, I haven't. But Suzhou City is a place where both demons and humans coexist. As long as you don't break the rules and incite conflict between the two, you can live there. Unlike elsewhere, people here are not so prejudiced against demons. Dongfang Qingsong nodded, finally understanding why the Phoenix girl had been sold specifically to Miaoing Fong, a place where humans and demons live together. Miaoing Fong was merely a locale for indulgence, a haven for human revelers. However, for safety's sake, he decided to enter Suzhou City in human form, remaining inconspicuous. He did not wish to be hunted down again by discerning human cultivators. He turned to the two small demons and asked, Do you have any human cultivator clothing at home? At that moment, they were both bare and unadorned. The female demon's face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes fixated on Dongfang Qingsong, her mouth agape in astonishment. Her throat felt parched, as if she hadn't had a drink in ages, and she swallowed hard, her gaze unconsciously drifting over Dongfang Qingsong's form. She murmured softly, All right, my lord. Please allow me to fetch you some clothing. A voice snapped the female demon back to reality. She quickly responded, Yes, yes. I'll go get it right away. Before long, the female demon returned with clothing. Dongfang Qingsong reached out to take the garments, preparing to dress. However, the female demon's gaze seemed magnetically drawn to his broad, muscular chest and the sharply defined eight-pack abs. As she looked lower, her cheeks burned with heat, her heart racing uncontrollably. The small demon coughed loudly, ahem, as a reminder for her to maintain decorum. Dongfang Qingsong adjusted the clothing, noting that the black robe was slightly worn but fit him perfectly. He also found a smooth branch to tie back his long hair. Despite its shabby appearance, the robe did nothing to diminish the unique aura that surrounded Dongfang Qingsong. Instead, it added an air of mystery. After bidding farewell to the two small demons, Dongfang Qingsong transformed into his demonic form, unfurling his wings and soaring swiftly towards Suzhou. The two demons waved goodbye, relieved to have sent the demon away, as staying near him made them feel anxious and tense. After 3 days and 2 nights of flight, he finally arrived in Suzhou. By nightfall, Dongfang Qingsong transformed back into human form and began to cultivate. After 3 days of focused breathing, he effortlessly opened the Sea of Suffering, successfully entering the initial stage of the Sea of Suffering realm. He knew that he must also cultivate his human form to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. After all, he could not rely on luck alone to survive. The sign read boldly, Suzhou. Clad in a tattered black robe and barefoot, he strode steadily towards the city gate. His eyes darted around, sensing that the initiative still lay with the humans here. Ultimately, the humans remained wary of the demons. Otherwise, why would all the guards be human? The guards merely watched as Dongfang Qingsong entered, entirely oblivious to his true nature. Inside Suzhou City, the streets were bustling with both humans and demons, a sea of life. Dongfang Qingsong stood in awe, clearly mesmerized by the vibrant scene before him. It was his first time witnessing such a grand spectacle. The streets were filled with various demon figures bustling about, including many ancient hybrid demons, who were far taller and more robust than ordinary humans. Their presence exuded a majestic aura, reminiscent of great warriors. Some demons caught sight of Dongfang Qingsong, their lips curling into smirks as they snorted derisively. They merely glanced at him before moving on. Yet, in such a vast place, he had no idea where Miao Fang was located. He could only ask someone for directions. "Excuse me, sir, do you know where Miao Fang is?" An elderly man turned at the sound of the youthful voice. Slowly, he faced Dongfang Qingsong, lowering his eyes to see a boy approximately 15 or 16 years old. The old man's gaze flitted over Dongfang Qingsong, surprise flickering in his eyes. Nevertheless, he raised a hand that seemed unsteady to point, his voice hoarse as he instructed, "Over there, just keep going straight, and you'll find it." Dongfang Qingsong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." As he watched the departing boy, the old man felt a mix of emotions churning within him. He stroked his beard, a smile playing on his lips as he muttered, "Youth is indeed a blessing." With that, he chuckled softly, shaking his head before ambling away with his cane. Following the old man's directions, Dongfang Qingsong finally arrived at the entrance of Miao Fang. His heart raced with exhilaration, pounding like a drum, for at that moment, he beheld several alluring women clad in revealing garments, beckoning to patrons. Moreover, he spotted the fabled cat girls. Indeed, they were real. Despite possessing memories from 3 lifetimes, Dongfang Qingsong found himself momentarily speechless in the presence of these enchanting figures. Especially those agile cat ears, along with the fluffy, elongated tail swaying behind, stirred an insatiable curiosity within him, compelling one to rush forward and give them a gentle squeeze. "Oh, my heart." He leaned against the wall, clutching his chest. Yet, in this moment, for the sake of the Phoenix Maiden, he resolved to brave the water curtain cave alone. This was certainly not an act of foolishness. Upon noticing an attractive child approaching, the cat-eared maidens greeted him with smiles and affectionate head pats. His charming appearance invariably drew their attention. As they clustered around him, a delicate fragrance, akin to being enveloped in a bouquet, permeated the air. Their low-cut attire offered tantalizing glimpses that would undoubtedly elicit gasps of admiration. "Whose child is this? What brings you here, little one? This isn't a place for you," they cooed, playfully pinching his cheeks. He reveled in their affection for a moment, but then his expression shifted. "No, I mustn't succumb to temptation. I'm here to find the Phoenix woman." With tear-filled eyes, he gazed up at the women. "I'm looking for someone, ladies." Their hearts melted at the sight of the adorable child. One of the cat girls, twitching her ears and revealing endearing fangs, inquired, "Who are you searching for, sweetie?" "The Phoenix woman." The women exchanged glances and shook their heads, claiming ignorance. But he remained unconvinced, especially when it came to beautiful women. If the trafficker sold her here, then she must be here. These demons are trying to deceive me. How predictable that the more alluring a woman is, the less trustworthy she becomes, and the more lascivious, the further one should flee. "Could you permit me to search inside?" he implored, adopting a pitiful demeanor that tugged at their heartstrings, leaving them momentarily indecisive. Entry to the myriad sound pavilion required payment, especially for those of disheveled appearance. His tattered black robes and bare feet immediately branded him as a beggar. Yet, his exquisite features, sculpted like fine jade, and the lingering scent of milk and flowers that clung to him, endeared him to the women. Before they could respond, he uttered a quick thank you and slipped through their legs, his movements fluid and swift, bringing him to the threshold in the blink of an eye. The cat girls were dumbfounded. When did he slip past us? Realizing the repercussions of allowing a beggar inside, they frantically tried to stop him. "Wait, child. You can't enter. It's forbidden." "Stop." But he darted around them like an eel, evading their grasp and plunging into the pavilion. "Phoenix woman! Phoenix woman! Where are you?" he cried out, his clear voice echoing through the hall. The pavilion was filled with refined patrons, mostly humans, who had come to enjoy the musical performances. Their enjoyment was disrupted by the commotion. Irritated, they turned to glare at the barefoot figure clad in black rags. A nobleman, adorned in brocade robes, a jade pendant at his waist, and a folding fan in hand, scowled. "What is the meaning of this? How dare such a wretched vagrant intrude upon this hallowed place? Remove him at once. Your establishment's reputation will suffer if you allow such disturbances." Several influential scions voiced their displeasure. The performance had been reaching its climax when the clamor ruined their experience, filling them with resentment. Even the demons shared their sentiment. Although the Myriad Sound Pavilion was owned by demons, it primarily catered to humans. The pavilion had earned a distinguished reputation in Gusu. Undeterred, he continued his search. "Hey you," a voice called out. A woman appeared at the top of the gilded staircase, her fair arms resting on the banister. She wore a red robe with white trim, embroidered with golden threads that shimmered in the light. Her face was adorned with delicate rouge, accentuating her exquisite features, and her crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke. Since when did the Myriad Sound Pavilion become an orphanage? Remove this person at once. Black-clad bouncers armed with wooden clubs advanced menacingly towards him. In the past, he would have slaughtered them without hesitation. But this was the eastern region, Gusu, not the Black Domain. As a stranger in a foreign land, discretion was paramount. Esteemed lady, I did not intend to offend your esteemed establishment. I seek a female demon. I implore you to grant me your indulgence. I shall not trouble you again, he said with a smile and a bow. The proprietress beamed at the flattery. Tilting her head, her smile widened. Such a silver-tongued little imp. I shudder to think how many women you'll beguile when you're older. A toad demon sneered, casting a disdainful glance at him. Get rid of this brat. He's ruining our enjoyment. He scrutinized him with contempt. Humph, such poverty. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling. I beseech you, madam, grant me this opportunity. I vow to repay you handsomely in the future. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Has the boy lost his mind? As if he could afford it. Him? Humph. He couldn't even afford a thread from my garment. He remained impassive, inwardly amused by their shallowness. There's no point in arguing with such narrow-minded fools. It would only lower my intelligence and make me like them. Their words did not anger him. He possessed wealth beyond their comprehension. In his home, in the Black Domain, his lair was filled with mountains of spiritual crystals, their color and quality far surpassing ordinary crystals. He had more than he could ever spend. Ancient treasures and tomes lay scattered about, neglected and unread. Any one of those tomes would cause a bloodbath if it were to surface. The entire Black Domain was under the dominion of the Golden Dragon. Since his parents had taken control, countless demons, great and small, obeyed their every command. Such was the power of the strong. Even in his parents' absence, he was the de facto ruler. The Black Domain was his domain, his power. Those who dared to provoke him risked having their family erased from the demon annals. His parents' strength was undeniable. The entire Black Domain was his capital, his right. And these wretches, wallowing in their music, dared to mock his poverty? How ironic. Who is the real jester? Chapter 51. 5 damsels will suffice. The madam of the establishment observed the young man's unwavering resolve. Despite the torrent of insults directed at him, he remained unmoved. He stood tall and composed, the cacophony of crude remarks swirling around him like a gentle breeze, unable to penetrate his emotional fortitude. Such composure was hardly typical of a youth of 15 or 16. The madam, her eyes narrowed, scrutinized him, murmuring to herself, "This lad is quite extraordinary." After a brief pause, she added, "However, if you seek a siren from me, you must possess the requisite spirit crystals." Without hesitation, Dongfang Qingsong responded, "Indeed, I do. However, I must first glimpse the siren." In truth, Dongfang Qingsong possessed little of value beyond the black robes he wore. Having been relentlessly pursued through the Blackhorn region, he had not managed to acquire any spirit crystals. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to using inferior crystals in the iron or mine to restore his demonic power. His words were merely a ruse to deceive her. If the Phoenix woman were truly imprisoned here, he would simply seize her, silencing anyone who dared to intervene. However, given her strength, it was unlikely she would be held captive in such a place. He merely sought to confirm her presence within these walls, as it was his only lead. Upon hearing this, the madam chuckled, observing the youth before her, so destitute that he could not even afford shoes. She deemed the situation a ludicrous farce, a source of amusement. "Who is this siren you seek?" she inquired playfully. "The Phoenix woman." "The Phoenix woman?" The madam frowned, a flicker of surprise in her eyes as if the name stirred a distant memory. At that moment, a female demon whispered into the madam's ear, "Madam, have you forgotten? Not long ago, we acquired a damsel who was called the Phoenix woman." "Ah," the madam exclaimed, her expression clearing. "She was ultimately purchased by the Dragon Palace's young master, A.O. Bing, for a considerable sum. Have you forgotten?" The mention of A.O. Bing instantly jogged the madam's memory. "You speak of her. I found her to be quite comely, with a lively spirit. I had intended to keep her here to earn spirit crystals, but A.O. Bing acquired her instead. Why does this lad seek the Phoenix woman? Could he be connected to A.O. Bing?" The madam speculated, her voice barely audible. It was clear that A.O. Bing was somehow involved. The madam resolved to placate Dongfang Qingsong while simultaneously informing A.O. Bing at the Dragon Palace. If the youth had any connection to the Phoenix woman, informing A.O. Bing could potentially yield a reward of hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. Dongfang Qingsong noticed the madam's peculiar expression, as if she were engaged in some clandestine deliberation. Suddenly, the madam's eyes widened, and she bowed obsequiously, her voice dripping with false sincerity. "Ah, yes, the Phoenix woman. Not long ago, we did indeed acquire a siren by that name at the Myriad Sounds establishment. I noticed she was injured and arranged for her to recuperate in the rear courtyard. Perhaps you should wait here. It is not quite appropriate for you to remain here, as we are expecting esteemed guests. I shall have a demon escort you to a private chamber upstairs and arrange for a few damsels to keep you company." Dongfang Qingsong immediately discerned her deception. From their initial encounter, she had sought to dismiss him. Now, upon hearing the name of the Phoenix woman, Her demeanor had undergone a complete reversal. He smiled inwardly, eager to see what machinations she was devising. Very well, Dongfang Qingsong replied with a nonchalant smile. First, bring forth fine wine and delicacies. With a flourish of his black robes, he ascended the stairs, adding, as for the damsels, 5 will suffice. The madam promptly arranged for 5 statuesque cat-eared damsels, their bosoms straining against their attire. Giggling coquettishly, they each took an arm and led Dongfang Qingsong upstairs. Dongfang Qingsong accepted their advances without resistance, recognizing that they were simply performing their duties and deserved respect for their profession. As he ascended the stairs, he glanced sideways, catching a glimpse of the madam furtively entering a room. Later, within the chamber, Dongfang Qingsong found himself with a cat girl draped on each arm. Other damsels eagerly offered him food and drink, while yet another massaged his shoulders and legs. However, his mind was far from these pleasures. With a sudden movement, he startled the damsels. Before they could react, Dongfang Qingsong swiftly struck them unconscious. Cautiously, he opened the door, scanning the surroundings for any signs of activity. Finding the corridor deserted, he stealthily made his way towards the madam's room, following the route he had memorized. Someone here knows the Phoenix woman. I suspect his motives are impure and that he is connected to her. I shall detain him while you hasten to the Dragon Palace and inform young Master Eo Bing of this matter. She instructed a female demon. Yes, madam. The demon replied promptly. Before they could utter another word, a resounding crash reverberated through the room as the door was forcefully kicked open, causing the frame to tremble. The 2 women stared in disbelief as they turned towards the entrance. Upon seeing the young man, the madam immediately adopted a welcoming smile, as if nothing untoward had occurred. Young master, what brings you here? Were you not upstairs, drinking with the damsels? She asked, her voice laced with amusement. She covered her mouth as she laughed, her features appearing even more exquisite under the soft glow of the room's lighting. Her slender eyes narrowed slightly, conveying a sense of curiosity. Were the damsels perhaps remiss in their duties? Rest assured, I shall arrange for others who will ensure your satisfaction. Dongfang Qingsong merely smiled faintly, silently observing her performance. Enough with the pretense. Do not think I am unaware of your conversation, he said, his voice low but firm, causing the madam's expression to shift abruptly. The madam's smile vanished, replaced by a dark scowl as she glared at him. The female demon beside her, sensing the mounting tension, nervously swallowed. A bead of sweat trickled down her face and landed silently on the floor. Dongfang Qingsong's gaze hardened, and he moved with lightning speed, unleashing a torrent of lethal intent. Seeing his attack, the madam retaliated instantly. Insolent whelp, do you think your amateur skills can match me? She exclaimed, unleashing a surge of demonic energy in an attempt to overwhelm him. As long as I don't kill him, subduing him will be child's play. However, she underestimated Dongfang Qingsong. In terms of combat experience, she was far inferior to him. While she excelled at seduction, Dongfang Qingsong possessed a different set of skills. Dongfang Qingsong effortlessly sidestepped the madam's full-force attack, leaving her with her crimson lips slightly parted in astonishment. In a swift countermove, Dongfang Qingsong delivered a powerful right fist to the center of her chest, causing the madam to spew a mouthful of blood. She wiped away the blood from her lips, feeling a searing pain in her chest. Hiss. Had she not been so self-conscious, she would have sought a secluded spot to massage the affected area. The pain was unbearable, her face flushed with anger and humiliation, and she shot him a look of disbelief and resentment. Dongfang Qingsong's lips curled into a mocking grin, mimicking the madam's earlier condescension. Do you dare to display such amateur skills in public? Chapter 52. A familiar scent, never to be forgotten. The shopkeeper's face turned crimson with rage. The female demon beside her was so frightened that she turned to flee, nearly toppling over the nearby tables and chairs in her panic. Yet, Dongfang Qingsong would not allow her to escape and summon reinforcements. In a blur, he moved with such speed that she could barely perceive his presence before he seized her and snapped her neck. The shopkeeper, witnessing this scene, widened her eyes in disbelief. Who on earth are you? She exclaimed. How could a mere human child remain so composed while slaying demons? This defies all logic. Dongfang Qingsong smirked, his lips curling upward. I'm who I am. Under the flickering candlelight, his smile appeared utterly sinister. Suddenly, his expression hardened, his gaze piercing as he glared at the shopkeeper and demanded, Speak. Where is the Phoenix Maiden? And who is Albing from the Dragon Palace? Is her disappearance connected to him? The shopkeeper placed her hand against her chest, her pallor betraying the severity of her injuries, her breath coming in labored gasps. Ah, the Phoenix Maiden is indeed not in my meowing workshop. She paused, deliberately elongating her words. To tell you the truth, she has been purchased by Albing, the current scion of the Dragon Palace. Perhaps at this very moment, she is enjoying herself in bed. With that, a mocking smile crept onto her lips. You might as well give up on rescuing her. Albing's father is a formidable demon of the transformation realm. What means do you, a mere mortal, have to save her? She sought to provoke Dongfang Qingsong with her words. Upon hearing this, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, and an icy aura enveloped him. He stepped closer, gripping the shopkeeper's throat, his veins bulging with the exertion. In a low, chilling voice, he declared, Then I shall destroy the Dragon Palace and annihilate Albing. The shopkeeper struggled for breath. her face turning a deep shade of crimson before gradually turning purple. She fought desperately to pry his hand away, but it felt as unyielding as iron. Terror filled her eyes as she gazed at this man. "W.H. Who are you?" she managed to stammer. Dongfang Qingsong's eyes narrowed, his gaze cold as he replied. "He Jiao Domain, Dongfang Qingsong." "He Jiao Domain?" The shopkeeper furrowed her brows, disbelief etched across her face. "How is that possible? It's so far away. How did you get here? And besides, that place is inhabited by demons. You, a mere human." Dongfang Qingsong interrupted her. "You need not concern yourself with that." With a sudden surge of strength, he concluded, "Rest in peace." With a sickening crack, the shopkeeper's neck snapped, her body crumpling to the ground like a rag doll. Dongfang Qingsong cast a cold glance at her lifeless form before turning on his heel and exiting. Draped in a black cloak that fluttered with his movements, he traversed through the throngs of revelers, a stark contrast to their drunken revelry. Yet, none of them noticed him, lost as they were in their indulgences. Upon leaving the Miaoying workshop, he wandered aimlessly down the street, his heart set on rescuing the Phoenix Maiden, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He was unaware of Albing's strength. And his father was a powerful demon of the transformation realm. What hope did he have? He cursed himself inwardly. Dongfang Qingsong. How could you treat someone like the Phoenix Maiden so carelessly, when she regarded you as a friend? Her kin have all perished, leaving her as the sole survivor. How can you abandon her in her time of need? A golden-horned dragon never betrays its trust. He resolved to investigate the Dragon Palace, regardless of the challenges ahead. Suddenly, a long-familiar fragrance wafted through the street, enveloping Dongfang Qingsong's senses. He froze, his heavy footsteps coming to an abrupt halt. His eyes trembled with astonishment. This scent, he knew it all too well. Even in death, he could never forget it. As if bewitched, he pushed through the crowd, fervently searching for that familiar scent. Racing forward. Haha, it cannot be wrong. You are truly here. You are alive. He laughed madly, pushing past people who glared at him in outrage. A passing carriage nearly knocked him over, but the skilled driver pulled on the reins just in time, the horse rearing up with a loud neigh, averting disaster. People can die, but this carriage was just bought. If it gets damaged, I'll be heartbroken. The driver was startled, unsure where this madman had suddenly appeared from. If you get run over, you'll be stuck in the wheels. The driver, pale with fear, glared at Dongfang Qingsong, shouting, "You fool. Are you trying to block the road? If you want to die, do it far away." The street descended into chaos as Dongfang Qingsong continued to push through, oblivious to the insults hurled at him. He was solely focused on the familiar scent, chasing after it frantically. At last, he spotted a silhouette that he recognized all too well. The woman was graceful. Her figure curvaceous, her skin smooth and radiant in the sunlight, exuding a soft pink glow. Especially her alluring form, swaying as she walked, he knew it all too well. Dongfang Qingsong's breath grew labored, his chest heaving with emotion, his anger boiling over. Clenching his fists, he could no longer contain himself. "At last, I have found you. I have longed for this moment." With that, he surged forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I found you." The woman jolted at the unexpected touch, glancing back in surprise. Upon seeing a young boy, her expression turned to one of confusion as she scrutinized him, realizing she did not recognize him. This left Dongfang Qingsong equally stunned. How is this possible? Is this not the holy maiden of the Hehuan sect? Yet, the aura around her was unmistakably similar. Beside her stood another female disciple, who also bore a familiar aura. Sensing Dongfang Qingsong's presence, she became wary, eyeing him with suspicion as she furrowed her brows. What is this beggar doing here? The holy maiden noticed that Dongfang Qingsong's arm was still draped over her shoulder. If it were anyone else, she would have struck him down without hesitation. However, she gazed at him with an intensity that suggested she saw something rare in him. In a soft voice tinged with curiosity, she asked, "Do we know each other?" Chapter 53. Who is truly the prey? Dongfang Qingsong was immediately dumbfounded. His mind a complete blank. How could he ever forget that scent? The female cultivators exchanged meaningful glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions. One of the women sauntered over, deliberately tugging at her collar to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of her prominent, snow-white bosom. In a voice dripping with coquettish charm, she purred, "Shall we discuss this elsewhere?" Her cheeks were flushed a delicate rose, so tender they seemed to weep moisture. Seeing Dongfang Qingsong as still as a statue, they wondered if he might be simple-minded. If that were the case, they would have struck gold. They had already sensed the youth's vigorous life force, a rare and exceptional vessel, especially as he was still a virgin. The joyous union sex art of extracting yin to supplement yang allowed them to precisely gauge the potency of one's lifeblood and essence. With that, they seized Dongfang Qingsong's hands, intending to whisk him away to a secluded spot to fully relish their prize. However, to their astonishment, they couldn't budge him an inch. The female cultivator furrowed her brow, her eyes wide with disbelief, and blurted out, "How can this be?" Dongfang Qingsong's face darkened. His brows knitted together in a scowl. He muttered to himself, "Yes, let's go somewhere private. It's too public here." He resolved to find a secluded place to interrogate them about the joyous union sect's sacred maiden and then slaughter them both to vent his pin-up rage. As they were disciples of the same sect. Moreover, he believed the entire sect to be irredeemable. Oh, the female cultivator raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable, young man. Another female disciple chimed in. We thought you were just a naive fool. But the next words left them agape. Expressions of astonishment and disbelief etched on their faces. Do you have more women with you? If so, bring them along. He was prepared for a massacre, intending to kill any member of the Joyous Union sect without exception. The female cultivator was taken aback. I didn't realize you were so adventurous, young man. Unfortunately, it's just the two of us this time, but rest assured. We'll take care of everything and ensure you experience ecstasy. The purity and abundance of his life force made them want to monopolize him. Unwilling to share the bounty with anyone else, the trio journeyed onwards, exiting the city and heading straight for a dense forest on the outskirts. The secluded location was indeed ideal. Dongfang Qingsong's murderous intent intensified with each step, but the two women remained oblivious, lost in their fantasies of indulging in their soon-to-be vessel. Their minds filled with lewd thoughts. One of the female cultivators whispered, her eyes filled with excitement. This vessel is of such high quality. Once we're done, my stagnant cultivation will finally break through. Her companion echoed, expressing her gratitude. We're fortunate to have stumbled upon such a find during this exploration of the Emperor's tomb in Gusu. Otherwise, we might have missed out on such a perfect vessel. Believing they had ventured deep enough to ensure their actions would go unnoticed, they exchanged glances and nodded, understanding each other perfectly, ready to make their move. Little did they know who the true prey was. As they turned, their faces adorned with captivating smiles, their seductive gazes seemingly capable of draining one's very essence, causing the body's lifeblood to surge uncontrollably. They immediately cast their supplementing spells, preparing to seize Dongfang Qingsong in one fell swoop. But as they turned, their expressions suddenly transformed into ones of shock. The black-robed youth had vanished, replaced by a majestic, imposing, and ferocious beast of extraordinary magnitude. The soul-piercing golden eyes sent shivers down their spines with a single glance. Their faces instantly paled. Despite being disciples of the Joyous Union sect, they quickly regained their composure. With practiced movements, they swiftly drew their gleaming swords from their storage bags. Where did you come from, beast? They shouted. One of the women speculated. Did this beast devour that man? They hadn't noticed a thing, not even a sound. Hearing this, their faces darkened. That was a once-in-a-millennium vessel. Did this animal really eat him? Fueled by rage, they scowled and charged towards Dongfang Qingsong without hesitation. But Dongfang Qingsong merely sneered at their attack. This perplexed them, as they had never encountered such a situation before. How strange, why isn't this beast moving? No matter, let's join forces and slay this beast. All right. With a surge of spiritual power, their swords flashed, aiming straight for Dongfang Qingsong. However, their weapons were deflected by Dongfang Qingsong's immense form, sending them flying backward and crashing into the trees. The impact left them dazed, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. What is this thing? Our magic weapons bounced off it, she exclaimed in disbelief. The scales of the golden horned dragon were impenetrable, as if forged from indestructible black iron. Had their weapons not been of exceptional quality, they would have been shattered upon impact. The female cultivator, her face contorted in a frown, realized they were outmatched and decided to flee. Let's go? This beast is too strange. She prepared to escape on her sword. But Dongfang Qingsong had no intention of letting them go. They had lured him here, and now they wanted to leave before the fun had even begun? Had he given them permission to leave? Dongfang Qingsong's eyes narrowed, and an aura of terrifying lightning crackled around his golden horns, forming a menacing arc of electricity. The chilling presence sent shivers down the spines of the Joyous Union sect disciples. Run! They cried out in alarm. But it was too late. The two arcs of electricity transformed into roaring thunder dragons, twisting and surging through the air, striking them in the abdomen. The female cultivators felt a searing pain in their lower bodies, as if something vital was being drained from them. A wave of blood surged upwards. Crimson blood splattered from the sky, staining the earth with droplets of gore. The swords beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Moments later, they plummeted to the ground, the impact causing them to gasp for air. Their clothes were torn by the dense branches, and their faces were scratched by the twigs. To their horror, they discovered that the golden cores that had floated above the bitter seas in their lower abdomens were gone, reduced to dust. Their minds reeled. A cultivator without a golden core was like a demon without a demon core. A wave of terror washed over them, engulfing their hearts. Now, stripped of their cultivation, they were no match for the beast. As disciples of the Joyous Union sect, they had been revered as goddesses, adored by countless male cultivators. But now, they were reduced to this pathetic state, their cultivation ruined. They stared in shock as the beast approached, step by step. Thump, 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 thump. The heavy footfalls echoed like the blows of a massive hammer, causing the ground to tremble. Each step sent tremors through the fallen leaves and pebbles, unsettling the women. The sound of his advance filled them with dread, unsure of the cruel fate that awaited them. They had witnessed firsthand the gruesome way demons devoured humans, tearing open their bellies to feast on their entrails, a scene that haunted their minds. Their faces paled with terror, perhaps exacerbated by their injuries. One of the female cultivators faltered, her legs giving way beneath her. Her green silk robe snagged on a branch as she fell, revealing an awkward, compromising view. They were beyond caring about modesty, their fear overriding all else. Her pale legs kicked frantically, like a frog swimming, but she could not retreat. A towering tree blocked her path. Overwhelmed by terror, she had forgotten the ancient tree behind her. Her eyes widened in fright, and she screamed incessantly. The other female disciple, however, remained strangely composed. She stood motionless, her mouth agape, her pupils dilated as she watched the enormous figure approach. A yellowish liquid trickled down her thighs, forming a twisted stream on the ground, its pungent odor rising in the air. She had been paralyzed by fear, losing control of her bodily functions. The towering figure halted just a meter away. It was twice the height of a grown man. Even standing, she would barely reach his thigh. As they teetered on the brink of hysteria, a look of utter shock washed over their faces. The monstrous form transformed in an instant into the black-robed youth who had vanished earlier. Their eyes bulged like bullfrogs, unable to comprehend that he was a demon. Yet, despite their years of experience in the sect, they detected no demonic aura. Every being, human or demon, possessed a distinct aura, unless concealed by a powerful artifact. But, more astonishingly, this person could transform into a demonic beast. It was unheard of, unseen. The revelation stunned them into silence. Why you? They stammered, unable to shake off the terror. The youth stood before them, and they were too shocked to react. A wry smile played on Dongfang Qingsong's lips. To them, it felt like a chilling gust from an icy cave. His expression darkened as he recalled the torment he had endured at the hands of the Hehuan sect saints in his past life. The agonizing memories flooded his mind, and he nearly ground his teeth in rage. He remembered being drained of his life essence on the bed, the saintess's condescending gaze filled with disdain. The memory sickened him. Now, seeing disciples of the same sect, his pent-up resentment exploded, and he decided to vent his fury on them. His eyes blazed with anger, and he spat out each word. I wish I could pierce 1,000 holes in you both. It still wouldn't quench my hatred. Pierce me with what? The woman shrieked, her beautiful face contorting in horror. She was babbling incoherently, overwhelmed by Dongfang Qingsong's actions. Dongfang Qingsong sneered, deliberately taunting her. The disciples of the Hehuan sect. Your cultivation methods are truly unique. Even in moments like these, you don't forget about such things. What? What do you want? Another female cultivator asked, her voice trembling, her body shaking uncontrollably. Stripped of their powers, they were like lambs to the slaughter, their lives hanging by a thread. What do I want? Dongfang Qingsong echoed, a hint of amusement in his voice. Didn't you want to bring me here to do something scandalous? Above them, a loud crack echoed as a thick branch snapped from an ancient tree. He caught the branch with ease, holding it in one hand, then extended his other hand. A wicked grin spread across his face. Choose, he said. The two women stared blankly, exchanging confused glances. Choose? Choose what? Could it be? The terrifying possibility dawned on them, leaving them speechless. How could this man be so vile? Seeing their hesitation, Dongfang Qingsong grew impatient. I'll choose for you, then. He picked up the thick branch and waved it in front of them. Let's use this one. The two female cultivators were dumbfounded by the sight of the tree branch. As thick as a basin, the rough bark suggested that even a slight graze would scrape off a layer of skin, and there were countless tiny thorns. Not to mention the size, which seemed impossible to manage. Wait, one of the female cultivators gasped, her chest heaving. She took a deep breath, then exhaled. A look of determination in her eyes. Her face flushed, and she whispered, I choose this one. She pointed to Dongfang Qingsong's right hand, her voice barely audible. The size was just right, and she could grit her teeth and bear it. They never imagined that this man would have such a preference. The other woman, overcome with shame, lowered her head and whispered, me too. Dongfang Qingsong, of course, respected their decision. Besides, he was quite happy to use his hand, as it offered a superior sensation. As they made their choices, Dongfang Qingsong's expression turned fierce, and he clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. Seeing his intensity, the female cultivator trembled. She hesitated, then shyly said, please be gentle. A drunken blush spread across her cheeks. Chapter 55. How is this diverging from my expectations? He uttered in a grim voice, there's not a trace of gentleness here. I've endured you for far too long. Bang, bang, bang. With a sudden surge, Dongfang Qingsong unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow landing with relentless force upon the two women before him. The muscles in his arms coiled taut, veins throbbing. Every strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Once ethereal and captivating, they were now reduced to a state akin to beggars on the streets, utterly battered and bruised. The thud of fists against flesh echoed through the air, revealing glimpses of tender skin beneath torn silk, now marred with livid bruises. Dongfang Qingsong showed them no semblance of human decency. They were utterly bewildered. This was far removed from their expectations. Their eyes widened in disbelief. One woman's mouth gaped open, as if to protest, but her voice was drowned out by another assault from Dongfang Qingsong, eliciting a pained cry. Consumed by rage, Dongfang Qingsong resorted to both fists and feet. He raised a leg high, delivering a savage kick to one of the women's lower back. She was sent flying, sprawling onto the ground, covered in dust. She struggled to rise, her disheveled hair obscuring much of her face. Seeing this, the other cultivator felt a surge of terror and attempted to flee. But Dongfang Qingsong lunged forward, seizing her hair and yanking it back with brutal force. Ah! The woman shrieked in agony. He then delivered a sharp elbow strike to her face, shattering her front teeth and sending blood spurting. The air was filled with cries of anguish, echoing through the forest, causing leaves to flutter down from the trees. Dongfang Qingsong showed no mercy. He was inherently vengeful. And as a demon, he regarded these two as humans might regard a dog they were beating with a stick, with indifference, even amusement. Dongfang Qingsong was in such a state of mind. He intended to vent all the resentment from his previous life upon them. Soon, the two women were covered in bruises. Their skin marred and broken. Once radiant as celestial beings, they now resembled street rats, their faces unrecognizable. Hair disheveled, bodies caked in mud, their appearance was utterly wretched. Their former beauty now completely obscured. Their faces were swollen and bruised, and they were on the verge of tears. They had merely sought to seduce him. But they never anticipated such an outcome. If this continued, they would likely be beaten to death. Dongfang Qingsong paused, his fist hovering in the air. Seeing the two women lying prone and barely conscious, he abruptly stopped. Even with their heads throbbing, the two female cultivators never imagined that this was what he meant. Where's the Holy Maiden now? Dongfang Qingsong asked, his brow furrowed and his expression grave, as he gazed at the two women sprawled on the ground. They were overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Resentment welled up within them, but they dared not resist. You're looking for our Holy Maiden. Why didn't you say so earlier? What did we ever do to you that you would treat us like this? Even our own mothers wouldn't recognize us now. They were on the verge of tears, silently cursing his ancestors. Even if they had encountered them, they would not have told him where the Holy Maiden was. They might have even raped and killed him first. The two female cultivators swallowed hard. One of them said, "Are you referring to the Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan?" Dongfang Qingsong was taken aback. So her name was Lu Ruyan, a rather rustic name. Where is she? He demanded, frowning. The two women noticed that Dongfang Qingsong's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. They guessed that he only wanted to find Lu Ruyan. Perhaps they would have a chance to survive if they told the truth. But if they didn't, they would face even more brutal punishment. As they had seen the black-robed youth take out that terrifyingly thick wooden branch, he was about to smash it down on their heads. If they were hit by that stick, they would become idiots, if not completely brain-dead. They quickly cried out, "Lu Ruyan is not here." Their voices were shrill and urgent. "They are heading to the Emperor's tomb. We are just Lu Ruyan's personal attendants, sent ahead to scout. We happen to come to Gusu." They spoke rapidly, fearing that Dongfang Qingsong would strike them. Dongfang Qingsong then realized why their auras were so similar to Lu Ruyan's. They were her personal attendants. Hearing their words, Dongfang Qingsong frowned. "The Emperor's tomb?" He muttered in confusion. He fixed his gaze on the two women. "What do you mean by that?" The two women looked shocked, not expecting to reveal such information in their panic. But seeing his sharp eyes like cold blades, piercing their minds, they trembled, recalling the beating they had endured. They shuddered as if the pain still lingered on their skin. One of the female cultivators said, trembling, "The Emperor's tomb is where a fallen demon emperor is buried. We don't know the specifics. It is said to be the tomb of an ancient demon emperor. Now, the sect leader and the others, including the Holy Maiden Lu Ruyan, are heading there." After hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong thought, are there others as well? Such a big event couldn't involve only the Joyous Union sect. Even the sect leader has been mobilized, so this emperor's tomb must be extraordinary. Perhaps there are treasures inside. The women shook their heads, indicating they did not know. They were only the advanced team and knew nothing else. A fierce glint appeared in Dongfang Qingsong's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Ruyan." Suddenly, a black aura emanated from his body. Before the women's wide eyes, Dongfang Qingsong transformed into a demonic beast. They were terrified, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Then, to their horror, Dongfang Qingsong's massive maw, filled with sharp fangs, lunged at them, devouring them in one gulp. Then, he soared into the sky. The massive black figure pierced through the clouds, reaching the heavens. Looking down, Gusu was beneath him, as small as an ant. He now had two choices. One was to go directly to the Dragon Palace to save the Phoenix Maiden. The other was to go to the Emperor's tomb to seek vengeance on Lu Ruyan. However, in both cases, he did not know the strength of his opponents. In the Black Corner region, Dongfang Qingsong had encountered Lu Ruyan, but at that time, his cultivation was too weak to catch her. This meant that Lu Ruyan's strength was definitely above his own. And the Dragon Palace had a demon in the transformation realm. And he didn't know Ao Bing's strength either. One was a friend, the other an enemy. He was torn between the two. His eyes narrowed, and he pondered his next move in the clouds. The surrounding clouds were churned into various shapes by the aura emanating from his body. Chapter 56. An unforeseen calamity. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek out the Phoenix Maiden first. Regardless of the circumstances, she was the first demon he had encountered in this world. As for Lu Ruyan, as long as she remained, opportunities would abound. His gaze was as chilling as an abyss, with brows furrowed like a looming storm, emanating an aura of frigid menace. He pondered. The foremost concern was his insufficient strength. His true form only reached the pinnacle of the life spring realm. He needed to expedite his breakthrough to the soul realm. To slay Lu Ruyan, he would at least need to attain the soul realm. With his current demonic form, venturing recklessly into the imperial tomb could attract the attention of other powers. His brows knitted in further concern for the human race. The demon clan represented a prime material for forging top-tier artifacts, and the demon core within was an unparalleled choice for concocting elixirs. His thoughts flickered back and forth, deep in contemplation. It was imperative that he refrain from revealing the true form of the golden horned dragon in front of humans. Some ancient beings could easily discern that Dongfang Qingsong was the fabled golden horned dragon of yore. At that point, these ancient entities might spare no expense to capture him alive. Even the mere corpse of a golden horned dragon would send tremors throughout the 4 great domains. The resplendent black-scaled armor, the golden horns, the dragon eyes, each a coveted treasure. He was a veritable trove of riches. Perhaps he could even comprehend the unique innate abilities possessed by the golden horned dragon lineage. Such prospects were undeniably enticing. Even a single fallen scale could incite a tempest of bloodshed. In the ensuing days, Dongfang Qingsong transformed into a streak of black and gold, racing towards the Dragon Palace. Below him, mountains, trees, and even clouds blurred into mere shadows, swept away in his wake. Such was the swiftness of his flight. Within the Dragon Palace, the once resplendent and magnificent scene had long since vanished, replaced by a desolate landscape of ruin. Houses lay in shambles, roofs collapsed, walls crumbled, and the ground was strewn with shattered bricks and remnants of battle. The aftermath of the clash between the 2 golden horned dragons had nearly decimated the dominion of the Dragon Palace. Even his father was grievously wounded in the fray, retreating into seclusion to recuperate. As for Ao Bing's aunt, Ao Shuang, her situation was dire following the epic confrontation, nearly costing her life. When the 2 golden horned dragons vanished, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Almost immediately, spiderweb-like fissures spread rapidly across her body, covering her entirely. Upon witnessing the myriad cracks glowing with a blood-red hue on his sister's face, Aoe was rendered utterly helpless. Seeing this, Ao Shuang promptly summoned her demon power, striving to stabilize the turbulent force within her. Enduring the excruciating pain, she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "This power is far too overwhelming. To think that the remains of the Dragon Slayer, Qin Daolu, still harbored such potent residual energy. Calculating the time, this force should have dissipated by now." Her expression grew frantic, and her breath became erratic. She felt a deep-seated fear welling within her. Could it be that the muscle memory of this corpse sought to eliminate her? Panic surged through her. Truly, the Dragon Slayer was a force to be reckoned with. Having forged his path through the art of dragon slaying, even in death, the power within his corpse could still annihilate dragons. Regret washed over her as she lamented. Why was I so foolish as to transfer Qin Daoliu's power into myself? He was the Dragon Slayer, even in death. The slaying force within him had not yet faded, having suppressed the sacred dragons of the demon clan since ancient times. She was in a frenzy. I must return to find my master. Otherwise, I want to be able to withstand this. She hastily took control of Qin Daoliu's corpse with a special necromantic technique, yet it appeared exceedingly eerie, akin to a marionette. Qin Daolu, however, gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze hollow, lifelessly fixed upon Ao Shuang. Ao Shuang raised her eyes to meet those dark, abyssal orbs, feeling an invisible pressure wash over her, instilling terror in her heart. It felt as if, in the next moment, Qin Daolu would raise his sword and sever her head. In a daze, she blinked. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, she thought she saw his hand move. This sight sent her heart racing in fear. In her frantic attempts to escape, Qin Daolu's sword clattered to the ground. At that moment, Ao Shuang's delicate hand conjured a purple talisman in the air. With a forceful flick, the talisman shot forth like a bolt of purple lightning, tearing through the fabric of space. In an instant, a shimmering portal of transportation materialized. Seeing his sister about to depart, Aoe grew agitated, for their last parting had lasted a century. "Sister, where are you off to?" "Brother, I must return. I cannot be away for too long, lest my master be displeased." "Then why not stay for a meal before you go?" Aoe felt a pang of disappointment. He had not seen Ao Shuang for a century. In that moment, his words seemed considerably ill-timed. His sister was on the verge of death. Yet he persistently wished to detain her. Perhaps it was the long absence that fueled his sentiment. After all, blood is thicker than water. Ao Shuang glanced at the incapacitated Ao Bing, her expression complex. She said nothing, turning to her brother, solemnly advising, "Be wary, do not let Ao Bing stir up trouble. I have foreseen his fate. He is likely to encounter unforeseen calamities in this period." "What? Unforeseen calamities?" Aoye's countenance paled as he sought clarification on the nature of this impending disaster. Suddenly, Ao Shuang's expression shifted dramatically. Dread washed over her. She could hear the sound of flesh being torn apart echoing in her ears. Without a second thought, she stepped into the void. As Ao Shuang vanished, the rift in space closed immediately, as if it had never existed. Once Ao Shuang departed, Aoe dragged his weary body to his son's side, surveying the Dragon Palace, now nearly reduced to ruins. The old dragon sighed heavily, a visage of sorrow etched across his face. Alas! Chapter 57, Who Summoned Ao Bing? What? Here he comes again. He had no choice but to deal with this son, who constantly stirred up trouble, causing him considerable distress. Frequently mingling with other young demons, he squandered his days in debauchery, often seen making lewd advances towards respectable women, his shameless antics inciting both shame and anger. Aoi gazed at his wayward son, wishing he could strike him down with a single blow if he were not his own flesh and blood. Not only did Ao Bing act recklessly in the demon realm, but he also provocatively strutted into the human territories, flaunting his might. His arrogant demeanor infuriated the human cultivators, who gritted their teeth in rage. Had it not been for his father's status as a peak demon of the transformation realm, instilling fear across the eastern domain, those human cultivators would have eagerly sought to extract Ao Bing's dragon tendons to fashion slingshots and hurl them at his family's glass windows. Ao Bing would likely have grassed taller than 2 yards on his grave. It was beyond comprehension why he chose to provoke the two from the Black Horn domain, daring to lay hands on their child. His father would surely find himself outmatched even with 9 dragon lives against those two. In the ensuing days, Ao Bing found himself under house arrest in the Dragon Palace. During this time, his cries for help fell on deaf ears. His cultivation was sealed, a consequence of his father's actions. Aoi was thoroughly exhausted by his son's antics, fearing he might create an even greater catastrophe, especially since his sister had warned that Ao Bing was destined for disaster, which prompted the harsh decision to seal his powers, ensuring he remained confined within the Dragon Palace and did not wreak havoc elsewhere. At that moment, Aoi was in seclusion, nursing severe injuries from a recent encounter with Dongfang Qingsong, who nearly left him unable to care for himself. He could only speculate that Ao Bing was at home, likely in a frenzy, smashing furniture and throwing tantrums. It was easy to understand. A young master accustomed to indulgence, trapped within the Dragon Palace and unable to spin lavishly, would feel stifled. Were Aoi in such a predicament, he too would find it intolerable. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and with newfound resolve, he declared, "Son, all of this is for your own good." Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing lounged leisurely in a rocking chair. Sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Ao Bing closed his eyes, relishing the warm embrace of the sun. Several female demons flanked him, gently fanning him, while a nearby maid, graceful and delicate, offered him a peeled, glistening lychee with tender care. Ao Bing took a light bite, a smile gracing his lips. The lychees delivered today are plump and delightful. With a playful slap, he struck the maid's slightly elevated posterior, the sharp sound echoing in the tranquil courtyard. The maid blushed deeply, playfully scolding, "Young master, you hurt me." She then offered another lychee, which Ao Bing accepted without opening his eyes, stating, "Bring these to my room tonight. Such fine lychees must not go to waste." The maid, momentarily stunned, quickly understood, her cheeks flushing even more as she replied with a soft giggle, "I understand." Ao Bing basked in the sunlight, feeling warm and content, unable to suppress a satisfied chuckle. Indeed, a life of wealth and power is so refreshingly simple. Just then, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly, with no sunlight warming him. Ao Bing furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering if rain was imminent. As he opened his eyes, he caught sight of a dark figure hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. "What is that?" The maid, noticing the shadow, pointed at the sky in terror. Ao Bing, now alert, sat upright, eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching silhouette. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. That form, that presence, he could never forget it. His mouth agape, his gaze trembling, he could not utter a word, overwhelmed by the resurgence of fear that gripped his mind. Boom! A colossal figure landed with a thunderous crash, stirring a whirlwind of dust that coated the exquisite fruit platters. As the dust settled, the demons stood in stunned silence, the maids equally bewildered as they stared at the peculiar outline. They could not discern its nature. When the figure finally revealed itself, Ao Bing leapt from his chair in terror. He would never forget that fearsome presence, especially the 2 golden horns and the piercing golden eyes that seemed to devour all. Ever since that day, he had been plagued by nightmares. However, he noted with confusion that this creature appeared smaller than the 2 he had previously encountered, a stark contrast. Even as a smaller golden horned dragon, the moment he beheld its color, its gaze, and its fierce countenance, Ao Bing was immediately reminded of the terror he had experienced. As if it had transpired just yesterday, his body involuntarily shivered. Upon landing, Dongfang Qingsong surveyed his surroundings with keen eyes, guided by the directions given by other demons. He surmised he had indeed arrived at the Dragon Palace. But why was it in such ruins? This was entirely different from the descriptions provided by the demons he had questioned, leading him to doubt whether he had come to the right place. Spotting a group of demons ahead, he inquired, "Who is Ao Bing?" At the sound of his name, Ao Bing felt a jolt of fear. His body stiffened. The last time he had revealed his name, he had nearly lost his life. This time, he resolved to deny it. Just as he opened his mouth to claim ignorance, he caught sight of the maids instinctively pointing at him. Ao Bing was left dumbfounded. These maids were newly appointed, having been brought in due to the casualties from the recent battle, and they had never encountered such a commanding presence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they pointed at him, eager to distance themselves from any potential blame. Dongfang Qingsong's brows furrowed, his voice rising in intensity. "You are Ao Bing?" At this moment, Ao Bing realized there was no escaping the truth. His voice trembled as he replied, "What do you want?" Before he could finish speaking, Dongfang Qingsong vanished from sight, reappearing like a streak of black lightning, pinning Ao Bing to the ground with tremendous force. Before Ao Bing could utter a word, Dongfang Qingsong's dragon head twisted menacingly, his eyes glowing faintly like twin golden suns, locking onto Ao Bing's gaze as he bellowed, "Where is Feng Nu?" Feng Nu? Ao Bing's heart sank in despair. It seemed that every time someone heard his name, trouble followed. He internally lamented, yet again they saw Feng Nu, but she. Ao Bing. Grasping the heavy black foot pressing down on him, Winston pained and exclaimed, "Big brother, I have no idea where Feng Nu is gone." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong's eyes ignited with murderous intent. He pressed down harder, fracturing several of Ao Bing's ribs, leaving him pallid and struggling to breathe under the weight. "Ah!" Ao Bing cried out in anguish, "Elder brother, I truly do not know." The familiar, excruciating pain surged through his entire being like a relentless tide. "Did you not purchase the Phoenix Maiden from the Miaoying Pavilion? How can you be unaware?" Dongfang Qingsong questioned with a darkened expression, his voice laced with fury. In response, Ao Bing wore an expression of innocence, his eyes brimming with grievance. "The Phoenix Maiden has long departed. Where she is gone, I am utterly oblivious." Chapter 58. Father. You have truly led me to my doom. Since the departure of the Golden Horn Dragon and Ao Shuang, the Phoenix Maiden has also left. At that moment, Ao Bing was rendered unconscious and was entirely oblivious to her whereabouts. He did not even bother to inquire. He was on the verge of death himself. And who would concern themselves with her? Moreover, his father, Aoe, dared not intervene. After all, no one could ascertain the relationship between the Phoenix Maiden and those two formidable beings. They had overwhelmed his father, Aoe, without him daring to retaliate. Furthermore, everyone was severely injured at that time. The Phoenix Maiden, now at her peak strength, faced no beast that would dare obstruct her. Aoe, gravely wounded and having forcibly broken through to the Dao Palace realm, was left in disarray, lacking even the strength to stand. A mere beast at the Life Spring realm could easily end his life. Besides, she was merely a female demon. There was no need to make a grand commotion over it. However, Aoe felt an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing her for the first time. Yet, given that his son was on the brink of death, who had the capacity to concern themselves with other demons? The Eastern Azure Dragon's slit pupil shone with a subtle radiance. Without uttering a single word, he fixated his gaze upon Ao Bing, his stare carrying a palpable intimidation that made even the bravest demons tremble. Under the weight of that gaze, Ao Bing felt as though something heavy was lodged in his throat, causing it to convulse uncontrollably. A chill crept over him, emanating from those mesmerizing golden dragon eyes. He fought to suppress his fear, inwardly cursing, "If it were not for my sealed cultivation, you, a mere Life Spring realm beast, would dare to be so audacious before me. Once you depart, I shall summon the mightiest of my clan to rend you limb from limb." His heart swelled with hatred, and a torrent of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he realized the folly of such thoughts, and that murderous intent vanished as swiftly as lightning, fearful of being noticed by the Eastern Azure. The few remaining experts within the Dragon Palace had been dispatched by his father to guard other mineral resources. Following the brutal conflict, the Dragon Palace had suffered considerable losses. Various factions eyed its resources with avarice, poised to seize any opportunity. A moment's carelessness could lead to the complete depletion of their assets. Hence, experts were sent forth to maintain order. With his current power sealed, Ao Bing was no match for the Eastern Azure. If he were to recover his cultivation, he might stand a chance against him. He lamented inwardly, "Father, you have truly led me to my doom." He could only hope the elder would leave swiftly, praying fervently for it. The Eastern Azure, observing Ao Bing's terror, noted that had he known the Phoenix Maiden's whereabouts, he would have surely safeguarded his own life by revealing the truth. His pace remained unrelenting. Suddenly, the words of a female demon from the Miaoying workshop surfaced in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, his expression turned frostily cold, tinged with curiosity, as he inquired, "Have you had any encounters with her?" As a friend of the Phoenix Maiden, he would certainly want to ensure her safety and that she had not been wronged. Ao Bing, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. Seeing the expression on his face, his countenance froze in fear, and he stammered, "No, absolutely not." He was well aware that he could not control that fierce tigress. Even with her power sealed, her strength was formidable. Moreover, she would eventually become his wife. So there was no rush. Now that he knew the Phoenix Maiden was safe, the tension that had gripped the Eastern Azure for days finally eased. Yet, he remained unaware of her current whereabouts. There was nothing more to say. As long as the Phoenix Maiden was safe, that was sufficient. He then glanced at Ao Bing, only to hear a resounding crack followed by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. The noise was akin to bamboo snapping. "Ah!" The maidens shrieked in horror, their eyes wide with fright as they covered their mouths, as if witnessing a grotesque scene. Ao Bing's chest had been crushed by the Eastern Azure's foot. His ribs shattered completely. The jagged ends of the broken bones pierced his innards, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ao Bing had not yet Chapter 59. The lost long sword. He glanced around, witnessing the once magnificent dragon palace now reduced to a state of utter devastation, with remnants of walls and ruins scattered everywhere. On the ground, faint traces of blood, not yet washed away, lingered. The chaotic scene and its vastness indicated that an epic battle had evidently taken place here. It seems a great war has transpired, murmured Dongfang Qingsong, his brow furrowed slightly. This place was not suitable for lingering. Should other demons discover him and inform Ao Bing's father, it would lead to significant trouble. Now that he was aware of the safety of the Phoenix Maiden, there was no longer any need for him to remain. At that moment, a blinding glint caught his eye, flashing past him. Instinctively, Dongfang Qingsong turned his head. Not far away, a rusted, serrated long sword was thrust into the ground, half buried. This curious sight intrigued him. Approaching the weapon, he examined it closely. Despite its age, the blade retained an impressive sharpness. Using his demon power, he pulled the worn sword from the earth and brought it closer, squinting to inspect it thoroughly. He soon realized that this sword was extraordinary. Although rust covered its surface, it could not conceal the potent malevolence emanating from it. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "This sword exudes a formidable killing intent. The material, could it be a relic forged in ancient times?" With that thought, he wielded the sword with his demon power, attempting a direct strike against a nearby boulder. With a swift motion, the boulder was effortlessly cleaved in two, akin to slicing through tofu. However, the sword's irregular serrated edge left a jagged cut. The terrifying power evoked a shudder from Dongfang Qingsong, who could not help but praise, "Truly, this is a treasure forged in ancient times." Though he knew not the material, its enduring hardness and sharpness suggested it was exceedingly rare. In the face of a formidable adversary, this weapon could serve as a valuable trump card. He leaned closer to the blade, his gaze sharp and focused, meticulously scrutinizing it. After a moment, a trace of regret flickered in his eyes as he sighed, "Alas, how unfortunate that this blade bears a crack. It seems it won't withstand many uses before breaking." This long sword had sustained a fracture when Qindaola had slain his father. If this sword could return to its former glory, how terrifying it would be. He pondered who the original owner of this sword could have been to deserve such a weapon. With that thought, he stored the long sword within his being, concealed deep within the turbulent sea of his demon body. Suddenly, Dongfang Qingsong exerted force beneath him, causing the ground to crack open. His wings beat downwards with a thunderous roar, transforming him into a streak of light as he soared into the sky, his golden dragon horns piercing through the clouds. He flew southward, now informed of the Phoenix Maiden's safety. It was time to head to the Demon Emperor's tomb, find Lu Ruyan, and avenge the blood feud of his past life. As he spoke, his sharp dragon teeth clacked ominously, sending shivers down spines. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes, and an overwhelming demonic aura surged forth like a crashing wave. Gritting his teeth, he declared in a voice filled with rage, "I will repay that humiliation 100-fold." He vividly recalled the disdainful gaze of Lu Ruyan, the saintess of the Hahuan sect. Her lofty, condescending demeanor seemed to look down upon him as if he were mere refuse. In her eyes, he felt like a disposable object, stripped of his dignity for her amusement. Reflecting on this, he, now a golden-horned giant dragon with a proud and noble lineage, could not tolerate such an insult. His heart burned with a singular obsession. He must slay Lu Ruyan and obliterate her inner demons. Yet, he pondered the whereabouts of the emperor's tomb. Frowning, he sighed heavily. His impatience had led him astray. He should have inquired about its location at that moment. In his anxiety for the Phoenix Maiden's safety and his rage against Lu Ruyan, he had acted thoughtlessly, killing the two female disciples from the Hahuan sect without a second thought. Those women had claimed to be advanced scouts, indicating that their group had yet to arrive at the emperor's tomb. Thus, it was certain that others from the human race would also send scouts to investigate. With this in mind, Dongfang Qingsong resolved to capture a human cultivator to inquire about the way. Following the clues provided by the deceased female disciples of the Hahuan sect, he decided to wander around the Suzhou area to see if he could find disciples from other sections. In the days that followed, Dongfang Qingsong traversed the mountains and towns by day, meticulously searching for any suspicious human cultivators, leaving no stone unturned. At night, he focused on his cultivation. One evening, within a deeply concealed cave, a massive black dragon coiled inside, its body resembling a small hill. Its dragon eyes were tightly shut, its aura contained, as if in slumber. Suddenly, Dongfang Qingsong's dragon eyes snapped open, shimmering with golden light, illuminating the dim cave like two bright lanterns. He sighed deeply, a look of confusion crossing his face. Breaking through from the Fate Spring realm to the Soul realm is indeed no easy feat. It has been so long. Yet I remain at the pinnacle of the Fate Spring realm. If others were to hear this, they would surely be astonished, for those among the demon and human races. The prodigies often took 4 to 5 years to make such a breakthrough. Ordinary individuals might never achieve such heights in their lifetime. The key point is that Dongfang Qingsong had reached the pinnacle of the Fate Spring realm in merely 3 months. His extraordinary cultivation talent was beyond abnormal. It was akin to having a cheat. Compared to other talented individuals from the demon race, the disparity was immense. Truly, As a golden-horned giant dragon with a bloodline tracing back to ancient times, his rapid cultivation speed was unparalleled. He inhaled deeply, calming his thoughts. Very well. I shall focus on cultivating my human form. If I wish to infiltrate the Emperor's tomb before the humans, I must possess sufficient strength in my human form. As soon as the words left his lips, his colossal demon body vanished, replaced by a youth clad in a black robe, barefoot. The boy's visage, akin to finely crafted jade, was luminous and delicate, with fair, supple skin and clearly defined muscles. He bore an androgynous beauty, embodying both strength and grace. Now in the early stages of the Bitter Sea, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Bitter Sea before entering the Emperor's tomb. This presented a new challenge. However, given the experience gained from cultivating his demon form, he possessed the wisdom to navigate human cultivation. Furthermore, the techniques of the Thunder Treasure art from the Golden Horned Dragon lineage could be practiced in his human form as well. Dongfang Qingsong sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation, employing the most traditional breathing methods to sense the pure essence of the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Before long, subtle changes began to manifest within him. Countless tiny currents flowed around his body, producing faint sounds. The entire cave was filled with flashes of lightning that extended beyond the cave's entrance. Chapter 60. How can it be called a sordid affair when both parties are willing? After an indeterminate amount of time, as dawn began to break, he slowly opened his eyes. His deep pupils seemed to harbor the stars, sparkling with vitality. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. After a single night, the spiritual energy within him had reached a state of saturation. At this rate, it would not be long before he could smoothly transition into the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm. Indeed, cultivating the human form is considerably more convenient than refining the original body. He nodded slightly, deep in thought, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having said this, he leisurely rose to his feet and strolled towards the cave entrance. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, casting a radiant golden glow upon him, making him appear as if favored by the heavens, a true dragon prince, noble and extraordinary. His eyes reflected innocence and brilliance as they gazed into the distance. He then stretched languidly, and all his joints creaked like an old machine long in use. Having completed this, he felt remarkably refreshed, his entire being considerably lighter. With a slight furrow of his brow, he rested a hand gently on his chin, pondering. It's been so long. Yet I have not encountered that group of people. How vexing. Where could the Imperial tomb be? I have searched every corner around Suzhou. Just as he was racking his brain to devise a way to locate them, a sudden, immense tremor emanated from a great mountain directly in front of him. It seemed something significant was afoot. Without a moment's hesitation, Dongfang Qingsong decided to investigate. If he were to encounter those heading to the Imperial tomb, he might be able to ascertain its location. With his body slightly bent and legs slightly flexed, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Boom. It felt as though someone had given him a push from behind. Although this speed was but a fraction of his original body's, this form was remarkably agile and light. He soared over the ravine, leaving a striking arc in the air. This experience left Dongfang Qingsong, who was using his human form for the first time, utterly astonished. He could not help but exclaim, "How nimble!" To further test the limits of his human form, he chose an unconventional path. He swiftly turned and traversed a narrow path along a sheer cliff. Below lay an unfathomable abyss. A moment's carelessness could lead to a shattering fall. Yet, Dongfang Qingsong wore not a hint of concern. Should an unforeseen mishap occur, he could effortlessly revert to his original form. With the strength of his true body, not only would he escape death, but he could also soar away from danger. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The stones beneath his feet crumbled and fell into the gorge under the force of his powerful strides. He navigated the cliffs with the agility of a nimble monkey, effortlessly overcoming even the most complex terrains with the remarkable resilience of his physical form. As he sprinted, his face flushed, breath quickened, and his chest heaved violently. Yet, he wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. This human form has truly exceeded my expectations, he unabashedly declared. I'm both handsome and gifted, truly remarkable. Utilizing the shortcut, he soon sped towards the source of the tremors emanating from the mountain. Upon entering, he soon discerned voices nearby. Dongfang Qingsong approached to investigate. Sure enough, he spotted a group of individuals. Judging by their attire and appearance, they were clearly from a significant sect. However, they appeared to be in dire peril, for behind them, a ferocious beast was in hot pursuit. The group was frantically fleeing towards the direction where Dongfang Qingsong stood. Yet, the most horrifying sight was that the beast had clamped its jaws around a bloodied half of a human body, which swayed grotesquely as it ran, blood dripping from its mouth and splattering onto the ground. The expressions of the cultivators were ashen, fear evident on their faces. Their magical artifacts remained unused, clutched in their hands like mere firewood, utterly lost in their frantic escape. Among them was a young woman clad in a short white dress, soft armor adorning her chest. Her distinctive appearance made her particularly striking amidst the chaos. She possessed an alluring figure, perfectly embodying the pear-shaped silhouette that many men dream of. In terms of beauty, see Chapter 61, leave within 3 breaths, or die. At this moment, Brother Ouyang could no longer remain composed. His complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush, his face a canvas of disbelief. What? How did you know? Beside him, a bearded male cultivator sneered coldly. Humph, how could one not know? With such a commotion, only a deaf person wouldn't hear it. What? Li Shishir and Brother Ouyang widened their eyes in astonishment, entirely oblivious to the demonic beasts pursuing them. Perhaps in the heat of the moment, they had not realized the volume of the noise. They might have been too engrossed in their excitement. We merely refrained from exposing you. Had it not been for your insistence on dragging Brother Ouyang here to search for some colorful crystal lotus, we would not have accompanied you to this perilous end. After that fateful night, following a profound exchange with Brother Ouyang, he promised to assist Li Shishir in her quest for the colorful crystal lotus, rallying others to join them, believing that more hands would lend greater strength. Although they were unaware of the lotus's purpose, Brother Ouyang was determined to fulfill his sister's desires. At that moment, a cultivator well-versed in medicinal herbs, panting heavily, interjected, "From what I understand, that colorful crystal lotus does not enhance cultivation. Its sole purpose is to extract a rich liquid from its roots that, when applied to the skin, will ensure a permanent glow and moisture." Upon hearing this, they turned in unison, their gazes piercing through Li Shishir. Each of their brows furrowed dramatically, their faces contorted in rage, appearing fearsome and grotesque. "You wretched woman, for the sake of a mere lotus, you've led to the demise of so many brothers. Once we return, I shall report you to the sect leader." Their furious expressions seemed to bore holes into Li Shishir with their icy stares. Hearing these words, she instantly panicked, her face draining of color. She was acutely aware that if the sect leader discovered her leading so many in pursuit of a worthless flower, resulting in such losses, she would undoubtedly be demoted to a menial role, forever condemned to a life devoid of hope. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Brother Ouyang quickly intervened, realizing that if the sect leader learned of this, his own reputation would be tarnished. After all, he had been the mastermind behind this endeavor. Instead of investigating the imperial tomb, he had led a group in search of a colorful crystal lotus, and he bore the brunt of the blame. Enough. Rather than squabbling, you ought to devise a plan to confront that crimson flame lion, Brother Ouyang admonished, his voice stern, his expression grave, as he scolded them for bickering like children. At his outburst, the group fell silent, not daring to utter another word, though inwardly they continued to resent Li Shishir. Encouraged by Brother Ouyang's defense, a sense of pride swelled within her, a barely perceptible smirk tugging at the corners of her mouth. As everyone pondered their next move, Brother Ouyang's gaze suddenly fixed upon a figure in black robes that had appeared not far away. None could fathom how he had materialized out of thin air. Ouyang's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "I have an idea." With that, he led the group toward the mysterious figure. The rest were baffled by his abrupt change of direction. In an instant, Ouyang's demeanor darkened. He discreetly retrieved a pale blue rope from his storage bag, his movements cautious, as if wary of being observed. "What are you doing, brother?" someone asked, their voice trembling with fear. In a moment where life and death hung in the balance, no one could predict the consequences of Ouyang's actions. Their hearts racing with trepidation. As they fled, they began to sense Ouyang's unusual behavior, gradually distancing themselves from him, eyes filled with wariness and unease. Noticing their retreat, Brother Ouyang was momentarily taken aback, yet he had no time to ponder such trivialities. His focus remained unwavering as he directed his attention forward. The rope-like artifact in his hand, propelled by his spirit energy, shot forth like a comet. "Go," he shouted. In the blink of an eye, the artifact ensnared the figure in black, rendering him immobile. Only then did the group realize there was indeed someone ahead. Their eyes sparkled with realization, and they quickly understood it had all been a misunderstanding. "Brother Ouyang, you intended to use the artifact to bind that person and buy us time to escape," they exclaimed in delight. "You truly are wise. Your vision is unparalleled." Brother Ouyang shot them a glance of disdain and retorted, "What did you expect?" Instantly, their faces flushed with embarrassment, for his tone suggested he had discerned their earlier misgivings. They wished they could vanish into the earth. They had assumed he intended to bind one of them as bait to divert the crimson flame lion's attention, allowing the others to flee. "Rest assured, I shall shoulder the responsibility for your safety," he declared. At this proclamation, the group was profoundly moved. Had they not been in flight, they might have knelt in reverence to their esteemed senior brother. They scolded themselves internally for having thought so poorly of him, realizing their own pettiness. Brother Ouyang was well aware of their thoughts. Had it not been for the unfortunate soul ahead, he might have considered binding a fellow disciple as bait to secure the group's survival. Sacrificing one for the many was indeed the only strategy. As they brushed past the figure in black, Ouyang locked eyes with him, unable to suppress a smile. "Apologies, my friend. A grand treasure awaits you behind." Once they had all escaped from beside Dongfang Qinsong, a cold smile crept upon his face. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding footsteps of the massive creature echoed ominously, shaking the very earth beneath them. The ground trembled as birds in the trees took flight, flapping their wings in a frenzy, emitting frantic cries. What came into view was a lion adorned with golden red fur, exuding an imposing presence. Its tail flickered with crimson flames, radiating intense heat as it surged toward Dongfang Qinsong. With a thunderous roar, the crimson flame lion bellowed at Dongfang Qinsong, its voice reverberating through the forest. Human, I shall devour you. The sheer terror emanating from the beast would have rendered most others paralyzed with fear. Yet Dongfang Qinsong remained unfazed, a disdainful curl to his lips. Out of respect for our kin, I shall grant you one chance. Leave within 3 breaths, or perish. Chapter 62. Li Shishir is innocent. However, the crimson flame lion did not halt its advance. Instead, it quickened its pace, its sharp fangs lunging towards Dongfang Qinsong, accompanied by a gust of foul wind. At the same time, a disdainful smile curled at the corner of Dongfang Qinsong's lips, his eyes filled with contempt as he coldly scoffed, a mere half-blood little demon. Changes began to occur within him. The ropes binding him were now stretching in an exaggerated manner. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. The ropes, unable to withstand the pressure, ultimately snapped into small, tattered pieces, scattering across the ground. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal and bizarre beast, radiating an ominous aura. 3 breaths have passed. Death. The voice was low, laced with a strong killing intent. The crimson flame lion was momentarily stunned, its previously fierce gaze now filled with panic. As if it had encountered a fearsome entity, its hooves scraped violently against the ground, carving out 4 alarming trenches, sending up clouds of dust. It had never anticipated that the individual before it would transform into a demon. Moreover, the aura emanating from him instilled a deep sense of dread in the crimson flame lion. Under this overwhelming presence, it felt like a mere ant gazing upwards, forever unable to see the end. With a terrifying flash of lightning, akin to a dragon of thunder slicing through the sky, it flickered in the lion's vision. No. The crimson flame lion's pupils constricted sharply, screaming in terror. At such close range, it was about to be obliterated. Then, returning to its human form, it wore a cold expression as it gazed in the direction of the fleeing group, muttering, "Indeed, the human race is treacherous." It then hastened towards that location, a cryptic smile playing on its lips. Ouyang and his companions were desperately fleeing through the forest. Li Shishir felt warmth on her face, gasping for breath, her disheveled hair sticking to her sweaty cheeks as she panted, "Senior brother, I can't run anymore." At this moment, Ouyang was also struggling to continue. Glancing back to discover that the beast had ceased its pursuit, he let out a slight sigh of relief and decided to stop and rest for a moment to regain his strength. However, just as he paused for less than 2 seconds, a sword gleaming with a cold light, exuding a chilling murderous intent, suddenly thrust towards Li Shishir's throat. Li Shishir's eyes wide. Chapter 63. Senior brother, you are the most valiant and formidable man I have ever known. Wu Fan gazed downward, aghast to find a sword piercing his lower abdomen. The patterns etched upon the blade were unmistakably those of senior brother Ouyang's treasured weapon. A ghastly smile contorted Wu Fan's face as he eked out, "To think, the 3 of U.S. brothers would perish at the hands of such treacherous paramours. How lamentable! How tragic!" His pent-up emotions of indignation burst forth. The sword was wrenched from Wu Fan's body, tracing a slender arc of blood in its wake, the crimson fluid cascading down the blade's edge. Wu Fan staggered, as if his very sinews had been excised. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed, kneeling before Li Shishir in his death throes. The spectacle filled onlookers with pallid dread, impelling them to recoil instinctively. They stared at senior brother Ouyang in utter disbelief, never imagining he would commit fratricide for a woman, a transgression of the gravest kind within the sect. Even as the Grand Elder's nephew, he could not escape severe retribution. The sect's edicts prescribed that his golden core be pulverized by an iron hammer, a torment of unspeakable agony, followed by death from 1,000 cuts. Senior brother Ouyang was acutely aware of the brutal penalty for slaying a fellow disciple. A chilling notion took root in his mind. Only the dead could keep secrets. His eyes turned cold and menacing, radiating an aura of murder. The crowd blanched, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces as they retreated. They knew Ouyang intended to silence them all, to leave no witnesses. "Senior brother Ouyang, be reasonable," they pleaded, backing away, their hands never leaving their magical artifacts. Ouyang's countenance was fierce, his gaze intense, as if he would tear them limb from limb. His murderous aura sent shivers down their spines. "Oh, Ouyang, senior brother," they stammered, their mouths dry with fear. Ouyang had transformed into a bloodthirsty fiend. Even their assurances of silence were worthless. No secret could remain buried forever. A careless slip of the tongue would seal his doom, perhaps even implicate his uncle, jeopardizing his advancement to an intersect elder. To safeguard his interests, he had no choice but to exterminate his fellow disciples. Ouyang made no reply, his resolve unwavering. With a violent sweep, his sword unleashed a torrent of crimson, painting the air and earth with blood. These cultivators of the Bitter Sea realm were delusional to think they could challenge a life Spring realm expert. Some, in their desperation, attempted a suicidal exchange, but they had underestimated the outer sect's foremost disciple. Thanks to his uncle, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect, he had spared no expense in mastering the most potent arcane arts. Within the outer sect, he was second to none. Ouyang's eyes were vacant, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. His robes were soaked in blood, his face splattered with gore. Sweat mingled with blood, dripping from his chin. He stared at the carnage, his sword trembling, whether from exhaustion or numbness he could not tell. Lost in contemplation, he was startled by a faint sound behind him. Thinking someone had survived the slaughter, he spun around, only to find Li Shishir. She had witnessed Ouyang's descent into madness, his ruthless slaughter of their fellow disciples. She knew he was trying to eradicate all witnesses, and a wave of unease washed over her. Would Ouyang kill her too? He had not hesitated to butcher his junior brothers and sisters. A shudder ran down her spine, her eyes wide with terror, but she forced a smile. A ghastly parody of joy. Her voice trembled as she cautiously inquired, "Senior brother Ouyang, are you all right?" Her gaze remained fixed on the blade in his hand. Ouyang's murderous intent flickered when he saw Li Shishir. He moved toward her, his eyes devoid of purpose. Li Shishir was paralyzed by fear, the pounding of her heart echoing in her ears. "Shishir, you won't leave me, will you? You won't betray me, will you?" Ouyang's voice was eerily calm, as if the preceding events had never occurred. Li Shishir gazed at Ouyang, his composure failing to mask the deadly intent in his voice. Summoning her courage, she mustered a tender smile and caressed his blood-stained face. Despite her terror, she leaned in and kissed him. Looking up at him with feigned devotion, she declared, "Senior brother, I am yours in life and death." Her words shattered Ouyang's murderous trance, restoring his senses. He lowered the dagger he had held against her back, sighed in relief, and exclaimed, "Shishir, I knew you loved me." His excitement mounting, he continued, "When I return and ascend to an inner sect disciple, and then become a disciple of an elder, I will be a direct disciple of the elder. Then, you will become my Tao companion. And you can select any of the sect's cultivation resources. All who see us will bow their heads." He embraced Li Shishir. Li Shishir was overjoyed by Ouyang's words. Her fear forgotten, she nestled against him, her fragrance enveloping him, stirring his senses. Her alluring eyes gazed up at him, and she purred, "Senior brother, you are the most valiant and formidable man I have ever known." Her praise confirmed her choice. Ouyang was captivated by her seductive charm. His eyes drifted downward, drawn to the deep cleavage between her breasts. A fire ignited within him. Sensing his desire, Li Shishir offered a knowing smile, her cheeks flushed with color. Ouyang could no longer resist. Since their night together, he had yearned for her. Now, seeing her before him, his passion erupted. It seemed senior brother intended to engage in lewd acts in this very place. Li Shishir braced herself, forcing herself to please Ouyang, even in this blood-soaked, corpse-strewn environment. Chapter 64, Silence. "You are the swiftest, most yielding man I've ever encountered." At that moment, senior brother Ouyang was directly upon Li Shishir, having just lowered his trousers when a burst of applause erupted from behind, accompanied by incessant laughter. Clap, clap, clap. Ha ha. How amusing. Truly delightful. It was worth the effort to come all this way. I never imagined I'd witness such a spectacle. You humans are indeed intriguing. Upon noticing the newcomer, Li Shishir instantly panicked, her face flushing crimson, her eyes filled with disarray. She forcefully shoved senior brother Ouyang off of her, startled by the sudden sound. Senior brother Ouyang trembled, his face contorted with fury, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Damn it. Who is it? I had my pants halfway down, and you scared it back in. Curses." His face grim, he slowly rose, exuding a palpable aura of malice. Shing. A flash of cold light. A fearsome longsword materialized in his hand. His face twitched uncontrollably. Whoever dared to disrupt his mood would face a single fate, death. He whirled around, ready to kill, only to realize that the figure before him seemed familiar. As Li Shishir straightened her dress, she also noticed the black-robed figure. She, too, felt a strange sense of recognition, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, senior brother Ouyang's eyes widened. He remembered. It was the youth they had encountered earlier. If he was alive, that meant he had slain the Crimson Flame Lion. He speculated in his mind. However, he noticed that the figure before him emitted an unusually faint aura, suggesting he had only recently opened his bitter sea. Yet, he couldn't fathom how a bitter sea cultivator could have escaped the clutches of the Crimson Flame Lion. Moreover, after so long, the Crimson Flame Lion had made no movements. This caused him to furrow his brow in confusion. Regardless, he was determined to eliminate the person before him. Subsequently, he watched as the barefoot, black-robed youth approached, a faint smile playing on his lips. Without uttering a word, senior brother Ouyang charged forth, sword in hand. A look of disdain crossed Dongfang Qingsong's face. His movements were calm and composed, his gait elegant, displaying the air of a master. With one step, the once tranquil ground quaked. A surge of lightning energy erupted from beneath his feet, like countless thunder serpents emerging from the earth, spreading in all directions. With a second step, lightning exploded, soaring into the heavens. Thunder reverberated incessantly, instantly engulfing the area around him. Senior brother Ouyang's expression turned aghast, his pupils contracting sharply. Such terrifying lightning energy. What arcane art was this? Now that the arrow was on the string, it had to be released. Even if he possessed a top-tier arcane art, his cultivation was merely at the bitter sea realm. He wondered how long he could endure. Senior brother Ouyang surmised that the spell might just be a bluff. Even the most formidable arcane art couldn't be wielded so skillfully by a cultivator who had only recently opened their bitter sea. It must be outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Little did he know that this lightning arcane art was originally a treasure passed down through the bloodline of the Golden Dragon clan. Even in human form, he could still unleash power comparable to his true form, thanks to this body. The human form was merely a separated part of his true self. Senior brother Ouyang immediately slashed his sword toward the youth's neck. However, his eyes widened in terror, his face filled with fear and astonishment. How could this be? He exclaimed. He found himself trapped within the lightning, his body completely immobilized. The sword in his hand was a mere inch from Dongfang Qingsong's face, yet it could advance no further. In his shock, an overwhelming surge of suffocating lightning force blasted him away. Senior brother Ouyang screamed in agony, his eyes squeezed shut. Arc! Tendrils of lightning danced across his body, and the acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. He crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The magical artifact in his hand was sent flying, landing askew in the distance. Witnessing this shocking scene, Li Shishir was once again terrified, her eyes as wide as saucers. Senior brother Ouyang was a fountain of life cultivator. How could he be defeated? Her face was filled with panic and dread, her lips trembling. Even as senior brother Ouyang launched his attack, Dongfang Qingsong's steps never faltered. It was as if nothing in the world could affect him. His composure revealed a profound sense of self-assurance. A faint smile played on his lips as he taunted. A bitter sea cultivator defeating a newly ascended fountain of life, ant like you, is child's play. Senior brother Ouyang wiped the blood from his lips. Clutching his chest eased the pain. He glared at Dongfang Qingsong and demanded, "Who are you?" As Dongfang Qingsong approached, his face remained etched with a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. He replied indifferently, "The dead are not worthy of knowing my name." "You." Senior brother Ouyang coughed violently, spewing blood. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing senior brother Ouyang on the verge of death at the hands of the black-robed youth, Li Shishir took a deep breath and thought, "I'll risk it." Noticing the serious look on Li Shishir's face, her head held high and her chest thrust forward, she walked directly toward Dongfang Qingsong. Senior brother Ouyang witnessed this scene. He was deeply moved, thinking, "She truly is my woman. If Li Shishir can hold him off for a moment, I can recover my injuries and kill him again." Senior brother Ouyang immediately sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual energy to heal his wounds. However, what unfolded before him left him astounded. It seemed he had been mistaken. Li Shishir swayed her hips, her voluptuous figure sashaying as she made her way behind Dongfang Qingsong. Her delicate hand draped over his left shoulder. She pressed her bosom against his back, attempting to get as close as possible. Leaning in, she exhaled a fragrant breath into his ear, her voice dripping with seduction. "Young master, if you let me go, I'll be yours from now on." Seeing Li Shishir's shameless behavior, senior brother Ouyang coughed up another mouthful of blood and fury. His face turned as pale as a sheet, weakened to the extreme. It seemed Li Shishir's actions had enraged him to the point of death. His eyes bulged. "Li Shishir, you." Li Shishir's expression changed drastically. She shrieked, "Shut up. You can't even save yourself. What do you think you can do?" Senior brother Ouyang's face darkened as he saw her transformation. "Don't you love me?" Li Shishir sneered. "You're too small. You can't satisfy me, all right? Can you imagine the feeling of picking your nose with a toothpick? You are the swiftest, most yielding man I've ever encountered." Li Shishir was willing to resort to any means, no matter how shameless, to save her own life. Senior brother Ouyang's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. She could insult him, but she couldn't insult his manhood, especially not by comparing it to a toothpick. His face contorted in rage, and he hissed through clenched teeth, "I should have killed you sooner." Chapter 65. The beauty who brings disaster. Li Shishir cast a dismissive glance at him, unimpressed. Dongfang Qingsong shot a cold, sinister look at Li Shishir behind him. He bluntly inquired, "Where is the Demon Emperor's tomb?" Upon hearing this, Li Shishir resolved to disclose the precise location of the Demon Emperor's tomb to Dongfang Qingsong without hesitation. Ouyang, her senior brother, immediately erupted in furious indignation, his body trembling with rage, his voice turning harsh and shrill. "Li Shishir, how dare you divulge our sect's secrets to an outsider?" A mocking smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Li Shishir's lips, glimmering with derision. "Secrets? Huh," she scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. "I fear that anyone in the eastern region who knows of the tomb's existence would come to seize it. This cannot be considered a secret. Can it, brother?" With that, her demeanor shifted, and she smiled sweetly. "Brother, since I have shared everything I know, would you be so kind as to let me go? I am but a weak woman and pose no threat to you, wouldn't you agree?" One glance at the state of Ouyang, who had been grievously injured, revealed that the person before her possessed extraordinary strength. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she continued, "Look, you have no woman by your side to wash your clothes or cook for you. Why not allow me to accompany you? I am capable of any task." Her voice was soft and melodious, yet laced with an underlying implication. After finishing her plea, a faint blush appeared on her porcelain cheeks, but in the next moment, Dongfang Qingsong's expression turned grim. Without warning, he struck Li Shishir's face with a punch. Veins bulged upon his forehead, and disgust marred his features as he disdainfully wiped the blood from his hand. Her face crumpled like dough struck by a hammer, instantly concaving. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoing. Her once exquisite features were now drenched in blood, her jaw shattered, teeth scattered, mingling with the crimson that spilled from her mouth. Li Shirshi's countenance shifted in terror, her fingers trembling as they touched her profusely bleeding face, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Dongfang Qingsong, full of contempt, curled his lip and coldly uttered, disgusting. With that, he turned and departed. A tide of fear surged within Li Shirshi. Her eyes trembling violently as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her face was a mask of horror, hands stained with blood, shaking incessantly. Her jaw dangled precariously, barely held together by flesh, making her speech slurred. My face. My face. She stood frozen in shock, her fear causing her body to sway, legs weakening. In terror. She murmured to herself, yes, back to the sect. There is still hope. I must find my master. Perhaps he can heal my face. With that, she staggered, preparing to turn away. However, beside her, the furious Ouyang, unwilling to let this promiscuous woman escape, exerted the last of his strength to grasp the sword that had fallen nearby. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through the air like a silver whirlwind. He laughed maniacally. Alive, you are mine. Dead, you are still mine. Ha ha. In an instant, Li Shirshi's eyes widened, her faltering body coming to a sudden halt. The sword pierced through her chest entirely, and she collapsed to the ground. After releasing his deranged laughter, Ouyang breathed his last, his body crumpling like a heap of mud. The reason Dongfang Qingsong spared them was that he knew their fates were inexorably intertwined. He smirked. Indeed, women of the human race are but disasters in disguise. He turned to gaze into the distance. Before him lay nothing but towering mountains as far as the eye could see. A terrifying smile crept upon his lips as he looked toward the direction of the tomb, his eyes dark and deep like a black hole. Harboring a profound resentment as he murmured, Lu Ruyan, I have found you. In that moment, his aura shifted dramatically, transforming into his true form. With a magnificent spread of his colossal wings, his imposing presence struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld him. With a powerful whoosh, he exploded into a cascade of black and gold, the air resonating with a thunderous roar, trailing brilliant ripples behind him. He recalled the woman's words that the demon emperor's tomb lay ahead. They had come to scout the vicinity, meaning the main force had yet to enter the tomb. He pondered, there is no need to rush. At my current speed, I can reach the tomb in less than 5 days. I should find a secure place to seclude myself and enhance my cultivation. Otherwise, I may encounter unforeseen dangers once I enter the tomb. He muttered to himself. It is best not to reveal my true form in public, lest I provoke another pursuit. Hovering high above the clouds, he contemplated his next move. Once he neared the tomb, he would be able to sense any disturbances. After circling the skies several times, he finally discovered a mountain range rich in spiritual energy. Dense mist swirled around the peaks, and within the depths of the mountains, the terrain twisted and turned, revealing rocks of various shapes, as if a myriad of stars lay hidden within. This formation created a natural barrier, enhanced by the abundant spiritual energy of the mountain, making it an ideal location for seclusion. He decided to settle here. In his human form, Dongfang Qingsong searched the mountain until he found a perfect spot for cultivation. Before him lay a tranquil pool, reflecting the joyful fish swimming within, the stones at the bottom crystal clear. Looking up, he saw a river cascading down from the heights, resembling a flowing white silk ribbon as it crashed against the rocks, producing a melodious sound. The air around him was fresh, and with a deep breath, he felt an immediate sense of relaxation. This is it, he nodded in satisfaction, surveying his surroundings. He settled cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused, directing his energy skyward. Surrounded by a vortex of spiritual energy, torrents of power surged towards him, swirling into a magnificent flow. Within the depths of his sea of suffering, the golden core began to undergo profound transformation. Days passed, and after 3 days, he suddenly opened his eyes. His deep, dark pupils resembled a vast galaxy, with countless shimmering stars radiating within. He exhaled, mid-stage of the sea of suffering. His gaze revealed no excitement. Instead, he spoke calmly. To reach mid-stage of the sea of suffering did not astonish him. He had already savored the pleasure that came with ascending realms. His true form had already reached the peak of the life spring, and if he succeeded in his breakthrough, he would step into the realm of divine soul. In comparison, his human form had only just reached mid-stage of the sea of suffering, a disparity akin to standing atop a mountain and gazing down into the valley below. Achieving such rapid progress from mortal to mid-stage within a short span was nothing short of remarkable. Among the prodigious talents of the human race, such as the favored sons of heaven, demonic maidens, and supreme descendants, who could ascend from a mere mortal to mid-stage in just a few days, that would be deemed monstrous. If time permitted, Dongfang Qingsong could continue his cultivation until he broke through to the life spring realm. For a top-tier bloodline like the Golden Horned Dragon, reaching the peak of the Sea of Suffering or even the life spring was challenging but not impossible. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to delay any further. It is advisable to hasten, to see if one can surge through the latter stages of this arduous journey, for it is not long before they will arrive. He turned his gaze towards the sky and spoke. Beyond the several mountains that lay in the distance, there lies the realm of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Chapter 66. The Tomb of the Demon Emperor. He continued to immerse himself in his cultivation, determined to elevate his strength to new heights. After all, the disciples from various sects, converging upon the tomb of the emperor to seize treasures, were anything but ordinary. Each one surpassed Dongfang Qingsong in terms of physical cultivation. Although his displayed talent was not inferior to his true form and even hinted at the possibility of surpassing it, he knew he must act swiftly to enhance his power. Only by doing so would he possess the means of self-preservation upon entering the tomb. 5 days passed. Booming sounds reverberated. Dongfang Qingsong's brow quivered, and his previously closed eyes flew open, revealing a piercing sharpness within his deep gaze. His brow furrowed as he focused intently on the direction of the tomb, where a vast commotion was brewing. They were coming. His expression turned serious. He pondered, I am almost at the late stage of the Bitter Sea realm. No matter. I shall address it upon entry. With my true form, I can manage unforeseen dangers. With that, he decided to employ his human form to avoid drawing attention. After a long journey, he finally arrived at the tomb of the emperor. From a distance, he observed that numerous figures had already gathered around the site. Concealing himself among the crowd, he squinted his eyes, searching for familiar faces. Dongfang Qingsong's gaze swept through the throng, seeking the location of Lu Ruyan. The female disciples of the sect were unmistakable, standing out vividly. As expected, he soon spotted the disciples of the Hawan sect, clad in revealing garments that showcased their slender waists and graceful forms. At the forefront stood a face Dongfang Qingsong recognized all too well, Huasiener. During their time in the Blackhorn domain, they had not been kind to her. Upon seeing her, his expression darkened further. Beside Huasiener stood a woman adorned in flamboyant golden attire. With long legs crossed and a hand placed confidently on her exposed waist, she exuded an aura of perfection. Her visage exquisitely crafted, with a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Her eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms, narrowed slightly with the corners lifting, revealing a soft rosy hue that sparkled like distant stars, a natural allure that captivated all. Her crimson lips curled into a slight smile, and every subtle movement radiated an enchanting charm that bewitched countless men. Indeed, she possessed the captivating grace that could spark 100 charms with a mere glance. Many male cultivators were deeply entranced by their stunning figures and beauty, their gazes fixated, and had it not been for the presence of their sect leaders, they might have drooled openly, utterly disregarding their sect's decorum. Upon spotting Lu Ruyan, Dongfang Qingsong's demeanor turned as dark as a bottomless abyss. Yet, at this moment, he did not allow his desire for vengeance to cloud his judgment. Among them stood countless formidable figures. As an outsider, even with great strength, he could not withstand the tactics of a sea of people. He waited, biding his time for the right opportunity. However, while he scrutinized the Huan sect, he made a startling discovery. To his surprise, there were indeed members of the demon clan present. After a brief pause, he realized it was only fitting, as this was the tomb of the demon emperor, and the appearance of demons was entirely reasonable. Subsequently, every renowned strongman from the eastern domain began to gather at the tomb. A surge of people surrounded the site, and the atmosphere grew tenser than a taut bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Among the multitude of powerful beings, the demons made their presence known first, with fierce glares directed at the human cultivators. A great demon bellowed, his voice booming. You humans are truly insatiable. When did our demon affairs become your concern? A human cultivator, hearing this, responded with a cold smile. Unhurriedly addressing the great demon, Old Ghost, it's good to see you. It was we humans who first discovered your demon emperor's tomb. Furthermore, this is a no man's land. Even if it once belonged to your demon clan, it has long been abandoned. How can you prove it is yours? Call out to him. Will he respond? The great demon trembled with rage, his eyes blazing with fury as he pointed at the human. You. Another human cultivator chimed in, raising his voice. Everyone knows what schemes are in play here. We are all prominent figures. Let us not hide our intentions. The tomb is a coveted battlefield, existing since ancient times, filled with countless opportunities. Whoever desires it, let them prove their worth. His voice rang with conviction, echoing through the air and drawing everyone's attention. Had the humans not inadvertently leaked information, the Eastern Domain demons might have remained oblivious to the existence of the tomb. This tomb, left behind by some ancient strongman, promised to hold boundless treasures, just as the human cultivator had stated. Both demons and humans flocked here to obtain the relics and techniques of the ancient era. While the demons harbored anger, they wore expressions of fearless determination. With their numbers and innate physical prowess, they held a natural advantage in this regard. The great demon's sharp gaze swept over the crowd as he declared, Very well, we shall let strength speak for itself. However, I must warn you, if any harm comes to us within the tomb, do not accuse my demon clan of being ruthless. The human cultivators, not to be outdone, retorted, Once inside, we will each take what we desire. Should any unfortunate incidents occur, do not let it be said that the humans acted deceitfully. Most of these renowned figures from the Eastern Domain had reached the pinnacle of their power. At their level, both human and demon clans began to employ strategy, reluctant to engage in reckless risks. After all, The higher the strength, the greater the fear of death. The demons acknowledged that is only natural. But at that moment, the faces of all present transformed in shock, their gazes sharply directed toward the same area. Dongfang Qingsong felt a tremor run through him and turned to look, sensing something terrifying approaching. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, 9 dragons appeared, approaching rapidly. Among them, one dragon stood out, its azure hue setting it apart from the others, which were more imposing in size. On the back of the azure dragon sat a girl clad in black. Her complexion was as pale as snow, with lips and eye rims dark as ink, exuding a strange yet captivating beauty. Dressed in a short, revealing outfit, her midriff was exposed, and her delicate feet dangled over the dragon's sides. Golden rings adorned her ankles, creating a delightful sound as they clinked together with each movement of the azure dragon. Clang, 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 clang. Trailing behind the 9 dragons were thick chains of cold iron, each connecting to a mysterious black lacquered coffin. Chapter 67. The Art of Deception, the Ancient Black Coffin. Adorned with incomprehensible and enigmatic runes, emanated a mysterious and terrifying aura. As soon as it appeared, the faces of the onlookers turned pale. Some of the human cultivators, unfamiliar with this object, were profoundly shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "What an impressive spectacle!" The 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Who was this woman to command such power? It was evident that the black coffin was extraordinary, and many speculated if it was her magical artifact. The sight of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin struck a chord of revulsion among those who recognized it, prompting them to retreat as far as possible. Familiar faces among the human cultivators, such as Linling Tian, Hua Xianer, Gu Changge, and Chao Jun, were expressions of dismay. They all focused intently on the black coffin, silently murmuring, "Why has he come here?" Their demeanor suggested a strong desire to avoid his presence. The woman exuded an aura of both wickedness and allure as she declared, "My master has arrived." With a resounding thud, the coffin creaked ominously. This sound sent a shiver through the hearts of those who did not recognize the artifact. They had initially believed the woman was the master of the black coffin, only to realize that her master resided within. As the coffin slowly opened, a palpable malevolence emanated, shifting from black to a deep crimson and spilling forth with an otherworldly intensity. The figure within began to materialize before the crowd. His countenance was marked by an aura of death, likely due to his prolonged confinement within the coffin. His back was covered in red hair that swayed eerily, and his pallid complexion, devoid of any color, revealed sunken eyes resembling dark voids. An ominous presence radiated from him, sending chills down the spines of those present. His raspy voice, reminiscent of a croaking duck, sent a wave of unease through the assembly. "How lively it is here, yet no one thought to invite me." Those who recognized him dared not respond. He was known as Wadarin, a practitioner of esoteric and dubious arts, mastering the 3 formidable techniques of corpse nurturing, corpse refining, and corpse control. He commanded a level of respect despite being at the early stages of his cultivation. Zwadarin was notorious for his obsession with the dark arts, frequently traversing desolate mountains, ancient tombs, and forgotten graves, excavating the remains of the deceased to utilize them as his own fighting force. Regardless of the might they possessed in life, the dead were compelled to serve him in death. The thought of engaging in combat was absurd, while others fought valiantly. He merely orchestrated an army of corpses to do his bidding. The very notion of his practices repulsed the entire eastern domain, yet no one dared voice their disdain. The act of disturbing the resting dead was seen as a grave transgression, and Zwadarin cared little for societal norms. He had a singularly devoted disciple, a girl named Zhuo Qianming, who rode upon a majestic azure dragon. She was, in truth, his adopted daughter, whom he had fortuitously rescued. Zwadarin's practice of the dark arts bore a critical flaw. The accumulation of yin energy within his own body over the years had rendered him increasingly frail, confining him to the black coffin and stripping him of fundamental virility. He imparted all his knowledge to Zhuo Qianming, who, with her rare constitution born of yin energy, excelled in his teachings, thriving where he faltered. Surveying the crowd, Zwadarin smiled, albeit eerily, and rasped, "It has been a while, yet I see many unfamiliar faces." His smile appeared grotesque against his pale visage. One cultivator boldly inquired, "Zwadarin, do you seek to enter the imperial tomb and claim the body of the demon emperor for your own?" His enigmatic silence suggested the truth of their suspicions. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both humans and demons shifted uneasily. The prospect of Zwadarin acquiring the body of the demon emperor was alarming. It would elevate his power to unparalleled heights within the eastern domain, perhaps even across the entire Xintian continent. The demon emperor, though not an emperor in the traditional sense, was a formidable being, and the implications of his resurrection were dire. The demon clan, sensing the threat, glared at Zwadarin, their expressions darkening. Despite their trepidation, the thought of allowing him to transform the demon emperor into a living corpse was a blow to their pride. One demon warrior, eyes wide and brows raised like twin daggers, growled, "Zwadarin, you seek your own demise." Instantly, a multitude of demon warriors united, their combined pressure bearing down upon him. Zwadarin's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of the disparity in their power levels. From the black coffin surged a horde of corpses, standing resolutely before him to counter the impending onslaught. The force of the demon warriors smashed through the front line of corpses, reducing them to dust. The spectators gasped in astonishment at the sheer number of corpses. Are these not figures from ancient legends? They murmured in disbelief. No way. Is that the legendary Chen Daoliang, the dragon slayer of antiquity? One among them pointed, trembling, at a corpse, excitement lacing his voice. You have truly found his remains. Zhuodaoren, you are beyond comprehension. The top-tier cultivators of the Eastern Domain, witnessing this shocking spectacle, gasped in awe. While these corpses lacked the ability to wield spiritual energy, their physical forms remained formidable. Even the likes of Qin Luotian had to weigh their options carefully. The demons, seeing their hopes dashed, gritted their teeth in frustration. Zhuodaoren chuckled darkly. I advise you not to act rashly. He stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face. I, Zhuodaoren, am not without reason. The opportunities here are immense, and truthfully, I cannot seize them alone. I extend an invitation to all of you to join me on this venture. His words suggested a familiarity with the imperial tomb, as if it were his own domain. The crowd, understanding his underlying motives, remained skeptical of his intentions. The imperial tomb was fraught with peril, its existence shrouded in mystery since ancient times, leaving no one certain of the dangers that lurked within. Most likely, it is due to the fear of potential dangers within, prompting the desire to send them to scout the way. Truly, he is a cunning old fox. Chapter 68. What a grand gesture. Upon uttering these words, the left Taoist immediately led the most formidable corpses, followed closely by the likes of the exalted Chen Daolu, the infinite celestial sovereign, and the wind-chasing celestial sovereign, soaring towards the imperial tomb. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were at a loss, unsure whether to enter. That old fellow was quite cunning. Despite his jovial demeanor, he had already inscribed everyone present on his death list in his heart. It was likely that he had long planned to allow these powerful individuals from the Eastern Domain to perish upon entering the tomb, subsequently using their remains to forge living corpses for his own command. The black coffin had ample space reserved specifically for them, though apprehensive. The opportunity presented by the imperial tomb was rare. After much inner turmoil, countless powerful beings could no longer suppress their greed and rush towards the tomb. Some disciples remained behind, waiting for their sect leaders and clan heads to emerge. Dongfang Qingsong concealed herself at the rear of the crowd. To enter so conspicuously amidst thousands of gazes would be unwise. Here, her true intent was to eliminate Lu Ruyan, with the exploration of the tomb merely a secondary concern. An hour passed. Suddenly, anguished screams and curses erupted from within the imperial tomb. The most powerful figures of the Eastern Domain emerged, bloodied and frantic, their mouths spewing forth curses. Lin Langtian, having used the Grand Void technique, escaped from within the tomb, heavily wounded, gasping for breath, his face a mask of terror. Soon, a multitude of strong warriors followed suit, their faces etched with fear, as if they had encountered something dreadfully terrifying within. What manner of horror could instill such fear in the formidable warriors of the Eastern Domain? Guchanga, renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess, found himself propelled outward by a formidable force, blood spurting from his mouth mid-flight, his once majestic countenance now reduced to one of disarray. The disciples of the Spirit Sword sect gasped in shock, calling out for their leader. The onlookers were rendered speechless, cries of leader, echoing through the air. The elders' expressions darkened. Their eyes filled with confusion, they were unaware of the dire circumstances faced by their leader and the others inside. They hurriedly flew forth to ensure the wounded leaders were safely caught. The situation among the demon clan was equally dire, with their members bearing grievous injuries. Bloodied and disheveled, these were the elite of the Eastern Domain, now reduced to a pitiful state. Dongfang Qingsong, astonished, furrowed her brow, questioning, what is happening? Even the transformation realm experts have sustained such severe injuries? Just then, another figure was hurled from the tomb, prompting everyone to look over in alarm, only to discover it was the left Taoist. Gritting his teeth, his face contorted with rage, he found that the ancient corpses he had entered with had vanished without a trace. Compared to the others, his injuries were noticeably less severe, yet his aura was unstable. Blood seeping from multiple wounds. Anger flashed across the faces of the assembled warriors. Damn it, there are actually restrictions within. Who has placed such formidable barriers? The higher the cultivation, the more oppressive the suppression. Truly cursed. It must be the work of that demon emperor, unwilling to let future generations trespass upon his imperial tomb. What a grand gesture. They had faced peril within, their power suppressed to their lowest levels. In times of danger, they could not draw upon their full strength for resistance. The left Taoist, in a desperate bid for survival, had employed all the corpses at his disposal to fend off the dangers. His heart ached for those ancient corpses. Legendary figures from bygone eras, even the body of Chen Daolu, who had once suppressed an entire new era, now left behind in the imperial tomb. The sect leaders were unwilling to accept this outcome. Several transformation realm cultivators had perished within. Given the sheer strength of the restrictions, it was evident that treasures lay within. Yet, if even these transformation realm experts risked near annihilation, what hope was there for others? At that moment, a voice thundered like lightning, capturing the attention of all. They turned to see the leader of the Hehuan sect, Hua Xianer. Her face was pale, her once exquisite garments now tattered, revealing glimpses of her smooth, fair skin. She wiped the blood from her lips, took a deep breath, and contemplated. If the restrictions grow stronger with higher cultivation, then what of others? Turning to her disciples, she commanded, Lu Ruyan, lead the weaker disciples of the sect into the imperial tomb. Her expression was fierce, her brows knitted in determination, as she waved her sleeve, declaring, the treasures, techniques, and artifacts within are for all who witness them. Remember, should anyone dare to seize them, they shall meet with death. Lu Ruyan, with a grave expression, clasped her fists and replied, I shall obey. Hua Xianer was clearly enraged, having not anticipated the terrifying restrictions of the imperial tomb. Had it not been for an unfortunate soul to share her fate, she might have perished within. Seething with anger, she made a resolute decision. Anyone who dared to steal would face utter annihilation. This declaration elevated the situation to a potential conflict between the Eastern Domain's human and demon clans. Upon hearing her words, the others experienced an epiphany. Indeed, if those of lower cultivation entered, the restrictions would be comparatively weaker. Thus, the sect leaders, along with their holy daughters and sons, led their disciples into the imperial tomb to seize the resources. The left Taoist returned to the black coffin to recuperate, solemnly stating, Left Qianming, I am counting on you. Once inside, you must locate the body of that demon emperor. Left Qianming, her lips painted a dark hue, assured, Rest easy, master, I shall not fail in my mission. With that, she vanished, soaring towards the imperial tomb. However, before she could venture too far, the left Taoist called out urgently, Wait, I cannot let you go alone. Ao Shuang, accompany her as her protector. Remember, you must ensure her safety. In an instant, the Azure Dragon, the central figure among the 9 dragons, transformed into human form. Ao Shuang, with a stern countenance, bowed respectfully towards the black coffin, saying, Yes, master. In that moment, a tide of demon and human figures surged towards the imperial tomb, akin to a relentless wave. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qingsong, concealed behind the crowd, seized the opportunity to blend in. Remaining hidden, she understood that the dangers within were unknown to anyone. It was wise to let others pave the way first. She observed Lu Ruyan's silhouette from afar, her gaze dark and filled with murderous intent. As the multitude entered the imperial tomb, an overwhelming force of suppression struck them instantly. The moment they set foot inside, they were met with a suffocating power that left their bodies unaccustomed to the sudden restrictions. My heavens! Such potent suppression! The barriers are indeed formidable. A holy son struggled to maintain composure, sweat cascading down his brow to the ground. Another sect's holy son exclaimed in shock. My cultivation has been suppressed to the life spring level. Me as well. It was unfathomable to consider the extent to which the sect leader's transformation realm powers had been curtailed in that moment. What about you all? He inquired of his fellow disciples. They exchanged glances, witnessing the strained and pained expressions on the faces of the holy sons, hesitant to voice their own experiences. We feel nothing at all. Chapter 69. How should I address this fellow Taoist? Most of the holy sons and daughters of the sect have their cultivation levels stifled at the spirit realm. Now, having entered the imperial tomb, their powers have been directly suppressed to the fate spring realm. As Dongfang Qingsong stepped into the imperial tomb, he attempted to wield all his cultivation, but to his astonishment, he felt no restraining effects whatsoever. He murmured, Those old codgers said the higher the cultivation, the more severe the suppression. Does it mean that my cultivation at the Bitter Sea realm is deemed insignificant by this barrier? He glanced at the others, noticing that some formidable cultivators were experiencing extreme suppression. The longer he walked, the more perplexed he became. Suddenly halting, he realized, what is happening? There were so many fewer people since just entering. Simultaneously, several cultivators were anxiously spinning around, surveying their eerie surroundings, desperately searching for their companions. As most of them had vanished, their eyes quivered with fear as they exclaimed, Wait, where did half of our group go? Where are the others? The demon clan members were equally baffled, exclaiming, My brother is gone. Some individuals worried for their comrades' safety. Meanwhile, one person was brimming with excitement, unable to suppress a smile, exclaiming loudly, Wonderful! My mother tiger has finally disappeared. This chaotic scene grew increasingly bizarre. Observing the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him, Dongfang Qingsong's mind raced as he began to analyze the situation. With narrowed eyes, arms crossed, and a hand resting on his chin, he contemplated for a moment before stating, It is likely that upon entering this place, the space here underwent a strange transformation, transporting us to distinct regions. It appears the imperial tomb is far from the simplicity we imagined. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd, both human and demon, collectively sighed in relief. They had feared that their companions had met with some misfortune. If that were the case, half of them would have perished before even discovering any treasures. One human cultivator, nodding in appreciation at Dongfang Qingsong's analysis, approached him with a bright smile, cupping his hands in respect and inquiring, How should I address this fellow Taoist? Dongfang Qingsong hesitated. For reasons of safety, he could not reveal his true name. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he noticed the other's curious expression and replied, Taoist friend? Deciding on a name, he took a deep breath and stated plainly, You may call me Fong Yuan. The name was derived from the rolling bead he received in the iron essence mine. which had gifted him a medicinal pill. Without that pill, his demon core would not have repaired so swiftly. The bead had sacrificed its life to save him, thus he named himself Fong Yuan in its honor. The surname Fong comes from the Fong in Dongfang, while Yuan is a tribute to the medicinal pill it provided, echoing the word for round, symbolizing the gift of the bead. The profound essence of the name reflects the source of the iron essence mine, originating from his human form, commemorating the bead. The man clasped his hands and bowed, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are Taoist Fong Yuan." His face beamed with joy as he continued, "May I ask to which sect Taoist Fong Yuan belongs?" This question left Dongfang Qingsong momentarily stunned, his expression stiffening as he struggled for words. Observing his silence, the man jovially patted his shoulder, as if they were old friends. "If I am not mistaken, Taoist Fong Yuan is an independent cultivator, yes?" His attire, a black robe and bare feet, with wooden twigs serving as hairpins, was unmistakably that of a solitary practitioner. Do not worry, apart from those from sects, most here are independent cultivators, all seeking opportunities within the Demon Emperor's tomb. Let us band together and search for treasures together. Independent cultivators, accustomed to the harshness of survival, naturally understood the importance of forming alliances for safety in perilous situations. Dongfang Qingsong scanned the group, pondering, this arrangement could prove beneficial should danger arise. They may serve as a shield. He then clasped his hands, smiling, "In that case, I shall rely on you, fellow Taoists. However, I must confess, I am not adept at combat. I hope you will be forgiving of my shortcomings." The others responded with laughter, assuring him, "No worries, no worries." Among the group, a keen and observant individual remarked, "With someone as clever as you, we should be quite safe." The young man who had previously conversed with Dongfang Qingsong interjected, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Wenchang, and these are my friends. Rest assured, they are trustworthy. Brother Fong Yuan, hello. I am Jin Sanshun. Feel free to call me Old Jin. I am Yuan Wanqian. I am." Dongfang Qingsong observed their simple yet dignified attire, affirming their independent cultivator demeanor. Zhao Wenchang, noticing Dongfang Qingsong's gentle appearance, remarked, "Fear not, Taoist Fong Yuan, leave the roughhousing to us. However, for any tricky matters or complex mechanisms, we shall rely on you." Dongfang Qingsong wore a harmless smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Zhao Wenchang and his companions set off to search for treasures. The other sect members decided to seek treasures while attempting to regroup with the main party, for this was the Demon Emperor's tomb, fraught with unknown dangers. Even those of the transformation realm could suffer grievous injuries, let alone mere mortals. As they journeyed, Zhao Wenchang regaled them with tales of the struggles faced by independent cultivators over the years. "Ah, Taoist Fong Yuan, you cannot fathom the hardships we endure. Without a sect, we rely solely on our wits. Our treasures and techniques are pitifully few. This time, we have finally learned of a significant opportunity. Once we complete this venture, we shall emerge triumphant." The others laughed heartily at the prospect, imagining a future where they could flaunt their newfound wealth. "Old Jin, what will you do once you acquire riches?" "Naturally, I shall visit the Spring Fragrance Pavilion and marry all the top courtesans." Yuan Wanqian and the others expressed disbelief. "Why would you marry a courtesan? Surely, it would be better to wed a virtuous maiden." Jin Sanshun laughed even harder, nudging Yuan Wanqian playfully. "Ah, you do not understand. The women of the Spring Fragrance Pavilion possess unparalleled experience. Especially the lead Qin player. Her charm is beyond compare." The experience, oh my. The group erupted into laughter, realizing Jin Sanchuan's unique perspective. As Dongfang Qingsong trailed behind, listening to their banter, a faint, imperceptible smile of coldness crossed his face. He silently hoped they would survive the Imperial tomb. Chapter 70. What on earth is that? There isn't even a ditch. Zhao Wenchang and his companions grew increasingly irreverent in their conversation. Unbeknownst to them, the topic meandered into a debate about which sect saintess possessed the most exquisite beauty, an oft-discussed subject among idol cultivators. Jin Sanshun interjected, No. The saintess of the Liuli sect is not beautiful at all. She lacks any discernible charm. In my humble opinion, the saintess of the Hehuan sect, Lu Ruyan, is far more enchanting. Just one glance at her eyes and figure, and my heart nearly bursts. He sighed, if I could marry her, my life would be complete. Yuan Wanqian teased, Be careful, she might just drain you of your life force. Jin Sanshun shrugged, laughing heartily, I wouldn't mind, even if I were to be drained. At least I'd die beneath a peony, a ghost of great allure. At that moment, Zhao Wenchang paused, suddenly recalling that Fong Yuan was behind them and should not be neglected. He turned and asked with a smile, Fong Yuan, which sect saintess do you find most beautiful? When Dongfang Qingsong heard Lu Ruyan's name mentioned, his previously melancholic expression shifted, and he slightly parted his lips, murmuring, Lu Ruyan. Though his voice was faint, Zhao Wenchang and the others caught it. Jin Sanchuan's face lit up with delight as he clapped Dongfang Qingsong's shoulder, grinning widely. Well, Fong, my young friend. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, your taste mirrors mine? Once we leave this place, I'll take you to Chuanxiang Courtyard for a delightful experience. You shall witness the prime beauty there. I guarantee you will be utterly satisfied. Jin Sanchuan's grin was rather lewd. Unbeknownst to them, however, Dongfang Qingsong harbored a deep-seated murderous intent towards Lu Rian. He had merely been contemplating how to find her and inadvertently vocalized her name, leading to a misunderstanding among the group. As they continued their jovial banter, a sudden throng of people surged ahead, blocking the path completely. Zhao Wenchang muttered, "What is happening?" The crowd gradually joined him, each person bewildered about the cause of the obstruction. Pushing his way to the front, Zhao Wenchang discovered a deep river before him. How can there be such a deep river here? Dongfang Qingsong and the others arrived at the scene as well. This doesn't make sense, as far as I know. There are no upstream water sources nearby, remarked a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, squinting in confusion. At that moment, Yuan Wanqian shouted towards the crowd of demon creatures, "Hey, do you know what is going on here?" The demons exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in displeasure. One replied coldly, "No." Their expression conveyed an unspoken message. If we could cross, we would have done so already, without wasting time here. Feeling a twinge of fear from their gaze, Yuan Wanqian muttered under his breath, "You demons are all useless." Dongfang Qingsong approached the riverbank, scrutinizing the scene from various angles. Zhao Wenchang joined him, casually remarking, "It's just a slightly deeper river. Can't we just fly over?" Immediately, someone in the crowd countered, "No, we tried that already. It's impossible to fly across." Zhao Wenchang frowned, "That is odd. If we can't fly over, then why don't we swim across?" After observing for some time, Dongfang Qingsong's expression turned grave. Zhao Wenchang, puzzled, pressed, "Why not? It's just a river. What is the problem with swimming?" Dongfang Qingsong replied, "The color of the water is not right." This statement puzzled the crowd, who turned their gaze to him. "What is wrong with it? Isn't it just water?" They chuckled. Dongfang Qingsong continued, "Look closely. The surface is clear, but beneath it, it is dark." Upon inspection, the crowd's expressions shifted in alarm. It was indeed true. Clear water is shallow, green water is deep, and black water is unfathomable, he elaborated. "Now I understand," they nodded. Yet, some remained unconvinced, calling out, "Isn't it just a bit deeper? We can swim across. Why all the fuss?" Zhao Wenchang agreed, believing their reasoning sound. Most in the group shared the sentiment that it was merely a river and that swimming across shouldn't pose a significant problem. However, Dongfang Qingsong's next words extinguished their confidence like a bucket of cold water, sending shivers down their spines. What if something lurks beneath the water? The crowd fell silent. Jin Sanshun inched forward cautiously, peering into the depths. At first glance, the water appeared clear enough to reflect his image. But upon closer inspection, the depths were dark and foreboding, akin to an abyss, sending chills down his spine. The sensation was unsettling, as if something were poised to emerge should he plunge in. Feeling a wave of dread wash over them, someone suggested, "Why don't we send someone down to investigate?" "Yes, who will go?" But as soon as the question was posed, silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone understood that the first to descend would likely face unknown dangers. To put it bluntly, no one wished to court death. Just as the group hesitated, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. A woman was lifted by an unseen force. Her expression, one of sheer terror. "Let me go? What do you want? Stop." Dongfang Qingsong's eyes widened as he recognized her. Isn't that the woman in black? Left Xianming, with a wicked smile, coldly tossed her into the river without a moment's hesitation. Splash! The woman fell into the water, panic-stricken, flailing her limbs. Although the surface churned violently from her struggles, only the sound of splashing echoed. There was no other commotion. Someone on the bank called out, "How does it feel?" The woman, already furious at being thrown in, glared at the person who had cast her down, retorting, "Why don't you come down and find out?" The man swallowed hot. Chapter 71. When they say it's gone, it's truly gone. The woman in the river glared furiously at Zui Qianming on the shore. Yet she dared not act recklessly, for a woman stood beside her. The unique aura emanating from that woman, coupled with her stance, indicated that she was not to be trifled with. At least, in the eyes of the river woman, she was an insurmountable adversary, with no imminent danger. She resolved to swim to the shore, find her senior brothers, and then return to slay this woman. As everyone observed that the woman in the river encountered no peril, their fear diminished significantly. The river is safe. Everyone, hurry up. There might be great opportunities ahead. Someone shouted, igniting a fervor akin to tossing a bucket of gasoline onto a fire, instantly fueling the desires of the crowd. In the blink of an eye, a throng of people plunged into the dark depths of the river like dumplings falling into boiling water. The crowd floundered in the water, striving to swim to the opposite bank. Zhao Wenchang, his face etched with anxiety, fretted that if he delayed, the treasures ahead would be snatched away. "Let us go. We must catch up." Just as Zhao Wenchang prepared to leap, he caught sight of Dongfang Qingsong standing motionless on the bank, his gaze fixed intently on the group in the river. Filled with confusion, Zhao Wenchang could not restrain himself from asking, "Fang Yuan, what are you waiting for? If we don't hurry, the treasures will be gone." Dongfang Qingsong remained transfixed, his lips slightly parted as he uttered a single word. "Wait. Wait. For what?" Jin Sanshun, feeling the urgency as the people in the river neared the shore, felt as though a cat was clawing at his insides. His eyes widened in alarm. If they waited any longer, there would be nothing left. If you want to go, I certainly shall. With that, Jin Sanshun leapt into the river, vigorously paddling his arms as he swam towards the bank, fearful that he might miss out on the treasures. Though most loose cultivators were impoverished and coveting the prospects ahead, the question remained whether they could seize this opportunity without losing their lives. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had yet to make a move. At this moment, the beguiling Zui Qianming remained stationary, silently observing Dongfang Qingsong. From the earlier analysis of the river, she discerned that he was exceptionally astute. She decided to wait for Dongfang Qingsong to act before following suit. Even if the opportunities ahead were seized by others, she could always strike back later, unbeknownst to those in the river. A terrifying change was quietly unfolding beneath the water's surface. A massive shadow, ghostly in its approach, silently glided beneath the feet of the group. The river's water shimmered with excitement as the cultivator's eyes gleamed with anticipation. There must be treasure ahead. The Imperial Tomb. This is the Imperial Tomb, where many ancient artifacts and techniques lie buried. If we can bring this outside and master the techniques, our power will be formidable. Quickly, everyone. Don't let the humans get ahead. Both humans and struggled in the river, striving mightily for the shore. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The sound caused everyone to halt immediately. In the inky depths of the river, visibility was nil, only an endless abyss stretched before them. Hearing the scream instilled a sense of dread within their hearts. What was that just now? An elder cultivator asked warily. I don't know. Did anyone see what happened? The group exchanged fearful glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Forget it. Let us keep swimming. I feel as if something lurks below. The ominous feeling stirred within them, perhaps ignited by that inexplicable scream. At this moment, Dongfang Qingsong on the bank was also captivated by the sound. His brows furrowed deeply, his black eyes fixated on the depths of the river. He was alarmed to discover that something seemed to be moving in the dark recesses below. The murky water obscured the view, making it difficult to discern what lay beneath. Only vague outlines were visible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dongfang Qingsong thought, this is not good. There's danger. Zhao Wenchang's face paled upon hearing this. Initially startled by the scream, he now felt a wave of panic wash over him at Dongfang Qingsong's warning. He turned anxiously towards Jin Sanshun in the river, who was swimming vigorously. Oblivious to the encroaching threat, Yuan Wanqian, upon hearing this, grew frantic and shouted, Old Jin, swim faster. There's something down there. However, Jin Sanshun was too far ahead, and the cacophony of voices drowned out Yuan Wanqian's warning. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, a colossal figure surged from the depths of the river. In the blink of an eye, a large swath of people vanished without a trace, not even a scream escaping their lips. The water erupted, sending waves soaring 100 feet high, revealing the immense size of the shadowy creature. Those in the river, along with those still on the shore, were left dumbfounded. A voice trembled. What was that thing? The question hung heavy in the air. What just fell into the water? What are you waiting for? Clearly, there's something vile in this river. No more talking, swim. In an instant, countless people scrambled forward as if their very lives depended on it. Jin Sanshun witnessed the shadow with his own eyes. It was so large that anyone not blind could see it. He watched in horror as at least 100 individuals were devoured in an instant. A profound sense of dread washed over him, and he wished he had more legs to propel himself faster. His face turned ashen, breaths coming in quick, labored gasps, and his black pupils quivered with fear. Swim. Hurry up. On the shore, Dongfang Qingsong and his companions stared wide-eyed, their heavy breaths betraying their shock at the scene unfolding before them. Zhao Wenchang, filled with confusion, stammered. What was that just now? Dongfang Qingsong's expression tightened, his gaze intent on the elusive shadow beneath the water's surface. At that moment, he could not comprehend what had just leaped from the river. It was too swift, leaving no time to discern its form. Zhou Qianming furrowed her delicate brows, her alluring visage momentarily frozen in shock, equally perturbed by the terrifying creature that had suddenly emerged from the depths. Shortly after, everyone in the river vanished in rapid succession, as if struck by an unseen force. The water churned violently, creating waves that crashed down upon them, leaving their hearts gripped by unrelenting fear. The piercing cries of despair echoed through the air as the river swallowed all traces of life. In an instant, the surface of the water returned to its former stillness, as if the terrifying scene had never occurred. Silence enveloped the onlookers, who stood in stunned disbelief, haunted by the knowledge that they had yet to glimpse the enormous shadow that had claimed so many lives. How could so many strong individuals perish in the river? Beings of considerable renown, each one stood as powerful as a saint or a saintess. Gazing into the water, Wanqian Yuan wore a countenance of profound sorrow, sighing with lament. Old Jin, rest assured, he murmured, upon my return, I shall fulfill your last wishes without fail, and I shall see to it that a bevy of voluptuous maidens are offered to you in the afterlife, so that you may not languish in solitude on the road to the Yellow Springs. A pall of dejection hung over Zhao Wenchang and the others, their countenances shadowed with grief. Having known old Jin for so many years, his sudden departure was a somber blow. Chapter 72. Is it really taking off like this? All were engulfed in a sense of dread at the mysterious creature lurking beneath the river. What should we do? Now that there is a monster in the depths, are we simply to return? Return? Ah, this is the Imperial Tomb. Treasures abound. Is this little trial enough to frighten you? Everyone was unwilling to retreat. Dongfang Qingsong stood still, lost in thought. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice deep yet exceptionally clear, stating that if they did not devise a way to lure the creature away from the riverbed, it would be impossible to cross. The opportunities ahead would be forever out of reach. With that, he fixed his gaze upon the river's surface, his wide black robe billowing in the river breeze, yet stealing a sidelong glance at Zhuo Qianming. At that moment, Zhuo Qianming stepped forward, her eyes dark and contemplative as she gazed into the river. She stood there for a moment, inscrutable in thought. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled, a strange smile curving her lips. She glanced back at Ao Shuang and remarked, "It seems our friend down below is still hungry." Upon hearing this, Ao Shuang understood. In an instant, she vanished. The onlookers felt a whirlwind rush past their ears. In the blink of an eye, Ao Shuang had tossed over a dozen cultivators into the river. Taken by surprise, their faces paled in terror. There was indeed a monster lurking below. Forgetting their anger, they hurriedly swam back to the shore. At this moment, Zhuo Qianming's aura shifted dramatically, a chilling energy surging from within her. The temperature plummeted, the cold wind biting. The penetrating chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head, enveloping her in a thick layer of ice, every inch of her skin besieged by the frost. She looked down upon those in the river without a trace of compassion. Her voice was ominous. "If you wish to live, swim forward." Instantly, those in the river, faces twisted in fury, were too consumed by their rage to heed her words, and they swam back in haste. Seeing them ignore her, she waved her hand, unleashing a terrifying attack towards the river, detonating just a foot away from the group. The immense force sent water splashing, creating a curtain of white spray that startled them. This act thoroughly provoked their anger. "You old hag, are you seeking death?" One man, his face flushed and veins bulging, bellowed, "Just wait until I get to shore. I'll make you pay dearly." Before he could finish, a brilliant flash streaked through the air like lightning, piercing his brow in an instant. His eyes widened, maintaining the furious expression as his body stiffened, gradually sinking to the riverbed. Ao Shuang scoffed disdainfully. Zhuo Qianming's gaze grew colder. If they did not wish to perish, they must swim forward. The dozen or so cultivators in the water gritted their teeth, wishing they could lash out at this madwoman right then. With no alternative, they steeled themselves and swam desperately ahead. They silently prayed that the monster had just eaten and would not emerge again. Those on the shore, witnessing Zhuo Qianming's ruthless demeanor, were left fuming yet speechless. They casually tossed people into the water. Even the demon clan was taken aback, left gaping in disbelief. It was truly brutal. Never did they expect a woman of the human race to be so cold-hearted. They had long heard tales of human women being fierce, but witnessing it firsthand was indeed extraordinary. No one understood her intentions. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qingsong had already seen through everything, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Zhuo Qianming. He had deliberately spoken for her to hear. Only she would dare to recklessly use this group as bait to lure the creature into the river. Moreover, she had formidable protectors behind her. No one would dare to harm her. Indeed, the terrifying creature in the river swam beneath, its eerie green eyes like two ghostly flames, fixated on the group ahead. Those in the water felt their hearts constrict at the sight of the rippling waves behind them, nearly choking in fear. Their eyebrows nearly shot up to their foreheads as they frantically paddled with their hands and feet, splashing white foam around them. Seeing that the monster had been drawn away, Zhuo Qianming leapt into the river, swimming towards the opposite bank. Compared to here, it was relatively closer to solid ground. Some, witnessing the bizarre woman dive in, pondered whether to follow. Shall we go or not? With them enticing the monster, we just need to swim faster. Once we reach the shore, the creature won't be able to harm us. After this exchange, those on the shore jumped into the water, swimming towards the bank. Seeing them jump in, Dongfang Qingsong leisurely followed behind. A vast crowd surged through the river, numbering at least 1,000. The momentum was overwhelming as they moved forward. The 10 or so cultivators being pursued in the river were now infuriated. They silently cursed, wishing they could vent their frustration. But the urgency left them no time to speak. They had to conserve their strength. They swam with beads of sweat on their brows, knowing full well that the creature lurking below was an adept swimmer. Before long, all 10 were dragged beneath the surface, leaving only ripples gradually fading on the water's surface, after which they vanished without a trace. This sight made those who had just entered the water gasp, cursing aloud. Damn it, it hasn't even been 5 minutes. The group grumbled, yet their limbs did not relent, for the monster was closing in on them. Suddenly, enormous, sharp, flat fins surged from the depths. It was unmistakably a fish. The relentless force charged towards them, cleaving through the water's surface and creating a deep chasm. Zhuo Qianming's eyes widened, her expression slightly flustered. She had not anticipated the creature to charge directly at her, seemingly intent on keeping them all there. Zhuo Qianming's gaze deepened, her body exuding a terrifying chill. Gritting her teeth, she concentrated her energy, straining to hurl hundreds of people towards the advancing creature. In midair, these hundreds were left dumbfounded. Wait, is this really happening? What about the supposed pressure of the realm? Chapter 73. My father is the Duke who pacifies the nation. That a woman could hurl such a multitude so far, especially under the duress of suppressed cultivation, was a testament to her formidable strength. Splash. Hundreds plunged into the water, now a mere 200 meters from the monstrous entity. At its velocity, they would be overtaken within seconds. Their faces, marked by 3 holes, were contorted with terror, their eyes wide with fright as they frantically swam forward. Seizing this momentary reprieve, Zhuo Qianming and her companions pressed on towards the shore with unwavering haste. The reactions to Zhuo Qianming's actions were varied among the crowd. Some were elated at the prospect of survival, while others seethed with resentment, their anger fueled by the presence of friends or even cultivated partners among those left behind. Finally, everyone reached the bank. Zhuo Qianming's drenched hair cascaded over her shoulders, her dark attire clinging to her skin, accentuating the alluring contours of her figure. Water droplets adorned her face, and with an instinctive shake of her head, she scattered them onto the ground, exuding a captivating blend of allure and frigidity. While some collapsed in exhaustion from their narrow escape, a few, their faces contorted with murderous intent, confronted Zhuo Qianming. Their eyes, bloodshot and inflamed, reflected a rage as if they were owed a great debt. These were the survivors who had narrowly escaped the monster's clutches, saved only by their resourcefulness. Zhuo Qianming met their menacing glares with a cold smile. A bead of water trickled down her cheek and onto the earth. What? Do you seek to kill me? She inquired. Behind her, Ao Shuang's eyes narrowed with ferocity. Her chest trembled as she stepped forward, radiating a palpable aura of menace. It was a clear warning. Any hostile action would be met with immediate and decisive force. Though initially incensed, the sight of the statuesque woman behind Zhuo Qianming gave them pause. They swallowed hard, realizing they were outmatched. Her piercing gaze, like twin blades, seemed to penetrate their very souls. Her mere presence exuded an undeniable power. One of them, adorned in crimson brocade, possessed a countenance less striking than that of Dongfang Qingsong. Yet his attire was arguably more opulent. His eyes, filled with icy disdain, betrayed a fury as he pointed and thundered. I demand to know why you cast me towards that monster. I nearly perished. Do you even know who I am? I am Fang Zhi, son of the Duke who pacifies the nation. Each word was wrenched from his throat. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. They realized that the man who roared like thunder was indeed the son of a Duke. The Duke who pacifies the nation. Someone exclaimed, eyes widening in awe. The surrounding people focused their attention on him, assuming he was a formidable figure. They inquired, who is he? The person hesitated, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. I don't know. The others rolled their eyes, retorting, then why are you shouting? The person scratched the back of their head, sheepishly explaining. The name just sounds really impressive, so I couldn't help myself. Someone else called out in confusion. Wait, who is he? Fang Zhi? I've never heard of him. Fang Zhi's face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. His father was a renowned general, personally ennobled by the emperor as the Duke who pacifies the nation. Yet these commoners did not recognize him. Seeing the woman's silence, he scowled, venting his pent-up rage. Answer me. Speak. Zhuo Qianming cast a sidelong glance, uttering a single, chilling word. Death. Instantly, an icy wave of energy surged forth, encasing the man in a thick layer of frost. With a resounding crash, he shattered into countless pieces. The others who had contemplated seeking vengeance against Zhuo Qianming recoiled, their faces etched with terror, and dared not utter another word. The onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines. To kill so readily, this woman was truly ruthless. Who is this woman? Someone whispered. She's Zhuo Qianming, the foremost disciple of the left Taoist. A collective gasp arose. It's her, a cultivator of the transformation realm. Everyone was seized by a chill of fear. Even the demons felt a sense of dread in her presence. Her aura was unsettling, permeated with energy. Being near her evoked a sense of unease, as if a cold draft was constantly nipping at the back of one's neck. Coupled with her taciturn nature, her penchant for bloodshed, and the aura of malice that clung to her, they instinctively kept their distance. Zhuo Qianming turned and strode forward. Dongfang Qingsong followed closely behind, his brow furrowed. This woman is not to be trifled with, he mused. Zhao Wenchong, witnessing Zhuo Qianming's departure, felt a chill in his heart. This woman is terrifying. Yuan Wanqian added. Do you think she's ill? Her eyes and lips are darker than an old crone's. Something. She's like a monster. Fang Yuan. Perhaps we should take another route and avoid her. As he spoke, Yuan Wanqian glanced furtively at her receding figure, shivering involuntarily. Dongfang Qingsong remained silent, proceeding forward. He inwardly chuckled at their ignorance. It was precisely the darkness of her lips and eyes that signified the density of energy within her. If he were not mistaken, she possessed the rare extreme body, imbued with potent energy. The attack she had just unleashed was a manifestation of this energy, a chilling force indeed. This woman is truly formidable, he concluded. They arrived at a gorge, thick with black miasma and exuding an eerie mystique. Zhao Wenchong gulped, his neck retracting slightly. This terrain, viewed from below, resembles a chasm, as if a sword has cleaved it in two. If it were naturally formed, it would be a masterpiece of nature. Hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong gazed upwards. It was indeed as Zhao Wenchang had described, a testament to nature's artistry. If a sword had truly split the mountain in twain, the power required would be unimaginable. The depths of the gorge echoed with the howling of wind, sending shivers down their spines. Despite knowing that the sound was caused by the dense air currents, it resembled the wails of infants, unsettling their hearts and raising goosebumps on their skin. As Dongfang Qingsong traversed the gorge, he noticed countless white bones lining the mountain sides, accumulated along the path. The bones were draped in tattered clothing, rustling in the wind. The sight of these skeletal remains led them to speculate about the events that had transpired here, resulting in such a multitude of corpses. Fortunately, their journey through the gorge was uneventful. Upon reaching the end, they discovered a vast collection of enormous, desiccated white cocoons suspended above them, adorned with irregular, yellowish patterns. As if they had been dried for eons, the cocoons swayed in the wind, threatening to fall at any moment. What is this peculiar white cocoon? A person, driven by curiosity, stepped forward, poised to touch it, only to be halted by Dongfang Qingsong. Do not touch it. The individual paused, turning to him with a look of bewilderment. Such a large, desiccated cocoon could harbor something perilous. Upon hearing this, the person scoffed. Esteemed friend, this cocoon appears utterly barren. Even if it contains something, the creature within has likely long since become a desiccated husk. With a calculating gaze, the person stroked their chin, avarice gleaming in their eyes. If the contents were extracted, they would constitute a relic from antiquity, undoubtedly worth a considerable sum in spirit crystals. Upon hearing this, a wave of avarice washed over the crowd, igniting a fervent longing. The sight of the pristine, withered cocoon conjured images of a vast trove of spirit crystals. Indeed, an ancient cocoon, brought forth unscathed, could fetch a handsome price. One individual, running their hand over the coarse, uneven surface of the cocoon, sensed its extraordinary nature. What manner of being could have gestated within? The old Taoist murmured, astonishment etched upon his face. Some, unable to contain their impatience, brandished blades, eager to pierce the cocoon's surface and unveil its secrets. Observing this, Dongfang Qingsong subtly furrowed his brow and retreated into the throng, disinclined to linger. Words were futile, and their fate was of no concern to him, especially after he had issued his warning. With that, Dongfang Qingsong prepared to venture down another path. Zhao Wenchang and his companions also entertained the notion of claiming a few cocoons for themselves. However, upon noticing Dongfang Qingsong's departure, they reluctantly abandoned their endeavor and followed him. Previously, by adhering to his guidance near the river, Zhao Wenchang and his party had narrowly avoided succumbing to temptation and being slain by the aquatic monstrosities lurking beneath. Most of those present were consumed by a desire to seize all the cocoons. A scant few chose to depart, recognizing the inherent danger in tampering with such eerie objects. Beside him, Ao Shuang nudged Wu Qianming. Young master, shall we acquire some as well? I sense that these cocoons are no ordinary objects. Perhaps they could be fashioned into a suit of enchanted armor. Zhuo Qianming cast a pensive glance at the departing figures of Dongfang Qingsong and his retinue. After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged the cocoon's exceptional nature. Yet, they exuded an unsettling aura. Moreover, he was keenly aware that the perils within the emperor's tomb often stemmed from meddling with forbidden objects. With resolve, he turned and declared, "Let us depart." Ao Shuang, visibly taken aback, followed closely behind her young master, a hint of melancholy in her gaze. A group of individuals exerted their strength, tugging vigorously at the cocoons. As they pulled, they shook the cocoons, exclaiming in amazement, "There truly is something inside." With a resounding thud, a cocoon was dislodged. The individual carefully lowered it to the ground, noting that the thick, rope-like strands connecting the cocoon still retained a moist texture. However, consumed by curiosity and greed, he dismissed this detail. Seizing a blade, he sliced open the cocoon's surface with a decisive flourish. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he pried it open, displaying remarkable audacity. He plunged his hand inside, seemingly unconcerned that some creature might sever his limb. Suddenly, his expression froze, his face contorted in astonishment. How peculiar. The exterior is arid, yet the interior is remarkably moist and viscous. His words elicited gasps of surprise. Despite the cocoon's age, its contents remained alive. The individual proceeded to laboriously tear open the half-person-sized cocoon, revealing its contents. The sight that greeted him filled him with regret. His face paled. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the cocoon's contents. Frozen in the act of opening the cocoon, he was met with inquiries from the surrounding crowd. What lies within? The individual's lips trembled, his throat constricted as if something were lodged within, preventing him from uttering a single word. Impatient, the others brandished their blades, eager to unveil the cocoon's secret, the sight that had so thoroughly unnerved him. The moment the cocoon was breached, the onlookers stood transfixed. Like the first, they were frozen in place. Within moments, some, unable to bear the sight, experienced a violent spasm in their stomachs. With a retching sound, they vomited. With a soft thud, the cocoon's contents slid out. At this sight, those poised to open more cocoons were struck dumb, their eyes widening to an impossible degree, their mouths agape. Inside, it's a person. In quick succession, The cocoons released their contents, creating a domino effect. A wave of acrid stench filled the air, inducing nausea. Some of the younger men, who had previously plunged their hands into the cocoons, recoiled in horror, their faces ashen as they withdrew their hands, now coated in a viscous black blood that emitted an unbearable odor. They doubled over, retching. The cocoon's occupants were naked, their flesh mangled, with glimpses of bone visible in places. They were contorted into grotesque, fetal positions. It was as if they had been digested within the cocoons. Ah! A man cried out in anguish, pointing a trembling finger at a woman emerging from a cocoon, his voice laced with despair. That is my senior sister. His senior sister's flesh had begun to separate from her bones, her body ravaged. Only her face, still intact, offered a means of identification. Some recognized the woman as Su Qianqian of the Luli sect, once renowned as one of the sect's most beautiful women. Now, she had met her demise within this cocoon. Senior sister, the man wailed, embracing the mangled remains, his body racked with sobs. Amid the crowd, others cried out in shock, recognizing members of the Myriad Beasts sect, the Spirit Sword sect, the Azure Cloud sect, and the Joyous Union sect. How had they all perished within these cocoons? Witnessing the carnage, the assembled crowd gasped for breath. Their faces contorted in fear. They bore the marks of a horrific assault, their expressions frozen in agony. Where are we? They cried, their eyes darting about in terror. There were only cocoons and bloodied corpses. None dared to look up. Drip, drip, drip. A viscous, foul-smelling liquid splattered upon the crowd. Instinctively, they tilted their heads back. A wave of terror washed over them, their scalps prickling, a chill running down their spines. What is that? A cultivator stammered, his body trembling. His eyes wide with fear as he pointed a shaking finger towards the ceiling, his voice a terrified shriek. Chapter 75. My goodness. This is astonishing. Above them, a dark expanse glimmered with green light, staring down at them. Suddenly, it blinked, resembling an eye. The crowd was paralyzed with fear, too terrified to breathe or even blink. They could distinctly hear each other's anxious breaths. Almost immediately, the mountaintop above them began to tremble incessantly. Boom. A colossal figure crashed to the ground, startling everyone. Its massive form could only be observed by tilting their heads back to look up. The creature was covered in a thick coat of black fur, with countless long, segmented legs standing in a bizarre, twisted posture. The previously seen mass of eerie green was now revealed to be its eyes. What on earth is this monstrous entity? Sporting so many eyes? It's utterly terrifying. Is there a head growing on an eye? Someone screamed in horror, retreating several steps from the dreadful creature. Others stood frozen, mumbling in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Almost immediately, some quick-witted individuals had already fled. Those who were slower, however, were consumed by the creature. Its sticky threads were overwhelmingly strong. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled to escape. The eerie cries echoed throughout the once tranquil space, rising and falling in a haunting cacophony. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qingcong and his companions had not gone far when they heard the screams from behind. Zhao Wenchong shivered, turning back with a gulp of anxiety. What has happened? Dongfang Qingcong turned to look, his brow furrowed, instinctively knowing that something terrible had occurred behind them. Otherwise, such chilling screams would not have pierced the air. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, not glancing back. Seeing their companions sprinting ahead, the others quickly followed suit, racing ahead with fervor. Before long, the panicked group caught up with Dongfang Qingcong's company. Their faces were pale with terror, their expressions frantic, their clothes smeared with blood, some stains already dried to a dark crimson, while others continued to ooze. Witnessing their state, Zhao Wenchong felt an intensifying dread, his lips trembling as he asked, "Fellow cultivators, what has transpired behind us?" To his dismay, one of them wailed in despair, "Run. There is a monster behind us. Everyone is dead." Before Zhao Wenchong could process this, a tremendous rumbling erupted from behind. A terrifying creature emerged before them. Dongfang Qingcong, leading the charge, turned to see what it was, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is this creature? The others were equally disinterested in discovering its identity. They fled with all their might. Some rode on flying swords, while others stood upon various magical flying artifacts, speeding away. Meanwhile, Yuan Wanxian, who had remained silent for a long time, was now filled with dread. "It's a stinging spider," Yuan Wanxian stammered, unable to believe his eyes. "I never imagined that ancient ferocious beasts still exist today." "What is that?" inquired one of his companions. "Is it also a monster?" At this point, Dongfang Qingcong had no idea what it was. He had never seen anything like it. "It is not a type of monster," Yuan Wanxian gasped, explaining with urgency, "Ferocious beasts differ from monsters. Their thoughts are solely rooted in brutal predation, akin to the fiercest, most savage tiger in the mountains. Unlike monsters, which can develop intelligence and even shape-shift given enough time to cultivate, ferocious beasts cannot." At this, the group understood. Ferocious beasts are distinct from monsters, two separate species. The stinging spider behind them was moving at an alarming speed, its legs rapidly alternating as it charged towards them. With each landing, the ground trembled violently. Whoosh! The stinging spider spat out sticky silk, ensnaring the person next to Yuan Wanqian. The individual felt an overwhelming force, losing control of his body, and was propelled backward like an arrow shot from a bow. Seeing this, the stinging spider swiftly maneuvered its legs, rolling the unfortunate soul into a ball. With a squeeze, he emitted a blood-curdling scream. The entire process was seamless. It was then that everyone realized the countless cocoons surrounding them were the creature's stored food. Yuan Wanqian watched, horrified, as the person who had just spoken to him vanished in the blink of an eye. In a state of panic, he ran while Chapter 76, a battle against the stinging demon spider. Fortunately, the stinging demon spider did not aim lower. However, upon seeing its silk fail to adhere to them, it snapped immediately. Its myriad eyes widened in astonishment, for it had never missed its mark in all its years of hunting. It resolved to target their heads, daring them to withstand a direct hit. But now, everyone was at a loss. Their protective garments were rendered useless, as the beast aimed solely for their heads. Another group of people perished at the hands of the stinging demon spider. From over 1,000, their numbers dwindled to less than 100. Dongfang Qingsong, his expression fraught with anxiety, sped ahead of the group. Behind him, Zhuo Qianming levitated a corpse clad in armor. She rushed forward, seizing Dongfang Qingsong and forcefully pulling him back. Dongfang Qingsong's face contorted in alarm. A dreadful premonition flashed through his mind, controlled by Zhuo Qianming. The corpse grabbed Dongfang Qingsong's arm and hurled him like a cannonball towards the stinging demon spider. Damn it, why does this woman always throw people around? He snarled, his voice laced with fury. I'll get my hands on her one day. From that moment, a seed of vengeance was planted in Dongfang Qingsong's heart. Zhuo Qianming didn't even glance at him as she continued her escape. Fellow Taoist Fang Yuan, Zhao Wenchang and others cried out. But more corpses appeared, flinging those ahead of Dongfang Qingsong backward. The sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. The woman was ruthless, sacrificing others as bait to save herself. Why bother with such thoughts? Just escape while you can. Blame it on their misfortune, someone coldly remarked. A woman, her eyes filled with dread, glanced at Zhuo Qianming's retreating figure, saying with lingering fear, after we get out of here, we should keep our distance from that woman. It's best not to travel with her. Or who knows who will be the next to die. Dongfang Qingsong, Zhao Wenjua, and the others crashed down before the stinging demon spider. Yuan Wanqian, his eyes filled with venom, glared at the fleeing Zhuo Qianming, roaring, you ugly hag. When I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. Upon seeing the group, the stinging demon spider shuddered violently, emitting a deafening roar. The roar reverberated through the air, causing violent tremors. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their ears, as if their eardrums were about to shatter. Brother Zhao, what do we do? Yuan Wanqian asked, his face filled with terror. What else can we do? We fight together, or we all die. With that, they charged forward, unleashing their hidden powers. A variety of magical artifacts were deployed, all aimed at the stinging demon spider. For a moment, the artifacts rained down upon it, creating a dazzling display of light and sound. However, their attacks did little to harm the stinging demon spider. Aside from the noise, they seemed to have no effect. In the midst of their assault, they suffered more casualties. Zhao Wenjua, caught off guard, was impaled in the lower abdomen by the stinging demon spider's foreleg. He groaned, blood gushing from the wound, staining his robes crimson. His face contorted with rage. He slammed his fist into the nearby wall. With a thud, a fist-shaped indentation appeared on the wall. As his arm fell, a vivid bloodstain resembling a plum blossom adorned the wall. If this cursed place hadn't suppressed my cultivation to the early life spring stage, you beast wouldn't stand a chance. Zhao Wenjua cursed, his eyes bloodshot. As he spoke, a beam of light emanated from his palm, revealing an ancient dagger. His eyes widened, and he seized the opportunity during the stinging demon spider's engagement with the other rogue cultivators. Ah! He roared, mustering all his strength, and hurled the ancient dagger. The dagger pierced through the air, creating ripples in its wake. However, the stinging demon spider reacted swiftly, spitting out a strand of silk that precisely pinned the dagger to the opposite wall. Zhao Wenjua stared in disbelief. How could this be? Its reaction is so fast. Dongfang Qingsong, moving like a phantom, evaded the stinging demon spider's attacks while observing its range. Then, he disengaged from the battle, watching them fight the stinging demon spider. It seems this thing has tough skin, Dongfang Qingsong said. So many people attacking it at once, and it hasn't even lost a layer of skin. Zhao Wenjua and the others used all their skills, but still couldn't inflict any damage. At this rate, they would all die. Zhao Wenjua, clutching his bleeding abdomen, turned to Dongfang Qingsong and asked urgently, fellow Taoist Fang Yuan, do you have any ideas? Dongfang Qingsong's expression was grave, his eyes flickering. The stinging demon spider relied on silk and its sharp legs to attack. If they could get under its abdomen, it couldn't use its silk or stab with its legs. But even if they could avoid the attacks, how could they kill it? Dongfang Qingsong pondered. They had powerful magical artifacts, but none of them had harmed it. That's it. Dongfang Qingsong's eyes lit up, and he shouted, hold it back for me. I have a plan. Zhao Wenjua tore his clothes and tightly wrapped the wound on his abdomen. Gritting his teeth, he said, all right. Then, everyone covered Dongfang Qingsong. In the meantime, they suffered casualties. Yuan Wanqian, unable to dodge, was pierced by the stinging demon spider's sharp legs, his body riddled with holes, and he died a gruesome death. Zhao Wenjue and the others fought with bloodshot eyes, attacking the stinging demon spider relentlessly. But in the end, they were all skewered like candied haws. Only Zhao Wenjue and a few others were still protecting Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang Qingsong dodged and weaved, finally reaching the area beneath its abdomen. Fellow Taoist Fang Yuan, kill it. His judgment was correct. The stinging demon spider couldn't attack its underside. He retrieved the broken sword from the Dragon Palace from his sea of bitterness. Let's see how sharp this sword is. I'll use you to test it today. As he spoke, the sword seemed to be possessed, and a tangible, intense killing intent erupted from the blade, swirling around it. The sight caused Zhao Wenjue and the others to forget their injuries, staring blankly at the sword. The stinging demon spider sensed a terrifying aura beneath it. Its numerous legs moved erratically, as if it wanted to escape. But it was too late. Dongfang Qingsong twisted his wrist and swung the sword upward, cleaving through its body. The sword easily sliced through the stinging demon spider's tough hide, splitting its entire body in two. Zhao Wenjue and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! We fought tooth and nail, using every means possible, suffering countless casualties, and couldn't do anything to this stinging demon spider, but he killed it with a single strike. Chapter 77. Indeed, money should not be laid bare soon after. Zhao Wenjue and his companions exchanged glances imbued with a strange expression, silently agreeing with a nod. The long knife in his hand was of exceptional quality. If acquired, it would provide a means to confront such terrifying entities encountered along their journey. Ultimately, Dongfang Qingsong remained an outsider. Given the presence of such a precious artifact, it was only natural for them to covet it for themselves. It is often said that money should not be casually exposed. Indeed, when faced with absolute interests, human nature fails to withstand the test. Although Zhao Wenjue and his companions were severely injured, they still believed themselves capable of dealing with Fang Yuan, who appeared to be a mere delicate figure. Observing their somber expressions, Dongfang Qingsong discerned their intent to take his life. Zhao Wenjue, maintaining a semblance of politeness, remarked, "Fang Yuan, my friend, I apologize. Although you have saved us twice, if you simply leave the long knife in your possession and depart, we shall not harm you." To this, Dongfang Qingsong let out a cold laugh, asking, "What if I refuse?" As he spoke, he subtly rotated the long knife in his hand, its blade reflecting a blinding cold light. Zhao Wenjue's expression turned fierce, his gaze darkening. "Then you shall die." Clearly, had he not presented this precious artifact, perhaps they could have negotiated. Now, however, they sought to kill him and seize his treasure. Dongfang Qingsong's eyes radiated disdain as he shook his head, sneering, "Ah, the human race reveals its true character. No matter how eloquently they speak, in the end, they still wish to kill and plunder." Zhao Wenjue, finding the words dull, retorted, "It seems you speak as though you were not of the human race. Since that is the case, do not blame us." He furtively glanced at his companions, signaling them to prepare for an attack. "You are alone, you are no match for us. Even with our powers suppressed to the early stages of the life spring realm, you have no chance." Dongfang Qingsong responded with a cold laugh. "Ha ha." Zhao Wenjue was baffled, unable to comprehend how one facing death could still find amusement. Infuriated, he demanded, "What are you laughing at?" With a condescending smile, Dongfang Qingsong replied, "If you were cultivators of the soul realm or spirit realm, perhaps I would be wary. But now, your powers are suppressed to the early stages of the life spring." Zhao Wenjue scoffed, dismissing the notion that Fang Yuan possessed such strength. "So what?" Dongfang Qingsong declared. "Then let me bid you farewell." His eyes glinted with murderous intent, and as his voice fell, he swung the long knife towards Zhao Wenjue and his companions. The blade soared high, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, its fierce momentum seeming to threaten the very fabric of existence. In response, Zhao Wenjue and his companions hastily drew their own treasures to counterattack. Yet, the battle grew increasingly arduous for Zhao Wenjue. Their severe injuries, compounded by the suppression of their powers, rendered them incapable of unleashing their full potential. Witnessing Dongfang Qingsong's adept killing techniques, each strike exuded a chilling force, compelling him to evade. Stunned by Dongfang Qingsong's prowess, Zhao Wenjue thought, how could he be so different from what was previously stated? Claiming he was not adept at killing was a blatant falsehood. Zhao Wenjue was sent flying by a kick from Dongfang Qingsong, gasping for breath as blood surged from his abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain. Fang Yuan truly conceals his depths. Holding the long knife, Dongfang Qingsong approached Zhao Wenjue with icy determination. He raised the knife and brought it down with force, splattering the remnants of blood from the tattered blade onto the ground, leaving a long, crimson trail. Around him lay several severed corpses, blood steadily pooling from their wounds. Now, only Zhao Wenjue remained, desperately holding on against the advancing Dongfang Qingsong. Fear surging within him, he feigned calm and asked, "Fang Yuan, do you truly intend to kill me?" Zhao Wenjue was genuinely astonished by his formidable strength. Dongfang Qingsong smirked, taunting him, "Did you not wish to kill me? Where did that bravado vanish?" Feeling deeply apprehensive of Dongfang Qingsong's abilities, Zhao Wenjue hesitated, nervously inquiring, The individuals who emerged were utterly unwilling to continue following this deranged woman any further. They decisively allowed her and her companion to proceed ahead, lest they encounter her again and lose their lives without cause. In the rear, a silhouette materialized before the assembly, emerging from the direction of the venomous arachnid. Their visages were etched with disbelief and profound astonishment, faced with a savage beast of such formidable physical prowess and devoid of reason. Coupled with the restrictive enchantments of this locale, even a multitude would be rendered impotent. Yet, this individual had traversed the gauntlet unscathed, igniting an astounding notion within their minds. A voice, laced with incredulity, echoed from the throng. "Did you slay the venomous arachnid?" With a scowl etched upon his countenance, Oriental Bluefield disdained to acknowledge the query. His sole preoccupation lay in ascertaining the whereabouts of Zhuo Qianming, for only her demise could satiate his wrath. It was not due to any petty disposition on his part, but rather an inherent intolerance. The bloodline of the golden-horned dragon, in particular, was sacrosanct. Any entity that posed a threat to his existence was to be eradicated without exception, lest they become a future impediment. This tenet was indispensable for one who had lived 2 lives as a human and 1 as a demon. To ensure survival, ruthlessness was paramount and must be steadfastly adhered to. While he would reciprocate the slightest kindness with profound gratitude, he would exact retribution for even the most trivial offense. Oriental Bluefield's expression darkened, his youthful features contorted with fury, his voice strained. "Where's the woman clad in black and her diminutive familiar?" he demanded, his tone guttural. However, some, emboldened by their inability to confront the crazed woman, saw an opportunity to vent their frustrations upon the seemingly defenseless youth. They seized upon this chance to unleash the pent-up resentment they had harbored since their encounter with Zhuo Qianming, their craven nature laid bare. They assailed him with accusations. A burly man bellowed, "Why did you not unleash your power sooner? Do you comprehend the number of lives lost because of your inaction?" A female cultivator, her frame racked with sobs, lamented, "My sister was slain by the savage beast. Had you intervened earlier, she would not have perished at the hands of that creature." Her eyes were swollen and brimming with tears, eliciting sympathy from those around her. "Indeed, it is your fault. Had it not been for you, they would still be alive." The journey had been fraught with peril. Comrades who had entered the imperial mausoleum together were now either deceased or scattered, and their whereabouts remained unknown. All that remained were these individuals, adept only at empty rhetoric and devoid of genuine ability. Oriental Bluefield scoffed at their absurd accusations. "What is your fate to me? Am I to be your guardian, shepherding you along the way?" None seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Since their descent into the imperial mausoleum, Oriental Bluefield had never coerced them into following him. On the contrary, he had even cautioned them about the peculiar white cocoons left behind by the venomous arachnid. By all accounts, his actions had been benevolent. Yet, these craven individuals, oblivious to their peril, dared to direct their animosity toward Oriental Bluefield, failing to realize that they had chosen the wrong target, provoking a formidable adversary. Enraged by Oriental Bluefield's words, the assembly trembled. A man, his face contorted with fury, pointed a trembling finger at Oriental Bluefield, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Why you? Oriental Bluefield's gaze sharpened, his voice laced with icy menace. "Then I shall personally escort you to join them." With that, he seized the speaker by the throat. Against Oriental Bluefield's overwhelming might, the man was powerless. Akin to a defenseless chick, his eyes widened in terror, his pupils constricting. He stammered, "Mercy." Snap! Before the horrified eyes of the onlookers, Oriental Bluefield snapped the man's neck, his lifeless body slumping to the ground. The assembly was stunned. A mere youth, barely 18 years of age, possessed such ruthless brutality. He had taken a life with impunity. A palpable aura of dread emanated from Oriental Bluefield, his chilling gaze inspiring trepidation. What do you intend to do?" A shrill voice quivered. "I am of the Myriad Beast sect. If you slay me, my master will not spare you upon your return." Others joined in the outcry. "The Spirit Sword sect shall not let you escape, nor shall the Azure Cloud sect. If you slay me, the Harmonious Union sect shall tear you limb from limb and leave your corpse to the carrion beasts, even if you flee to the ends of the earth. The Grand Void Immortal Gate will find you. Depart at once if you wish to live." They invoked the names of their respective sects, hoping to intimidate him. Yet, Oriental Bluefield remained unfazed, instead erupting in uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. His reaction bewildered the crowd. Why did he laugh? Ceasing his mirth, Oriental Bluefield's gaze pierced through them, his voice laced with chilling malice. "Spare me? When have you ever shown me such mercy? Excellent. I have long sought you. Now, you have delivered yourselves to me." His eyes were bloodshot, his voice dripping with venom. He had merely intended to dispatch a few instigators to vent his frustration, but it seemed that he had stumbled upon a gathering of old adversaries. The memory of being hunted relentlessly by their sect leaders in the Black Desolation domain resurfaced, and the bitterness of that experience had lingered until now. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. "All of you shall perish." Seeing his demeanor, the assembly trembled with apprehension, an unsettling premonition gripping their hearts. What do you intend to do? Although our cultivation is suppressed here, do not forget that we outnumber you. Oriental Bluefield scoffed, unimpressed. Numbers are of little consequence. You are merely a rabble. Their faces contorted with rage. What did you say? Boy, watch your tongue. Do not forget that your cultivation is also suppressed. Before they could launch their assault, the heavens underwent a sudden transformation. The once clear sky was swiftly engulfed by storm clouds. Ominous clouds, resembling monstrous beasts, churned and roared across the firmament. Thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning, like silver dragons, danced within the clouds, unleashing deafening peals. The sheer magnitude and terror of the spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all present, their faces etched with fear. What is this? Someone shrieked, gazing skyward. Chapter 79. Convergence of the 5 Paragon Scions and Sanuses. Subsequently, their terrified gazes landed squarely on Dongfang Qingsong. At this moment, he was akin to a thunder god incarnate, his entire being radiating with crackling lightning. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of esoteric art is this? It actually makes my heart palpitate. The aura of this lightning. It's truly terrifying. This lad can wield lightning magic with such finesse. Truly remarkable. The crowd exclaimed in a cacophony of voices. Some were so intimidated by the terrifying aura that their legs grew weak, and beads of sweat trickled down their faces. The sheer power of this esoteric art left many gasping for breath. Dongfang Qingsong channeled his physical power to its zenith. The lightning energy around him surged like a raging torrent, ceaselessly battering the surrounding air and creating immense shockwaves. Every muscle was taut, and the veins in his neck bulged like writhing earthworms snaking up to his cheeks. He roared skyward, his voice reverberating through the heavens. His eyes blazed with lightning, which crackled around their corners. The cataclysmic power of the thunder, like an unleashed ancient dragon, descended upon them with overwhelming force. Boom! A deafening explosion threatened to tear the very fabric of reality. Countless individuals had no time to defend themselves and were instantly engulfed by the terrifying power. In an instant, the ground was littered with countless corpses, blood gurgling across the ground, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Meanwhile, the demons in the distance were utterly flabbergasted. Having parted ways with the humans after fleeing the venomous spider demons, the two races had gone their separate ways. With no immediate danger, they had naturally chosen to separate. A demon hiding behind a rock gaped at the scene, his eyes wide with disbelief. This human brat's esoteric art is truly fearsome. I certainly couldn't withstand that kind of power. To unleash such power under these restrictions. This human's talent is truly terrifying, another demon stammered, his voice filled with awe. Can you two keep it down? A burly, ox-like demon hissed, his eyes like brass bells, glaring at them. If we're discovered, we're doomed. Oh no, he's found us. The demons trembled, their faces ashen. He's not going to silence us, is he? The demons' eyes were wide with terror. In that brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through their minds. They had witnessed the human youth ruthlessly slaughtering his own kind. As demons, their fate was even more uncertain. Even Dongfang Qingsong's casual glance sent shivers down their spines. Dongfang Qingsong had noticed them, but out of a sense of shared kinship, he had refrained from killing them. He merely glanced at them before preparing to leave. However, as he took his first step, a demon suddenly called out to him. The woman you mentioned earlier, she went that way. He pointed in a specific direction. Another demon immediately covered his mouth, pulling him backward. Are you courting death? The first demon wrestled free. Don't worry. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done so already. It's not a bad idea to make a friend. We might need his help someday. The ox demon conceded the point but felt uneasy about seeking help from a human. Dongfang Qingsong glanced in the direction indicated by the demon and walked away without a word. As he departed, the ox demon heaved a sigh of relief. Judging by his aura, this person's strength is only at the Bittersea realm, but his presence, it's truly terrifying. Meanwhile, elsewhere, amidst a landscape of magma-encircled mountains. Here, the air shimmered with heat, as if within a colossal furnace. The paragons and sanuses from the 5 most powerful sects in the eastern region, the Azure Cloud sect, the Grand Void Immortal Gate, the Joyous Union sect, the Spirit Sword sect, and the Myriad Beast sect, had gathered. They stood poised, their gazes wary. In the heart of the magma, a heaven-born fire lotus stood before them, its petals unfurled like flames, and its whole form flickered with sparks. From afar, it appeared to be a celestial fire. The fire lotus contained boundless fire-attributed spiritual power that surged outwards in waves. Hua Xianer of the Joyous Union sect was drenched in sweat, which trickled down her face. Her clothes clung to her skin, accentuating her figure. Her face was somber, and her peach blossom eyes flashed with coldness. Whoever dares to snatch this fire lotus will incur the wrath of the Joyous Union sect. She was only a step away from the lotus, but was blocked by the others. A refined young man in white robes, holding a white fan adorned with a black leaf character, spoke with a smile. Fairy Xianer, I believe this fire lotus is incompatible with your sect's cultivation methods. Perhaps it would be better to entrust it to the Grand Void Immortal Gate. We will certainly compensate you handsomely. A boisterous voice suddenly interrupted. Jiang Yeching. If you want the fire lotus, just say so. Why pretend to be a gentleman? None of you can have it. This fire lotus is perfect for enhancing my battle beast's strength. His cloud-stepping beast roared, its maw wide open. as expected of Chao Yuan's battle beast. What imposing power! Exclaimed Xiao Tian of the Spirit Sword sect, visibly impressed. Chao Yuan, pleased by the recognition, boasted, "Indeed, this is a cloud-stepping beast. My father spent years searching for its egg to hatch it. You won't find another like it in the eastern region." He stroked the beast's head. A deep voice then resonated, "Xiao Tian, Chao Yuan, Hua Xianer, Jiang Yeqing, you are all paragons of this generation. I won't waste words. Will you yield the Fire Lotus or not?" Chapter 80, the life or death struggle for the Fire Lotus. Upon hearing his words, Chao Yuan furrowed his brow tightly and exclaimed with anger, "Lin Shu Yuan, it seems you were seeking a beating." Xiao Tian could not help but scoff. "Your words are truly audacious." Lin Shu Yuan of the Bixia sect disdainfully remarked, "How long do you intend to waste time here? Instead of squandering precious moments, we should swiftly seize this Fire Lotus to prevent further complications." As he spoke, the muscles on his face twitched violently, his eyes blazing with fury. "If it weren't for your foolishness in believing that Enchantress's lies about treasures in that cursed place, our entire Bixiao sect would not have perished in the lair of the stinging demon spider." He stomped his foot in frustration, causing the gravel beneath to tremble. "None of you can shirk responsibility for this." The crowd fell into a brief silence, realizing they had been deceived by the Enchantress's one-sided tale, leading their sect to its doom in the lair of the stinging demon spider. Had it not been for their formidable cultivation and special treasures, they would have perished as well. Chao Yuan's face darkened with rage. "If I find that Enchantress, I will definitely kill her." All five had fallen prey to her deceit. In their desperate escape, they had inadvertently stumbled upon this place, which turned out to be a naturally occurring fire vein, where a fire lotus had blossomed. Its petals flickered like flames, shedding sparks with each tremor. While the group seethed with hatred towards the Enchantress, Jiang Yicheng quietly activated the Great Void technique, his figure twisting and vanishing in space. When he reappeared, his hand was poised to grasp the fire lotus. The others' expressions changed dramatically. The closest to the Fire Lotus, Hua Xianer, reacted first. With a light tap of her toes, she vanished from her spot. Just as Jiang Yicheng's hand was about to touch the Fire Lotus, he caught a glimpse of a smooth, long leg aimed at him from the corner of his eye. His pupils constricted, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. His brow furrowed in anger as he shouted, "Hua Xianer!" The five young masters of the sect eyed the Fire Lotus hungrily, unwilling to yield. What could they do? They would fight. In an instant, the five of them engaged in a fierce battle. The ground shook and the magma erupted like a fountain, hot waves rippling through their garments. The space beneath their feet shimmered with powerful energy, threatening to shatter at any moment. Such celestial might was truly terrifying. Despite the restrictions in place, they could still unleash such formidable power. The conflict intensified, with injuries mounting on all sides. As they fought fiercely, gradually forgetting about the Fire Lotus, a lithe shadow darted among them like an afterimage, causing the five to pause in astonishment. What had just zipped past? When they regained their senses and looked toward the Fire Lotus, they discovered it had vanished without a trace. Fury seized them all. They charged towards the mysterious figure, only to realize it was the very Enchantress who had lured them into the lair of the stinging demon spider. Clad in a flowing red garment and veiled by a thin gauze, she was indeed the one. "You." Jiang Yicheng's expression darkened. He immediately activated the Great Void technique, tearing through space before reappearing directly in front of the Enchantress. Although her face was obscured, the panic in her eyes was unmistakable. Caught off guard, she was struck in the chest by Jiang Yicheng's palm, blood spilling from her lips. He expected her to abandon the Fire Lotus and flee. After all, not everyone could withstand such a blow. Yet, her response was beyond his expectations. Despite the agonizing pain, she staggered and continued to flee desperately. Jiang Yicheng's expression turned icy. "Do you think you can escape?" He pursued her using the Great Void technique once more, but this time he was taken aback. The Enchantress suddenly changed direction, darting away towards another path. Jiang Yicheng missed his mark, his countenance darkening. The Enchantress had discerned a flaw in the Great Void technique. Before activating it, one must tear open the void, allowing her to predict his position at that critical moment. It must be said, she was indeed clever. However, just when she believed she had evaded capture, she was confronted by Xiao Tian, who stood with a sword in hand, exuding an aura of lethal intent like a deity of death. With a cold gaze, he thrust his sword toward her, the sound of slicing air piercing the silence. Having just evaded Jiang Yicheng, she was caught off guard, unable to dodge the strike aimed at her left shoulder. The blade plunged in with a sickening sound, blood gushing from the wound and staining her garment a deeper shade of crimson. "Yet you do not surrender." Xiao Tian seethed, rage evident in his eyes. The Enchantress gritted her teeth, defiantly gripping the sword embedded in her shoulder. Without hesitation, she yanked it free, blood spraying in the process. Xiao Tian was taken aback, astonished by her ruthlessness to survive. Regrettably, no matter how agile she was, she could not escape the combined pursuit of the five saintly figures from the major sects of the Eastern Domain. They surrounded her, their expressions mocking, as if toying with her. With her back against a searing rock wall, the Enchantress glared at them with eyes filled with hatred. The intensity of her gaze unnerved the five, resembling that of a vengeful foe. Yet, they knew not who she was. Why the animosity toward them? Little demon, if you know what's good for you, release the fire lotus at once, or face a fate worse than death. Hua Xin'er commanded. Why waste words on her? Kill her and be done with it. That fire lotus belongs to me. Chao Yuan shouted. Treading cloud beast, tear her apart. The treading cloud beast lunged forward, its jaws wide open. The other's expression shifted drastically as they exclaimed, you cannot take the fire lotus. In an instant, all 5 charged at the enchantress. Sensing the imminent danger, she witnessed this deadly scene unfold. Instantly, she summoned all her demonic energy. A wave of pure, blazing flame erupted from her form, spreading rapidly in all directions. The intense heat engulfed the surroundings, creating ripples in the very fabric of space, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. The 5 fortunately, among the 5 great saints. The saintess was already injured, otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether she could have escaped at all. Chapter 81. The emergence of the Demon Emperor's remains. Dongfang Qingsong's expression darkened with murderous intent as he pursued the figure of Zhuo Qianming. Along their journey, Zhuo Qianming and Ao Shuang arrived at a desolate area, steeped in a suffocating aura of death. The entire sky was shrouded in a pall of lifelessness, and thick fog obscured their vision, making everything around them appear vague. From the sights before her, Zhuo Qianming could surmise that this was undoubtedly the burial site of the Demon Emperor. Having dealt with corpses for many years, Zhuo Qianming was acutely sensitive to the essence of death. One could question her strength, but her expertise was beyond reproach. With cautious steps, she advanced, her gaze scanning the surroundings, unaware of the potential dangers lurking near the remains of the Demon Emperor. Suddenly, she halted, inexplicably frozen in place. Her eyes glazed as she gazed upward. Even Ao Shuang appeared taken aback, her mouth agape, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Just then, Dongfang Qingsong arrived, following the traces left behind. Upon seeing Zhuo Qianming, his expression darkened instantly. He contemplated how to eliminate her, while also finding a way to deal with the demoness by her side. To Dongfang Qingsong, both women were far from innocent. If he summoned his demon form, dispatching them should pose no challenge. The real concern lay in the extent to which they were restrained by the surrounding enchantments. As he prepared to strike, a massive shadow flickered in the fog. Dongfang Qingsong's brows furrowed in confusion. What could that be? As he observed more closely, shock replaced his bewilderment. The figure resembled that of Zhuo Qianming and Ao Shuang. With the mist gradually dissipating, a skeletal structure, towering like a mountain, slowly came into view. Though merely a skeleton, the terror and majesty it once commanded remained undiminished. The remains loomed like a horrifying Mount Tai, instilling a sense of suffocation deep within him, making breath difficult. Dongfang Qingsong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, as familiarity washed over him. Zhuo Qianming furrowed her brow, lightly tapping her foot on the ground, transforming into a streak of light that landed beneath the remains. With delicate hands, she probed the bones, declaring, this must be the Demon Emperor's remains. Ao Shuang, her face filled with awe, exclaimed, who was this Demon Emperor? Even in death, the bones radiate an aura of terrifying killing intent. Zhuo Qianming sighed softly, a glimmer of regret in her eyes. What a pity, this Demon Emperor's body has turned to bones. It seems we cannot utilize it directly. What then? Shall we leave it here? Ao Shuang inquired. A sinister smile crept across Zhuo Qianming's lips as her smooth, glistening fingers caressed the bones. After all, these are the remains of the Demon Emperor. We shall take them back and leave them to my master for proper handling. At her words, Ao Shuang nodded in agreement. Just as Zhuo Qianming prepared to act, heavy footsteps echoed from behind her. A chilling voice pierced the air. Remove your filthy hands from the corpse. Startled by the sudden command, Zhuo Qianming turned, her expression one of disbelief. You? How are you still alive? The surprise in her voice was palpable. Dongfang Qingsong chuckled coldly. No need for you to concern yourself with that. His gaze returned to the remains, which he had recognized from before. He felt an inexplicable resonance within him, as though his blood was responding to the relics of the past. It dawned on him that the fallen Demon Emperor was none other than the golden-horned giant dragon. Even in death, the massive skeleton retained a battle-ready posture, exuding an aura as if it stepped between the 18 levels of hell and the 33 heavens. A presence of indomitable might. As a member of the same lineage, Dongfang Qingsong could not allow anyone else to lay claim to these remains, least of all a member of the human race. Seeing the murderous intent radiating from Dongfang Qingsong, Zhuo Qianming remarked, you sought me out just to kill me? His face cold as ice, Dongfang Qingsong retorted, what else? Do you think I traversed all this way merely to engage in idle chatter? Zhuo Qianming understood his motives all too well. He sought vengeance for being cast before the stinging demon spider, a desperate bid for survival. Ao Shuang, sensing the tension, tightened her stance, ready to act at a moment's notice. Zhuo Qianming stepped forward, and Ao Shuang quickly grasped her intent. The two locked eyes in the eerie atmosphere, fraught with an unsettling energy. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Qianming vanished from sight. Dongfang Qingsong sensed something amiss, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Looking down, he found Zhuo Qianming had somehow reappeared beneath him, her form bent forward. her lips curling into a wicked smile. Her right hand, charged with frigid, dark energy, surged towards his abdomen. Though Dongfang Qingsong was merely at the mid-stage of the Bitter Sea realm, his reflexes were astonishingly swift. As Zhuo Qianming struck, he propelled himself backward with explosive force, narrowly evading her assault. Surprised, Zhuo Qianming remarked, "I did not expect such quick reflexes from you." She then adopted a serious demeanor, considering the constraints of their surroundings, which had severely suppressed their powers. She resolved to fight with all her might. Dark energy coalesced in her hands, resembling black serpents weaving together, forming terrifying whirlpools that distorted the very fabric of space. To evade my strike indicates your prowess is noteworthy. If I am not mistaken, without these constraints, your cultivation would likely be around the spirit realm. As for those so-called sect saints, their talents pale in comparison, she murmured. Dongfang Qingsong remained silent, merely scoffing at her words. The notion that those so-called human saints could ever be compared to the golden-horned giant dragon's cultivation was ludicrous. With a resounding crash, Zhuo Qianming unleashed countless rotting corpses from the black whirlpools, their movements unsettling as they emitted chilling howls, resembling an army of the undead poised for battle. Her expression was one of disdain. Regardless of their cultivation talents, countless lives had perished at her hands. Her lips curled into a smirk, and with piercing dark eyes, she declared, "Your strength is insufficient to be my opponent. State your name." "I, Zhuo Qianming, do not slay nameless foes." Chapter 82, The Malevolent Aura, Cold as Ice. Death awaits those who dare to touch. A derisive smile graced Dongfang Qingsong's lips. "If you wish to know my name, you must first survive my grasp." Upon hearing this, a shadow enveloped Zhuo Qianming's eyes, which were already profound, now resembling a dark abyss. Yet, a faint smile crept upon her lips, bearing an eerie quality. Before them, countless corpses writhed like marionettes on strings. Most of their bodies had decayed, as though they had only recently emerged from their graves. They surged towards Dongfang Qingsong. Observing this, Dongfang Qingsong uttered nothing further and prepared for battle. Zhuo Qianming scoffed, underestimating the youth before her. She believed him to be no match for her formidable undead, which, despite lacking the prowess of her master-esque creations, were still formidable in life. In mere moments, Dongfang Qingsong found himself encircled by these grotesque figures. Ao Shuang stood nearby, arms crossed, her gaze cold and indifferent, akin to one observing the dead. Should she find herself surrounded by such a horde, escaping unscathed would indeed require significant effort. It appeared that this youth was destined to join the ranks of the deceased under the young lordess' command, she mused with a chilling smile. However, the ensuing events left both women astounded. Dongfang Qingsong maneuvered effortlessly among the corpses, delivering swift, fatal blows. His demeanor was imbued with a fierce murderous intent. His strikes precise and unhesitating. Any undead that ventured too close was dispatched in an instant. This was not the behavior expected from a mere boy. Indeed, a glimmer of enjoyment flickered in his eyes as he reveled in the carnage, causing Zhuo Qianming's brows to furrow slightly. Yet, she thought, regardless of his current prowess, exhaustion would inevitably lead him to his demise at her hands. It merely granted him a fleeting opportunity for respite. Yet, as time progressed, Zhuo Qianming observed his stamina seemed boundless, his resolve only strengthened in the face of adversity. This perplexed her, rendering her momentarily silent, grappling with the enigma of this being before her. Dongfang Qingsong continued to unleash his fury upon the undead. With a bloodline of exceptional potential, he could navigate the throngs without a single drop of blood staining his form. In comparison, these corpses were laughably weak, mere animated husks devoid of any threat. They were simply former cultivators who, in death, had become nothing more than rotting flesh. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, sending the horde of corpses flying. Zhuo Qianming stood momentarily stunned, her expression one of incredulity. Has he broken through? She gasped, struggling to comprehend how one could achieve such a feat amidst a battlefield of the dead. Even Ao Shuang was taken aback, recognizing the terrifying talent possessed by this youth. As Zhuo Qianming's envy deepened, her expression darkened further. She could hear the grinding of her teeth, a testament to her jealousy of Dongfang Qingsong, who, despite his youth, was able to engage her undead and emerge stronger. Recognizing the futility of further conflict with such weaklings, she commanded them to retreat. These corpses were the fruits of her labor, painstakingly excavated through countless nights of toil, a burden only she truly understood. She had even suffered ailments from her profession, a testament to the toll it took on her body. Yet, she could not fathom why these once formidable undead had become so feeble before him. In the past, the mere presence of her undead would instill fear in her enemies, causing them to flee in terror. What had changed? For Dongfang Qingsong, these corpses were not nearly as terrifying as the ancient battlefields of his homeland. He regarded Zhuo Qianming, a mocking smile playing at his lips. So soon to withdraw? I've barely begun to enjoy myself. Zhuo Qianming's eyelids fluttered, her voice steady. I concede your talent is indeed remarkable among the younger generation, but it ends here. You shall die. With that, she began to gather a formidable assembly of dark energy, its chilling aura causing the temperature around them to plummet, transforming the moisture in the air into ice crystals. This place, steeped in malevolence, combined with Zui Qianming's rare innate affinity for darkness, granted her a distinct advantage. Even a being of higher realms would find themselves easily subdued by her. As the dark energy coalesced around her, it formed a protective shroud, resembling an armored Valkyrie. Her dark circles, purplish lips, and the ominous aura surrounding her presented a most unsettling sight. Dongfang Qingsong's expression turned grave. The atmosphere compelled him to adopt a serious demeanor. Zui Qianming declared coldly, "I am of the innate extreme Yin constitution, my body radiating a deathly chill. To touch me is to court death." Dongfang Qingsong furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth in her words. The extreme Yin body is a nexus of dark energy. If he were to come into contact with her, the frigid aura could inflict unimaginable harm. However, there was no time for contemplation, for she was already upon him, gathering the chilling energy in her hands. In a flash, he dodged, but he had underestimated Zui Qianming's strength, though her power was constrained to the Destiny Spring realm. Dispatching a cultivator of the Bitter Sea realm was still within her grasp. With exaggerated grace, she spun, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Dongfang Qingsong grunted in pain, quickly retreating to distance himself from her. He steadied himself, eyes wide with astonishment. This woman possessed an extraordinary resilience, rivaling even the most formidable of the Hehuan sect. She was indeed a fearsome adversary. Chapter 83, Thunderous Subjugation, as if dealing with a cur. In the wake of this, a sudden and startling transformation seized him. His countenance contorted in agony as his body convulsed, his features a grotesque mask of torment. Could it be that palm? He gasped, a realization dawning upon him. Left Qianming, with a lithe grace reminiscent of a willow, advanced upon him, her voice laced with venom. "That palm of mine," she hissed, "delivered the very essence of Yin energy directly into your sea of bitterness. You must now be experiencing its frigid wrath as it rampages within." Indeed, the visage of Dongfang Qingsong bore testament to her words, his features twisted in excruciating pain. An icy grip, as if a fragment of eternal winter had been lodged within his abdomen, spread its chilling tendrils through his limbs, rendering them numb and unresponsive. "Such terrifying Yin energy," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror. A confident smirk played upon Left Qianming's lips. "I am the embodiment of extreme Yin. Once my energy takes hold, there is no escape." Yet, in the fleeting moment that followed, her triumphant smile faltered, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. Her steps faltered, her eyes widened in terror, and her voice trembled as she stammered. How is this possible?" Dongfang Qingsong straightened, the agony that had gripped him vanishing as if it were mere vapor. He stood before Left Qianming, seemingly unscathed. She, who had vanquished countless prodigies with her innate Yin constitution, now witnessed its impotence. Though the initial contact of her Yin energy had indeed inflicted a chilling wound upon Dongfang Qingsong's sea of bitterness, its power was fleeting. For within him lay not a sea of bitterness, but a veritable ocean of thunder. The invading energy was instantly annihilated. How could such malevolent forces hope to withstand the power of one who wielded the sacred art of thunder? Dongfang Qingsong's earlier display of pain had been a mere ruse, a calculated ploy to gauge the true extent of her Yin constitution. Seeing this, Ao Shuang's brow furrowed in consternation. "What is happening?" she murmured, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Then, with a deliberate crack of his neck, Dongfang Qingsong fixed Left Qianming with a gaze as sharp and cold as a honed blade. "My turn," he declared. With the speed of a lightning strike, he lunged toward Left Qianming, the air around him crackling with electrical energy. Still reeling from the shock of her failed attack, Left Qianming could only watch in horror as Dongfang Qingsong closed the distance between them. "No!" Ao Shuang cried, her heart pounding with dread. Left Qianming hastily erected a barrier of concentrated Yin energy, but as Dongfang Qingsong's thunder-infused fist connected, the barrier shattered like fragile glass. The devastating blow landed squarely upon her face, sending her hurtling backward. Left Qianming was utterly bewildered. How could her power have failed her so completely? As she tumbled through the air, she desperately sought an explanation. Then, a chilling realization dawned upon her. She looked up, her eyes widening in terror. Dongfang Qingsong was upon her, relentless as a bloodhound. A relentless barrage of attacks followed, each blow stripping away her defenses. Her Yin energy proved utterly useless against his onslaught, dissipating with every strike. Blood streamed from her nose and mouth. Her body was covered in bruises, and her vision blurred. Ao Shuang, witnessing this brutal display, flew into a rage. With a surge of power, she lunged forward, her intent to kill palpable. Dongfang Qingsong, sensing the shift in momentum, glanced sideways. Abandoning the battered Left Qianming, he delivered a final kick to her chest, using the force to propel himself backward, narrowly evading Ao Shuang's attack. Ao Shuang rushed to Left Qianming's side, finding her grievously wounded, blood trickling from her lips. A tremor of fear ran through her. What would her master do if he saw his beloved disciple in such a state? She herself might be condemned to a fate worse than death. Only one course of action remained: to slay the young man before her and beg forgiveness. Perhaps then she might salvage a chance at survival. Left Qianming, gasping for breath, pushed away Ao Shuang. With a defiant swipe, She cleared the blood from her face. One question consumed her. What trickery is this? Why is my yin energy utterly useless against you? It is as if my power has been completely nullified. Dongfang Qingsong chuckled at her battered state. Thunder can suppress all that is evil. You, a being of pure yin, are naturally vulnerable. Left Qianming's eyes widened in understanding. Her very constitution was her undoing. No matter how potent her yin energy, it was no match for such overwhelming thunderous power. Dongfang Qingsong continued his taunt. Such a beautiful shell, yet so little within. Left Qianming's face flushed with rage, her gaze burning with hatred. He was calling her foolish. Allow me to deal with him, young master. Ao Shuang pleaded. Left Qianming silenced her with a furious glare. Ao Shuang trembled, not out of fear of Left Qianming, but of her master. Left Qianming's anger mirrored his own, and the memory of his nightly visits sent shivers down her spine. Zuidaoren required dragon blood to prolong his life, hence his capture of so many dragons. Ao Shuang had been lured into his service, her dragon blood providing him with vitality and pleasure. Yet, she was more than a mere vessel. Under Zuidaoren's tutelage, she had grown in power and learned forbidden arts. Turning back to Dongfang Qingsong, Left Qianming's eyes flashed with defiance. So what? I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat a mere stripling. She would not accept defeat at his hands. Even without her yin energy, she would crush him. Dongfang Qingsong merely smiled. She was a spent force, yet she dared to boast. He, now a master of the Sea of Bitterness stage, would make short work of one whose powers were suppressed to the life spring stage. As she charged toward him, eyes blazing, he shook his head. Did you not understand? Before me, your extreme yin is as helpless as a cur. With a blinding flash of lightning, Dongfang Qingsong stood before Left Qianming, his fist aimed at her abdomen. The blow landed with a sickening thud. Left Qianming's body contorted like a shrimp, her eyes bulging from their sockets. A mixture of saliva and blood spewed from her mouth. Dongfang Qingsong's left hand shot out, gripping her throat. The immense pressure choked the air from her lungs, her eyes rolling back in their sockets. Chapter 84. Where did you obtain that blade? Her previously delicate features were now contorted in agony, silver saliva continuously oozing from the corners of her mouth. Despite her desperate attempts to escape, she found herself utterly powerless. He tightened his grip with his right hand, channeling the might of thunder into his fist. Every action was aimed at suppressing the negative energy within her, rendering her incapable of resistance. With a rhythmic intensity, he struck her abdomen with relentless force. Bang, bang, bang. The excruciating pain twisted Zui Qianming's face into a grimace, her cries piercing the air. No matter how she summoned her dark energy, it was obliterated the moment it made contact with his thunderous power. Regardless of her screams and struggles, Dongfang Qingsong remained unmoved, his expression calm and his gaze cruel. What did it matter how beautiful a woman was? In his eyes, if she posed a threat to his life, she must be eliminated. Rage surged within him as he recalled how Zui Qianming had used him as bait for the stinging demon spider. His strikes grew increasingly ferocious, and soon her abdomen began to bleed, transforming from bruises to a crimson hue. Upon witnessing this, Ao Shuang's expression changed dramatically. If this continued, she would surely die. Panic-stricken, she exclaimed, "Stop! Please stop! Do not strike her again." Dongfang Qingsong, however, merely smirked disdainfully, his face cold. "Stop? How could I possibly stop? I intend to ensure her demise." Ao Shuang's face turned pale with fear. The master had made it clear, she must protect the young master at all costs. Release the young master at once. If you dare to kill her, the master will not spare you. Without lifting his gaze, Dongfang Qingsong continued to pummel Zui Qianming, each blow sending her body wobbling like a piece of jerky in the wind. And what if I do? Do you think her master, a powerful figure of the transformation realm, will let you leave unscathed if I kill her? He chuckled coldly, dismissing her threat. This woman had a wicked heart. Having used others as bait before, Dongfang Qingsong had no intention of concerning himself with such trivial matters. But when it came to his own life, he would crush anyone in his way. Do you think I need a woman like you to warn me? If you had just worn a bit more clothing, you wouldn't be spouting such foolishness, he taunted. At that moment, Ao Shuang, clad only in a bandage, exhibited a delicate beauty, her skin glistening like warm jade. His words caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, but the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. With a resounding crack, Zui Qianming's body fell limp to the ground. Ao Shuang remained stunned, her gaze fixated on Zui's small form, her breathing growing heavier, her body trembling. This man truly dared to kill. Was he not afraid of the repercussions from a practitioner of the transformation realm? Now that Zui Qianming was dead, returning empty-handed would be far worse than death itself. The thought of Zuidaoren's methods sent shivers down her spine. Die! Ao Shuang roared, her brows furrowed. Her beautiful face twisted in rage, her long, lustrous hair cascading freely behind her, moving with an aura of fierce determination, reminiscent of a general on the battlefield. She charged at Dongfang Qingsong. Seeing her fierce expression and overwhelming presence, Dongfang Qingsong was compelled to take her seriously. This woman was not Zui Qianming. The thunderous technique would hold little sway over her. How swift! He exclaimed, narrowly evading her fierce punch, which sliced through the air, grazing his cheek. The sting of pain made him realize he had sustained a thin, bloody line on his face, sending chills coursing down his spine. Had he not advanced his cultivation from the mid-bitter sea stage to the late stage, that blow might have shattered his skull. Not daring to linger, Dongfang Qingsong turned to flee, but Ao Shuang was determined not to let him escape. Harnessing her demonic power, she transformed into a shadow, pursuing him at full speed with the intent to strike. Realizing that at this speed, he would eventually be caught, Dongfang Qingsong decided to confront her head-on. He drew forth a rusty long blade, its surface marred with cracks. He pondered how long it might endure. As Ao Shuang closed in, her eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the artifact in his hand. Where did you acquire that treasure? Her tone was urgent, her curiosity palpable. Dongfang Qingsong, noticing her fixation, retorted coldly. What business is it of yours? Ao Shuang furrowed her brow, pressing further. Is that blade from the Dragon Palace? She recognized it as the artifact belonging to Qin Daolu. When they had departed the Dragon Palace, she had been too hurried to reclaim it, leaving the blade behind. It had long since lost its spiritual energy and was no longer sharp, rendering it nearly useless. Thus, she had been unconcerned about leaving it behind, especially in her moment of fear. Seeing her agitation, Dongfang Qingsong observed her with a strange expression. As Ao Shuang grew impatient, she resolved to capture him first. Relying on her superior cultivation and over 500 years of battle experience, she was far beyond the inexperienced Dongfang Qingsong. In mere moments, he began to falter. He realized that if she were not so eager to extract information about the blade, he would have already perished at her hands. With a serious expression, Ao Shuang pressed him. How did that blade, which was clearly in the Dragon Palace, end up in your possession? Chapter 85. Turn the tide. Reveal the demon form. Upon hearing her words, Dongfang Qingsong relaxed his posture and stood at a distance, wearing an enigmatic smile as he inquired. What? Do you have kin in the Dragon Palace? Ao Shuang remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon him. A look of confusion flickered across his face. What did he mean by that? Dongfang Qingsong had indeed slain numerous demons within the Dragon Palace. Perhaps one of them was her relative. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had indeed eliminated a significant figure in the Dragon Palace. He refrained from revealing this immediately, instead observing Ao Shuang with keen interest, and then tentatively suggested, Ao Bing? At the mention of this name, Ao Shuang's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock as she turned her gaze toward him. Dongfang Qingsong noticed the change in her expression and realized his guess was correct. She was indeed connected to Ao Bing. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly demanded, what relation do you have to him? Ao Shuang's face instantly morphed into a mask of confusion. She pondered the implications of this man being able to enter the Dragon Palace and take something from it. Could he be a friend of Ao Bing? Yet, she suddenly shook her head, dismissing the notion. As far as she knew, her nephew held the human race in disdain, let alone allowing anyone to intrude upon the Dragon Palace. While Ao Bing's strength might not be formidable, it was improbable that he could not even defeat this human child. Her brows knitted together, sensing something amiss. The Dragon Palace, as a colossal power in the Eastern Domain and among the demon race, was heavily guarded. How could a mere human possibly enter at will? Could this man truly have some connection to Ao Bing? Her expression turned complex as she replied, I am his aunt. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong grasped the situation. She was indeed his aunt. Ao Shuang then asked, do you know him? I killed him. What? Ao Shuang's face darkened to an extreme upon hearing those words. Her eyes reddened, and her teeth clenched, resembling a frenzied bull. A tidal wave of murderous intent surged forth, causing the very clouds to churn and the surrounding space to ripple violently. An overwhelming dragon might erupted. Boom. Dongfang Qingsong was taken aback by this dragon might. His hair disheveled as it blew backward. He furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he focused on Ao Shuang, raising his hand to shield himself from her astonishing power. Beads of sweat forming at his temples. Roar. Ao Shuang unleashed a dragon roar. If I do not slay you today, I, Ao Shuang, will not be a demon. Her voice steady, her eyes bloodshot, she spoke fiercely. In an instant, she transformed, her hands revealing dragon claws adorned with azure scales. At this sight, Dongfang Qingsong's eyes widened, and he quickly raised his long knife in defense. The dragon claws struck the blade with a resounding clang. Clang. A crisp and prolonged echo resonated in the air. Although he managed to block her attack, the sheer force sent him flying. How formidable. However, Ao Shuang was already upon him, moving like a flash of lightning. His expression changed drastically, his pupils dilated as he desperately swung his long knife in defense while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon claws clashed with the long knife in a flurry of movement, each collision producing a loud crack and sparks flying. Dongfang Qingsong's brow knitted tightly. This was too overwhelming. In his current state, he was no match for this woman. After all, he was merely at the Bitter Sea realm. To have endured thus far was a testament to his utmost effort. As he continued to parry Ao Shuang's relentless assaults, he suddenly heard a faint crackling sound from his long knife. Looking down, he saw numerous fissures of varying sizes spreading across the blade. It seemed it would not hold up much longer before shattering. Ao Shuang, like a maddened dragon, relentlessly attacked, each strike imbued with tremendous force. as if intent on tearing him apart. The Ao family had only one male heir, Ao Bing. With his death, it was inconceivable that a woman would carry on the family line. Such a fate was intolerable for Ao Shuang. She yearned to flay him alive, piece by piece. Ensuring his death was nothing short of agonizing. I wonder how long you can endure. Ao Shuang bellowed in fury, delivering another powerful blow. Ban!